Sword in the titty.
Sword in the titty.
Can you hear me? I think okay, everything is hooked up. Thank fuck.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. We are live.
I'm so close. Oh my god.
King of the better.
Hi. Long time no see, chatty chat.
Wowie, wowie.
How we sounded.
We are here. Is everyone? Yeah, everyone's in the same spot.
Here.
Haley popped in right in the proper spot. So awesome. Didn't even make the things go burr. Hello. How do we sound volume wise? How do I sound in comparison to the game? I sound good?
Yeah.
Can you all speak for me?
No.
I refuse to speak.
Does that feel good?
My First Amendment right.
As you should, James.
Drinks instead.
As you
Okay,
should.
James. Good.
What?
Vase sounds good. Haley sounds good.
Yeah.
With sounding?
Hi,
With
this is
sounding?
Theo. I speak English.
Woo! I speak
Well done,
English.
Theo.
Sometimes.
Sorry, there's a delay.
Often.
Yeah.
You speak it.
Yeah.
You never said you spoke it well. You speak it.
Yeah.
I do squeak it. You're right, I squeak it.
You didn't squeak it.
Bless. How are you doing, chat? Hello! We're gonna get started very soon because we know that we were behind and you should mark it on your bingo boards. Cross off the bingo board that Nugget made for you. Cross out that bingo board.
I know, I need to get my bingo board open.
Get your bingo boards out, gang. Get your
Can we do it as well? That's kind of cute.
Yeah, do it!
It's
It's
Is there a
iconic.
link in the Discord or something?
Oh, I saved it to actually send it to you guys. Hold on.
Okay.
And
Oh, yes!
I forgot to send it.
I might put it on my iPad, actually. That would be perfect. And then I can
Do it!
Actually cross it off. Oh,
Perfect.
cute.
Love.
Fun.
Watch me just like
Nugget, we're all doing
monologue
it.
for like
We're all
10
doing
minutes
it.
and cross all of these off.
I do it on purpose. I add scenes
Yes.
just so you can get your bingo. I'm very curious who's gonna get bingo
One
first.
could even say, never mind, I'm not gonna do it.
One
We'll
could
wait
even
for it to
say.
happen naturally.
Naturally.
Don't say it, don't say it.
We just all start doing things in here purposely.
It comes naturally.
It comes
Naturally. So, I will give the little speech that I always do. Hello, welcome.
Give a speech.
I put pronouns and preferred names in the chat. Please use the preferred names and the preferred pronouns, my gang.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Please know that this is also 18 plus stream. I can't control who's in here. You're all 18 plus if you're in here, and that's just how it is.
Good boundaries.
That's my boundary. That's just how it is.
There's gonna be
Enter at your own
There's
risk.
gonna be innuendos.
There's
gonna be
already
violence.
been sex. Listen, we
Murder.
have to. We say the F word continuously, and that already makes it not PG-13 anymore. Anywho, whoa. Anywho, brain short-circuited. Oh, as you know, we don't really look at chat as we play. Well, we look at chat, but we don't like direct any like conversation at chat because we are immersed and we are playing the game. And yeah, so please chat away though, because it makes us happy whenever we see your cute things that you say. But aside from that, I think we're ready to go. It feels like it's been like 5 years since we've had an episode. I don't know why.
It has been, Jade.
Oh,
We haven't seen each other in 5 years.
Also,
I've had a son since we've been gone.
Oh wow. What is their name?
What is his name?
what is his name?
Older.
Boulder?
Boulder?
That's
Yeah.
a nice
Is that just
boulder.
what you saw in your-
That's a
I like
nice
that
boulder.
boulder.
No, with an F, with an F, with an F.
Boulder!
Older.
Like the things he put paper in?
Yes.
Like
Did.
lifting in
I
front of
heard
you?
like
Okay.
that.
No, I was just wanting to clarify.
Didn't you
I was
want to
like-
name a
Add
dog
that to
that?
the list.
I remember that fact about you.
Folder.
You wanted to name a dog that, right?
What?
You wanted to name a dog that, right? Yeah, okay. I remember this.
Boulder?
Wow.
Also, I feel like this is a direct call out that Haley is drinking my favorite drink, like, on this planet. Fuck you. That's not fair. Thank you very much.
No, sip. Take a sip. Take a
Wow.
sip.
Take a sip.
Everyone gets a
What?
sip.
Dunks your head.
Um,
Sip from across.
What is it that you're drinking, Haley?
Oh. Iced tea.
Arizona iced tea. Where can I get
Raspberry.
myself a good drink of Arizona raspberry iced tea?
You can pick up a
Anywhere,
raspberry
bitch.
iced tea anywhere in your local grocery store.
Not sponsored.
Not
Wow.
sponsored.
No, we're not sponsored.
Oh my god, I
Use
wish!
code Ravenwood.
At checkout. I wish that we could be sponsored by Arizona Tea. That would be
Ravenwood,
lit as
2050.
fuck.
That'd be fantastic.
Someone get us the Arizona
50%
Tea
off.
sponsor. Anywho, brain short-circuited again. Oh, I am recording this episode. So not only am I streaming, I am also recording it for a failsafe because I'm pissed and the U of Tube can suck my ass, and that's just how I feel about that. So, yes, I will be doing a recap because if you guys didn't see, there is a little missing context section in the Ravenwood section of my server. It has all the information that was at the end of the stream that got lost to the abyss. But I will be recapping it in the beginning of this episode anyway, so that we throw that out there. But yeah, if anything goes wrong with this stream, I will have it recorded and I will simply upload the recording. So let's go. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Awesome. Everyone was very nervous over the stream title, but it's fine. So volume sounds good. I just turned everyone up a little bit.
Yeah, we sounded good when I was listening.
Okay. Turned you up in my own ears because I needed it. Chat, everything sounds good for y'all. Looks good. Sounds good. Am I too loud? Because my thing's peaking a little bit. I don't want to peak my mic.
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
Cool.
Bingo.
I got my
Can't even
bingo.
see it all
Let's
blurred
fucking
out.
go. Ah, look at all the bingo boards. I'm thriving. That's iconic.
We gotta start making like.
I want to like. We need to get like an app so we can randomize it so that everyone can. Get
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was about to say,
That'd be really
otherwise we'd all
cool.
get bingo at the same time.
We'll do it.
We're
we'll
all
do
gonna
it.
get bingo.
We're all gonna get bingo.
As you should.
It's a group effort bingo, okay?
That would be cute
We're a
though for every
unit.
like episode.
Jazz is a little quiet. Yeah, just bring the mic closer, I think.
We are bingo.
get nice and close and personal.
No, stop that. Stop that
Sorry,
right
you're
now.
an
Let's go to get nice
Stop
and
it.
close
I
and personal.
so hard to
What's
God.
happening?
Welcome to Ravenwood ASMR.
Welcome to Ravenwood ASMR.
Weeby weeby, Mr. Sticky Weeky.
That's the that's the Patreon only podcast that you can be a part of.
Patreon only.
Get out of here.
I get you guys. I would do Ravenwood ASMR.
I know you would. I genuinely would do it if people wanted it.
Yeah.
I can't listen to it, but I can do it.
Do that.
Haley is the ASMR queen of the group.
Truly.
Okay, so everyone sounds
that
good.
shit.
Yeah, Jazz, I would just move your mic a little closer because you are a little faint.
Quiet.
I don't know
Just-
how to get closer.
No, you're
She's
good.
like right here.
Oh, that was loud. What you just did. So.
Goes for more than 8 hours.
I'm right here. I will talk loudly.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, I do need to close my door though.
Use that theater voice.
Use that theater voice. I'll be one moment.
Project.
Bibbidi botte bat.
What?
Wow.
Red leather, yellow
Yellow
leather.
leather. Good blood,
Blood,
bad
bad,
Bad blood.
We all
Zip.
see it.
Cubby bibby botte
I
bat.
don't
Bobby
know.
Bibby
I think
bought
they're doing
a
some kind of
bowl.
ritual.
With
Hey, what's
ball,
happening?
beg the ball,
Okay.
begged it,
Bowl.
They're doing
Oh,
a ritual, a spell of some sort.
No idea.
probably.
So everyone sounds
They must
good.
sacrifice somebody.
I fiddled with the volume a little bit, so hopefully I didn't fuck it up. But
You fucked it up.
Be
No, you
nice.
can't. Be nice.
yeah, fucked it up.
Theo.
Be nice. Be nice.
You sound great.
Thank you, Theo.
as
Thank
always
you.
do.
I appreciate it. Okay. Okay, I think it's good. Let me know if anyone is quiet. Let me know if anything doesn't
Hello?
doesn't
Doesn't
that was
Sorry.
no, you're good. That was a tune. That was a beat. Someone started a beat. It was like bop, ba, da, bop, bop, bop.
Was it you?
I was setting up. I'm not even gonna show you. It's not working.
No, we're not. Don't touch the settings. They look great.
Okay, I know touch. No more. Okay,
Guys, you muted.
I think we're Gucci.
I try to listen to you and I can't hear a thing.
I'm muted.
I'm muted.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Wowie, wow,
Things are
wow,
happening.
wow, wee,
And you
wow.
are looking
Wow,
up
wee,
here
wow.
into luck.
All
Okay, I'm
right,
done now.
I am ready. Are you
This is
all ready?
one.
Oh no, Haley
unhinged
froze.
start. Oh!
No, is it gonna boo her again?
Is it real?
No.
I will
No.
I will cry. At least
Don't listen
she froze in a cute way.
You come back. That's true. Very cute.
This is
way.
what the title's referring to. We're joking, but
Yeah.
Haley's
Cute.
dead.
It's just
no
it's just
comedy in it.
Haley. Haley, come back. You can blame it all
She
on
looks so happy.
us. She does.
Salute you,
Auntie. Haley, come
my
back.
dead soldier.
You blame it.
You
Oh,
fuck.
God
You
damn
fought
it, my
strong
network
and
broke.
hard.
Ah, she's back.
okay.
You're back.
Really?
You're back.
You're muted.
I'm sorry.
You're
I don't know
good.
what happened again.
You're good. You're
back.
good.
Oh.
Your fault.
So good.
You're all
did I
good.
fuck it up?
No.
No.
It
Oh,
didn't
good.
boot you.
I
You
didn't
stayed
leave?
in.
Oh.
No.
You
I
fucked
really-
everything up. This is all
Everyone in my house right now is online.
Oh.
And
R.I.P.
it's usually not because
Yeah.
we're snowed in, so nobody could go
Valid.
to work.
Do things.
Valid.
Ooh.
That's valid.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it didn't even boot you.
No,
You
you're
just were frozen at a very cute smile. So
But you were
It
really
was
cute.
very cute.
Yeah.
So if I freeze for a second, please
you're
pause
good.
and wait
Yeah,
for me.
I will. I
You're good,
will.
you're good,
Just
you're good.
also DM
Fair
like in Discord and then
Yeah,
they can-
I did.
okay, good. I never have
God, my
my
network froze.
I never have my thing like open half the time, so everyone can yell
I
at me
do.
if you say it in Discord. Awesome,
Slay.
awesome.
Someone said at least they look happy.
Yeah,
Yeah. You look very happy.
you looked very happy. All right,
You look so cute. You were like,
you're like,
That's cute.
all right. Are you ready?
yes.
Ah! Okay, let us begin, my loves. For episode 3 already of season 3, which is wild, titled There's Nobility in Dying. In the last episode, you all spent a majority of your time relaxing on the beaches of Hanburn, having some much-needed conversations, and reuniting with the ones you love, even meeting some new faces entirely. You spent your day in the presence of Arlo's parents, Hazel and Bruce, but mostly amongst one another, taking some much-needed time to simply be. It was a day of peace, a peace you surely haven't felt for a long time since the development of so much new information and the discoveries that came with you all digging further into it. And speaking of, where you last left off, you had come into the possession of some rather intriguing information indeed. You all managed to uncover the answers to your specific questions, braving the Cave of Whispers and facing an ethereal oracle who held the key to locked doors, so to speak. Julian, through your question, you found out that Tobias was never in your memories that you have forgotten, that he is merely a vessel. Arya, through your question, you discovered that the one you seek, the physical body of Orion Nexus, lies within a forgotten room in the capital, that you should look for the rose-colored door. Andromeda, you found out that, thankfully... Oh.
Stop.
Poor baby.
At least she's cute again.
I know, she's like... Every time she's posing cute, like...
Oh, you're back.
Ah, you're back, you're back.
You're back, you're
Hello.
back, you're back, you're back. You're not frozen anymore.
You're good, you're good.
It was a cute pose again.
You keep posing so cutely.
You do. Every time it's
She's
like...
very,
I know what's coming. I know what's
You
coming.
know it. You're so cute.
What did you hear last?
Slay.
Julian.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Oh!
It wasn't that far behind.
It wasn't
Okay.
bad.
Julian, through your question, you found out that Tobias was never in your memories, that he is merely a vessel. Arya, through your question, you discovered that the one you seek, the physical body of Orion Nexus, lies within a forgotten room in the capital, and that you should look for the rose-colored door. Andromeda, you found out that, thankfully, becoming a stone oracle trapped in the shadows of a hollowed cave is not the fate that awaits you. But you found out no further of just what your true fate is. Wit, you discovered that 𝑖𝑎𝑠 is starving rather than being infected by any sort of virus or toxin or parasite, and that it is no longer having the access to the magic it once did. The group of you had exited the cave enlightened. In fact, so enlightened, you ended up sending in Arlo and Elfie to garner further information. And that leads me to what happened in the last hour of the previous episode. You all relayed to one another what happened and what questions you decided to ask the Oracle. Arya, you finally revealed to the party that you have had this strange entity pursuing you within your mind, that you believe it to be Orion. Julian, in the sheer desperate curiosity of who in the world Tobias could possibly be, you opened Napoleon to the front page where the words, "Property of Tobias, Tenebrae," sit. And with purpose, you put on your glasses only to detect the words radiating there had a note of illusion magic. You decided to cast Dispel Magic and were incredibly successful. And in a groundbreaking moment, the text faded away to reveal the name Rain Nexus. When Arlo and Elfie conquered the cave, they found out more pivotal information. In response to the question of what magic 𝑖𝑎𝑠 once had access to, but has since been starved of, it is revealed that there was a power 𝑖𝑎𝑠 consumed through a great connection, a connection to Earth. It was pure magic, purer than it had ever felt before. You also learned that the events leading up to 𝑖𝑎𝑠 starvation were when two changelings visited the 11th realm and discovered something they hadn't been prepared for, resulting in panic and fear and corruption that eventually gave way to the closing of the connection between Earth and 𝑖𝑎𝑠. It was an onslaught of information, but good information nonetheless, and it is certainly dire in its importance. And so we begin once more now, directly where we left off, with Elfie and Arlo striding out of the Cave of Whispers, one after another, the translucent field of magic vibrating, where it shimmers across the rocks as you step out. Elfie has a firm frown in place across her face as she exits, and she's staring at the ground in concentration. From there, what do you all do? Straight back into the thick of it.
Into the thick of it.
Into the thick of it.
The thick of it.
I'm trying to remember the headspace we were all in.
Stress.
I know, me too.
Well, I was traumatized.
Yeah.
True.
Right? You're not
Fresh
doing well. I
out.
remember that. Yeah.
Arya, go get your girlfriend.
I'm going. My feet be walking.
My feet.
They're walking.
They're moving.
Yes.
I'm walking over to. Oh yeah, I'll just go walk over to Elfie while
Feet
everybody's
moving.
traumatized.
Oh,
Okay.
Let me get my information.
Aha!
Shall I relay everything?
You're
I learned
walking
with
to your
Ella?
girlfriend.
Yeah, absolutely. You can also say that you
Shut my
relay
mouth
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You think I have a screenshot of everything I learned?
As you should.
Arlo has an
He's like,
iPad. He's like reading
He's
off.
like, all right.
He's writing it
iPad.
down.
I gotta do my research.
He's like a notebook. He wrote it down.
So we've all like kind of. So they're just coming out of the cave now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's where we left off, I'm pretty
We left
sure.
off.
Mm-hmm.
It's so hard to jump right into being like. That
You're so valid. You can also just say that.
was weird.
You can also just
Well,
say,
that was quirky.
if you
Yeah,
want,
that
you can
was-
also just say that you relay that information. You don't have to
Okay,
like,
Arlo
directly relay it
found
if you
out-
want.
Because what he found
Maybe
out
walking
was
You
'cause he
found
asked-
out.
What did he give up?
Yes,
in,
what the
like-
events? What are the events that led to Australia's starvation? Which was
Mhm.
answered with 2 changelings visited the 11th realm, and there they found something they weren't prepared for. Through
Yes.
panic of corruption, the elders and leaders closed the connection and through Earth and Ostradel with hopes of what they had consumed from it would last decades further.
Yes. Perfect.
And Arlo relays that perfectly word from word.
Word for
Absolutely.
word.
So
As
proud of
Word
you
to
see
word
in
for
the-
word, not word,
Word
for
to
word.
word.
Word to word. As you do this as well, Elfie is very quick to relay the information that she garnered as well. As the only reason she went in there was to ask the question for you guys. And she relays it to you and kind of stands a little bit withdrawn, as though that maybe took more out of her than she was expecting. But
I mean, we did warn her, did we? Didn't we?
more or
Like, what to
less,
expect, like question-wise and stuff.
yeah.
You both doing okay? Doing all right? Yeah.
Sure.
She just like looks
You're
at
looking-
Arlo, nods.
Yeah. I'm not doing as worse as some other people here, so I feel like I'm doing good.
Like a fly lands
God.
on her head. She
There's
like flies away.
There's a fly on her head that just goes Andromeda.
Andromeda. No toast. No toast goes Andromeda, but you just hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yike.
Okay.
I probably will like turn over and be like, and like thank Elfie and be like, thank you for doing that with me. You didn't have to.
She nods slowly and she's like, well, it is better to all be traumatized together, maybe.
True.
I missed her voice. I felt like that was so cute.
Well, I guess
Love.
Little lady.
Baby, baby,
Yes.
baby.
it just
She
makes
is
our
baby.
bond stronger, doesn't it?
Oh,
Yeah.
I
So
suppose.
says individuals.
I just met you all. But okay.
Quite literally.
You'll get used to it. It gets
So-
easier.
Yes,
What
this is more
now?
action than I've had for a while.
Oh, okay.
The way your brain also went there.
Arya's brain went up.
Kidding me? Of course it is.
We get a lot of action.
Focus.
I'm
Focus,
joking. I'm
focus.
trying. I'm trying.
Point out for you.
Pull yourself together.
Together.
Pull yourself together.
Wait, I have a question.
Yes.
Arya told us that she is bird feet, right?
No.
Nope.
She said
Only
she
Elfie has
told
seen
you.
that.
I thought she had. Did you say in a panic when
No.
they came out and they were like, what did they say?
Nope. I just talked about
Nope.
Orion.
No.
Yeah.
She
Gotcha.
just
That
said
you
that
had
she
Orion
thinks
in your head.
she's
more
been
or less.
seeing something. She's been seeing something following her in mirrors, and she believes it to be Orion
Mm-hmm.
because of a note that she had
Oh,
in
that's
one of
right,
her
that was
dreams.
the thing
She
you
basically
were-
gave you
Yeah.
the rundown of all of that, which
Of
is good
that part.
because now you all know that that's.
And I'm
then
just gonna
Andromeda
say,
shook
if
her
I
and said,
missed
"Get out of her
something-
head! Get out
If
of
I
her
missed,
head!"
Forgot about
if I
that.
missed something, you guys know all of the information that I know about
Yeah.
Orion so far.
Okay.
Cool.
Right.
Just in case I missed something last episode.
Valid.
So
you know that
that's where I'm at.
what she's been dealing with.
Yeah.
Valid.
That's kind of
So
it.
you guys want to go get drinks at Keyhorn, or?
I
feel
can use
like-
a drink.
I think that would probably be best.
Okay.
I think Andromeda?
Group question. Group
Yeah?
request. Could we stop by the Grove on the way? I want to say goodbye to my brother for now.
I can't already start crying.
For
This is
now.
too much. I can't. Why am I crying? Okay. I'm like, ooh.
Deep breath, deep breath. The horses are still out there, right?
Yes, they're like
with
attached to
Silas?
the trees. Yeah, and Silas is standing there.
Oh, Silas is still here too.
Yeah,
Our
he
other
did.
horse.
He didn't. Your other horse.
Horse Silas.
Well-
Horse, all right.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
say.
Someone could certainly ride him. That's all
Ride
I'm
a
gonna say.
horse, ride a cowboy.
Oh my god.
Man's got you whipped.
Listen. Okay. Yeah, you are.
Already?
Already?
Damn it.
Okay.
I gotta
Okay,
get
hold on,
the
okay.
detail out.
Cross
Yes,
that off.
I think that may be. If I mean, we got through the forest last time without any faults. I feel like we should be fine to do that again.
I'll be
Just-
quick.
Oh, it's a.
No rush.
We'll be fine. We're just going. I mean, I'm assuming we're all needing a little bit of a break before we go head to the capital. So, if that was still our plan, that is.
Well, I do think that would be best to end up there eventually.
Try and get some information. I mean, and if we have a whole day to travel, it may be better than if we're starting now. So, I think that'd be good.
It is about like. I would say if I had to say like a time, probably about like 3-ish. So it's like almost midday. So it definitely will, by the time you go to the Grove and then go to Hanburn, it'll probably be like almost dark.
Evening.
So definitely if you want to stay at Hanburn for the night and have a whole day the next day. Might
Let's
be
go.
the best for you, loves.
Another beach night. Let's go.
You have like a bonfire on the
It's
beach.
a good idea.
Oh, yes.
A little campfire.
Wait, that'd be so cute.
That's so
That'd be
cute.
lit.
That'd be so cute.
Do what?
Lit.
Make
Bonfire
s'mores.
on the beach.
Lit.
Fire.
Bonfire on the
Um,
beach.
It's too late. We already doing it.
Already doing it.
Already a
So-
plan.
From there then, do you all set forth to head to Golfer Lagoon once more?
Yes.
That's the set plan, it seems like. Valid.
Yes, and I'm holding Andromeda's hand.
I wonder what the horse is.
As you should.
We're holding
We're
Arlo's
still
hand.
boyfriend and girlfriend.
We
You guys
we haven't
can-
broken up yet.
You have to
Oh,
break up with me.
You have to break up with me.
we haven't
When we're
broken
leaving
up yet.
Oshbel. That's when I'll do it.
So funny. At the Grove, Jesus.
That's when I'll cut you loose.
That's okay.
Oh my god.
Arya's still
yes.
in awe of the fact that Elfie can ride side saddle.
Yeah,
That's
She's-
such a slay.
and she looks
That's
fine
so
doing
telling.
it.
Such a
That's
slay.
so telling.
It really is. She's
Oh,
really
good.
telling.
We are perceiving this, right?
I am.
We are
Arya
perceiving.
is very distinctly
perceiving
perceiving,
this.
very aggressive.
Valid.
Yeah, we were definitely perceiving this shit. That's for sure.
She is perceiving.
Can't wait till you all canonically see her actual hair, like her.
Oh, I
Yeah.
know.
That's it. Then we're all dead.
Right now,
We're all
she's a
done.
cute little brunette.
Yeah.
She got them cute little brunette bangs.
She got them cute little brunette bangs.
Bangs.
Brains. So with that then, I'll spare you obviously
The
like
swamp, I guess.
the
Get to have
mundanity
Swamps.
of travel, but I will say,
It's not mundane.
as you all move to leave together on the horses once more, you also have horses now this time as you go through Golver Lagoon, which is definitely a lot more beneficial.
Hopefully we don't run into that other horse
Yeah.
of the swamp.
That'd be interesting. Hey, maybe it's a peace offering if you have horses with you.
Oh.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I don't want to sacrifice the
I
horse.
don't think that's how it would see it.
Here's a horse friend for you.
No, it would eat the horse.
Dinner. It'd be dinner, not a friend. Dinner.
That's a cannibal horse. We know
Cannibal
that. We know
horse.
that.
Cannibal horse. That
Cannibal.
sounds like a band.
That'd be base band.
Cannibal horse.
Honestly,
As you all move to
I'll
leave,
do it.
to head in the direction of Golver Lagoon, you make your way towards crossing the river again, the river of Bridgeton, as you know. And you leave this cave in your hindsight, a looming fortress of stone and rock and mystery. And Andromeda, as you leave it behind, you surely can't help but feel like you're leaving a part of you behind. As you walk away, you know that you're leaving something that could potentially be family, to continue a forsaken existence surrounded in darkness and shadows, and the questions of travelers who risk journeying through to the stone dryad in the core of the cave.
Ow. Ow!
Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. You all press on aboard the horses once more, crossing the softly flowing river and heading east, back in the direction of the lagoon and Hanburn. Yes!
Can I do a little thing? I have a little moment
Absolutely.
on the way to
Oh, absolutely.
the
Yeah.
lagoon.
Yeah.
To that lagoon?
Julian's gonna sort of like turn over his shoulder to Silas. Silas, could you reach into my book bag? Should be a book with sort of a skull on it. Could you check that one out?
He like looks at you, nods, and you feel him reach in and then pull it out, and he kind of just hands it to you, and it's like hefty, so he's like, there you go. And he hands it to you on the horse.
Julian has his hands on the reins, I assume.
Oh,
Or
yes.
are they tied up?
Probably. Oh, it depends.
I
Yeah,
thought that
if you
we had
guys,
tied it to
because
our
you guys don't know how.
You guys are
yeah.
tied because you
Yeah.
don't know how to ride.
So you're just-
Yeah,
Oh,
he'll
yeah.
tie it. So
So
they
your
can-
hands are free.
I think.
You got 2 free hands. What are you gonna do with them?
Yeah.
Holding on, at least with
The way
one.
that Andromeda or Theo and Haley both just went at the same time.
Listen.
Anyways,
Bunch of
continue.
pearls.
Continue, Julian.
Oh
Sorry.
my God.
Julian's going to grab a pen and write in a blank page. I know who you really are now. And then just, what now? With a question mark.
Interesting.
I forgot that was Napoleon he was talking about. I was like, does
Yeah.
Julian have a new book with a skull on it?
Oh,
No.
Napoleon.
I was like,
Napoleon.
what book is this?
Napoleon.
And after he writes that, puts the pen away,
Mhm.
and he's just gonna say to Napoleon, well, this was a interesting development. Any thoughts, Napoleon?
And you see the book start to do its kind of like purplish glow for a moment before that little flame of smoke kind of just hovers over the book pages. And you see that little skull again that forms with the hollowed out eyes and the sharp cheekbones. And you see like he's expressive in the way that like his brows like can furrow and things like that. And you hear like bone cracking as he does. And he just kind of says, this is news to me as well, Master Julian. I feel as though perhaps I should have known this. I am sorry if I have let you down in some way.
No, Napoleon, you're fine. How do you think I should proceed?
Well, the name does not change the person, I suppose.
No. It makes certain things a lot more... makes a lot of things make more sense. And sort of flips to the pages where Rain, apparently, wrote those notes to Julian.
Valid.
Can I read the notes
Yeah,
real quick?
absolutely.
Just so everyone remembers.
Please do, yeah.
Yes,
So
please, thank you.
which one was the first one? Was it the
It was the
long
short one.
or
The short one was the first one.
Flips to the first note that he found that was left there, which just said, "Your only limit is your mind." And then quickly flips a couple more pages down to the next page where Rain apparently wrote in it, writing, "Julian, you never cease to impress me, even in this world, one so mundane, so monotonous. you find a way to be extraordinary. As I knew you would, and I know you'll only grow stronger with time. Keep going, surpass your limits, and don't look back. You mustn't trouble yourself with the insignificant aspects of the past. Worry only about what the future may hold. Live only in the present. May every scenario work in your favor. And he immediately goes to the thought of the memories of the piano, of should he remember, should he not, and then also going back to the memory or the dream, can't tell, of him and Tobias sitting at the piano together and feeling comfort from him. And Julian's already scattered and confused mind just is more of that.
Yeah, completely reeling.
Absolutely in a hurricane of emotions and thoughts. Shoulders sort of just slump. He just exhales. I don't know, Napoleon. It's not getting easier with each revelation.
You see Napoleon's head kind of look down for a moment before his brows kind of crease again and that cracking noise sounds again before he looks back up at you. And he says, you have always led with your gut, Julian. I think that perhaps you should do that always going forward. What you feel means more than what you think. Silas is just on the back of the horse.
Do they speak telepathically to each other, or does Napoleon actually speak aloud?
It's been a mix of both. Like, I think that it
both.
can... Yeah.
I imagine this is out loud.
Yeah.
Okay.
I imagine that, like, Napoleon can kind of, like, dictate whether they speak just to Julian or out loud, but I imagine in this moment, like, there's no reason for Napoleon to not say it out loud, so he's just speaking. And meanwhile, Silas is staring at this skull face in just, like, as he holds on the back of the horse.
Julia kind of, like, senses this and, like, turns back and, like, oh, right, you haven't, met, this is Napoleon, they're a book, a talking one.
He just nods slowly and says, cool.
Napoleon, this is Silas. I'm pretty sure you already know.
Napoleon just, like, you see the head turn and, like, just stare blankly with the hollow eyes. And then they just turn back to you. And then look directly back at you again. Just, like, as though taking in Silas as, like, another human that is there, but then just back to you.
Okay, cool. He closes Napoleon.
And you just hear, Napoleon say, good night, as you close him.
So cute.
Yes, your question?
You wouldn't think this line is too long connecting our horses, right? I don't think that.
I don't think so.
Too far away.
Probably not.
Arya just turns around to look back at
literally like 3 feet away.
Yeah.
on the horse, just having Napoleon open, and I'm like, she's like, all right.
You saying it to Julian or Silas?
Julian,
okay.
I mean, technically to both of them, because they're both just looking forward.
Silas just, like, looks at you, smiles, sits in silence.
Julian does the same thing. The exact same thing.
They just awkwardly smile at you and then
Just
keep
looks
going.
between the two of them and is like, oh, it never gets easy with them, does it? And then she just turns back around on the horse and just like looks at Elfie sitting side saddle and is like, okay, we're going.
Aww.
Let's
And she's just happily, like she's in her element on the horse. So with that, and surely all of those thoughts in your head, Julian, are insanely complex because it's like two worlds that you knew merging in some way that when worlds collide.
When worlds collide.
Literally.
You can run, but you
can't hide.
When worlds collide.
That's rain in your ear. You can run, but you can't hide. So, the paths that you all wander towards the start of the swamp and the dense forest are composed of green grass and meadows of small flowers and weeds and a light smattering of shrubbery. The air is cooler, as you are all much closer to the colder territories of 𝙬𝙗, but not enough that you're shivering or anything of that nature. Frost is only a few hours upriver, after all. Wow. You can practically feel the air changing the closer you get to the bogscape, as 𝙬𝙗 calls it. Humidity corrupting brisk air and a sort of heaviness cluttering the clouds. Fog drifting from within the thick forest that awaits you. Grassy fields turned into moss and mud-covered walkways. The hooves of the horses stomp in slippery dirt as you all push forward. The trip is quiet after this brief conversation, eerily so. And more so, like, not you guys chatting to each other, but the world around you. And it's to be expected. There's this odd sort of finality in the air. A sort of unspoken word that the realm you stand in is slowly fading, crumbling away with every passing hour, slow and agonizing, but crumbling nonetheless. It isn't long before the trees around you begin to fall into a more dense cluttering, bulked together, so thick that the interior is shadowed and dark. And you await at the entrance of Golver Lagoon. I assume you all enter once more. Yes. Okay. On horses this time.
The horses are worthy then to like enter the grove.
Well, you're not to the grove yet, but you're at the like the entrance of like the thick forest.
Are the horses worthy?
That was a good question.
Horses, any animal is worthy. Animals are pure of heart. Listen,
as they should.
As long as they're not
also,
like scary.
yeah.
Gonna eat your animals.
Yeah.
Arya, while they're going towards the forest, like, and they see it kind of like and coming into view, and they can like feel the air change. Arya's going to warn Elfie of all the animals that they were hanging out with, and been like, "Don't do this. Also, don't look at them. That's just not good. Not good. And also this. Don't do that. Okay, cool."
She just looks at you and is like, "Okay."
You're so good. Okay, cool.
She's just like, and then continues on. For all of you, the trek through Golver Lagoon this time is less imposing. At this point, you've all probably gotten used to the massive trees and the tropical foliage and the swamp-like roots and muddy ground, the chirping of bugs surrounding you, and the rustle of distant creatures hiding within shrubbery and tree bush. Surely you're far less on edge knowing what you know now, due to Andromeda's knowledge on the area and what she's told you. While this is so, the heavy forest and smatterings of thick trees, cluttered pathways, and slippery moss and mud lining the route before you is still hard to navigate. Exhausting, even. Your concentration is at max, and as you watch where you step and listen out to the world around you. Golver Lagoon calls for the use of all your senses in order to guarantee your safety, and so pursuing pathways through it can certainly pose exasperating and overstimulating for some of you. A comfort, however, is that you all seem to end up back on a similar route to the one you took the first time you trekked through the swamp-like forest. The shrubbery and foliage is dense, enough that you have to swap branches. I'm getting emotionally prepared for the next part. Enough that you have to swap branches out of your way and step over spiraling roots and logs and tree stumps. But it is manageable enough. So far, You haven't run into any strange little creatures, nor any threatening ones. Your pursuit through Golver Lagoon is prevailing without interruption or threat. That is, until you hear a rustling from the foliage and trees to the left of you all, halfway through your journey into the grove. The collection of shrubs and bushes is thick enough that you cannot see what is causing the disruption, but you can hear footsteps, crunching leaves and branches, thumping hard against the forest floor. Only a moment later, you hear more noise. Oh my god, I love you guys so much. Only a moment later, you hear more noise, more shuffling, and it becomes clear that there is far more than one being on the other end of the foliage. However, after a second of steady silence, you hear a voice. A soft voice. It is hushed, as though whomever is talking is trying their best to whisper. And you hear them say, "Don't look it in the eyes." The voice is familiar. Incredibly, confusingly familiar. Especially to you, Andromeda. But all of you can recognize who is speaking. And a second later, they speak again to say, "No, don't touch it." And the exclamation is shrill and panicked, and you hear a sort of scampering, before there is a snapping of twigs and an unapologetically loud shout of a different voice that says, "Oi, I carved that myself. Give it back, you ugly bug thing." And you all recognize this voice even more than the last, but surely, hearing Zephyrus and Mud's voice in the middle of Golver Lagoon is the last thing you would have possibly expected.
Hold on. Hold the
Wait,
fucking
is there
phone.
like a mimic? Wait.
My hands are like shaking.
No,
What?
is there mimics? Are there
How?
mimics in this forest?
What the fuck?
There
Is
are
Andromeda
things
know-
that can mimic like human
Are there
voice, but,
things
you wouldn't
that do
know how to
mimic voices?
Would I know that?
I will say,
What's never been here before?
I will say, in the last episode, or in the first episode of
There
season
was
3,
something that could mimic.
Wit, you asked Andromeda if there's anything in the forest that can mimic human voices, and Andromeda said that there are things that have human voices, but nothing that she knows of that can mimic human voices.
Yeah.
I see.
Besides that
That's
point,
even more
Andromeda
confusing.
stops the horse, gets off the horse, and pulls out her axe from behind her back, and she's just... Because she does not trust that it is them. She
Valid.
doesn't believe it's
I
them.
like have my hand I'm like, someone check if they're real. Julian, check if they're real.
Julian, you go.
Check if they're real.
Do we see them?
You
Are they
do not.
visible?
You only hear these voices from the other end of thick brush.
Wait, let me see. Do I have any?
You can push through the trees to go look.
Zephyrus!
Are you doing that? Are you saying it in like a whisper or like a shout?
I was saying like a whisper.
Okay. Nothing
think it's
happens.
I don't fucking know.
Mud!
Hey, don't they hit each other?
Shouts it.
You shout it?
Yeah.
The rustling that you heard stops. And you see these branches in front of you begin to
Which
push
daggers
back.
are out?
Valid. Push back. Arthros is as well. And so is Silas.
Everyone
Everyone has their weapons
recoiling
out.
back to
Everybody's
swing.
got their weapons.
I'm behind. I have gone behind Andromeda. at
Valid.
this point. I've removed myself from the.
You have your
And
bow.
now I'm
You have your bow and arrow on your back, but you're just like,
You're like,
which I,
Arya has her ukulele on, like guitar. She's
You
ready.
see the trees bend as though someone is pushing through them, and they crack and bend. And when you look forward, you see figures walking towards you. Multiple
What kind of
figures.
Stop!
Multiple.
Stop! Stop! Don't move any further! Don't move any further! Who
Wait,
goes there?
Figures. Who are the fucking figures?
describe the figures!
You see Mud in his full glory standing before you all. And out of the smattering of trees behind him crawls Zephyrus as well, pushing things out of his way with kind of crawling through as in like that.
Fair.
And more beings come out from behind them,
Hello.
from the bushes as they walk. And one by one, you see
Haley, swear to God,
Mud,
I swear their entire hair.
one by one, you
Not
see
totally daring to say.
Mud, Zephyrus, Wesley, Zophiel, and in his grip, in Zophiel's grip, pulling him along, Apollo.
Apollo!
I
The
love
gang's
Apollo.
all here!
They all
Julian's
stand...
gonna
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
click on his glasses. He's
Valid.
gonna go put on the.
They're real.
Valid.
I know
I'm
they're
gonna-
real.
I'll tell you how they look, and then I'll get to that. So they all stand before you, dressed in varying versions of their Ravenwood Academy uniforms. There are buttons undone slightly, ties nowhere in sight, and long trousers on,
Hold your
as
breath,
though
hold your
more
breath.
comfortable for travel.
Hold your tongue.
Mud's hair is braided back into a tight bun, and there are a few strands peeking out here and there, messy but charming in nature. He gazes at you all with wide eyes, mouth slightly ajar, and teeth so white in contrast to his green skin. Zephyrus looks to be a picture of neatness and composure. His shoulder-length hair is brushed through and straight, and not an ounce of frizz even in the humid air of the lagoon. He's probably used to it.
Sorcery.
Wesley is dressed in simple clothing, a large baggy black shirt with a few scattered holes torn through the fabric that could very well have been Silas's, and a pair of simple brown pants. Zophiel is standing ramrod straight, fully at attention, and body turned in such a way that speaks of readiness for whatever the source of your loud sounds were to be.
I love it.
And his wings are down and dramatic, hanging tense and poised. Apollo, directly beside him, wears clothing that looks Aviosis in theme. He's dressed in a dark, muted red tunic, along with dark pants and black boots, and they're the same clothes he wore when you all saw him at the door to the mysterious underground dungeon.
Cloak.
When you stole his cloak. Minus his
I still have it.
Minus his long cloak, of course. His long hair is pushed back behind his ears, and his brows are drawn forward in a frown. Most notable, however, is how worse for wear he appears than the last time you saw him. There's dried blood caked within his clothing, an aggressive amount beneath his jaw and along his collarbone and chest. His arms, though red, reveal wounds that seem to have scabbed over, smudged with crimson and dirt. There's a cut on his dark brows, and his bottom lip is split, along with his cheekbone, and surrounding one of his large eyes is a large fresh bruise, standing out in stark contrast on his ruby skin. There is a strip of cloth tied around his head and through his mouth to keep him from speaking. And his arms are locked behind his back, surely tied with some sort of restraint.
My boy tied up.
I fucking love my boy.
Zophiel's hand is
That's my
gripping.
man.
Zophiel's hand is gripping one of Apollo's arms so tight and roughly that his knuckles are white. They all watch you as they climb out, silent and awestruck.
Yeah.
Julian, do you still put on your glasses to look?
Yes.
Okay.
Indeed.
Roll a 2d6s for me. Mark it on
get
your
your bingo.
goddamn bingo card.
Get your bingo out.
Only if you get a 12 or a 1.
No, it's one of them is 2d6s.
Oh, 2, 6. Oh, yeah. Write it down.
Oh,
write
actually,
it down.
everyone has to roll.
Everyone rolls.
Oh, we're all rolling?
Everyone
No,
has
no,
to
no,
roll.
no, no, no.
On
No.
the bingo
No,
card.
no,
The
no.
bingo
That's
card.
the bingo card. So this doesn't count.
I
Do
saw
not
it.
write
And
it down.
everyone, the face of Vay, especially Vay and D, of the no sweet boy.
No, no,
I was like, ah.
8?
No.
That is exactly how.
No.
No, sweet.
No, sweet boy.
No.
When
Sorry.
you, Julian, when you flick your glasses on, the group of them do not look any different than they've always looked. There is no strange glow of a new magic. There is nothing that draws suspicion to you.
How's it look, Julian?
Julian using his magic seeing glasses is part of bingo.
Yep.
Mark that down.
Oh, let's go.
Thank you.
Sorry, continue.
I will say
Write it down.
that almost immediately after you do this, Julian, Silas is jumping off the horse and pushing forwards, and he is sprinting towards Wesley. And you hear him yell, "Wes!" with a voice so happy, so filled with mirth that it almost doesn't even sound like Silas.
Oh.
And he reaches for his brother and lifts him in the air in a solid spin before he pulls him to his chest and hugs him tight. And Wesley
Christ.
practically
That's okay.
squeals with delight and wraps himself around his brother with desperation, shutting his eyes and squeezing them shut to make
I'm
sure
gonna
that
cry.
Silas is really there.
Andromeda waits to see if Wesley like forms into a giant monster and eats Silas.
Arya does get off the horse. I think.
Juliet pulls up his
Valid.
glasses to his head and just it's them. It's really.
What the? What? Sophia?
John's gonna
Arlo
be
looks
like,
at Zephyrus.
Julian, are you sure?
Arlo looks at Zephyrus and it goes, you! Stand away
Zephyrus
from the
just
rest of the group. Stand away from the rest of the group.
And as you say this, it seems like Zephyrus was moving towards Andromeda, like with like kind of like a relieved smile on his face. But he hears you say this and he's like, "What?"
Are you aware that someone's been trying to pose as you to trick us? And
Someone
that
is wearing a thing.
Do you know that?
Not in so many words.
What do
Explain.
you know them in?
Well, Andromeda told me before in the prison that she was confused. She didn't know how I was there, and so I assumed something weird was going on.
Did you talk to me and
We
Arya in
never
the dorm
explained
room? Did you have a conversation with just
Yes.
me and Arya?
Yes, you were wearing a skirt.
Okay, we're good.
Did you have a
More
conversation
upset
with
detail.
everyone
Did you
else
run
outside
into
after you got school supplies?
Me, Theron, and Andromeda in the schoolyard?
No, I have all my school supplies. I don't need any.
Okay. So,
Arya looks over at Arlo and is like, "We got the real.
We got the real.
We got the real.
With the real one.
We got the real one."
Ooh, I touched the fake one.
I'm not convinced.
Oh, Andromeda.
What? Zephyrus just looks at you like, "What touched him? How?"
well, we're not sure yet.
On their shoulder.
Oh.
They flinched.
He like shakes his head and he like looks at you all and he's like, "Can I?" He like points at Andromeda, like he's
After, not me.
wants
Yeah,
to move.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
He like Zephyrus moves towards you in that moment, Andromeda, and his face is like dripping in relief at the sight of you, and he says, "Thank the really
She
okay."
jumps off that. She jumps off that horse.
He
biting through that man's arms.
he says thank the grove when he sees you, and he
Speaking of the grove.
moves forward kind of to like reach for your hands, as in that way that he's always been very like, "Oh, I will hold your hand," like sophisticated. Yes, marriage. And but when you pull him into a hug.
Yeah,
Okay.
just a big ass like
Friggin' bear hug him.
Bear
spine
hug.
crushing bone like bear hug.
Lifts
Like,
that
Valid.
man up onto his tippy toes.
spins him a bit.
And as you move forward
Fracture
towards
his
him, and
ribs
as
a little
he's
bit.
moving back towards you, you do notice in your like peripheral behind him, that Mud kind of moved to like walk towards you, but then he kind of like takes a step back and like looks down for a moment. And when you pull Zephyrus into a hug, his entire body like kind of tenses up a moment, but then he like almost like sighs in like relief, and he lifts his own arms and he like holds you tight. In that way that's like he puts his arms over your shoulders and squeezes your shoulders, not in like the intimate way of like wrapping them around your waist. It's like
So, is Zephyrus and Andromeda still hugging while this hug is happening? So it's all three of them hugging?
what?
No.
No,
Mud
I'm
is-
saying
Mud is
I was
not
saying
part of the hug.
Mud
Got
went
it.
to, and
Mud
then
went to
stepped back.
hug,
I
but
was
saw
confused for a
that
minute.
saw
Yeah.
Zephyrus.
I was like,
sorry.
while we were gone.
When did this
I'm
happen?
sorry.
When
Sorry.
did this development
Yeah,
Yeah,
happen?
we got some development.
I'm sorry.
Andromeda like pets his hair like a little bit and like
Mhm.
pulls back after a second, not to make him uncomfortable,
Valid.
Yeah.
and like just like pats him on the cheek. And she's
Mm.
like,
There's some fucky up shit going on with our house, dude.
He looks at you and he's like, well, you've been there?
Yes. Ghost town.
Wait a
Going
second.
now.
How are you guys here? First
Yes.
and foremost,
Yeah, what
this
the
entire
fuck?
group, how are you guys here?
Should we have
After
this
loving the
conversation
hell out
in the
of
middle of
that
this forest?
I don't know anywhere better to have it.
In the grove.
It's up to y'all.
I don't want them in the
Like
grove if they
bleeding
can't be
a
trusted.
lot.
Zophiel looks at all of you for a moment, and
Arya's also off the horse, walking towards Zophiel.
Valid. He like looks at you, Arya, and his face is very like, it's like business mode, like it's lacking a little bit of emotion.
He went into soldier mode.
And he's
soldier
like,
mindset, boy.
He's gripping tight still to Apollo's arm, as though like he is not letting go of this man. Also, I hate that this made me ship them, but I'm not gonna get into that. Anyways.
You're insane.
You're so real for that.
You are insane, is what you are. I love you.
Yes, I am a slut. We have covered that. So anyways, we've been new. So he's staring at you, and his brow is kind of furrowed, and he does look confused, as though like, what is the coincidence that we would find you in this lagoon of all places? And Apollo watches you all, and of course he cannot speak, and he can't really move much either. But his eyes are like fiery and like bitter, and they dart over all of you for a bit, and they do like kind of hesitate on Arthros, kind of like look her up and down, and then like move on. And Arthros, if you were to look at her, she is staring at her brother, just very like wide-eyed, and a bit of like sadness pulling at her features.
Is this the first time he sees Wit?
Yeah. He's in third. He's in third right now.
Oh, he's in third.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
In public, he's in third, behind closed doors, or with the people.
Big brain.
Sorry, just checking.
Sinshingo! In regards to your question, who was it that asked? Oh, it was
also wait.
Theron.
Theron's gonna take Arthros' hand.
Valid. Okay. In regards to your question, Theron, Zophiel looks at Apollo a moment and then back at you all, and he says, I made him talk, and he told me where to find a sphere.
Oh, you beat the shit out of him.
Where did you find a sphere?
Did you use a weapon, or did you just use your bare hands, man? Like, holy shit.
What it looks like now.
Zophiel kind of like shrugs his shoulder.
Detailed the torture.
Detailed the torture. He shrugs his shoulder, and he's like, a little bit of both.
Arya walks up to him and kind of just like puts a hand on his cheek and is like, "Are you okay?"
He doesn't really react to the hand on his cheek as he would before. Like, very much in the past, it was very much like he would kind of sink into a little bit. But he doesn't really react. He's very like withdrawn a bit, and he says, yes, I'm fine. Your fiance, and he looks at you, Andromeda, and says, told us we should start here in our search for you.
Well, you did a good job.
Yeah. Zephyrus is like, yeah, I figured you would come home, of all places, if you guys were going to 𝙬𝙗, so.
Andromeda, like, takes a step back. She's like, I am really that predictable on the inside.
Oh, it's understandable.
It's a good thing.
How did they know that we were going to 𝙬𝙗?
Are you asking him?
Yeah. I'm asking Zophiel.
Zophiel points at Apollo. And Apollo just, like, his eye twitches a little bit.
The torture part.
Andromeda's gonna, like, look at Mud.
Apollo didn't really know either, because he was knocked out while we all said we were going to 𝙬𝙗, unless Tobias told him later, or unless he watched the tapes, or, like, something.
Or Tobias told him before.
Yeah. It could have all been.
So Tobias just predicted that we were going to 𝙬𝙗.
I mean,
he had
said
he made very heavy hints to go back.
He said that he said to Andromeda that there was something waiting for her there.
I mean, he's the most
he kind of was an influencer in that moment. He influenced us.
He influenced us.
An influencer.
Influencer.
Wow.
Slay.
Andromeda.
Where else would we go? So.
Yeah. Andromeda's gonna look at Mud for the first time.
Valid.
And she, after like pulling back from Zephyrus and giving her a hug, and she's gonna like look at him and be like,
You came?
Say it.
Give
Say
it. Mud looks at you. Well, it doesn't really make sense in this circumstance.
But
I don't give.
I'll say it.
You cold.
Out of character, I'll say it in the accent. You cold. There you go. But
cold.
That's not actually what he's saying. You're welcome. Use that. Make a TikTok sound right now. Just kidding. So he looks at you and he gives you like the side of his mouth kind of like twitches up in like a worm smile for a second, and he nods and he says, had to make sure you were okay.
Thank you.
And you see him like close his eyes a moment, and then he like sighs, and then he leans forward and he like whomps you into a hug.
Yeah!
Like he pulls you aggressively against his chest, and he is squeezing.
So stiff for a second.
But he is doing it in the way that his arms are wrapping around your waist and pulling you.
Cry.
Yeah.
She like heads on back. She's like,
Little detail.
And you are small, of course, in comparison to him. You are probably like at his sternum. Your head is probably at his sternum, and he is like gripping.
she
you.
is the embodiment of guilt right now.
Aw.
Yeah.
I mean,
Baby, been through so much.
well,
She needed
And
this.
as the hug finishes, he kind of like, kind of like moves you forward and nods his head at you and says,
Right.
"You're all right then,
Oh, yes.
in one piece."
Last I checked. Lost a leaf.
I didn't notice, if that means anything.
Thank you.
She's like looking around at everyone.
So,
All I was just sitting here, like, looking right next to Andromeda like this.
Also looking like
Mud, as you look around to everyone, Mud looks around at everyone, and his eyes freeze for a moment on Elfie.
Ah.
And he looks at her, and he frowns a second, and he says, "You look so familiar. Have we met?" And Elfie kind of,
What the fuck?
sits up straighter, and she's like, "I don't think so. You do not look familiar to me." And she leans over to you, Arya, and she just goes, "Are they spies?"
no, he shouldn't be a spy.
Okay.
You're good.
And she just is watching Mud very warily, and
Arya
Mud,
also wants Mud.
valid. Mud just like kind of shakes his head and he says, "Sorry. Familiar face, I guess, maybe. I'm sure you get that a lot." And she's just like, "No, never." And he just awkwardly is like, "Right." And it's Zephyrus, for once, who kind of breaks the awkward tension of the moment. And he says, he like reaches out and grabs like your arm, Andromeda, and he says, "So you went home and you didn't find your family. What of Alder, your brother?"
Found him.
What?
He's currently attached to Ambrose.
What attached, like? What do you mean by attached?
Maybe we should just go and
I think you should
Show
see.
them.
Yeah.
show them.
It'd also be safer for further discussion in the grove compared to
Probably.
everything else that's in this forest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're losing daylight. We should get going.
Yeah.
So we don't have enough horses for everyone, but
Zophiel just kind of says, "We haven't been walking long. It'll be fine."
Did you just get here?
yeah.
Time is an illusion, but
Okay.
perhaps an hour or two ago.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Good.
You're all just looking at each other.
Oh right. Everybody.
Meanwhile, I will say, while you guys are like all having this awkward ass conversation, Silas is at the back with Wesley, and they're like, "Oh my god,
That's
Oh,
like,
you better get Wesley on that fucking
like
horse right
deep in conversation with each other, like musing about like everything, just like absolutely in conversation, ignoring all of you. They have not noticed anything that has happened in the background.
babies.
now. Arya is smiling.
I love Wesley.
Julian's been watching just those two. He's been mostly paying attention to those two.
While you're watching them, Julian, there is a moment when Wesley looks away from Silas and like meets your eye, and he just goes like, I love
I can't.
Anywho. So
Better get that baby on that
now
fucking
do
horse.
you
Get that
know
baby on that
why?
horse.
This is why I was laughing through my description of Golver Lagoon, because I was like not prepared for the next part.
I was not prepared for that.
I can't.
Please pull that.
I just like to remind everyone real quick
Yes.
the title of this episode.
Oh, more
No,
often.
Now
No,
look at the real estate that we're working with.
Wait, can we all make a
Stop
guess?
it.
'Cause it would be really, we should all make a guess, and we all could have to have different guesses.
Who you think's
if
gonna-
an NPC
I
dies? And
want-
I call
Who's gonna
Sophia.
die?
I don't
Like,
think anybody's
die.
going to die. I
Not
don't.
even
Write it
Apollo.
down on a piece of paper.
Oh
and
yeah,
then
write it
show
down actually. Yeah, write
And
it down.
then
It'd be
we all
fun.
show it if
At the
like,
end.
after-
Imagine
so
what
fun.
happens. Imagine what happens if
Alright.
no one dies. Then you all get to just have even more love for that person.
Okay. I'm
Cool.
writing.
I wrote my guess down.
Oh, he don't work.
Oh, he don't work. All right, I'm writing.
Give me another. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
It's so funny because Haley messaged me last night and was like, I want Mud back, bring him back. And I was like,
Bring him back.
I was like, oh, that's
I
up
was
to
on my
you,
knees.
sweetheart. just
I
Theo in
had
the
a
blur,
feeling.
lost
I had
to
a
the blur.
feeling. But I
Really?
didn't know it was gonna be this early in the episode, and I'm so happy. So happy.
Who do we think is gonna die?
My
Nobody's
boyfriend's
dying.
back and my fiance's here.
My boyfriend's back.
Back
And the guy that you flirted with
Oh.
briefly.
Do you?
Oh,
Oh my
no.
god! I almost
Maybe.
slipped up so many times leading up to this episode too, because I was like, I almost said to you guys when we were playing like dinos yesterday. I almost said like, oh, I'm working on like a Mud and Andromeda scene right now, and then I was like, I was like,
waiting for you to slip up.
and you did. I didn't. Listen,
So close.
The way
Goddamn.
I would have absolutely just, I would have turned off my computer. I would have gone. I would have laid down. You wouldn't have heard to me from me until today.
you would have been here like, I am ready.
I would have like Stardew Valley'd, like got up, went to bed immediately to skip to the next day over. Got up, went to bed.
It's Minecraft.
Yeah, so my
Just sleeps. Everything goes dark. Did you guys all write down?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Are we gonna share them or are we not going to?
At the
At the
end.
end.
At the end? Okay,
After
okay.
at the end of the episode.
Okay.
Did we
cool.
only write down like one guess?
I wrote
I wrote
one.
down
I
one.
think so.
I wrote down one.
Makes it spicy.
I'm guessing based off the title.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see if anyone has like similar guesses.
I want to just sit here and talk about theories for hours.
Don't worry.
Okay,
We
We're
gotta
getting
keep going.
there.
We gotta keep
We have
going.
episode.
Keep
We'll
going.
We'll just have another episode where we do
Listen,
that.
after this
Oh.
episode, you're gonna want a theory.
I think we
chapter.
should have just like an
No,
episode
I
a day
know,
where
I
we
just
talk
love
about.
I just
We
think
talk about theories.
I miss
know
you
that
guys so
I-
much.
just like this world is so good that we can just spend an hour in one spot and just go. It's
I
just so-
love listening to you guys theorize. It's one of my favorite things. So you know
Oh,
I'm
so
always
much
down for that.
fun.
So
Ravenwood lunch break where we just
Yes.
theorize.
I want to do that for like a podcast. So like for our podcast, like in between episodes, I want to do like us just like chatting about Ravenwood. So, like favorite scenes and like theories and things like that. Okay.
All right. I have
So-
my guess.
Awesome. So with this, I assume you all make your moves back to or towards the grove. Technically back to the grove.
I guess we're writing
Julian's gonna get off
horses and
of
then also-
the horse to make room for Wesley and Silas.
Oh.
Cute.
Silas helps Wesley up onto the horse, but he walks next to you as well, and just lets Wesley
Ooh.
have the horse by himself. And
Without
Wesley,
me.
Wesley is like thriving. He is
Are
like
you?
This is the best day of his life. He's on an
He's-
adventure.
he's
on a
like
horse.
stroking the horse's hair,
Theo?
and he's like patting him on the side. Theo,
I need you to know, when I was a child, all my sisters were like 10 years older than me, so they
Yeah.
were all dating when I was like a baby, like
Yeah.
Wesley's age. My sister's first day with one of her husbands, she has a husband, one husband.
what husband?
They took me
Love
on
that.
their first date to Chuck E. Cheese, and I remember being like, this is everything. I spent
Oh,
fucking
amazing.
to ever
It's
live
like-
the fuck out of them.
It's the
And then
found. It's the found family trope. A little
It
bit.
is. It feels.
Yeah.
That's the feeling.
It's so good.
Arya
so
like
Mama,
looks
eat Papa.
back at Wesley on the horse and is just like,
Wesley and Silas to me too. Oh, Wesley's just like,
Oh,
Oh,
Andromeda
yeah.
waves at him with a little finger. She's like to Wesley.
Arla like goes over to Adromana and goes like, things are going really well for them.
She was picking up real fast.
You see
He
him-
kept his promise, technically, even though he had nothing to do with it. He kind of
True.
kept his promise.
Yeah.
He did. It's sweet.
As a cute small thing, as like you guys start walking and stuff, Wesley takes such a fascination with the horse's ears, in the way that he's
Touch the ears.
like going like this to the ears because they're so soft.
And
And the horse does
What
not
the
seem to
fuck?
mind. He's just like,
This horse is the most patient horse in the
it's
history
like
of
it's like a
horses.
fidget toy. It's like a texture thing, you know. He's like, oh,
Right there, soft and fuzzy.
He's like,
I
ooh.
love that we
Boys
get to
are
write-
back.
I love that we get to write little neurodivergent kids enjoying
Yeah.
things. It makes me so happy.
That's how I am. I do
Yes.
that. I do that with
Giving
Sherlock's
neurodivergent
ears.
kids
So.
happiness, I'm obsessed with it. I need more of it.
He's just a
Boys are
baby.
back in town. The boys are back in town. Yeah.
Literally all the boys just came
Literally
out.
all the
Freaking-
boys.
Your
Oh,
entire
boys.
harem. Your entire
Yeah, it's
harem.
not-
is
you're
coming
Not
to
the
you.
entire harem. We're missing
And now you have to
Yeah.
put up with me in front of all of
Darian.
them.
Stone.
Yeah.
Okay, but
I do have
You literally just had sex the other night with a lady, like a random lady from the bar. Like, come on.
and you plan it on
And now
Oh
all
my
these
God,
boys
yeah,
are back, like,
Aaron.
what's happening?
She's part of it too.
We'll get there when we get there.
We'll get there.
Aaron's
Um,
like, this is far too much testosterone for me to be even close to.
Whoa.
She's like, I'm out.
I'm out.
I respect it.
I respect it.
So, Zophiel walks alongside you all, still holding on to Apollo. And Arthurus kind of watches her brother very, like, carefully as she sits back on the horse and stuff. Just kind of, like,
We're gonna
looking
be
at
riding
him warily.
Right next to Zophiel and
Valid.
Apollo.
Valid. And
Real close.
she, like, is just warily, like, constantly glancing over at him. But so, you all push forward. You push forward through more shrubbery and further in the direction of the grove, and surely you all feel a little bit more confident now, maybe, with such a bigger group. So many other hands in case of any danger.
Now.
Yeah, you're a large crew. Do you know how
You're a
stressed I am?
unit.
So many NPCs, it's fine.
got this.
Everyone follows along.
You splitting off into like 15 different people.
It's like the Doctor Strange thing when he does like
Yeah,
so
we're
many
like,
slices. Too many slices. Everyone follows loyally alongside and behind you all, and it's a symphony of sticks cracking under boots, soft grunts of frustration when anyone has to push a branch out of their way. There's leaves fluttering as they're kicked, and shifting and stirring of each of you as you push on. Yes.
Fine. I just remembered something that you said when they entered.
Yeah.
Did Mud lose one of his carvings or something that he had
Yes.
to one of the fucking like
the
grabby
things?
things? That's so funny.
That was
That's
the
so funny.
that was the scampering, and that was Zephyrus being like, don't
That's-
look at it, don't look at it.
Pointing it out.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing it out.
And that's
It's
why-
so, I didn't
No, I
even
was just
realize
thinking because I was trying to remember like what we were
Yeah.
walking in on, and
The little glow
First thing I
beast,
thought Mud
a
was
glow
trying to, like,
beast.
So funny.
catch
Valid,
it, like, just
valid.
to like
Yeah,
catch it.
Yeah,
But
no.
of course it stole something. And
A glow beast stole one of his little carvings from him.
that's so
So
That's so
funny.
funny.
That is amusing.
Thank you for pointing it
Yeah,
out.
tidbit.
So, it doesn't take long before you're all sifting through a group of trees and foliage and stepping out once more into that wide area of the lagoon, with the expanse of cerulean swamp bright and vibrant before you. And you see that stone path of rocks across the water once more.
Oh yeah, horses can't go across that. I'm a fool.
They're pretty big rocks.
Oh.
Like they're like wide and like placed kind of like a huge like bridge of sorts. So you could probably the horses could probably make
Okay.
it fine.
They got this.
They got this. And your heart kind of swells a bit with the familiarity and warmth of your grove again, Andromeda, as you know it to be just around the corner from this location. And as you all step out into the clearing, assumably, I assume, heading towards the formation of rocks to cross the bridge, you do hear a small splash come from the lagoon water, with a ripple forming before the same head of the
baby Doddle.
before the same head of the swamp siren. The swamp siren you'd only seen the day before appears once more. And it's
Oh,
the
it's
same.
her.
It's the same one by the looks of it. Hey! And she rises out of the water, but she rises out from directly below a lily pad. So as she searches, the lily pad just stays on her head.
So cute.
And she watches you
Julian
all.
jumps in.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
don't mind if I do.
I'm in. Go.
And she smiles at you all. That wide, long, and sharp smile that is always disturbingly shark-like. And she says, "You came back to see me."
Yeah.
We missed you so
I
much.
actually love her so much.
And she blinks and she says,
To
"You
see
bring
you
so many
specifically.
friends."
Andromeda's gonna turn to the now bigger group of new people, and she's like,
No.
Swamp Siren. Do not get water. Please.
she's gonna turn around.
Like, as in, like, please, that's a problem I don't want to deal with right now.
That was the energy. Was this is a problem I don't want to deal with right now.
The little siren, she's like looking over at everyone in the group, and her eyes stop on Zephyrus. And she says, "Oh, I recognize that one." And then she like turns her head, and Zephyrus like looks around nervously for a moment, and she says, "Always following around your supple brother."
Andromeda slowly looks at
This Siren's
Zephyrus.
about to out him. Oh my
The
God.
silence.
Okay.
You just see Zephyrus, like, his eyes drop to the ground, and he is avoiding everybody's look, like, everybody's eyes.
She
Arlo
reaches
is
out.
Everybody's staring at him.
Baby.
She's gonna squeeze his hand just very gently, like
Grab
a "I
Arya
know,
and
but
his
we're not gonna
stupid.
talk about it" kind of
Yeah.
thing.
I know, but this is not the time.
This is the time. And you hear the siren again, and she says, a little bit quieter, she says, "Just like your supple brother did with that other yummy man."
Tell us more. Tell us more.
What other yummy man? What's this? Maybe we can bring them back.
Dad.
Describe in great detail. I'd like to eat it
How
up.
Bring them
yummy.
back for you for a snack, maybe.
All food looks the same to me.
But
No, you like the supple ones better. Don't lie to us.
Sorry.
She looks at you, and she kind of is like, and like she blushes a little bit. As you say this, and Arthur's just like looks at you a moment, and then looks back at her, and the siren's just like,
No threat, darling.
"It's like you know me or something."
go
And
on.
she starts batting her lashes at you, Theron.
Keep it together, Siren. Keep it together. You got
Unintentional.
something here.
Together.
Come on.
I would like to get to know you better. Like what you saw when this one was following the other supple man that you just said.
You look supple too.
I
Wrong
appreciate that.
direction. Wrong direction. Back it up. Back it up.
She starts twirling a finger in her hair.
Is Wit right now, or is Wit Theron?
Theron.
No.
Theron.
Okay.
She's
been
twirling,
with her, like,
she's
a long
twirling
time.
wet, damp hair in her fingers, and she's like,
Do be trying.
This looks like seaweed.
"Yeah."
Darren, I told you not to flirt with the swamp siren.
I'm not
Did you
flirting
say?
with her, I'm
Did
trying
you
to get
say
information.
slut or swamp?
Arthros is
Siren.
right there. She's an assassin.
And
Kills the siren.
Starts bringing out her dagger.
a dagger
Wait,
into the
wait.
siren's head. Like,
She's like,
Honestly,
throws a
She
knife.
could
She
cut
could.
it off.
She
Anyway,
could.
anyway, let's get back to that later. Supple.
but
So-
about that other.
So what you're
supple
saying
person.
is you don't remember what the supple brother's supple person he was following looks like.
No,
Well
I
said.
know what he looks like.
Okay, what does he look like?
Supple.
More than supple.
Oh, tall.
Okay,
Any
anything else?
colors like, hair, eyes,
Arya is also batting her lashes,
face.
Long
but it
hair?
doesn't look. It looks like
It looks like an Yzma.
You're like blinking and like,
it's like he's not.
She.
You don't know what the purpose is of batting lashes, but it seems to
A
be
really
something
loud
he likes.
noise every
It's more
time
of
you
a fear
blink your
response
eyes.
than like a seduction.
She looks at you and
Are
she
you
says,
seeing it right now?
"Conversations should be an exchange. What is in it for me? A snack, perhaps. I would take the bird on your shoulder." And she points at you, Andromeda, at Notos.
No, not Notos.
Not a chance, bitch.
Anything else
she keeps
that you
smiling.
would be interested in?
Oh, the big green one?
No.
And
Chance.
Mud's just like, not that big.
Oh.
I mean,
And
He deserved that. He deserved a little bit of the hype.
He did.
He said so many L's.
Big boy. Big boy.
Love him.
I want a big boy.
want a
That
big
song
boy.
is made for them.
sorry,
Okay,
it
let me
definitely
see.
does.
What do we have? Do we
What
have
do
any
we
food in our
have? That's
pockets?
like flesh.
Mhm.
Well, she
Do we have
doesn't
any
like jerky. I tried throwing jerky at her and she didn't like it.
No, but fresh. Do we have any like?
Fresh animals. She wants them live.
Andromeda's gonna ask,
Do you like trinkets?
What kind?
I have a shell.
Oh.
She like crosses her arms over her chest.
Okay, picky. Damn.
Do you like shiny crystals?
She like tilts her head for a moment. She says, "What kind?"
Shiny
There.
ones.
Theron's going to pull out one of the red crystals from his bag and show her.
She looks at it and she says, "I cannot reach that river. Give to me."
First, what does the supple man look like? Conversations go both way.
She blinks and she says, "Tall, short blonde hair."
Short blonde hair.
Short blonde hair.
Tobias.
And she
Tobias.
thinks for a
Eye
moment
color?
and she says, "Sometimes blue, sometimes pink."
Okay, eyes. Eyes.
Nice.
Alright.
Anything
We're getting
else?
something.
You did
Do
say
you ever
cannot-
hear any of their conversations?
No, but I saw them kiss once.
Well, that would put
Was
that
it
there.
confirmed before, Andromeda?
Like a kiss or like making out.
Does Arlo ask that?
He said it quietly, but I don't
I love the idea. I love the idea of him just like, was it kissing or like what's it?
Yeah.
was there tongue?
Was
Is
there
it
tongue?
Was
Yeah,
tongue
like,
involved?
huh.
Was tongue
Was
involved?
tongue
How long?
I'm trying to imagine it. I can't see.
Arlo's here for the gays. Listen.
Picture, oh my
As
god.
they
That's
should.
also
As
like-
they should.
Anything
As
else we should ask?
They should.
She's just smiling.
I feel like she's more than earned her crystal.
Yeah, how much information more can we get out of her?
I mean,
before it's a waste.
Like
of
she said, she couldn't get to this river before. So I feel like we could get one more thing.
Got any more crystals?
What would you like to know?
Did the short blonde hair guy ever go into the grove?
Good question.
Really good question.
It's a good question.
She thinks a moment and says, "No, not the short blonde hair.
Is there one with another length of hair?
Long hair.
Long hair. Okay.
Long white hair?
Yes,
And
He
he
went
went
into
into
the
the
grove?
grove.
yes, with your supple brother. And then he left, but no supple brother.
Wait, so there's another guy and then there's Zephyrus?
Did you ever see these two
There's
kiss?
Tobias and the white hair and wait.
The long white hair and the
Either Tobias's
Brother.
true
How many
form
guys
or
was your
Rain.
brother freaking racking up, Andromeda?
So many.
Well, look at
Oh,
Andromeda. She's
It
living
runs
in
in the family.
Apple
alright?
tree, okay?
Apple
Apple
tree.
tree. Tree apple.
Got me
Runs in the
there.
fam.
Apple.
Runs in the family.
Okay, so
I'm assuming Tobias is also the long hair guy,
Yeah,
but that's just like
yeah.
his true form because
But
he said I
that
showed you my true
form
form.
has
And
been into,
That has
grove.
been into the grove.
Grove.
But I thought that
Yeah.
would
But
have
then-
like some sort of protection.
but then it left
Not
without
so.
Alder.
Maybe
Yeah,
it had a
and
protection
so Alder-
against
Alder went.
Tobias's form.
Yes.
But not
Rain,
to change
his
the
own
form?
actual body, right? Not the one, not Tobias, not possessing Tobias, but his own
When
Rain
did you
actual
see-
body.
What
the
was
fuck?
able
When
to.
did you see that happen by any chance? When long hair guy left without Alder from the grove?
Oh, so many days.
So many days ago. A while back. Okay.
So many.
I guess they don't really have a concept of time.
Fair. That's a fair point.
Enough that I feel as though the memory is slightly blurry in my mind.
Yeah, so it's been
So a while ago.
maybe like a year ago.
Crystal.
Yes, you more than I did.
And she goes,
So cute. I love her.
I love her so much.
But I imagine she has like sharp.
oh
like,
yeah.
Little claws.
Her nails
You
are
just hear the
long
little
and sharp. You just hear click, 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 click.
click, click, click.
It's like,
Listen, Siren, what is your name? Sadie, relax.
name.
What are you called?
Oh! And she points at
Sorry,
the...
Sadie.
You're good. she points at the lily pad on her head and she goes,
Lily.
yes.
Sadie. Oh my God. Sorry.
She's so baby for real. She sounds like
So
a little hound
She's
dog.
literally giving a hound dog right now.
so cute.
She really said copper emoji.
Baby.
She did.
Oh,
I love her.
I know, I
I'll
can
hear her
hear
bark
her.
anytime and give her a smooch for it.
Yeah, she's so soft.
Love her.
She baby
Little
emoji.
babe.
Oh my
Little
God.
baby.
Oh my
Say
God,
day.
Sadie.
She can
Sadie,
bark.
babe.
Let her speak. She wants to talk.
Also,
Let her
it's
train.
hey, just so you know, it's also not that loud. We can just barely hear.
No.
Yeah,
it.
yeah. You're good, you're
It's
good.
very like muffled.
It's yeah.
It's not like we
she's-
like hear Sherlock where it's like
She's whisper barking.
it's very quiet.
Her barks are
You're
beautiful.
good.
It is a symphony that I long to hear.
She's a Sadie
Oh,
lady.
there she goes. Anyways,
Yes.
thank you,
Lily.
Lily. Here's your crystal, and he's going
Toss it.
to toss
So-
it.
Yeah,
Good
don't
idea.
let her-
Like underhand, like
He's going to walk
I
over
really
and
wanted
hand
to,
it
like,
to
hand
her.
And hand it to her like a gentleman.
just leans over and then whap.
And she just grabs you instead.
It makes like a little
Whap.
as it hits the water and it starts to sink, and you just see her like dive down, and you see her tail flap in the water, and it's like this greenish. It's like a mint green. It's like a
Oh, it's
greenish
like a
like
tail.
sea foam color, and it's got like very jagged fins on the end as she dives under.
Beautiful.
Does she have
I
like a little,
actually
like,
love.
does
I
she have
need
the
you to
little
draw
glowies?
this. I
I'll
need you
draw
to draw
her.
Lily.
I'll draw her.
Please. I
Does
need
she
to
have
see
like
her.
the little glowies or does she not?
It's
Little
yeah.
glows.
She has like, you know how
Because I imagine they're like deep sea.
yeah, it's
But
like
they can-
that the fins that like kind of like do like that little like
She's
that
in the
really
river.
squiggly,
Swamp.
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
they have like bioluminescent kind of like
Oh,
bits on
that's
it.
so cool.
That
Love
in
it.
the like at
Love.
night they would glow, but they're not glowing like currently.
Right now. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cute.
He's so
first
cool.
thing, well, I would be romancing this freaking siren. I don't care.
It was literally like self-indulgent to
Our
put her back in because I really love her.
I love her so much.
I
her
totally
name is
so
Lily.
romancing her. She's so sweet.
She's so cute.
Lily.
Hi, Lily.
Okay, that was delightful.
She-
yes, nice.
She
always
does
nice
not.
To see you, Lily.
She does not come back up. She's wherever
She's
she's gone. She's gone somewhere
She's
with that
enjoying her
crystal.
crystal.
Yep,
She's
she
taking
really
it to her
is.
little treasure
crystal.
trove of
She's done.
bones and
She's
shiny
tapped out.
things.
She's thriving. She's thriving.
The Irish pride.
Living her best life.
Right,
She
everybody
said
gets
that
to-
was enough mental stimulation for me. Crystal time.
She needs some enrichment class.
My
time
healing
and
crystals.
Closure.
Yeah.
Closure.
Her healing crystals.
Closer.
I love her.
So
I have some money. I could give one. I figured that's fine.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
you
fair.
have a ton. You can
Yeah,
grab
can I-
another
If
you.
you had to.
Wait. I'm so sorry.
you're good.
My groceries just got here. Can
Oh, you're
I?
good. Yeah,
Can we take
go
like
ahead.
a 10-minute
I was
break
actually
so
gonna ask
can
because I want to
play?
go make food really quick, like a 10.
Yeah.
10.
Maybe 10, 15?
15? We can do
Up to
15.
you. I can do 15.
Let's do 15.
15? Okay.
15?
So
I think that's a good time.
And now's a good like
So
stopping point
So
before we enter
he's
the
almost
outbreak.
6 o'clock our time, 3 o'clock, and
55.
55?
55. About 55.
Before 15.
Oh,
Right.
Do we do 15 or 10?
I thought we
Okay.
were going to do 15.
Yeah.
57. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was trying
Well,
to do
just,
math.
well,
in
why
my-
don't
58.
we
Dumb.
round up to the
59.
hour?
Yeah, or that. It's 44
We'll
now,
just
so
round
yeah.
up to the hour to make it easy.
Okay, so 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then
6,
3 for us.
3,
Four
and 4.
4.
Yeah.
4 for.
Okay. Chat, get your
Yeah.
snackies and your nommies and...
I need to
we'll
get some
see
more
you
water.
soon.
Go get your water.
Water.
Yeah.
Go get some
I need
aqua.
like-
Wawa.
Or Lily.
Hello,
keep control.
chat.
You can't, man.
Hi.
We're back. We back for real, for real. Alright, let me
You
scroll
are
up
so correct.
in my notes.
We are
Back. We are so back right now.
We are the most.
So
I got
we're so back right now. So back right now. So, let's get back into it. You continue on, crossing the bridge, the stone bridge, without issue. And you round some more shrubbery. Let me move my mic closer because I moved it away. You round some more shrubbery and bushes and vines, and you can see that you are close to the grove once more. Everything in its vicinity is glowing with that same golden hue, bright and shimmering and effervescent in the shadows of the lagoon. The long leaves and vines of gold come into view once more, forming that ever so familiar wall. And once again, Andromeda, you are standing outside of your home on the other end of the front door once more. And with this, what do you all do from here? Are you more hesitant or are you more confident going forward this time?
I'm more confident, but a little like, So
Back into the trough.
walks in.
How is Zephyrus looking?
Into the fray.
Zephyrus, almost like right before you guys walk in, he like stops in his tracks a moment and like kind of closes his eyes a second, takes like a really deep breath almost to like steady himself before he like nods and then begins to walk forward, just almost preparing for whatever he might see on the other end.
Once they like get inside, like initially like everyone gets into like the entrance kind of area, she like turns and like with like a grandiose arm gesture, she's like,
Welcome to me and Zephyrus's home, everyone.
Aw, you included Zephyrus. You're so wholesome for real.
Oh, thank you for welcoming us.
This sounds like you're having like a housewarming party and like, you're all like welcoming us to your guys' like house or something.
it's only polite. It's only polite.
It's only polite.
Welcome. Come see my trauma.
It was more to
see my
the
trauma.
everyone who hasn't been there before.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So with that, when you push through this wall of vines and tumbling leaves, you entered the grove once more. And perhaps there's a bit of relief or heavy bitterness, bittersweetness more so. But everything looks the same as when it did when you left a day ago. The meadow within is still glowing with brightness as though kissed by the sun, and pollen and golden dust still float and hover around each of the small willow trees that line the wide expanse of land. The large tree in the middle of the sphere of willow vines is still aglow and intact, and at its roots still sits that same frail figure, your brother still wrapped within the arms of the tree. And perhaps you were hoping to enter and see him awake on his feet, and surely the sunken weight of your heart at seeing him there, unmoving again, is enough to sting your eyes and clench your gut once more, Andromeda. But, as you all kind of walk into the grove once more, Silas and Wesley kind of hang back a fraction, staying pressed to one another's side. And it seems like Silas is bending to slightly, like, mumble something to his brother, maybe filling him in on everything that's been going on, everything about the grove. And Zophiel hangs back as well, but he does gaze at the sight before him with a note of awe across his concentrated expression. And he is, of course, still holding tight to Apollo's arm, and his grip tightens whenever Apollo attempts to yoink his arm free. And Arthros hangs by your side, Wit. But her eyes stay on you, Andromeda. On you, Andromeda, as though watching you carefully, maybe in case you need a shoulder to cry upon or a hand to hold. Awaiting, like, a moment to strike and be there for you. Elfie remains at your side, Arya, but she stays quiet and observant, almost as though she is simply taking in every scene she possibly can for what it is. Mud stands to the side of you all, and his eyes are wide, taking in the sight of so much golden light, of so much brightness and wonder. He looks entranced, to say the least, and Zephyrus looks as though he's on the verge of breaking. His mouth is kind of set in this firm line, and his shoulders hang weakly, and his eyes are watery. And you see his eyes kind of like lock onto the figure that sits beside the tree before they dart to you, Andromeda, almost like looking for reassurance or anything, just searching you for like anything.
She like takes a hold of his hand and like kind of holds it in her hands like reassuringly.
Mm-hmm.
She's like,
I know it looks scary, but he's still there. Sort of.
And he looks down a moment and then looks back up. He says, can we go see him?
Yes.
Okay.
she like holds him by the hand and
Well, he follows like diligently behind you. The rest of you, do you follow them or do you hang back?
Probably hang back.
Yeah, I think
Valid.
Yeah, it's gonna let them have their moment
Yeah,
if they need
if
it.
they call for them to come, then they'll follow. But for now, they're just letting them have this moment.
Sorry, my thing's
we're gonna hang back here. We're just
Right,
gonna
hang
hang
back
back
here.
here.
Let the
Yeah,
fiancés do their
through.
little grovey things and
Taking my fiance to see my brother, who's his crush.
Oh,
Who's
Um,
attached to a tree,
family
who's
tree
powering our
is
lifeline.
something.
You know.
Yike.
Normal
It's supposed to
Tuesday.
be you.
Normal
question
Tuesday.
mark.
It's at the same time, D.
Wait, you said
I
that?
said it's a Tuesday at
What
the
did you
same
say?
time.
Why did we choose
Normal
Tuesday?
Tuesday.
It's a regular old
You're like,
Tuesday.
Average Tuesday.
Okay.
Same brain, same
Yeah, it's a
brain.
very average day of the week. It's a very Tuesdays and Thursdays. Like what's going on?
It's just nothing happens on a Tuesday. Nothing.
Apparently, lots
Heat of
does.
the moment.
Apparently,
It was a
true.
deed of the moment.
telling you
So-
about my
Yeah.
day.
Tell us more.
As you approach
There's more.
Andromeda and Zephyrus, as you both walk up to the tree towards your brother again, you note that he is still... You okay, Jamesy? Just shutting camera off for a moment. Eating? Nomming? Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. You note that he's still hunched in the same position as he was when you left him. He still looks just as graceful and handsome as he ever was, even when entirely unconscious, and at the mercy of a godlike tree. But he lays there, unmoving, so unmoving that he is not breathing anymore. His body does not rise and fall. He is simply still, frozen, a stagnant being tangled in the roots. If it wasn't for the lively glow in his eyes, he really would look like that of a corpse. And as Zephyrus sees him, you can see his throat bob for a moment around a hard swallow before his eyes kind of dart in every direction, taking in the entirety of the scene with an agonizingly shocked expression. And without removing his eyes from Alder, he says quietly, so he's not dead?
No.
But he's not breathing.
Are we're standing like kind of at the...
I imagine like at the foot of like where he is, yeah.
Here. She's gonna like reach forward and like touch Alder on the chest to see if we get him breathing again.
And as you do, as you place your hand there, you feel his chest rise again. And it like rises almost for like a long breath, as though like he hasn't breathed for a while. And it lets out solidly, like just softly. And you hear Zephyrus take a steadying breath in the background, like at the sight of it. And he nods and says, how did this happen? I don't understand.
I do not know how this came to be, but somehow he came back here after the rupture, I'm assuming, and landed in this predicament. Did you feel a sharp pain in your chest a few days ago, like your heart was stopping?
He frowns a moment and like slowly nods. Yes.
So that was when I found him, and I pushed him to see if he could wake up, and the root in his heart moved, and all of us died for a second. Like me, you, and our families, because his life force is powering ours.
Well then how do we get him out?
Good question.
Of course. Sorry. I don't know.
I wish I knew. But here, give me your hand.
He slowly lifts his hand and, like, gives it to you.
She's gonna, like, gently take it and move it to press it to Ambrose.
He does so.
She's gonna touch it alongside him. And say, she's gonna say, like, Alder?
And you feel that presence again. And you specifically, Andromeda, feel that presence of, like, your brother hugging you again, the way that it felt the first time you put your hand to the tree.
Ouch.
Sorry. Zephyrus just seems to, like, frown, and he, like, looks at you for a moment, as though he feels something too, but maybe not what you're feeling.
What do you feel?
Nothing.
Alder, hug Zephyrus too.
Fucking tell him!
She's growling.
You feel, like, in your chest almost this, like, spark of, like, adrenaline that, like, you would usually feel when it comes to, like, rebellion. Like, not listening to people's direct orders, anything like that. And you feel, like, that little twist and that little, like, spark jolt through you.
She's frozen in that position.
No!
I thought she was just staring the tree down.
I thought so too.
Wait, I also
like,
did really wow.
I was like, dang.
What a
She'll
moment.
be back soon.
That's
Also,
perfect.
pretty
It's
cool,
perfect.
like, pose for
I
this
love
to
that.
also be for
It's like
us,
that moment that you were gonna do a
It is.
task and then somebody asked you to do the task and you're like,
No.
actually,
No,
no.
I don't want to.
Ah, you're back!
Hey!
Hey!
We thought you were
got frozen
staring
in
down
11
the
pose.
tree.
You were like,
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were just that angry.
You're
We were
like,
like, yeah.
We're
Tell
like-
the tree.
I was
You
about to
fucking
say
tell him,
something.
Andromeda.
I was
You
about
were
to say
going.
something, and then everyone just stopped blinking, and I was like,
We're like,
Fuck.
yeah,
everyone's enraptured right now.
Oh, no.
We were. I mean, we were like.
I mean, we
Yeah.
are
was like-
enraptured right now.
That was
I
like
am.
2 hours before that happened again, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, that's good.
honestly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Uh-oh.
You're good. You're good. It's no big deal.
It should be better by the time everyone.
You're
it's
fine.
off.
It's literally fine. You're Gucci.
So he just was like being like, no.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. She's like,
Alder, he has gone through a lot. Please just say hello.
You feel this, like, mock, like, offense in the way that you could imagine your brother literally just saying to you, like, well, so have I. Like, what does that mean? like that kind of vibe. And Zephyrus is just like,
This is such a good sign that he's being so sassy right now. God.
he has his personality still. Andromeda takes her hand off the tree and turns to Zephyrus and is like,
I thought this was going to be a lot more heartwarming.
she doesn't laugh. She's like,
he just, like, nods and, like, frowns, and he's like, he takes his hand off, and he's, like, holding his hand, and he's like, this is about how I expected it to go. So. I'm gonna. It's fine. I'm gonna take a second. And he kind of just, like, shakes his head, and he starts walking down away from the tree, kind of in the direction of, like, where he knows his, like, family grove to be. And he's just, like, beelining it. Like, he looks, his position, like, his shoulders are tense and, like, hunched, and he does not look happy. And so it is just you standing there now with the tree.
Can we see Andromeda? Like, see Zephyrus walking away from Andromeda from where we're standing at the edge of the
but something
opening?
you do see as well is Mud walking to Andromeda.
Oh, slay.
Arya, like, takes a step forward and then sees Mud and is like...
Steps back.
She is just taking a step back, but just, like, her eyes are, like, melting into the back of Mud's head.
Valid.
Like, do not fuck this up.
Don't make this worse.
If you make this worse, I'm coming for your left shoe, buddy, and I'm gonna guess what? Shit it!
He's got this.
You see
He's got this.
Walking over to
Hopefully.
her.
He got this.
And it's a few silent moments. Andromeda. Are you okay?
Sorry, I just realized that this is a possibility of Alder meeting Mud for the first time, and I'm really excited.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I just got really excited.
Like they did in that dream that you had.
The prophecy.
The prophecy is true.
It's true.
Her back is turned to him too. She's still facing the tree, and she just looks pissed off. Like,
Valid.
dude, this is my fucking fiance. Who has a crush on you? Come on.
Meanwhile,
Stop.
Alder internally, which you can't hear, is just like, he has a stupid name.
Giggling.
It's a stupid
I
name.
don't like him.
Well, I don't like him. And you hear the footsteps, Mud's heavy footsteps through like the grass towards you, and you feel his presence at your side, and he kind of just walks up and just stands there. And it's a very cinematic moment. It's just the two of you standing beside one another looking at the tree. And he doesn't speak at first, kind of takes a moment, like looks at you a second, realizes that you look a little bit like irritated, before he like clears his throat, and he says, you found your tree then? And your brother?
Yeah,
For what it's worth, I'm sorry this is how you had to find it.
honestly, and I feel like I expected much, much worse. I mean, not much worse with my brother, but at least my other family is supposedly alive.
He nods, and he just kind of watches the ground for a moment, and he doesn't speak for like several moments, before he then kind of like glances at you again, and he frowns as though he's kind of noticed something, before he like turns and very slowly he moves a hand towards your neck and wraps a finger around the necklace and like pulls it up and like is looking at it to the point where it's just resting, like the wood carving is resting on his palm.
I got butterflies.
And he just holds it there, and of course it's still wrapped around your neck, and he smiles at you, and it's warmer than any of the smiles he's given you in like a very long time, but it is also kind of, there's like a little twinge of sadness in it, but he says softly, I hope this one sufficed in the meanwhile.
It was always more than enough. Do you want to say hi?
He like looks and he's like, sure. And he
She like looks down at him, like looking at holding the necklace.
Oh, he just like drops it and like steps back, and then he like, you see him like straighten out his like dress shirt, and like he's like as like, oh, meeting the family, okay, all right. And he like slowly like turns towards the tree and like puts a hand through his hair, and, like his bun is still like intact, it's fine, but he's just like, what do I do?
Try putting your hand against it, the big tree. I don't know if you'll feel anything.
Okay.
But it might be nice.
And he steps forward.
Ambrose, by the way, our big god tree. But my
an A name, like yours.
Yeah. But my brother's soul is currently in it, so.
Oh.
Alder. Another A name.
Lots of A names. All right. He like slowly steps forward, like carefully around like Alder, and then like places his hand on the tree and like looks at you for reassurance for a moment before he like kind of closes his eyes a second. And he stands there for a minute before his eyes open, and he like frowns, and he's like, I think he's laughing at me.
She's gonna put her hand against the tree.
Alder.
You feel this like bubble of like laughter in your chest.
Are you being nice?
The light of the tree dims in the way that you guys have kind of garnered from the last episode to mean no.
She's gonna like whisper just so quietly.
Don't embarrass me.
The only word that comes to your mind, and it is like bubbling with laughter, is the word green.
He is an orc. Half-orc.
She's gonna lean around the tree to the other side.
He's like,
What is the other half?
oh, magic human.
Cool. Magic human.
Cool! Bingo board, cool!
Mark it down.
Mark it down! Adorable.
We've already got bingo, but it's gonna be blackout by the
We gotta
end
keep
of this
going.
episode. We're
Gotta
gonna
keep
get all
going,
of
gotta
them.
keep going.
It needs to be a blackout. You're
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
It's gonna be.
He, unlike Zephyrus, like, Mud doesn't seem perturbed by this entire thing. Instead, he's kind of smirking a little bit, as though, like, it's kind of amusing. And, like, he almost feels with his hand there, like, he's making a good impression, but in the way that's, like,
It's still,
goofy.
like,
Yeah, it's still, like, goofy,
there,
like,
yeah.
kind of...
Hey.
Like, yeah, like, whoa.
Like, hey, here's my fiance again, and then
Yeah.
here's my ex-boyfriend
Yeah.
also right afterwards. That's
Which I'm sure
different.
Alder can tell and probably finds that amusing as well, that it is your ex-boyfriend of sorts.
If he thinks the name Zephyrus is funny, then I wonder what he thinks about Mud.
Mud.
Literally
Yeah.
Mud.
It just works. It just works so well.
And he kind of like removes his hand a moment, then he like smiles at you for a second, Andromeda, and he says, thank you for trusting me with that.
Of course. Thank you for saying hello to my tree brother.
Yeah, well, I've seen weirder things, so not any are coming to mind right now, but I'll think of them.
Okay.
Do you want some time alone?
Yes.
Okay. Right. I'm gonna go over to the angry bird and the scary guy that's tied up. And he starts to walk over there.
She's gonna say before he fully gets out of range, and she's gonna be like,
Mud.
He turns back around and he says, yes.
Can we talk later?
He like nods silently and says, yes, I would like that.
Thank you.
And then he turns and he like speed walks down over to the rest of them.
Awesome.
Over towards Zophiel and Apollo, and Zophiel, when he sees Mud beelining it back towards him, he just looks exasperated, as though like this is the longest he has wanted to be in Mud's company, and he is continuing to be in Mud's company.
Zophiel?
Yeah.
I thought they were bros.
he looks the type of way.
Yeah.
He talks
valid.
a lot. I mean,
Valid.
he put a cloth over Apollo's mouth, so he thinks he's he's a little irritated. With this, what is your guys' plan from here?
I have a question.
Yes.
The only thing we have left on the bingo board is
Wait.
days since Andromeda cried, chat gets off topic. Have we got off topic yet?
Yes.
That makes
Probably.
sense.
Yes, we have.
All right. Rolling 2d6s. M bringing me something.
Yep.
Saying valid.
I think that
I'm
Boss said
sure
it.
that I've said
I'm
that.
sure
we
said
said
valid.
I had
He's
it. I
probably
had
said
it written
valid
down.
at some point.
That's
I
my
had it written
vocabulary.
down. So, which one?
Oh, you
No
haven't
new
met.
NPCs.
no
No,
new
like
NPCs.
lore that feels big enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
don't
then
worry.
rolling one.
You'll get
Cool.
those ones. You'll get those ones.
Yay.
Sick. Thank you.
Andromeda.
That's all we have left.
I assume that you want to have a conversation with your brother before you guys head off.
She's mostly just kind of sitting near him as much as she can. Would she be able to like reach his like hair if
Yeah.
possible? If she
Mhm.
kind of sits, she like intertwines like around the roots in a way that won't like jostle them, and
Yeah.
she's kind of sitting there for like the next like 30 minutes or so, just quietly. She's like braiding his hair, she's fixing his clothes, like just kind of like. And in a way, it seems she's kind of like, from like an outside point of view, her whole kind of energy shifts. It's like she's reverting back to her like comfort coping mechanisms from when she was living in the Grove.
Right.
She's like kind of braiding his hair. She's humming this like lullaby he used to hum to her when she would have nightmares, and she is like kind of chattering like idly about like the stuff that's going on. She's talking about Handburn, how much she would love it there. Just other things that has happened. She talks very lightly about the Cave of Whispers, what she saw, which she kind of knows now. And she's just kind of filling him in. At one point, she reaches into her bag and she pulls out a shell she got from him in Handburn. And it's just this very light gold looking shell that almost the same color as his hair. And she turns his palm outwards and she like puts it in his palm for him to hold. She's just kind of spending time with her brother while she can. In a way that feels comfortable to her.
Valid.
So,
the entire time that you are doing this, you feel the energy from him that he is at, like, he is in a state of absolute like relaxation. Like he just feels so comforted by your presence, and this like melancholy feeling of like desperation to not be alone again that comes through with your presence there, as though he's like so grateful that you are there and that you are staying there beside him for a little while. And from there, what do you do?
After like feels like enough time has like passed, she's going to lean over and she's gonna give him a little kiss on the forehead and kind of smooth back his hair that she'd made all nice and neat again after laying out there. And she's gonna stand up and she's gonna give like a firm nod, like she doesn't want to go, but she knows it's time to go. She's gonna press a hand to the tree and say, I'm going to go now, but I'm going to fix this.
And you feel a sort of desperation in response to that, whether that's to you saying you're gonna fix it, whether that's to you saying that you're going, you're not sure, but there is this just agonizing like desperation that you feel in your heart.
I understand. Just hold on just a little bit longer, please.
And the lights glow bright in response to this. The lights, the vines glow bright and golden, as though he's agreeing with your sentiment.
She gives another nod, wipes a little tear away, and she's gonna...
0 days!
It was already back to 0 at that point. It's already been 0.
Think
this was the same day.
Yeah, same day. You're right. Yeah.
You're right.
It has been 0 hours since
0
Andromeda
hours
has
or,
been-
like,
0
0
hours.
minutes.
Great days.
When Andromeda like starts to get up, I think Arlo is probably watching her and then sees her like start to like wrap up and probably has kind of been waiting to see when that would be and to like kind of start walking towards to just be there if she needed it and kind of like looks up as probably you're saying goodbye and the light is glowing and probably kind of like looks over to Andromeda and is just like, I wish he could come with us soon.
He would love all of you.
Wait, say that again. Can I hear you?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Oh, you're turning up.
she
I got
just-
you.
She just said, he would love all of you. Very much.
What do you think his favorite part of 𝐸𝐲𝐢𝐿 will be?
Ooh.
Good question.
Probably the ocean as well.
Is he a good swimmer?
Yes, very good. He taught me how to swim.
He maybe should teach me too.
He just grabbed me and threw me in the water and said, "Swim,
Oh.
swim."
Did you sink?
I'm here.
Oh, that's impressive.
Arya behind Arlo, her face is just like,
Just imagining like younger Alder being like, swim, swim.
I wonder if that will work for me.
I also have a question too.
Hazel
about,
in your mind is like, don't you do it. Oh,
No.
Yeah.
Does it look like when we were yesterday when we were like up close with Alder, does it look like to Andromeda that his hair has grown or his nails have grown or any sign that his body's functions are still growing, or is he like
No,
frozen in time?
It's almost like he's frozen in time. Yeah.
Okay.
Like his hair
It
is
was
the
really- yeah.
same as when she like last saw him. Maybe a little bit longer because he was missing for a little
It's
while.
been
For a
a little
bit,
yeah.
But otherwise like
Okay.
his nails are normal.
Not
length,
for the amount of
everything.
time
Yeah.
that it has been.
It's
Aside
fast.
from like kind of sunken eyes, a little bit like he kind of has some like bags under his eyes and he's a little bit pale. Aside from that,
Mm,
it's not nothing
Makes
too
sense.
extreme. Yeah.
fair,
Yeah.
valid.
I had a question too
Mhm.
about the grove. Before we leave, is there any trees that are dead? Like any
Mhm.
They're still
like none?
They're still
everyone's alive.
Mhm.
Cool.
The
That's
trees
good.
are
Good.
alight.
Yeah.
The trees are lit up.
Is that not normal?
Well, Andromeda said everyone's alive. I did not say that. I said the trees are lit up.
Is there any I
Doc
would
loves to
sense
clarify.
that
Don't
are
worry about it.
Well, Andromeda would know. Andromeda would know what a
When I
dead,
get the-
what a tree, what a person, what a dead person's
Like a
tree
dead
would
tree
look like.
would look
Yeah.
like.
Yes.
Was there any
Do any of them look like that?
look like
No.
dead people trees?
Okay.
Okay.
They do not look like
Do
it.
even though the trees are like lit up, do any of them look dead?
Like hollow or
Ooh, question.
It was a
When-
weird distinction to make. I'm nervous.
Yeah.
When Alder does the brightening and the dimming of the leaves, does it also happen on their trees or just on Ambrose?
Happens on the entire grove. The entire grove does it.
whole shebang.
That's a worse answer.
That's so funny. Just imagine.
Significantly
like, we're
worse.
not gonna do this, but imagine if we spent the night and then Andromeda's like having a conversation all night with the brother, and it's just like we're like
Just roving.
That would be so cute.
It's a disco.
You guys make like a sleeping mask out of the leaves.
Out of the leaves.
So everyone can sleep peacefully.
yes,
That'd be
exactly.
so cute.
Canonically.
My two starfish on my eyes.
That's so cute.
Every time I picture Arlo with starfish, I think of the scene from Aquamarine where she has the starfish
You're
earrings
right.
and they're like,
You
aqua,
are
aqua,
right.
aqua. We love aqua.
Yes, mermaid.
Yeah. That would be canon for sure.
I love that.
I love that movie so much. So Andromeda, Arlo is walking you kind of over, I assume, to the rest of the group. As you guys are having this conversation about being thrown into the water to swim. Zephyrus appears once more.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But he's walking towards you guys with purpose now. As though
I don't know if I like that.
You good?
like determined. And when he's like,
I'm scared of this man.
When he gets over to you and is within like a reasonable distance to speak, he takes a deep breath and he says, I want to stay.
Huh?
Why?
I want to stay here.
By yourself?
I'm safe. Nothing's gonna happen. It's the Grove.
None of us are safe right now. We don't even know how someone got in here and did this to Alder. How would we know that he would be safe when we got back here for you?
Yeah.
I can't guarantee, but I don't want to leave.
Why do you want to stay?
He like looks down and he just says, I don't... Why should he be left alone when there's so many of us?
I see.
And then he looks at you, Andromeda, and he says, Andromeda, I would not do anything to hurt your brother.
I know.
And if something came to hurt your brother, I would do everything in my power to stop it.
If that is your choice, I'm not going to drag you out of here, obviously. And you deserve peace.
I'll just sit beside him until you guys return.
Just keep him company.
He'll probably hate my company, but I will try my best to make it pleasant.
I have this
talk
really
to him
big
really
feeling
quickly.
You're not gonna be here when we return, man.
Did you say that to him?
Yeah.
Oh.
But it's just how I
Are
feel.
you sure? Are you sure you want to be alone, even if you have the company of Alder?
I'm not alone. Not really. I'm surrounded in my family's trees.
Andromeda's gonna walk forward and just take him by the arm and just kind of like walk him back to like a little secluded part. She's like,
Valid.
1 second.
Okay.
I need to have a talk with my fiance.
just one little quick chat, sorry.
Riddles are really complicated.
He's
I
just
didn't
like
want you to leave.
he's being pulled by you, and he like
God.
looks around for a moment, and then like
Clouds above.
follows.
You have lots of feelings.
She's
That's a
gonna
lot
like
of feelings.
turn him around and like look him square in the eye, and she's like,
Zephyrus, I can't get married to you.
outright the gate. If he wants to leave,
Give me a second to recover, okay? Thank you. My inner Zephyrus just heart dropped. Okay, he looks at you and he frowns and he says, but the Grove, we're supposed to. It's for the
You
good
do
of the
not
Grove.
want- Zephyrus, I have done some thinking. And some other stuff. And
He nods and he says, I know you have.
Huh?
Do you think it went over my head that you've gone out and stayed over other places? It hasn't.
You are very smart.
No, I've just let you do it because I thought that was what made you happy. And that is my job, to make you happy.
Zephyrus, I do not want it to be your job to make me happy. I love you, but it's not the kind of love that you want.
Can I give her bardic inspiration, please? God.
Zephyrus frowns at you and says, what kind of love do I want?
That is for you to decide. But, and you cannot love me in the way I want. And I will not live my life suffering with a smile.
And how long have you felt like this?
Since we got betrothed. but I didn't.
So this entire time, well, I have been doing everything in my power to push away my temptations. You've been free to do what you want.
And that makes you a better person than me. So I am sorry, but Zephyrus, I will not be entrapped with you like this for any longer.
He takes a deep breath and, like, he looks, for the first time, like, Zephyrus does not show emotion very often. He is so, like, stoic all the time. Or there's always just this, like, genuine, like, want to be kind on his face. For once, and for the first time, you're seeing him angry. And, like, his brow is furrowed and he is staring wide-eyed. And he glances at Alder and then back at you. And he swallows for a moment and he says, I suppose with your honesty, I should be honest too.
I'm sorry I am not the 𝙍𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙬 you wanted.
She saw the anger and she's angry back.
His expression drops. And you see, like, him take in this shaky breath. And his eyes kind of, like, gloss over, a little, like, watery. And he swallows and he shakes his head at you and he says, you say it like it's my fault. It's not my fault. I cannot control that. And I have tried for so long to do it, and now you're telling me that it was fruitless, that there was no point in me trying for so long not to feel the things I feel.
You should feel them. You should.
So then I will stay here.
Okay.
And I will feel them for a person who does not feel them back for me. Like everyone, apparently. He takes a deep breath and he kind of nods to steady himself before he looks at you, and then he looks at the rest of the group and he calls out to you so that you can hear him now, and he just says, safe travels. Hopefully I will be here when you get back.
She's gonna reach in her bag and pull out the picture that he drew of
oh no
Alder and Tobias and hand it to him.
The timing. He looks down and then back at you.
This is yours.
And he snatches it. And he holds it and he looks at you and he says, you went through my things.
There was an imposter of you, dude. I didn't know if you were suspicious or not. You can go through my things. Feel free.
I won't break your trust. And
You are a better person than me.
he takes the paper and he crumples it into a ball, the drawing. And he just kind of, like, tosses it to the side. And shakes his head, and says, I guess I am supposed to be alone, then. Only makes sense. Alder
She's gonna reach forward and flick him on the forehead.
he like flinches and looks at you and just stares.
There is someone out there for you.
And he doesn't say anything more. He kind of runs a hand through his hair and, like, shakes his head and then begins walking towards where Alder lays.
She's a big deep breath, like,
Oh, that was a banger of a conversation. God damn. I was
she
not
kinda,
expecting that.
I imagine there's like a house like
Yeah.
next to her, like one of those like wooden houses, and she like punches an arm through the wall of it.
The roots just snap. And they just, like, burst everywhere.
Right.
She's gonna brushes up on him.
Did Arlo see?
That
I
probably
would assume the entire
the punch,
group, like,
probably.
watched from a
Okay,
distance.
Kyle? Like,
Well,
what the fuck, Kyle?
She said that they took them to like an isolated part,
That's true.
like corner,
Yeah.
so we
I
wouldn't
imagine
see
you.
them.
I imagine you
heard them.
saw. I imagine you saw or heard the
Yeah.
punch. Yeah, but you didn't like hear the conversation.
Yeah.
Or see them walking away from each other or anything. But...
Yeah.
God damn. That was
Could have
good.
gone
Wow.
worse.
Could have gone worse.
It was
like,
a much needed
punch-
Andromeda's no
conversation.
longer betrothed.
Wow, you're
Congratulations on your divorce.
You're free.
You are free.
Engagement.
This is a good development for the
Yeah,
both of you. That
Also, I think it's very
It was
funny.
rough, but like good lord.
During all of this, I looked in
Yeah.
chat and I just saw Alexi say, "Might be the start of a new friendship."
Can they be friends after that?
It's
I
well,
mean, you just broke his
it
trust
was
and
much
it
needed.
was-
I mean, it's clear that he needed that too because he's been just pretending the entire time.
Yeah.
So.
No, he.
Yeah. Obviously,
has
he's gonna
to
be angry.
brave enough.
I was being the picture perfect person, but then
Yeah.
you weren't, and then now you're saying that you can't do this, even though I was
Yeah.
letting you go do that. So it's
Yeah.
It's okay.
Andromeda walks back to the group.
Good lord.
A free woman.
Good confrontation.
Just
Good
feel good.
confrontation.
I mean, honestly, it ended up pretty good, even though it was like, ooh, my heart is like pounding.
Mine
good
too.
lord.
Picking splinters out of her.
Just like,
Ooh.
How did it get you good?
Owie.
Could have gone worse.
Did you
What? Where?
turn him into a wall and then punch
Did you punch him?
No, I punched a wall. I broke up with him.
Oh, you just see like Mud was kind of looking away, and then his head just goes,
Sir, get the fuck up, Mud.
and then he's kind of like rubbing on his neck awkwardly, and then he's just like,
You're free!
Wait.
I take Andromeda and I'm like, you're free!
Oh my god.
Wait,
Wait,
break up with me so you're single. Break up with me so you're single.
Oh, Alder, fuck.
No, Arlo. Too many A names.
yeah.
Too many.
names.
Too many.
Too
There's
many.
so
names.
many.
She's gonna take Arlo by the face and be like,
Although,
Yes.
it's not you. It's me.
I understand.
She's gonna kiss him on the forehead. We are broken up,
I get it.
but you are still one of my best friends.
I get it.
Oh, you're
That's
just
so
laughing.
cute. That was so weird.
And then I feel like they both be like,
Someone's gonna like.
God, it's really that himbo
Arthur's
bimbo duo,
like,
and I love
"That's
it.
so fucking weird.
Arthur looks at both of them and just says, they don't seem
Lawns.
upset by this.
Okay.
Okay.
I think it was
I don't think they were actually together.
Oh, it's
He's
reaching
gay.
full then.
We are like two ships in the night.
No,
the one in the ships is gay.
Oh, that doesn't mean anything. They could still be together if they wanted to.
That's true.
You know, I appreciate that.
Platonic love story.
You're so right, babe.
Open-minded.
That's true.
Okay.
Did you never
That was
know?
good.
Good. Let's.
Good.
Now you
the
are
road.
officially single in all ways.
Mud,
I think we all deserve a little.
Mud kind of steps in and just kind of like points a thumb. He's like, so he's staying then.
Lucky you, buddy. And I take him and I'm on the back. Lucky you, buddy.
Arlo,
You just broke up.
when you do that, like the bump, like it's supposed to be kind of like a bro thing, right?
Brother, like,
like,
hey, bup, bup.
it's like it makes the quietest of little like because
Little pat.
he's so large that like it's so
You're so small.
he's so large and burly that it's like probably hurts your hand, yeah. And,
Oh my god.
and he just kind of like turns to you and looks and says, oh,
Take your time, buddy.
he's
good.
just like,
You got this.
let's go.
it's getting dark. We should probably,
That was a good one. I feel like it's getting dark, which is what I'm gonna go with. So
right, yeah. The
Wow.
weather is always my fallback.
I just imagine like watching Zephyrus walk up to the tree, and the getting dark is just fucking Alder dimming the lights.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
God damn it.
As you all stand
Alder's
there,
just like,
as you all
"God damn
stand there, you see the lights start to like flicker on and off, as though like, are you fucking leaving me with your fucking ex-fiance? It's like,
This is the get along shirt. This is the get along shirt
Does
that
Alder
they have to wear.
know that Zephyrus has a crush on him? Or like, is he aware?
It was very much a thing of like that like lost puppy thing, like following him around as a lost puppy type beat.
He's like always annoyed because like he's always
where like Alder probably thinks that. I don't think Alder thinks that he has a crush on him. I think Alder just thinks that he's like obsessed with him or wants to be like him or something. In the way that
wants
it's just
to be friends with him because
irritating.
of Andromeda.
Yeah.
Yeah, because part of the family, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The crush aspect has probably gone directly over Alder's
Over
head.
his head.
Yeah.
Zephyrus
Dumb
is
man.
basically who my parents wanted Alder to be like,
Right.
like the model stand-up
Citizen.
son who
Yeah.
is so
Oh, so
straight
there's
laced.
like
Perfect.
some resentment too.
Oh
there.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot
You're
of
the
makes
perfect
sense.
guy, and I am very clearly not.
yeah.
Alder,
But
like,
they have more in common, so I hope they figure it out.
Alder looks at Zephyrus in that way of like, oh, that's what I could have become, and thank God I didn't.
Thank God I'm not that.
Yeah. So
If I wrote down my
from
actions,
there,
just look at him.
are you guys good with like a 2 or 5 minute break? Cause I got a piss.
Yeah, you fine.
Go.
Cool.
Right.
5 minute
5
break.
minutes.
Do it.
Cool. Okay, I'll see you in 5 minutes.
yeah.
So that's
Cool.
Today.
53.
Slay.
What a banger of a conversation! My God.
Yeah, what a banger.
Oh my god.
5 minute
That was
break.
insane.
I
Chat.
feel
God.
really bad because I don't want to like.
go, baby.
Hello!
Onward.
We are back. We have returned.
We are back.
We are back. Wow wee wee wah.
Wow wee wee wah.
Wow wee wee wah. Wow wow wee wah.
Wow.
Alright. Let's get back into it. Alrighty.
To 𝐸𝐽𝑟n.
So here you go. So,
For that bonfire.
I assume you're all heading back towards 𝐸𝐽𝑟n.
Bonfire!
To
Minus
Handburn.
Zephyrus.
Minus Zephyrus now. And so, the travel back is laced with an odd sort of resolution. You all have a plan in motion, an idea of where you're going, and it's as though, whether you'd like it or not, the idea of moving forwards is surely a terrifying one, with all other factors in mind. What waits for you at the capital after your visit to Handburn? What waits behind a rose-colored door? What will you find? Who will you find within Ostradel's main city? It is an eerie and unsettling idea to think that maybe your lives could get 10 times more complicated with whatever your next move is. Surely all of you would rather live out the rest of your existence at 𝐸𝐽𝑟n Tavern and Inn, amongst friends and found family, waking to the rush of waves each morning and falling asleep beneath a star-riddled sky. The walk back to Handburn is familiar and feels shorter than it was the time previous, as though knowing each step and what awaits on the other end of your trip aids in a quicker journey. This time, your walk to Handburn is not filled with the dread of what state Arlo's home may be in. You all follow the path that leads out of the shrubbery and dense trees to mud and moss, to sandstone and gravel, until finally you're walking upon a world of sand and vast ocean. The trip is rather silent, everyone off in their own minds, distracted and dazed, as though taking in the events of the last few days, and needing a moment of calm and the mundanity of consistent walking. Wesley is the only one who seems remotely energetic of the others with you, and he is throwing sticks for 𝐸𝐽𝑟n, your dog, Arlo, as you all walk, giggling in such a childish way. You could catch a glimpse of Silas if you looked, smiling contently at his brother. I just love the image of Wesley, like, running with the dog and, like, throwing things and, like, laughing and, like, anyways. It isn't long before the familiar silhouette of Handburn comes steadily into view. By the time you're reaching Handburn, the sun is on its way to setting beneath the beach's ethereal horizon. You can hear the rush of the sea as you approach the small town once more. Everything looks as it did when you left earlier in the day. The buildings are still commencing a slow descent into debris and rubble, and there are still workers attempting to fix what has been lost with tools and any magic they can attempt to conjure. The air is cool, a breeze blowing past each of you with ease. Cool enough to cause a shiver here and there, but not enough that you find yourself itching for something warmer to wear. The sound of waves against the shore is surely something of a comfort now, after such a good day on Handburn's beaches, after moments of solace that could compare to no other since the rupture. The sand divots and melts with each movement you make, and as you all make your way towards the cobblestone paths once more, 𝐸𝐽𝑟n comes into view. And it stands tall and proud amongst all the other destruction, that same resolute beacon of hope. It is practically glowing in the harsh orange light of the sunset, and it casts the entire building in an otherworldly aura of warmth. And so with this, I assume you all approach the inn's main entrance once more, as you had just yesterday. I assume you tie up the horses to the railings that you did before, and make your way through
Brush
the main
them down
doors.
and give them water and
Yeah.
take them to the long journey.
Full Red
It's been a
Dead.
fucking
Give them a
day.
good brush.
Give them a little
Yeah,
brush.
Brush them down. To work their
A
saddles.
little bit.
And the rest of the group that's with you, the newcomers, Mud and Zophiel and Apollo.
What are we gonna do with Apollo?
Yeah.
Home in a room.
I will say,
Just walks into the inn with this like
I
tied
will
up,
say-
random beat up stranger.
at some point, on your walk, like towards Handburn, Zophiel probably leaned over
You
to
knock
one
him
of
out?
you and said, is your family going to be all right with a prisoner? Because I'm not untying him.
We will say that we have a friend that needs a nap really bad. And then Zophiel, you can read him a bedtime story the whole time. Just watch him. And then we can take turns.
A bedtime
if we
story.
do, just not anyone that would probably lose somebody.
Andromeda.
I'll watch him.
Andromeda.
Yeah, Andromeda. I'm thinking Arthros, thinking you because you're like a soldier. Maybe
Andromeda, I don't know if I trust you too.
Andromeda might need supervision.
She's newly single. Let her do it. I'm just kidding.
When Apollo was
so
listening to
funny.
her come up being like, I'm not betrothed anymore, he's like,
Oh yeah,
No.
yeah.
No.
His
No.
while you were
No.
while you were having that conversation, his face was very much in that way of like she really was betrothed. Like he was like he's like frowning and like thinking, but his mouth is literally like.
I'm just like.
Oh my god.
And so with that, you tie up the horses, give them some little pats, and
Babies.
you walk through the doors of 𝐸𝐲𝐢𝐪. Everyone alongside you, Elfie and Arthros and Wesley and Silas and Zophiel and Apollo and Mud.
And Mud.
When you get inside, 𝐸𝐲𝐢𝐪 is a world of calm, as it always is. A few patrons are sitting at the bar, relaxing and chatting over jugs of ale and small meals. It's not as busy as it was in the morning, and it can be assumed that some patrons have tucked in for the night, or gone somewhere quieter to rest. There's several empty tables, and Erin is working at the bar, filling trays with ale and walking them to the booths that are occupied. She just kind of looks up, does like her little salute thing. Her eyes like kind of freeze on you for a moment, Andromeda, drop up and down. And then she like shakes her head and goes back to her like work. Yes.
I probably suggested that Zophiel and whoever else wants to go through
The back door?
the back and
Okay.
go up with
I'd
that
say-
the key I gave Silas, and then
Valid.
go up and then get into a room.
Valid.
Because we probably still have our room, so just put him in one of those
Yeah.
rooms.
Mhm.
I say we knock him out and pretend that he's drunk.
No.
He's
gonna
literally,
get head
he
damage.
looks like he just got ran over by a
Weekend at Bernie's him?
Haley, do you remember what you tried to do? Yeah,
It does. Like that man looks dead.
fine.
Like
I'm thinking like Red Dead Redemption. You
I
know,
will
they're on the
say-
back of the horse and you like knock him out.
I will
That
say
type of-
they've brought lots of injured people into the tavern because it's a little bit of like a sanctuary. So like that could be
Except they're
a
talking shit, so we had
Except
to cover their
if
mouths.
we- yeah.
They were talking shit.
what was
I
talking
think we
shit.
just bring him through the back.
Maybe we just go through the back.
bring him
Just go
through
through
Oh,
the back.
valid.
I don't bring them through the other.
We
way.
thought we were gonna do
It's
anyway.
not a hurt person going somewhere safe. It's like this is a bloody killer. And
Yeah.
if he gets loose, if one of us idiots lets him go, which is very likely,
No, I'm not gonna
You're
let
bring-
him
you're
go.
bringing
Dragging
in, like,
a very
a-
bloody, beat-up person who's tied up through the middle of the tavern doesn't exactly
would
give a
still
good
say
look
put
to
him
the
through
other
back.
tavern
I
goers.
would say put him through the back.
You're literally
Yes,
I
put
was
him
just
through the
saying.
back.
you're bringing
easiest
in
of
Do a little wraparound.
you're like
Wrap
you're
around.
bringing in
Wrap
like
around.
you're bringing in like a ticking time bomb into the tavern essentially.
He's
Yeah.
fine.
It's fine. We can
just
kill him
before
if we
you're
need
like,
to.
and then they come in and Hazel's like,
Valid.
"Dear," like
No, you're so valid. You're so valid.
save her
Okay.
the energy.
Okay.
Zophiel will
Put
go
like a do
around
not
back.
disturb on like the room.
I think
Do not
Elfie
disturb.
Elfie
Killer
will probably
inside.
go with him in an attempt to kind of show him where like rooms are and things of that nature.
Yep.
Elfie and Zophiel? How interesting.
Go back.
They're back.
That
And
was-
everybody just went.
Yes.
That happened to all of you for me, and I could still hear you.
Yeah, same.
Oh,
no,
so
same.
funny.
Oh,
It's because it's the
funny.
camera.
You were
so
like-
the camera pauses first, and
Yeah.
then the mics.
Okay then.
That's
well,
really funny.
Well, you guys are
Hopefully-
back, but that was really funny. You guys were
We're
back.
hanging.
Same pose, same expression. It was so good.
It was
Check the stream.
Anyways.
Says-
okay, yeah,
says
sure. I will go.
says
we'll
excellent
go with
collection
Elfie
or
and
connection on my stream.
Zophiel to make sure that it's not awkward.
Okay, yes,
Okay.
it's still running.
Cool.
Yeah,
I'm
we're good.
recording it also, so.
Thanks a lot.
So. Okay, so you go with
Oh.
Elfie and Zophiel.
Zophiel and
Okay.
yeah.
So, Zophi and Elfie. As the rest of you walk in,
showed up.
new trio just dropped. The rest of you walk in, and you also see Ian sitting at the piano in the corner of the tavern, and he is kind of just tapping out a light melody that fills the tavern with a sense of peace and tranquility. And you see Bruce in the back of the tavern, fiddling with a meal atop a small furnace, while Hazel is unlacing the curtains that were pulled back on the windows, allowing them to fall closed for the night. And she looks up in your direction when she hears the main doors open, and her face alights with joy at the sight of you all, before she instantly rushes over and draws you into a big hug, Arlo, of course. And then she looks at you and, like, smiles, and then looks at everyone else, and, like, her eyes widen a moment. She says, "Oh, who are your new friends?" That's a long story.
It was a long story and a long pause. That was
It's
so
a long
funny.
story. It's a
Name
long
them.
story. All I
Yeah,
know
I'm
is that
cool.
we couldn't even stay one night. You had to come back.
She smiles. She's like,
She's so
oh, yeah. And she kind of looks at everyone, and Mud actually, like, smiles kind of at her and, like, waves very, like, animatedly, and says, "Nice place you have here." Like, very just formally. And Silas seems to be telling Wesley something when Hazel says this, and when Hazel steps forward towards you all, and within a moment, Wesley is suddenly flying forwards and giving her, like, the biggest hug. And she's just about his height, so he's practically, like, enveloping her, and she's, like, enveloping him. And she
sob right now.
She kind of jolts
Not with
in
this kid.
surprise for a second, like, unexpected. This, like, small child is hugging her. But then she kind of, like, pleasantly hugs him back, and when she pulls away, she, like, ruffles his hair a moment, and, like, looks at him, and Silas just looks embarrassed behind. He's just like, and she does what she did the first time you guys came to Handburn. She ushers you all in, and she, like, pulls over some extra stools from some of the empty booths, and she gestures for you to sit, and she says, "How was your trip, Guppy?" And she's, like, patting your cheek, and she says, "Did you and your friends find what you were looking for? We're missing a few."
Okay, I'm my brain.
You're good. You're good.
Who was
The
not?
only people that aren't there is Arya, Zophiel, and
Right, 'cause
Apollo
they're
and
upstairs.
Elfie.
And then,
Mhm.
but she doesn't know Zephyrus exists. Okay, cool.
Zophiel,
Um,
yeah, and then she doesn't know about Zephyrus, yeah.
You know,
So it's just Arya and Elfie that are technically
Yeah.
missing.
In her eyes.
Yes.
a brisk walk. Some of our friends were upstairs, just settling in. They wanted to get in kind of quietly, take a nap and stuff.
Totally
And we
understandable.
found out
Totally
some
understandable.
stuff, and but not really. So it's still kind of all up in the air.
All right.
And
I'm single now.
that's new.
Oh, is this a good thing or a bad thing?
Yes, I was engaged
Right. And you
to a
were...
man who is in love with my brother. Ooh.
Oh,
It
that
was a
sounds like a
betrothal.
drama.
Yeah.
And
was
it's for the best that you're not engaged anymore?
quite.
Oh, wonderful. All right. Well,
We're just
congratulations then.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And as she says this, as though in, like, true Keyhorn fashion, Bruce is already marching over with a tray of, like, nourishment for you all. Fruits, vegetables, dried meat, bread rolls.
Let's go, charcuterie.
And he brings, like, some water and some juice over for you. And he does stop and give you, like, a solid kiss on the head, Arlo. Just like, ah! And then, like, smiles at the group of you before heading back to the kitchen, as ever a man of very few words. And Hazel looks at you all again once more, kind of holds her eyes on some of the new people, Mud and... Literally, my brain is going
Right?
blank too.
It's like,
Yeah.
I think just Mud
all
and
of them.
Wes.
Wesley.
Mud and Wesley,
Yeah.
yes.
Mud and Wesley
Thank
are the
you.
new ones, yeah.
And she turns back to you with kind of a worried frown for a moment, and she says, will you be staying here, Arlo, for the night?
most
We
definitely.
have another room that's opened up as well, so if you need an extra one with your other four.
We probably will.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course. And she, like, kind of reaches into her pocket and she, like, hands over one of the keys.
Thank you. When you have this many friends, some of them don't get along, so you need separate
Oh.
rooms.
Well,
And I hand out the key.
and she, like, squeezes your cheek a moment. She says, Well, you're you, so of course you have this many friends.
Well, that's very nice.
You know that
I
it's
never
true.
know what to do with mother.
You're valid. It works for... It's canonical for Arlo, though. He's, like, doesn't know that he ever has had a mother, so he's just like, okay. She says, all right, well, make sure you eat. You cannot be brave adventurers without nourishment. And as she says this, if any of you were to look at Wesley, he is looking at her and hanging off of, like, every word that she says. Like, he is positively beaming at her, and it's kind of as though, like, she's someone he's needed or wanted for, like, the entirety of his short lifetime, and he's, like, finally found this in a person. And he immediately, as she says this, reaches across the table and begins devouring a bread roll. He starts just, like, pulling it out, and he's like... and she kind of smiles at you
Silas
all.
and Wesley to be adopted by, like,
No.
Hazel and live
I
there forever
know.
in comfort and peace and safety
Silas and
forever.
Arlo brother
Well,
are
they kind of
Please.
already have.
Honestly,
Because,
no,
I
that's
mean,
actually kind of really
enemies
cute.
to brothers.
So,
That's
I
actually
mean, they
really
kind of
cute.
Enemies to brothers.
Enemies to brothers.
That's so
I mean,
Enemies
they
to
already
friends to
welcomed
brothers.
Silas. Like, they already
Yeah,
welcomed Silas
yeah.
and Wesley
And
into their
Wesley.
home.
Like, they're
So
in
they
Westworld,
basically
so-
already have.
They're adopted.
So
They just have to
they're
adopt
adopted.
them now.
He's
I
not
guess
just
you
a
have a
parent
brother
now.
now, Arlo.
I
Sorry.
also
two brothers.
I also
Love it.
love the image of Hazel finally being able to take care of another, like, little kid.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
Arlo
also
died
Arlo
when he
wasn't
was
even
older.
as young as
so-
Yeah.
Yeah, because she of course like respects Arlo as like an adult now, but like
Yeah.
she still has that like giddy like, oh, he's my
Baby
baby.
boy. Take care of a
And
baby
so, like,
boy.
Yeah.
And Wesley-
baby.
Wesley has spent so much of
Because
his
it's so
life
angsty,
without,
but
like,
she'll
the
handle it so
concept.
well.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And the concept of,
Oh.
like, a mother is so, like, wild to Wesley.
That's so sweet.
Also,
You're so foreign to them
Also,
both.
after you're done with whatever you're gonna do in the tavern, I have
Yes.
something I'd like to do.
Okay. Well, from
Okay.
here, essentially from here, it is
Okay.
up to you guys what things you want to do before you go to sleep and head off to the capital in the morning. And I have a few conversations that I would like, so we can get into that. And I'll obviously try to keep it brief of like the different conversations, but
Keep them long and detailed, Boff.
Keep them long and
I love you. Thank you. So with that, we'll just go ahead and jump to Arya, Zophiel, and Elfie. And Elfie and you, I assume, are kind of showing the both of them to like a room that is upstairs, one of the rooms that you guys probably have.
I was thinking that whatever room that, because they gave a key to Silas, and that was the key that Arlo gave them.
Yes.
For like Silas's, and I think I remember it being like it was behind the inn or like somewhere where it was kind of like in the back.
To me, I think I was thinking like on the side.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Not
like
the
it was
back.
in like a side.
Are you talking about the
side room.
door? The door to like the area? Or are you just
The
talking about
room?
like the room? The rooms are
I'm
like
talking about the door. Well, I guess the door the door is through the back, and
Yeah.
then
Yes.
you could technically sneak if you were sneaky, but it wouldn't go
Yeah.
directly to a room.
Yeah.
It would you'd have to sneak, but you
Yeah.
could, at least it wouldn't be going through the front.
it goes through like a little extra side where it just goes down the corridor where there's like the bunch of the rooms.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arya's gonna kind of like have Elfie kind of lead the way to the room.
Mm-hmm.
But she's gonna like lock the door behind them.
Okay.
And kind of like look at Apollo and Zophiel
Mm-hmm.
and Elfie and be like, by the way, Elfie, this is my very close friend, Zophiel. He's basically my best friend. Anyway, we have a lot to talk about, Zophiel, and I know that you're in a weird headspace right now, and I know that you really don't want to talk about it, but we gotta talk about it, so I think that this is the best option for us. And she's gonna turn to look at Apollo, look at a chair, and just drag it up.
Are you in one of the rooms right now?
Yes, they're in the
Okay,
room
okay,
now. We locked the door.
Okay.
And she's going to take some of the like underlining of her dress and like rip it and tie him to the chair.
That's hot. Okay, yeah.
And then kind of like sort herself out. And then I would like to cast I Am the Law onto Apollo.
Okay. Go for it.
The way we were blindsiding Jade today.
Oh my
You really
God.
are. You're
This
all
poor
blindsiding me.
guy.
I'm
Listen,
actually.
you decided to bring Apollo, and
No,
now
I'm-
you also brought.
I'm actually.
everybody
No,
else that I
I'm
care
living
about.
for it. I'm
I
living
feel
for
so
it.
bad for
It's
him.
not that bad. What do you want me to roll? A D.
I'm sorry, I'm
D12
going to
or
your thing.
2d6s?
So
So I am the law. Okay.
I'm gonna get mine
So
too. My
I
dice.
roll plus charisma.
I need the red ones for Apollo.
So 6 and a 6, so that's a 12. Okay, and then plus 1, I think, is my charisma. Let's just max it. Why not? Yeah, that's it. So it's a 13. Okay. Oh, I'm very excited. Okay, so she's gonna tie him up, kind of look at him, and how is Zophiel looking now that Arya's kind of
Zophiel is
control of the
just
situation?
he's just kind of frowning, but he's allowing you because he trusts that you know what you're doing.
Cool.
Yeah. So
Sounds
he's
good.
just kind of like watching. Elfie is just standing back like, and she kind of just goes, "Is what we're doing illegal?"
To Zophiel or to me?
She says that to you.
I don't really think that matters right now.
Okay.
He's kind of a bad person. Kind of
Then
rude.
again, I have stabbed someone, so go ahead.
I would like to learn about that. No, we're going to talk about that later. But also, I wanted to warn you, I am going to cast some magic. And I know that you're not the most comfortable with it, but...
You don't know.
I don't know that?
No, because she
Well,
said that in the Cave of Whispers.
Then I'm not going to tell you that. Never mind.
You know it
and
as
she's like,
you know it as
okay.
Jazz though, canonically.
Yes.
You just don't know it as Arya
That's fine,
canonically.
fine. Arya's just going to be like, but this is the first time I've casted this, so let's just... Up a little bit.
You can
and
see
she's gonna
magic.
take her guitar and be like, yes.
She just kind of goes like, "I will man the door, or woman the door, whatever." And she goes to the door, and she just like closes it behind her, and she's just standing outside.
Cool. Okay, so I got a 13. She's going to kind of like, I don't know what, she's gonna like squat in front of Apollo's chair. So she's kind of like leaning over him, and she's just like looking at him in the eyes.
It's giving Rapunzel and Flynn, but yeah, I can see.
Very much, very much. And I imagine the way that she casts this as, she starts like humming this like in a minor chord, like menacing, like lullaby almost to him.
Pretty. And
she's just going to say, "You will not wake up until I tell you to."
As he's sitting there, still like mouth still covered.
Yes.
You just see him like nodding before like his eyes like start to close, and then his head like kind of like just drops and is like hanging.
Okay. She's gonna kind of like sit there for a second just to make sure.
Yeah.
And then she's gonna kind of like sit up really quickly and like check that he's breathing.
He's breathing.
You breathing?
He's
Okay,
fine.
cool. She's like, okay. Okay, that was shocking. Okay, cool.
Zophiel is just like watching you like.
She's gonna kind of like grab his hair and like lift his head up and then drop it to see if he's actually asleep. Like if he actually
it just goes bronk.
Okay, cool. Okay. Good. Okay, and she's gonna turn around to Zophiel and be like, "Well, that solves that."
That certainly makes the job easier.
Yes.
I
so
just
now
hit
we
him a
should
lot.
not- I had a feeling. But now I think that we should go and take a rest, get some food. He will not be a problem.
I will stay here.
I don't think that you should.
I think that I should.
I know that you do.
Okay, then that answers the question.
Zophiel, I can tell that you're on soldier mode right now. And I need you, in order to take care of yourself, to snap out of it a little bit. Because right now, we're okay. He is not a problem. And we are safe. Qi'Horn is a very safe place.
He clears his throat and then just kind of nods.
You can't be a soldier if you're not taking care of yourself.
He straightens up and he's like, looks down kind of, and then he's just like, fine.
Okay.
I will have 1 drink and 1 single piece of food. Will
Why
that
one
please you?
single? I'd like you to have at least like 2 or 3, but we'll get there. And she kind of like turns him around and like pats his shoulders and like smiles over his shoulders at Elfie. Okay, let's go.
She's just like,
get some food. Everything's okay. We're good. We're good. And I have a question too.
yes.
Would I know if the spell was to be broken? Like, would I be able to feel it, given it's something that is magically attached to me?
Yeah,
I mostly just want to know in case he does.
I think that you would feel
somehow...
like this, like, I feel like you would feel your control waver. Like, the control that you have over him, you'd feel it waver. Whether that means, like, he's escaping, whether that means, like he's just waking up or whatever, like, you wouldn't know, you wouldn't be able to pinpoint, but you could feel, like, that, fair. The control wavering, yeah.
Fair.
So I assume you walk down...
The only thing that would be able to wake him up is me telling him to awaken, so...
Yeah.
No.
Do you walk down to the tavern with the rest of them? Or
she locks the door.
Elfie and Zophiel. Okay.
Yeah, and then probably walks down to the tavern with them.
I will say, as you're kind of going through the door that leads to the tavern, Hazel is moving to go that way. And seems like she's probably going to some of the rooms to, like, tidy up, things like that. As this is an inn that she is taking care of. And she turns to you and she says, oh, good. I was concerned when I didn't see that you guys were back, so... But Alder told me you were resting.
Yes, we were resting for a moment.
Wonderful.
It was a long travel.
And Elfie kind of does like a little awkward wave to Hazel. I'm on my wrong dock, sorry. And Zophiel turns to Hazel for a moment. And he just says, there is a man tied up upstairs that is a traitor, and he will be remaining in bonds for the duration of his stay.
I love him.
He's so silly. Oh my goodness.
He glances at you, and then he just says, he turns back.
Arya grabs.
I'm so done with this man.
I love him so much.
Grabs his shoulder and like pulls him into her chest, and it's like, he's a kidder. He's a little jokester. Yes, he is.
He just frowns and turns to Hazel again, and just says, just thought you should know.
Yes. Oh, yes, you definitely should know.
Elfie kind of looks and just goes like, ha ha. And she's like, he's funny.
See, he was very sleepy. He just woke up from a nap. Let's go, Zophiel. And she pushes him towards the thing. Bye.
And Hazel's watching him and taking him in entirely because of the huge ass wings on his back. And she's just like,
he's a comedian.
She's like, sorry, I don't understand the joke. All right. And then she goes to like go upstairs to the rooms. So for all of you. Okay. All right.
Oh my god.
Oh.
What do you do from here? What if any conversations would you like to have?
I got nothing.
I would like. Yeah, you got nothing.
Theo.
You go first.
Once everyone comes downstairs.
Uh-huh.
How many people are in this tavern right now?
It's like
we are full.
It's not us.
It's busy, but it's like busy to the point where it's very calm because it seems like most people have gone up to bed. So like maybe like 10 or like 15. Kind of just spread out throughout the room.
Okay, give me a second. You're good. I'm thinking.
Also, this is something that I was thinking of just now.
Yeah.
The tune that she hums is, you know, the humming at the very beginning of the song Crimson by Scott?
Yeah.
Is that.
Love that.
Ooh,
yeah.
Spicy.
Ooh.
I like that.
All right. Arlo. Arlo kind of is not there for a second, and then he like comes into where everyone is, and I'm guessing everyone's kind of like sitting around a table, ? And so
Yes.
Arlo has a big fucking like tarp of something, and he like fucking stands up on the table. And he has a lantern and his tarp, And he goes, "Beware! For everyone there shall be," and he unleashes the tarp, and the wood comes out, and it's like a bunch of stuff and snacks. A bonfire! We will make snacks together and tell scary stories and not think about things that stress out for one night. And if anyone says anything about things that stress us out, then you will not get s'mores. Am I understood?
I love him more than
anything. What are s'mores? What are
Yes,
s'mores?
what is that?
Oh,
What is that?
s'mores are like sugar melted into more sugar, sandwiched into sugar. It's so good.
Oh. Are there multiple flavors of sugar or just all one flavor?
Some are less sugar than others.
Oh, okay.
You can also roast like pears and stuff if you want.
Pears?
Yeah. We like cut up fruit and we just put them on sticks and we roast everything. It's like our tradition. We just do bonfires.
Okay.
Mud raises
And
his
we
hand
all
and
tell
says,
scary stories, and our lives are pretty scary, so we have to make sure we tell scary stories that are like scary, but in a fun way.
well, I like the sound of
like,
it.
for an example, Arthros, if you were like, a scary story, remember, it kind of needs to be funny. So if it's about murdering or scary, like people that you interacted with, like, that's cool. But
So
we wanna,
fictional scary stories.
we don't want to feel fear for our lives anymore than we already do, you know?
Right.
Okay.
I've got
Well, I
nothing.
can tell stories. That's the one thing I'm very good at. So,
Yeah.
That's good. We can do that.
Okay.
Did you ever kill anyone with a mustache, Arthros? People with mustaches were funny.
With a mustache?
That's hilarious.
You didn't have time to figure it out. We have time.
That's
So you guys-
hilarious.
You do your
A
thing.
machete,
You
but
might
not a
get some
mustache?
food, take a shower, but in 1 hour, all of you, I'll see you there. And then our
Did he like take
sits
the
down. He sits down and
the
starts eating like he didn't just do that. Silently just eating.
Okay.
So good.
Wesley looks at you and he's like,
That was a beautiful moment.
Thank you.
I
That
really
was
appreciate
cool.
This. That was great.
that was cute.
that was
Oh,
cool.
he's so cute.
That's
I
so
miss him so much.
I'll give the little lantern to Wesley too, so he can
He's
carry it around.
He's just staring at it. Arthur stands for a moment while you're all sitting there, and she does kind of look at like Sophiel and you, Arya, and she looks between the both of you and she says, my brother, where is he?
Oh, right. He's not gonna be a problem anymore.
No, that's not. I would like.
Right.
Did you kill him?
No, I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him. And
Why would you phrase it like that?
I didn't think about the phrasing until I said it, and then I said it, and then
whispered it so
like, okay, I'm sorry, okay, I didn't mean to say that. Okay, anyway, so
Arya,
Arya.
did you kill
okay,
somebody?
I'm trying. He's upstairs in a room, knocked the fuck out. He will not wake up unless I tell him he can awake. And I have the key, so he'll have to jump out a window,
I would like.
which
to
I'm sure he's fine with, but he wouldn't have to because he won't wake up.
Arya. I would like to
Others.
speak with him. He's my brother.
Ooh, yeah, I guess we
That
could do
would-
that.
Alone, please, preferably.
But that okay. Okay, well I have to go wake him up, so come along. We're going upstairs.
Andromeda,
Our
before they leave,
first.
is gonna grab a plate and start shoving food onto it. And just gonna hold it out to Arthur and be like,
I think he might be hungry too.
Oh,
That's sweet.
She takes it
they're
and she
going
like
to grab a jug of water and also be like,
valid.
Arthros,
Oh.
can I be there?
She looks between you both and she looks at you first, Andromeda, and she just says she like smiles kind of sadly a little bit and she says thank you, that's very sweet. He probably
Tell him
doesn't.
it's from me.
Okay.
I'm just gonna like turn and shuffle away.
Oh,
She just nods. She's like, sure. And then she turns to you, Wit, and she just says, I want to talk to him about everything, losing our parents, everything. I need to garner where his mind is at, and I think I need to just do it with him because I don't think he will talk if anyone else is there.
fair enough. I will wait outside.
Okay. And she takes the water slowly and she says, thank you.
Good luck.
Ready?
Yes, he is stubborn. She looks at you and she says, she looks at you, Arlo, and she says, "Thank you." And then she follows you up, Arya. And in this moment, Ian approaches the table.
Well,
and he looks between all of you, and he looks at the new faces there, before he fixates on you again, Andromeda. And he says, "Hi,
Hello.
glad you came back. I thought you weren't going to come back."
We survived.
"That's great news. I finished your song."
You did?
"Yeah. I tried the piano for a little while and then got nothing with the piano, and so I just kind of fell short and stuck with the guitar instead."
That's
Oh, no, listen, when he practiced on the guitar, he rolled a nat 12, and then when you gave him inspiration, he got like a 7 or something, so
Holy
he ended
fuck.
up sticking with the guitar. He didn't roll well
go.
that second
Fair.
time.
Let's go.
Fair.
And he kind of looks around for a moment, he looks at you, he says, "Should I just stop playing it, or should I, like, you know?"
Whatever to set the mood.
"Okay." And he turns immediately and goes back to where his guitar sits, and he just sits down in the stool, and he grabs his guitar, and he kind of like,
wait, how is Mud reacting? to
How
this?
is
I
Mud
need to
taking
know. I need to know.
Mud is just watching, like, this exchange. Like, there's a little bit of, like, a frown, like, a little pinch between his brows as he, like, watches this happen. But it doesn't seem like he really knows what to think of it, just yet. But Andromeda. Ian begins to strum the guitar. And there are people, like, in the room, so they're kind of listening along as well as he starts. And he hits a few solid notes, and they're delicate and very enrapturing and very good, before he opens his mouth and actually begins to sing.
Oh shit.
And his voice is soft
lyrics.
and accented as he does, and it lilts with a melody that is delicate and slow. This song, of course, does not exist in, you know, for the sake of D&D. It does not exist. Yeah. But it sounds a lot like Real People Do by 𝙍𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬.
You motherfucker.
I need to take a second.
Targeted attack.
This is a targeted. This is a drone strike.
Targeted attack.
Yeah.
Keep bombing them. Keep
And
bombing them.
just the note of, you know,
So he sings like Hosier, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, Arlo
You can't give him up.
Arlo takes out a piece of paper and starts writing down notes. Just
Valid. And, you know, specifically hooking on the words like, "I will not ask you where you came from. I will not ask you, and neither would you." And it is beautiful. He does it amazingly as he sings
Slay.
it. And
That is a nat 12 song.
Slay.
That
Yeah.
is a nat 12 song.
Uh-huh.
You're so right. It is an actual
And
Hot in this tavern, or is it just me?
and when he does finish the song, he, from across the room where he sits with his guitar, just like looks up at you and like smiles and goes,
As he does that, the halfway through the song, she has never heard something so beautiful in her life. There's like tears, like sent her into like a traumatic episode or something.
and when he puts this one up, he notices that, and then he goes, and then he's just like, and he smiles once more, and he's like, and you see him blush, and then he just kind of like starts strumming at his guitar again, very like,
What a baby!
Yeah.
I love him. Can we adopt this?
can we keep him? Can we keep him?
She applauds for him too.
He's a part of the harem. He has to. He has to be a part of it.
He is.
So-
He earned his spot in the harem.
He earned his spot.
Yeah.
And with this, Arya and like Arthros, and Wit, as you've gone along with them, I assume that you release Apollo from the spell that he's under, for a moment, until of course you can tell him to sleep again.
Arya like tells him, like whispers in his ear that same like melody again, and tells him to awake. And then she's just gonna kind of like hold up the key and then like point out and just be like, "I'll give you your space."
And Arthros looks at you like gratefully, before she kind of steps forward and she like unties the cloth that was around his mouth, and it drops. And just before you leave, you see him kind of like stretching his mouth out. And then you shut the door behind you. And you can rest easy knowing that that's probably not going to be a problem for her to talk to this boy, because he is not going anywhere. But yes, so she has her conversation with him. And one more conversation that I would like to do before you guys maybe end the night with your little bonfire, which is adorable. With the little, I was imagining like Ghost Arlo with the little tarp and the lantern, like, behold!
Wait, are you gonna act out the conversation between Arthros and Apollo?
No.
Okay. While you're in the middle of that conversation,
just in case I could get those snippets.
I know, right?
I want to see.
Arlo,
we haven't heard Apollo talk.
A little note goes under the door, and it's a play-by-play of all the ways that, because Arlo had no idea this man was writing a song for Andromeda. This was baffling for
Ian,
him.
yeah,
he's impressed at this point.
Valid.
He needs to share it with somebody, so he wrote down play-by-play some of the lyrics and was like, "Here, Arthros, you missed something wild."
This bitch
and then
so
I wrote
much.
down like, also hope he comes to the bonfire. No pressure. Any story you tell will be a good one.
Oh, I like to imagine that like Wit and Arya are just waiting outside the door, and Arlo just comes by. And he's like, slides the paper underneath, and then walks away.
Starts quietly. No, that's canon. That's canon now.
So just casually walks away.
It's just like,
all right.
What the fuck?
Arlo is always here, just desperate to share tea with Arthros.
That's
honestly,
so.
Or you don't have like text message, he will send by letter. Like we don't know.
So
and
cute.
analog tea talking.
It's too good to miss, and Arlo will forget the lyrics if he doesn't write it down right away.
I love it so much.
Valid.
So as you all probably are right before you're getting close to going out for the bonfire, the group of you, and it seems like you guys have kind of, I imagine at this point it might be that Arthros has finished her conversation, and she looks like she is content with where things have been left, and she lets you, Arya, tell him to sleep again if that is what you choose to do.
Yeah, she's gonna ask before she does it. But...
Valid. And she's all right with it. She lets you do it, and she does replace the gag again, and she seems a little withdrawn, but she seems at peace, kind of, with like, or like more relaxed now that she has talked to him rather than just standing around looking at him. And as the rest of you, I assume, go down to begin gathering things for this bonfire, snacks and sticks and all that good stuff, Mud turns to you, Andromeda, and he says, before, there's a giant fire and we're all yelling at each other, can we talk? Briefly.
Yeah. Yes, we can.
Okay. I don't know where to go because I've never been here before.
We can borrow a room.
Okay.
Okay.
She's gonna go to one of them, ask for a key, because I don't think she has a key to any of the rooms.
No, probably not. I think Arya still has, like, the main key. And Mud essentially follows you up. And I assume there's kind of a bit of a tense silence as you enter this room and stand amongst one another. And as he closes the door behind you both, he kind of stands there for a moment, like, fiddling with his hands, like wringing his fingers a little bit. And he clears his throat and he says, there's been something that I've wanted to just get off my chest, I suppose. Been thinking about it a lot in the time that we haven't been speaking. Should I just out with it then?
Sure.
Okay, right. So I wanted to say that I am sorry, Tree. I realize now what I did, it wasn't right, giving you an ultimatum like that. And it wasn't that I think that my feelings weren't warranted, but I took it too far, I suppose. My mother used to tell me that when I do feel things, I feel them strongly, and I think that's what happened with you. And so, being just friends with you will be one of the hardest things that I've ever done, but it is worth the effort because you are worth the effort. My phone. Oh no! Oh no! Immediate tears.
Ow! She like crumples under those words, and she's like,
Mud, I am sorry too. I wasn't fair to you at all. I can give you reasons, but it will not excuse any of my actions. But just know that I was so confused coming to Ravenwood, and so just everything was so new. And you were just so good. And you are good. No matter what you say,
You don't have to say it now. It's fine. I just wanted you to know that I thought that being apart from you entirely would be good for me and would help me to heal over rejection, I suppose. But turns out that it just made me worse. And I'm pretty sure I annoyed the living hell out of my roommate because she has vanished. But I just want to say that oh no, she froze. When did she freeze? Where was I? When did she freeze?
I didn't realize.
You're good.
I didn't realize.
We'll wait. I think it was just recently.
Almost back.
I'm stressed out, man. I should never have talked to Indra.
Felt. So very.
Oh,
Hey!
literally every time there's a serious scene.
It's alright. It's alright. Luckily, you don't like get booted. You just come back, so it's fine.
No, it literally just freezes me, and it's like,
Yeah.
hey, your network connection was interrupted, and
Right.
it's like, oh, we'll put you
Valid.
back in.
What did you
Yeah,
hear
okay.
last?
Oh God, it was
My roommate has vanished.
before that.
Oh, before that? Okay. I was saying that it was basically along the lines of he thinks that he thought that being apart from you would be better for him. But
Oh yeah, then he felt worse.
But it
That's the
wasn't?
part where
Yes.
yeah.
And then he
Yeah.
also said that he thinks he's annoyed the living hell out of his roommate because she's basically completely vanished. And he hasn't seen her. So and then he says
We're Zephyrus, right? Like in character too.
Yes.
I think so.
I think at this point we are.
I
think
have
so.
never trusted her
Nope.
since the
I mean,
fucking beginning.
Arya is
Stays
uncomfortable with
distrusting.
him.
Appeared out of nowhere and disappeared the night before the raid on
Okay,
Yeah.
I want
Exactly.
everyone to know that they were a #1 hater from day one.
Number one hater.
Yeah.
I've always
Yeah.
Until
Wait
the
now,
one
man.
moment. But they did, until the one moment that all of us were sus, and then you started.
Yeah.
I wanted to see the flip side since you
Devil
guys were finally coming
You can't
around.
be.
Devil
Oh,
advocate. Devil advocate.
She froze again.
No, yeah, Arya
I'm
is.
nothing to
Oh
stop
no,
that.
Haley.
Oh
We'll
no!
wait.
Again.
We'll wait.
Sour
She'll be
milk.
back. She'll be back.
Too soon.
Resume.
Haley,
Wapa.
come back.
Wow.
She can blame it
Wapa.
all on me.
Magic.
Let me
Haley,
come
come back.
back.
Ella, come back.
She can
So
blame
cute.
it all on me.
And
Haley,
back.
come back.
Wow.
And back.
Haley,
And back.
Haley, come back.
Whoa!
Hey.
Every time.
I don't know why it happens again.
You're good. You're good.
It's okay.
You're good.
Cool.
Anywho, so
Alright, back to full.
he just very kind of nervously looks down and he finishes off kind of this little tirade of jumbled words. He says, you should just know that I would rather be around you than apart from you. And if that can't be anything more than just friends right now, then I should be grateful that I get even that. Because your presence is enough. So I'm sorry if I ever made you feel like it wasn't.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Also, congratulations on being newly single. Although that probably was not an easy conversation.
Oh, it was really rough. You said your roommate is missing?
Well,
like, not around?
Yes. She went out one night. Was close to when we wet coffee, and I was being kind of an arse, but that's fine. It was that day, that night, if I remember correctly, she just didn't show up. And then I didn't see her. So I've been kind of a bachelor. Just in my room.
Interesting.
By myself.
Man cave.
Yes. Quite.
Cool. So we are kind of suspicious of Indra. She's done some things that are a little weird.
Oh, alright.
And too much to be a coincidence. So yeah, so just letting you know, your roommate might be an evil spy, but... Uh-oh.
Well, she would, like, rarely ever talk to me, so at least she's not spying on me then.
That's good.
Just gonna, like, pat him on the shoulder.
He's like...
And besides the possible evil spy roommate,
Yes.
thank you for apologizing, but I will not allow you to forgive me so easily. I do not deserve it. I am not a good person, Mud.
Well, you've done nothing wrong. Not really.
I have... I made my choices. And I will not lie to you. Not anymore, but I have sought the affection of other people because there was just this big void in me from being attached to Zephyrus and losing you. And I did not want to hurt you anymore because you did not deserve that. You deserved a good person who would be honest with you from the start.
I am slowly realizing, even though I am such a big supporter of honesty, that sometimes it is not so easy for everyone else to be honest. For me, it comes naturally, but I think that for others it can be hard, and that's all right. And I need to be more understanding of that. And while it hurts to know that you've been with others, I am glad that we were never intimate in that way. Not because I don't want to, but because if it meant nothing, I think that would be worse. So it
wouldn't have never meant. It would have meant something to me.
Right, but I think it would have hurt more to know that we'd done that. And then, sorry, it's really hard for me to speak of that. And, you know, I'm picturing it in my head, and then it's, you know, whole thing.
Oof.
Distracting. Anyways.
Start over.
Yes, we are friends.
Friends.
And he extends his hand. In an ideal situation, he would fucking plummet onto the bed with you right now, but I'm trying not to do that.
I can't. You can't do
It's like, friends.
When they shake hands, a little flower blooms on one of her little hair tendrils, and she's like...
He just kind of looks and says, pretty. Is that alright for me to say, since we're friends?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
More than alright.
Bonfire. Arlo seemed very enthusiastic.
I'm so sorry.
Why?
Everything.
What? I thought we fixed
It's
that.
over with. It's fixed.
Clean slate.
Clean slate.
So just don't be mean to me anymore, because then
No.
then the clean slate's kind of ruined.
Yeah, that would make us enemies.
Yes.
Friends.
So that was kind of weird with the whole song thing. Was that just coincidence?
I just thought it'd be nice if someone wrote a song about me.
Yeah. He was attractive. Maybe you could... I'm gonna go to the bonfire. He like turns around towards the door as though he's trying to like encourage you of like, maybe he's like, maybe he could be like that nice for you. Then he's just like,
she's eyeing the window to see if there's any like if she can get out, and like
he takes a deep breath and says, I will tell the truth shortly after and say that I will try my best not to be awkward anymore. So
I will try to.
Okay.
Okay.
I was bringing you a dragon of friendship, another one, but the weird creature in the lagoon took it.
The Globy snatched it.
Yes.
Yeah, you are not supposed to get near them.
Well, yes. I found that out after the fact. Your ex-fiancé was a little slow in telling me that.
Yeah, he didn't get out much either.
Oh. I thought maybe he just wanted it to be stolen. Anyways.
she's gonna slap him on the back like good-naturedly and
valid. He's just like
downstairs.
Okay. And then he moves to go downstairs. Oh man. It's awkward, like friends, even though I want to.
We are yearning.
Yearning, but quietly. Alright. So with that, I assume you all go to a little bonfire. I'm not sure if you guys want to do anything with it, or if you want it to be the aspect of that cinematic moment of you're all sitting around the bonfire together. A lot of you reunited now with Mud here and Zophiel here and Wesley with Silas holding on very tight to his arm, just not letting his brother out of his sight. And surely it's something ethereal and magical for you all to be sitting on the beach with the glow of the fire on all of your faces and the warmth of the fire in the cool breeze outside and the sound of the waves surrounding you. What are you guys chatting about? Wake up, Lieutenant. 28 stab wounds. With this, is there anything you guys want to do before we call it a night on Handburn? Yes.
Yes. Whether
bonfire,
we do this
cozy times
after the bonfire or whenever.
Okay.
I would like to walk over to the piano.
I assume that would probably happen on your way back in from the bonfire.
Okay. That sounds good.
So,
After
Then,
everybody else goes to bed,
Can
you
I
guys can
say
have
that during the bonfire, can I say that Arya and Andromeda talk about the song? Because she didn't hear it. And she's just gonna be like, so did I give you that song? Hopefully it sounded good.
Did.
Was it good?
So good.
So good. That's good. Like on what type of scale are we talking about?
Ooh.
Like most gorgeous thing you've ever seen?
It's
Or
like laying in the sun and it just soaks into your limbs and you feel so revitalized.
God.
Oh my god.
That's very
my bad, guys. My bad.
Rip.
I was trying to move this cord. It's blocking my screen.
That was very funny.
Sorry.
That was funny. The timing of that, you looked like you just
It was blocking my screen. It was annoying.
That's very lovely, Andromeda.
Arlo comes and goes, the lyrics were practically dripping.
Uh-huh.
You know-
that man is gunning for me.
I will just say you're very inspirational.
Thank you.
I kind of want to make a song about you now.
Would you?
Would I? Andromeda, of course I would. Are you kidding?
Is someone competitive? And I go and I poke you on the nose.
Me? Competitive?
Yeah.
She's gonna cup Arya's face back. Oh, yeah. She's give her a little kiss on the forehead.
Mm.
I will cherish it.
Okay. I will write it then. Right now. And she just grabs out her lute and she's like, 1 second. And she like walks off to a corner. And you just hear ding 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 ding. While some of the stories are happening.
Arlo looks over at Andromeda and goes, how do you do it?
I just have this little pizzazz about me, I think.
And I like how I give you
Get
a little
that ring.
cheese and kind of like mess with you.
So cute.
Is anybody gonna tell a ghost story?
Oh, Arlo definitely told ghost stories at the bonfire. Every ghost story was like every dumb ghost story you heard, but it's like replaced with like a halfling or like a dragon, and it's just like dumb shit.
I like to
love
think.
that.
I like to
that
think
very
that
That's adorable.
Arthros told a story of like one of her parents or something like blowing someone's head off, and she thought it would land. She thought it would land, and like the whole just like group is quiet and staring at her, and she's like,
Arlo's
We'll
great.
laugh. We'll laugh so hard.
"Oh my god!"
At the end of the
Supports.
bonfire, Arya's gonna walk back over. Be like, I did it. Like she
You
just
did
has
it.
like a wild
Christ.
eye look in her eyes. She's like, I did it. And she's gonna sit down and she's gonna play her little ditty that she wrote for Andromeda, which is Here Comes the Sun by Christina Perri.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
What? Yes,
You took
Arya
this
is
time and you
competitive,
ran
of
with
course.
it.
And two, she
I
loves
love
Andromeda.
that so much.
Andromeda cries harder.
Aw. As she
Everyone's
should.
getting all the wins
Arya's gonna like
today,
walk
honestly.
over and just like pat her eye, like pat under her eyes, and it's just like, are you okay?
That
Was
was beautiful.
More beautiful than the other one?
In a different
Come.
way.
I'll take it. You know what? I'll take it. Sounds
You-
great.
You
As
sound
long as you like it.
You sound like, on a nice early spring day, the beautiful bird song of my grove.
That was.
You just see Arya's eyes just well up.
She knew what she was doing in that moment, but not actually. But she knew what she was doing.
But not actually, but like,
She gives her a hug.
Out here mentioning birds right now.
yeah, you're the bird song.
Slips back. Thank you. I am comforted.
I am comforted.
So I heard ghost stories. Good ghost stories.
I liked all those.
Yes, Theo.
Where's Jillian right now?
Yeah. Where's my boy at?
Good
I-
question.
Why is he occupied?
Where's that little man?
Arlo would like to. Arlo starts looking around for Julian.
Julian's sort of just been on auto mode. He's just been doing whatever he can to like help with the bonfire or anything. He hasn't really been doing anything.
Okay, cool.
Tossing some sticks in the
Um,
fire.
No.
I probably go up to Julian and I'm like, "Hey, could you want to go on a walk? I have to get some sticks for the fire, and I don't want to go alone."
Sure.
Cool. And like Arlo starts walking down.
Julian follows.
Yeah, you know how I got up on the table and I was like, oh, don't talk about stressful stuff, let's have fun. When I said that, I was like desperate, you know, to like kind of shut down everyone's brains, but I know that it doesn't really work like that. So I just want you to know that if you ever need to talk about stuff, you can. You even if we're all, I just don't want you to think just because you carry like all of it that you have to like do it alone while we have fun by yourself. That just doesn't seem right.
Arlo is literally the glue of this party, for real.
I love him so much.
He's literally the glue. He keeps everyone together.
So, I won't be denied s'mores, I guess.
No, you won't.
Thank you, Arlo.
I feel like everyone keeps getting, and you keep losing, and I feel like everyone's seeing loved ones, and it just feels like this big wind's come in and it's like knocked everyone, and it's like we're all home but the homes are destroyed, and I'm with all my friends but they can't get home, and I don't know, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I just care about you, that's all. I'll shut up now, sorry. I don't want you to.
Julian tries to go in for a hug to see if Arlo's okay with it.
Oh, absolutely. Shut him up. Shut him up.
Oh.
He hugs back, and then I think Arlo would probably cry.
No.
Because I think it's hard, because I think he probably really worries, but he doesn't want to like go to Julian to be like, I'm worried about you, and like here remind you of all the things you're going through, but I also like don't want him to not fucking talk to anyone about it. So I think Arlo just like was feeling really overwhelmed by going back and forth of trying to do the right thing and just feeling like really like hitting a wall either way, which is kind of why like coming to talk to him, there wasn't even really a purpose. He just like is again like searching, like you said that earlier, like searching for like some way to help him, you know what I mean? So
they're so big.
Julian's probably crying as well, and as they're hugging, Julian will say, don't apologize for talking ever. I
do it a lot.
I enjoy every single time you talk.
And I enjoy every time you do. I learn something new every time.
Oh, I love them so much. I love them.
Okay. Sticks.
Right. Oh, do we actually need sticks? Or
no,
is that just
let's go back.
Thing? Okay, right.
You see, Keyhorn, the dog, was very excited at the mention of sticks, and then when you say, no, let's go back, he's just like,
but the sticks!
But the sticks! Did I do it for you?
He probably finds a stick and throws the stick to him. Like, there's no way.
He zooms after it. He zooms after it immediately.
Our characters'
Love
interpersonal connections. Love them.
Love them. I'm shaking from that.
So
I'm
good.
like,
So good. Bruh. Every interaction makes me shake. Constantly.
Beautiful.
I love Julie.
We're healthy and we're healing.
They're so good.
I wish I could cry easier because I wanted so desperately
But
to
I
cry in
feel
that
that.
moment.
Our baby emoji. I'm the same way. I'm literally the same way.
Command is hard.
I can't do it in the moment. With that, it's so funny to me because it's like your characters are going through so much more like jarring and traumatic stuff, but it's making you guys all so much closer, and it like shows, which is so nice. Like all of your relationships with everyone, like even NPCs, have gotten so much stronger, and it's so satisfying. With that, Arya, you wanted to do or say something when you guys walk back into the tavern together. I assume everyone goes kind of back at the same time after your bonfire. After your little ghost stories and music and all the good stuff.
Yeah.
Valid. So what do you do?
Arya's gonna kind of like, after seeing like Arlo and Julian come back, where I'm assuming they're kind of like
our red faces.
Like your faces are kind of like flushed, but you're like, like 6 stars. like I more imagine like Arlo is just trying to like, woo, look at the other things.
Right.
You know,
probably.
like,
You're
Arlo.
probably right.
Arlo. Arya is feeling very much like, oh, something just happened. Ooh. And she's trying very hard not to be nosy. So she's trying very hard to hold herself back. So after they're done with the s'mores and stuff, she definitely like threw like a marshmallow at Keyhorn just to see if he would like it. And probably he
immediately.
Adorable. Yes, as he should. Good boy.
Cute.
And for the remainder of the bonfire, Wesley is just like literally sitting in front. Yeah. Oh yeah, covered in chocolate. But he is like sitting in front of Keyhorn the entire time, just like in deep conversation with the dog, like petting him, like stroking his fur.
I'm so grateful.
He's just literally just like, and then on the beach, I picked up a shell, and the shell was so pretty. And then we started throwing sticks with you, and blah, 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 blah. And he's just like literally rambling on to the dog. And the dog's just literally like, he's staring at him.
I will die for this boy.
I also will die for this boy.
Wesley is the only child with rights, as well as Rhea's unborn child. So
true.
Not even born yet, and that child has rights. So
yeah. So after they're all like done, like cleaning up and all that stuff, Arya's gonna kind of like walk beside Julian and kind of just bump him. Just, hey, you okay?
Hey, as much as I can be.
Fair, valid. How have... Okay, I can't keep holding it in. I noticed you were calling with Arlo.
Yeah.
Is everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was good tears.
Good tears. Good. Good. That's good. That's good. Listen, I know we really haven't talked a lot since being in 𝐿𝑎𝑐. And I know that there's a lot of things that I have a problem with talking about things that actually matter. And I have been acknowledging it because I'm realizing the more and more that I continue to talk to people that actually matter to me, the more and more I try to find ways to talk around the situations that I'd actually like to talk about instead of just talking about them. And I remember one of the first times I ever felt strongly about you, felt that I knew that you cared in a way that didn't just feel like you had to care because you had to care, and more that a way that you actually wanted to care. You asked me if I wanted to go and play music with you, and I haven't played music with people in a very long time, and I would really like that now, if you want that as well. It's totally okay if not. I don't want to pressure you, but... I'm sorry. I'm very awkward. I'm trying to get better at it.
Julian sort of meditates and thinks on it for a minute. So just looks up at you. And
Hi.
Where there was sort of like a weariness or doubt or hesitation in his eyes, as he looks up at you, sort of just disappears. Yeah, we can do that. I'd like that.
Okay, right, good. Okay. And she kind of like,
okay.
She like grabs his shoulders, like, okay, let's go. You said piano, right? Maybe, possibly, a kind of a vibe.
Seems like it.
Okay.
Yes.
There's a piano.
I've noticed.
Okay. And she grabs his hand and she just pulls him through the whole tavern. I don't know where everybody else is right now, but she kind of just like sits on the stool and like scoots over and just like pats the seat next to her. I've gotta be honest.
Julian sort of like awkwardly like scoots onto the stool and sits.
Okay. I've got to be honest. I only know how to find C on this thing, and she's just gonna go. I tried to learn it at one point, but nails kind of hard to really get to.
What does the letter C have to do with this?
C sometimes is the easiest to find when you're trying to write songs, transcribe songs. It's just a good middle ground. At least that's what I was taught.
C.
I guess. Why don't you try?
Julian looks over to like the third key on the thing. It's like this one's C.
Oh no! And she kind of like grabs his hand, and she puts her hand on top of his hand, and she just presses C. That's cool. And then she does the C chord in major. So it's like da da.
I will say, Julian. As your fingers hit the ivory keys, the noise, the sound that comes out of the piano, and the way that you feel sitting there is oozing with familiarity. You can feel like your gut twisting with the fact that you know what this feels like. You know what sitting on a piano bench at a piano feels like, but you cannot pinpoint or think as to why something so small as playing a piano would be something that you remember or recognize more so. But as you push down on that one note, you feel this like drive to move, as though like a ghost is moving your fingers. Like you feel like you are absolutely driven to begin playing. And the sound as you move your fingers, I assume, do you allow yourself to be driven to move your fingers, essentially?
Slowly but surely.
Okay. As you do, they kind of fumble a bit, and the notes that come out don't sound right. They sound wrong and chaotic, and it almost sounds like off and strained. And you're not playing anything. It doesn't feel like anything. It just feels like jumbled chords. But your fingers still move with like a drive that they know what they're doing, and you just need to trust yourself.
Is Arya listening, like hearing it also fumbling?
Yeah, it's almost like
she's watching him?
Like he's sitting there playing, but it's like he has some...
It's muscle memory, but it's a little off.
Exactly. But like it's just not right just yet. It's just slightly off.
She's gonna kind of like take her hands, like when she starts seeing him like moving, And does his hands look like they are moving in a way that like a pianist's hands move, but just on the wrong chords?
Yes.
Okay.
They are in a position that looks like how someone would play piano.
She's gonna kind of like put a hand onto his shoulder and just like move, like squeeze as she takes a deep breath in and then releases as she releases her breath. And I want to try and see if I can give him like a help action to see if I can help him feel more confident in what his hands are doing. Which I think is technically just my arcane art. Do you want me to roll 2d6s?
Yeah. Okay. Go for it.
That's a 5 and a 3. So 5, 6, 7, 8.
8, okay.
So set on a 7 or 9 roll, the spell still works. But we draw unwanted attention.
Okay. So then it works, and you, if you allow Arya to do this, Julian. Yeah. Okay.
She's just doing it while she's squeezing. And then
the only unwanted attention that you really get is there's a few patrons in the bar that kind of glance over at, like, the misplaced, like, piano keys that are going off, kind of just like
Arya glares at them.
Valid. And they turn away. It doesn't last very long. Julian, do you allow yourself to push further?
Does he feel the eyes of the other tavern goers?
You feel them for a moment, but Arya's glare is enough to dissuade them, and they do end up looking away. But they do watch for a moment.
It's okay.
When he feels those eyes on him, I think Julian will sort of seize up, almost sort of paralyze. And throughout this entire time, his hands are shaking. And a sort of confused look grows on his face, and as he sort of whispers, almost whimpers out, I can't do crowds. I don't know why.
It's okay. And she's gonna kind of put her hand on top of his one more time. It's just you and me right now. And you're doing a great job. And she's gonna kind of like look at his hands, and a lot of the time when you're like looking at people playing piano, you can kind of see what like chord they're doing. Hey, another bingo. Sorry. And she's gonna kind of like see if she can like correct his hand placement with hers to see if he's like, if she can fix the chord like to the note what his brain is trying to play. Because she can think of like what noises would sound right together. Do you think that that's something she could try to do?
It's up to Julian.
Okay. She's just gonna move her hand on top of his and do a little.
Do you let her, Julian? Yeah. Okay. As she kind of gives you a bit more of a direction, when you move your fingers, or more so I guess when she moves your fingers, they vibrate again with that ounce of like familiarity, and you feel this like just like this cold weight flush over you in the way that you feel like you know what to do, but it is driving you insane that you cannot drag it out of your brain. But they press against the other ivory keys now, and as they tremble and shake, just hovering barely above the keys before pressing down, they begin to move a bit quicker in the way that sounds like a brief melody, short and sweet.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't sound wrong anymore. It sounds clear. It sounds like actual notes, like an actual rhythm. And you're not really sure how or why it sounds right, but it does.
Mm-hmm.
Do you continue further?
He's looking a little like stressed out right now, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Frustrated.
Even.
Arya's just gonna kind of like lean her side into his a little bit more and just like, you say stop and we stop. Okay? I'm here for you. I don't want to put you through torture.
Julian almost feels as if a poison is going through them trying to do this. But despite that, he has this drive, almost sort of pleasure to indulge in this poison.
Oof. Oof. Give me those lines. Oh.
Poetic as fuck. Jeez.
I fucking love this man. Okay.
Then,
love.
And she's just gonna like turn to look at him and like just wait for him to meet her eyes before she moves anymore.
As you push forward then, Julian, a light flickers in your peripheral, and you squint as you press on, and suddenly you feel blinded, as though there's a bright spotlight in your eyes that is blinding your menstruations, and yet you're able to continue through this, barely seeing the keys with this bright light, but managing to create a melody as you push forward. And unbeknownst to you, slowly you start to hear murmurs, consistent and vast, like that of whispers spoken in a crowd surrounding you. And you hear and feel yourself take a shaky breath. Surely your chest is heaving, and more than anything, you feel as though there's this heavy weight on your shoulders, a familiar heavy weight, something you felt before, and when or where you cannot pinpoint. But somehow, even though the back of your neck feels as though it's burning and your fingers continue to shake, you keep hitting the notes one after another, caressing ivory keys with ease. And whatever you may be playing, it sounds like you're playing it perfectly. It sounds like it's bright. It sounds familiar and pristine. And even though you don't really know what you're doing or what notes you're pressing, your hands clearly do, and they are unstoppable. And within a moment, as all this noise and this bright light overtakes you, suddenly one of your fingers misses a key, and you know it to be the wrong key. It sounds wrong and abrupt in the change of pitch, and immediately you feel as though there are thousands of eyes on you, watching you, judging you. But no one in Ķihorn is paying you any mind at all. And the light fades from your eyes, and when you look at the piano in front of you, you almost feel as though it is laughing at you. The way it sits there. So familiar and yet so unclear.
Julian? Ari's gonna wrap him up in a hug.
Julian allows it.
And she's just gonna kind of put a hand on top of his hand that are, I'm assuming, either like falling off of the piano keys or like are on top of them. And her other hand is just gonna go to his hair and just slowly pet. Whatever whispers are in your mind right now, silence them. The music that you just played was more beautiful than anything they could ever say.
And Arya, the music that he did just play is the same melody that he gave you to learn on your lute. And it sounds exactly how you've read the music, exactly how you've played it on your lute. Theo. Aww.
She's just gonna like rest her head on top of his. Everyone's their own worst critic. But I'm really proud of you.
As you both sit there on the other end of the piano, you see two little eyes pop up. And it's Wesley. And he's just looking at you. And he slowly lifts up a little jug and puts it on top of the piano. And he says, brought you apple juice.
Oh, Wesley, good choice.
Well, you looked sad, and apple juice always makes me happier, so.
That is pretty accurate, actually. Apple juice is really good.
Yeah. You're telling me.
Yeah. Ari's gonna kind of like let go of his hand and like grab the apple juice and bring it closer to him.
Julian will shakily reach for the mug and
just gonna ruffle his hair.
Out of it.
Wesley just says, your piano playing was pretty. And then he runs and scampers off immediately.
Okay.
Gone.
Is that how kids usually are?
Julie's like,
right.
Beats me.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair.
How much does Julian understand
in
this now?
Context to, like, the piano playing?
Mm-hmm.
It is clear to you that whoever you were before you lost so much of yourself, you had a confidence when it came to this, to the piano. You clearly knew what you were doing. You clearly had worked enough to perfect what you were playing. And that much is clear to you. But aside from that, you just don't know why. Why is that something that would be so pivotal that your mind would actually pick up on its familiarity, on recognizing notes? And why would your body have this muscle memory of playing when it seems so little a thing to be good at an instrument, rather than, you know, learning something about your family or where you're from? But for some reason, your body and your mind has selected this.
How much of an understanding does he have of music in general now? Like how, like notes?
I think that you don't really know notes, but in that way that it's like muscle memory, you just know what sounds right. As though, like, going forward, you just have to trust yourself to play the right thing. Sorry, someone in chat said, since 4-till apple juice?
Since 4-till apple juice?
Thank you, Jordy, for that one. Thank you. You have made me chuckle.
Julian sort of still... almost a sort of bewilderment look on their face, staring at this piano. I don't think I understand much more than I did before, but I'm thinking back to all the times that I've heard you play a song and he sort of looks up from the piano to you and says, I think I have a greater understanding and appreciation for that, though. Your music is beautiful.
Beet red. Tears in the eyes. But she is not looking. She's just kind of like looking down at the keys and kind of just like going doing the yes.
Thank you.
It's in my blood. I mean, I've never checked actually, so I probably shouldn't say that.
Are your family members also bards?
Family, not so much. But I've always read stories about bards of old, and they've always gave me hope that maybe I could create stories that outlast generations and bring hope to others. Also, it's nice to feel pretty. It's the one thing music has always had for me.
Well, I don't think you need your music for that.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
Aria's just like.
Oh.
Looking more at the piano again. Is there any more anything else that you can sort of feel or drag out of it?
In this moment, you just feel you almost feel like a wave of exhaustion from it, as though it took so much from you just to allow your fingers to play these keys, this melody, to trust yourself to play it. What is that melody? Sorry.
What is that melody?
Every time I say melody, I can't not think of it. But yes, it's very much, it feels as though you don't have the like brain power or the drive as you did only moments ago. It's very much as though you're exasperated or exhausted from the small ministrations you did do, as though it was so overwhelming, even if you weren't entirely sure why.
Feeling that, looking back at the piano, sort of wave of disappointment rushes over him, shoulders slump as he slouches. Unfortunately, I don't think I don't think it made strong enough connection, and this seems like it took everything out of me trying to do that, and
for a split.
I could still hear.
I could hear.
I could still hear, but everyone vanished.
I saw James.
I was like, oh, everyone
Okay.
vanished.
Just for a little bit.
All good. Sorry. Continue. I still heard you. I was still picking up your sound. So
I think it is anybody who's talking and then your screen stays on and anybody else doesn't. That's what happens, I think. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think I could do any more of it on my own, and I know you wanted to play together, but it seems right now I want to, but
Like, that's okay. That's okay. Music doesn't always have to be inspiring. I know, in a lot of ways, music is exhausting. And if this is something that's connecting in a deeper part of your brain that you can't access yet, I think it best we not push too hard. We'll take it step by step. And just knowing that I have someone who will push a few buttons on a piano for me. That's plenty of music that I need. It's a new thing for me to play with other people. And so the companionship is more than enough. So yeah, I don't want you to worry about it. Especially given you're looking a little tired. Because whatever you just played, that's a doozy of a pace. So, gosh, I was just trying to remember how to play hot cross buns, and like I said, piano, not really my thing.
funny. That's what you were learning when you got controlled and someone wrote something on your paper.
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't forget.
With that. Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. I say, go get another glass of apple juice. And get some rest for the night.
Might be a silly request, but before I hunkered down for the night.
Mm.
I know you sort of just played a song earlier for the bonfire, but do you mind playing another?
On the piano or
no,
on my lute or
lute.
okay, yeah, I could do that.
Or whatever you would prefer.
No, not the piano. Definitely not the piano.
No, yes.
Yeah,
I meant
saying,
between your
literally
lutes
when
or
you were
your.
playing, I was like, okay, how do I play Hot Cross Buds? I go, doo, doo, doo. That's not right. And see, this is the problem. Okay, yes, I can play on my lute. I'm stalling again. Okay, what?
Okay.
Is there anything you want me to play? I can play a lot of things. Probably. Got a vibe.
Anything by you is good.
Okay. And let me hold on. Oh fuck! I gotta pull up my playlist real quick.
As you're doing that, while you're all still here, I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Go pee!
Okay, go pee.
I gotta pee too.
Okay.
Go!
Are you okay with me leaving it on live for a second?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Entertain.
We will entertain. We will take care of
Start
the
telling
chat.
jokes.
Okay.
All right, chat. Now that they're gone, this is a stick up.
That's
Give us all your money right
Give us
now.
all your money.
All of it. Put the money in the bag. All of it. Put all the money in the bag. Vay, show them the bag.
Show them the bag.
That they're supposed to put the money in. You're an accomplice in this. Put the money in the bag.
Show them. Show them. Hold on.
In the bag.
In the bag.
And
Hey,
none of you,
very
none of you better,
specifically,
none of you
part of
better
this.
speak a peep about this to Jade or any of the others.
Not a singular.
Else you're looking to
Stitches
get
get-
waxed.
You're gonna
Stitches.
get waxed.
Not waxed. Waxed.
Waxed?
Unless you really hate being waxed. And then you will.
Then you're gonna get waxed.
You're gonna get waxed.
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 Waxed. You waxed.
Simply
Waxed.
removing myself from this situation.
No, you're not. Get back in here. Hey,
You're going
yo,
down
get
with
in
us.
here. Look at head ass. Get back
Ah.
over here.
That coward.
That coward. How dare they back out on us? How dare they? How rude.
How dare they?
How
rude.
dare they?
The Don isn't gonna be very happy about this.
Hey, yo, no, they're not. Not at all. Medium Tony isn't gonna be happy about this either.
Medium Tony, no small Tony, or Big Tony are
Or
gonna be
Big
happy about
Tony
this.
for that matter.
Oh, Big Tony's not gonna
Hey,
like
yo,
hearing
Big
about
Tony
this
ain't gonna
situation.
be happy at all about this.
Bada bing.
Bada boom.
Hey, that's what I'm saying.
No, that's what I'm saying. Hold on. Okay, I'm trying to debate between two songs.
Right?
What? Sorry. Okay. Oogity boogity oogity boogity.
Oogity boogity, oogity boogity.
Oogity boogity oogity boogity. That's just what Arya sings. She goes oogity boogity.
How was our
oogity,
day?
boogity.
Our day's been D&D. It's been
Yeah,
pretty D&D.
so it's been good.
Yeah.
So it's been pretty nice.
Arthur, I have a plan.
Arthur.
We're going to Tahiti.
My hand.
My hand.
Dutch. My hand.
Nuts.
My hand.
My hand.
Hand. Okay. Question.
Love that all of this is in the middle of the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
You know, we've just been having good vibes with the chat. Honestly,
Just having
very
a good time.
wholesome.
Oh
We've just been
yes,
chatting.
I watched it all from my phone.
Oh.
One sec.
Oh, bless. Oh, bless. Oh, bless. Wowie, wowa.
Sorry.
What was the song the other night,
Oh my
Jade,
god.
that we kept doing
Homo.
over and over again? But
Homo.
just...
Homo.
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 Homo. Homo.
Homo.
Still on
Homo.
stream,
Homo.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Hi.
Hi.
Everyone.
Hey. Homo.
I'm gonna clarify if I said anything like embarrassing.
Now you're good. They've been yelling about Tony this entire time.
Oh, what you talking about?
Tony! Look at Veeb. Look at that Veeb. Look at that Veeb. Look at that Veeb. I'm loving it. I'm loving Tio.
Can I say it really quick?
Whoa.
What?
It up. Can't hear.
I just thought of it. This is Wesley like running around while this is like going on? Is he like
Oh yeah, he's goofing.
He's
I just
goofing.
imagine Andromeda
goofer.
like caught up to him and asked him if he wanted to like play. And she's playing this game with him. If he said yes, called
Oh yeah,
Animal
absolutely.
Attack, where she pretends
Scary
to be a
monster
big animal
attack!
and he has to run away. It's what her and her brother used to play as little babies.
He is
Animal Attack.
absolutely playing that with you, and he's doing one of the like scream laughs where it's like the ah! But then it's like that.
And she's
You
like
can
on
keep
all
cutting
four,
out,
like
but
she's
yes.
committed to the.
Oh my
I cut out,
God.
sorry.
As she should. She's like,
He's
She's
just
actually
screaming.
terrifying, but like fun.
He
And
is
she picks him up and throws him
Are
around.
you
I'm laughing so hard.
Ari's like trying to imagine a song. Like she's like going through her like discography that she's
So
written or thought about before, just like thinking through, and then she just hears Andromeda and sees her running like, and she's
That's
just
the
like,
last thing you see before you die.
Silas is like frozen with like his ale, just like. Okay.
okay. And I think Arya is gonna play Pillar of Na by Saints. I never know how to say it.
I love that
Sensa.
song.
Yeah, I know. So she's gonna play that song.
Okay.
It's a very good song. I love that song. It's like almost 9 minutes long though, so y'all better hunker down. We're doing a ditty.
So then, with that, the
And
question
everybody who
comes
listens to it wants to eat strawberries. So there you go.
Yeah, valid.
We have
Thinking
a
about
sudden
strawberries.
craving for strawberries.
Sudden craving for strawberries. I would like
Get
to
your mind out
know.
of the gutter. I saw you.
I would like to know who is rooming with who tonight when you go to sleep.
Is that a
figure that one
question?
I already know for you. I already know for you.
That's never a question.
But who is it? Who is it, Faye?
Who is it?
Who is it? It's beyond me.
It's not like somebody that I hold
I
above
wanna know.
everyone else.
Arlo,
It's
obviously.
Is
Arlo.
it me?
Shut the fuck up.
Arya's gonna wander over to Zophiel
Yeah.
and be like, "Hi, you need to get some fucking sleep tonight. You're going to bed."
He
Where is
just
Apollo going to be is the question.
Zophiel
He's in the
100%
other
will want to sleep
No,
in the
I'm-
room that Apollo
He's
is
in
knocked
okay.
out in. Yeah, he's
Good,
gonna
'cause-
sleep in there because he's gonna
That would be
Be
awkward
like,
to
"Oh, you
have
bastard."
Apollo in the room.
no.
Okay. Well, I
Um,
guess I'm sleeping in that room then.
You can sleep with me
It's
in my bed if you want.
Oh, it's okay.
Elfie's
darling.
got her own room.
I gotta make sure that I
Oh,
listen.
I'm just
Um,
saying.
Julian,
Where's Mud gonna sleep?
do you sleep? Where do you sleep?
Sorry.
Good question. Wherever there's sleep available.
Where
I
I'm
don't know.
I'll tell you whatever.
Um,
sleep
Wherever
you get.
there's sleep available.
Not on-
Then
definitely
I
not.
will say
Definitely not.
Wesley
Not on
approaches
Dabu.
you and like
Oh.
tugs on your
My baby.
shirt and he says,
Oh,
I
okay.
know that you and my brother are like a thing, so do you want to share the
Call
room
out.
with us?
Yeah, sure.
Arya is nodding in the corner.
Okay. I sleep talk.
Sick.
Oh,
Awesome.
I just imagine
Okay.
him like sleeping in between Silas and Julia, and just like he's like one of those sleep kickers where he actually like puts his leg out and just like kicks you in the shin.
Absolutely. That is
Oh,
him to
Wesley
the
is
T.
me, is what you're saying.
Somehow
I'm Wesley.
ends up upside down
Yeah.
with his foot in your face.
Wesley sleeps with like his butt in the air and his face like
Oh.
What a kid! Oh my god!
Silas
Pushes
is
all of
just
you off the bed.
like kind of listening to this conversation, kind of like looking down, and his cheeks are red, but he is just like
Cute.
Do you agree to sleep in the same room with them?
Hmm?
Okay. And the rest of you, Andromeda.
I still have the other key to the other room I think we got today.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna walk up to Mud and be like,
Roommates?
He smiles and says, once more onto the breach. Yeah. I mean, yes. Sure.
Cool.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
she's gonna hand the key to him.
He takes it and he's like, right. And he heads towards the rooms. Arya, I assume you share a room with Zophiel and Apollo. Yes.
So as soon as people start going up to their rooms, she's gonna kind of wait a little bit.
Okay.
And did she see Elfie go up to her room?
Elfie's not got up to her room yet. She's sitting and sipping on some apple juice.
Arya's gonna go slide up next to her.
Okay.
You wanna go for a walk?
She looks at you and she says, oh yes, that would be nice.
Okay. Let's go. And she kind of like gets up.
Okay. And she follows you.
No.
Very kind of like just smiling. What is happening?
She just went.
Yeah,
But
as
it
she
looked
should.
like you took something. It looked like you took off your shirt. And I was like,
Oh no, I was
like,
She
doing it.
probably-
And then you went.
If you guys are going on a walk by yourself, she probably will do that and just like hold
Exactly.
on
I
to it
thought
because
you guys were gonna have your little
air
fun
out
on the
that
beach
noggin.
again.
she needs the.
Yeah, I thought that was gonna be the whole thing. Is that you
Yeah.
just, you know,
I
let
thought that
yourself
was
be
the
more yourself.
intention here.
And she's gonna kind of be like, okay. And she's gonna kind of like look over at Zophiel and just be like, I'm making you go for a rest tonight. You're gonna sleep, one way or fucking another.
He just like shrugs his shoulder. He says, we can take shifts.
Okay. Fair.
And he immediately
What
like
can you-
turns around and beelines it towards the rooms.
She's gonna kind of look at Elfie and just be like, men are so convoluted and for no reason.
Elfie's just like, yes, I've always thought that. Exactly that.
You want to talk about it?
No.
Cool. Let's just go for a walk then.
Okay.
And she's gonna kind of like look outside as soon as they get out there, and if there's nobody out there, she's gonna take off her boots.
Yeah. And Elfie is also going to remove her wig, and she's going to be reveling in having her hair loose. And it's kind of in like a tight braid. And she quickly like undoes it, and so when she lets it loose, it's like wavy. And she kind of like puts her fingers through her hair and like shakes it out, and then starts walking with you. Listen, she's hot.
Again. Beat red. She is beat red.
Beat red.
Oh
Red is
my
her hair.
God.
And I assume eventually, whenever your walk is done, you probably walk her to her room again.
Mhm.
All right, and then join Zophiel, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of you, Arlo, I assume you go to your cozy room. Of course. And so, if there's nothing else, I'm gonna get into. Yes.
Can I ask one little question about
Yeah,
it? Because my interest is piqued. I know I'm gonna forget for the rest of the stream
I'm
if
gonna
I
go
don't ask
pee
it
real
now.
quick, but yeah.
It's very
Yeah,
quick.
valid. Absolutely.
Let me know what you ask later.
Alright, awesome. So they're like, are they sharing the bed? Are they sharing the bed?
I
Like,
imagine
platonically?
a lot of the rooms have like multiple like beds. Like you could have chosen a room with just one double bed, or you could have chosen one with
Yep.
two singles. It's completely up to you.
Cool.
What do you want?
I think it'd be cuter if there's one double.
Okay.
But it's like platonic.
There's
It's like
one double.
there's no. They're like they have their own space.
Yeah, set it into Canada. There's one double in your room.
Yep. Yeah. And she's like, I don't know if he chose to sleep in the same bed as her. I don't know if he would or not.
He probably
depending on-
stood at the foot of the bed very awkwardly and was just like, floor, bed, floor, bed.
Bed.
Okay.
She's like, come on, dude.
He's like,
It's fine.
right. And he like gets cozy and he like almost like snuggles in the sheets. He's like thriving. They're so soft.
She's gonna face him and like the sheets are pulled up to her chin. She's like,
But I do not think I have ever asked you, but where are you from?
He looks at you and he frowns and he says, Oh, I'm from Eve. It's one of the one of the 𝙍𝙗 in the 9 realms.
You are from another realm too?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
What was it like?
Oh, it's interesting. I think you would like it. Lots of there's like a whole section of it that's just woods.
Oh wow.
Yeah. No civilization, nothing. Yeah. It was comfortable.
Did you go into any cities at all ever, or was it just woods?
Oh, they have small towns, villages, kind of like 𝙍𝙗, and then a capital of sorts, which we don't really call a capital, we call it like our kingdom more so. But it's yeah. There's like a hierarchy and stuff.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Were they nice?
Yeah. They were nice. Recently, like when I was there, they got some new rulership, and I wasn't quite that fond of it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Were they evil?
No, just more strict.
Mm.
Yeah.
Interesting. Do you miss your home?
A lot of my time there was spent trying to deceive people into taking their money, so not so much. I miss my little brother, and that's about it, really.
Dirt.
Sand.
Sand. I was close. I was close.
He's like, yeah.
It was one of them.
He's like smiling. He's like,
well, I'm glad you're here with me right now.
I'm glad to be here, Tree.
She's gonna turn over and
Good night, bud.
go to sleep.
He just says, good night. And then he pulls the blanket over his arm and he snuggles in. And with that, I want to summarize your nights. Just nothing weird ever happened. Nothing weird's happened at all. Absolutely not. Chase is looking at me. I'm summarizing your nights. So, Arlo. Hello.
Wait, did anything happen with Andromeda?
She asked Mud where he's from.
Ooh.
And he said that he's from Eve, and they, rather than a capital, had more of a kingdom with a hierarchy.
Mm.
And they were new
Interesting.
leadership came in, which he was
Elfie.
fond of.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weird.
sounds-
Elfie is a princess.
Nerve-wracking.
All to a new friend member.
Interesting. Okay, go ahead. I did hear the one
I
double
wrote it
bed,
down.
so
Yeah, one's a
Also,
they're
we got reminded of Mud's younger brother, Dirt.
Yes.
Sand.
And
I almost did it as well. I wrote down
It's because his dad's name is Dirt, so that's why you guys
Oh,
are
I
getting it.
okay.
Yeah.
where
I
I
fucking
slotted
love that.
Yeah,
Dirt
his
was my father.
dad's name is
And
Dirt,
Mud.
his mom is Barbara, and his little brother is Sand.
Bob, I have one
Okay.
request of you, and it's to get me in a situation where I have to roll with my new dice because I really want
Your
to.
little fish dice. Don't worry. Don't worry.
But
It's
I
coming.
did do a first perimeter roll, and I got a 13, and then I rolled again, and I got a 1.
Whoa.
Well, actually, I rolled with a friend, and
You gotta
they
cleanse
got the
them.
1, and
You
I
gotta,
got the
you gotta
13.
cleanse
you
them.
gotta cleanse them.
Well,
Gotta
that
cleanse
means
them.
they're
Put 'em
good
under
for
the
you
moon.
and not for
Give 'em
your
some
friends.
love.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
13's not bad. That's good. It's good in our campaign.
that's true.
Mm-hmm.
But it's bad on
Yeah.
Tower of Terror.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
You're right.
True.
Yeah.
So, Arlo. Tonight, with the knowledge
So
that you're
apologize.
back home. Oh my god, no, I love you. With the knowledge that you're back home and tucked in the comfort of your blanks and bed, or bath, more so, you sleep comfortably. And you take warmth in the sound of your mother and father tidying up the kitchen below, in the soft guitar strumming, humming through the walls of Fraction. And you can still hear the crash of waves outside, solid and steady and rhythmic, and it is all good again. Thoughts of your new unsettling abilities and the new unraveled information you'd gathered with your friends slips at the back of your mind for a moment. And the entirety of your being only revels in the glow of the small tea-light candles lining your room, tucked on the windowsill and atop your small desk, all lit by your mother, who had tucked you in with a kiss to your forehead and brought a match with her to light them. It really is. It casts the room in a warm glow, and you are so heavy with the tranquility of being home and being surrounded by the ones you love that sleep comes quite soon to you. Wit, you also rest fairly easy tonight. Aside from a frazzled mind and a busy string of thoughts over the insight of new information, Arthros lies curled up against your chest, already drifting off into a deep sleep, clearly worn out from travel and the day's events. Her soft pink hair tickles your chin, and her body is warm and smooth to the touch, and she has her arm wrapped around you, as though you are keeping her afloat. There is a part of you that feels whole, lying in bed beside her, and you think it could be due to your lack of desire to wander any longer. For once, you are content with lying here, still, unmoving, beside a single person, with no rising need to flee, to move on. Suddenly, you could lie here for years, reveling in the press of the slender tiefling woman beside you. While things aren't entirely perfect, and you lie with a trillion unanswered questions, you can at least appreciate the way your heart rests easy in your chest with Arthros' gentle hands to keep it safe. I was very proud of that line. Listen. Andromeda.
That's so good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Better than good.
You're welcome. Andromeda. Your night is restless from the start. Falling asleep is a feat of hard work, but eventually you find yourself falling numb to slumber, body heaving and sighing with exhaustion from the day's events. But it isn't long before that numbness devolves into a fit of eerie sights and scenes, darting through your sleep-riddled mind. You find yourself in a dense, dark forest, or so you think. At first, it appears to be simply that, a deep collection of trees surrounding you, thick and almost suffocating. Their bark is thick and tall and looming, towering over you and filling your vision with branches and leaves and so much foliage and vines that you can barely see a few feet in front of you. However, when you push the blockade of foliage out of the way and take a step forward, and when you lift your eyes once more, familiarity washes over you in the form of a body-chilling dread. You're in your grove, but rather than glowing golden and bright and all-encompassingly warm, sun-kissed and ethereal, the world around you is black and blue and mottled, every color of a giant aching bruise. Every willow tree before you is stained black, as though charred by fire, and the vines hang, still intact but infected like a charcoal texture, entirely rotting away, leaves torn and broken. In your dream, when you step closer, you see a glowing light, warm and bright, between all the black, like your grove always was. But as you grow nearer, your body goes cold in horror at the sight. It is the glow of eyes, multiple eyes. In each of the trees are bodies within the bark skin like that of the tree trunk. The branches form limbs, and bumps and textures form hair, and expressions of agony and broken features. They have molded with the trees around you, and their eyes watch you as you move to them, and you can hear them whispering all around you, spitting out hushed words as they lay stagnant, consumed by the bark of the trees. She did this, you hear.
Come back.
Everyone's back.
God, why does that keep happening?
So weird.
All of my life.
Well, I'm glad I'm recording all this, just in case.
Yeah.
Why did it go all funky
Let me check
wonky with
the-
your thingies?
I think it's because all of us our things got disconnected and then reconnected.
Ugh, so annoying.
At least on my end, it looked like
Why is it happening to all of us?
well, because I think it was on your end, all of us just
It keeps blue balling our emotions.
It really
it
does.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
At least I can still hear you all. It's also recorded, so if anything, I can upload this recording if this stream's like super buffery or anything.
Yeah, I think it was the stream that time that buffered. Like bad.
Who
I don't
knows? Who knows?
I don't know. My stuff is there.
Fixing you guys before I continue so that it's nice. Okay. Okay. I will continue on with this horror fest.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna beat myself again. Bye.
Oh my god. Like, I think you guys just stopped moving. I was like,
I can't hold any of your hands right now. Like, this sucks.
Are we back, chat? It says
The emotions are too
connection
high.
now, so. Okay.
yeah, I think, yeah.
Cool. Okay. With that. Yes, so you hear she did this. And you hear all your fault as you glance around at them all. Overwhelmed by the onslaught of aggressive whispers, you see your own tree. It's glowing, perfectly fine, alive and well and awaiting your gaze. And you step closer to it and reach forward to press your hand to its body. But before anything more can occur, the dream falls to a dark black, fading away into the shadows on your numb mind and leaving behind only more whispers. And you hear, she knew all along and did nothing. And then you also hear, we should have known she'd be no different. Before the voices fade away.
Guys, I don't think I should have broke it off with my fiance.
I'm about to beat up some trees.
Would I?
Do you actually
No.
die?
No, I don't know. Maybe, probably, but no.
I don't know.
No.
You didn't know anything.
I don't know.
No, that was 100% the thing.
didn't.
That
You
you're
didn't know anything.
done. It's
I needed to happen.
a dream. It's a dream. Ah.
Dream.
So like give the side
Dreams be
anything.
crazy.
It was a dream.
Kind of
Dreams
kooky,
be
kind of
Dreams are
wacky,
crazy.
kind
Cookie crazy dreams.
Close your eyes, fast asleep, dream and dream, you little tweep.
Dream a little dream.
Tortured by prophetic dreams.
Dream.
So,
Wait, no. I need another moment. Just let me think about it for a second.
Haley, do you remember the game that I showed you? This is what this was inspired by. I showed you a video game like a while ago, and it was all Swedish folklore.
Oh, yes, the scary one.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
And it was people
love
were
that.
literally in trees and
They
their
were,
faces were
like,
frozen.
yeah,
and their eyes were glowing, and they would say like they would start whispering things in Swedish like as you walked around, and they were like saying like
What game?
it's called a northern hymn. I'll send it to you. It's really good.
Really cool.
It's so good.
Clarifying
It's so
question.
creepy. Yeah.
So I saw my tree, right? It was all good.
Yes. Mhm.
And then all the bodies in the trees were like, I recognize them as like my family, right?
You recognize them as people of your grove, yeah.
People of my grove. Okay.
Mhm.
Did I specifically see my family or just
You
more
didn't
just
see
the
them
grove?
in the way that the dream was hazy, in that way that like it didn't
You
clarify
can't quite.
who
Gotcha,
was
yeah.
who. Yeah. You just heard this like cacophony of like whispers, and you just saw how everyone was molded with the trees.
That makes sense.
Awesome.
Wow,
So-
that was amazing. Okay,
That was
I think I'm okay
terrifyingly
now.
awesome.
I think I could cry this session. Honestly, I feel it in the air. You know,
It's coming.
it's floating right here.
It's getting there. It's
Listen.
building
It
up.
really is.
Listen, there's
saw-
nobility in crying, okay?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh
Anyways.
Lord, it's coming.
First
Nobility
jazz,
and crying.
then it was
Don't
nobility
say
and
that.
crying.
Don't say
Jays,
nobility
and
and
then-
crying and dying.
and now it's us three, so we have to cry too. So get on it, guys. Work it up.
Aria, it's your turn.
Let the
Wait,
tears-
my turn. My turn. What?
Yep. I want to know if you do anything before you go to sleep.
You see this, Faye? You see this?
Yes, I do something.
It's a shoulder.
I am actually quite.
Please, somebody
a
put that in
shoulder.
quotes. Somebody put that in quotes. You see this?
It's a shoulder. I am actually factually
You're
quite
cute.
disgusting. So I think while Arya, like, when Arya comes back into the room, she's gonna kind of be like, okay, your turn. Get some fucking sleep. I'm gonna go shower and rest and get my body back in comfy conditions. So
And so
He'll be
does
fine.
that. He gets starts to get comfortable in one of the beds that's there.
She gives him a little pat to his head. And just is
Arya
like,
can get actual comfy because it's Zophiel, and Zophiel knows.
Yeah.
exactly. There's a reason why I went to go see him. Other than it's Zophiel.
So
But also, she trusts,
Apollo's
she knows that he'll...
zonked.
Oh yeah, he's out.
He's out.
So you can like be truly comfy with Zophiel.
I hope he looks like that so bad.
Well, just
Arya's
blindfold.
probably-
He's blindfolded too, isn't he?
Yeah,
Or-
Arya's gonna
just
blindfold
gagged.
just in case.
Oh, okay. Well,
She's gonna
blindfold.
blindfold him.
He's
Just,
also
just do a little veil around
Yeah,
him.
he's knocked
Or no,
out.
actually what she's gonna do, she's gonna just throw a blanket on top of him.
Oh
As
my
it should.
god.
Suffocate
Treat
him.
him like a
And she's
bird,
gonna,
you
no,
just throw a blanket
no.
over.
She's just throwing, like, it's not like I'm just imagining it's like one of
I
those,
know,
like,
yeah.
like a sheet, you know?
Yeah.
Valid.
He's a ghost.
He's
He
a ghost. Woo! And she's gonna go, in the bathroom, and before she, like, also takes a shower, she's gonna wash her fucking clothes and hang them up. So hopefully they're
Valid.
drying, and she'll just put them on when they're dry, and it'll be fine because her
So
clothes are
valid.
disgusting. But she's gonna go take a
It'd be
shower,
like that sometimes.
and after she's done washing, she's gonna look in the mirror.
All right.
Is that anything in the mirror?
Arya,
Oh God!
when you look in the mirror,
I'm imagining it actually like, is there like a glass in the shower? Like a glass door to like close the shower?
no, probably not.
Dang, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. She's looking at reflections. Let's
Valid.
go ahead.
There's
want some
nothing.
scary-
There's nothing in the mirror. You don't see anything. But for a moment,
Oh no.
when you catch sight of your reflection, just briefly, you swear your eyes look purple. But the next moment you blink, they are back to normal again.
Hello?
Huh?
Fuck.
Huh?
Arya like
Say what?
she like rubs out her eyes and is like, okay. What now?
The way it really slowly focused.
Slowly
on
focused.
Like, what now?
What now?
And she's gonna kind of like lean closer to the mirror.
Hmm.
Is that you?
Ooh. Nothing happens. You waiting for a butt?
Yes.
Nothing happens.
Okay. Why did I see my eyes? Why were they purple?
You hear nothing. See nothing.
You keep telling me to listen, and then when I'm trying to listen, you're not talking!
Nothing.
Arya, like, puts her hair into, like, the tightest...
Every time
with the
goosies.
I got gooses too. Goosies.
This episode's like fucking Maniac City! Maniac City!
It gets worse. It gets worse.
Right! Arya's gonna kind of, like, look at, like, pull her hair in front of her, and is just looking at it. And has it grown anymore?
By maybe the smallest centimeter, there looks to
And
be.
it's still coming from the bottoms of her hair?
Yes. But it looks like there's like a small centimeter more black in your hair. But that is it.
If you want me to listen, you're gonna have to say something. And she's gonna, like, look through the cabinets to see if there's any, like, scissors, anything sharp. Is there?
There's nothing sharp.
Can I roll to punch the mirror?
You can.
You're gonna break
Yes,
Arlo's
girly
parents'
pop.
mirror.
Yes.
I'll pay him back later.
I'm
maniac.
having money.
That's a 10.
Disrespect your surroundings.
Do you just straight up?
She just punches the mirror.
It breaks. It shatters into a few
Does
pieces.
anyone hear it?
Zophiel.
Zophiel, I imagine Zophiel is exhausted. This man has not slept
Yeah.
in several
He's been in
days.
soldier mode for
so he has been
needs
lacking
that
some sleep. He is like out like a light.
She's gonna take one of the broken shards of the mirror, and she's just gonna shear the black off of her hair as much as she can.
Hey yo.
She's not trying to like cut it, but she's just like moving the glass against her hair.
So it's
it's
smaller.
like splintering and like yeah, and she's just trying to get as much of the black off of her hair as she can.
Valid. And it works. It's just hair. And so when you do this, like, black strands fall to the ground, and when you're finished, your hair looks mostly just red again, if not for the tiniest little bits of black at the ends that would really be unnoticeable by anyone else.
And Arya's feeling very like she is high on adrenaline right now. From this feeling of like she doesn't usually allow herself to fully get like angry. And right now she is just like seething with this like frustration of she's trying so hard and there's nothing is happening out of it. And it reminds her so much of like how she used to feel when she was a child, and just that silence that just keeps like it's ticking in her head. And she's gonna and then push her hair back, and she's gonna braid it into her usual braid that it usually is in, take a look at it, see if there's any very noticeable black anymore.
There's not.
And she's gonna take the piece of glass of the mirror, and she's going to is there towels in the bathroom? I would hope.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. She's gonna wrap herself up in a towel, walk over outside of the bathroom again, and put it like in her bag.
Okay.
And right before she puts it in, she's just gonna kind of look in the mirror and just be like, I'm going to find you, but you have to let me find you. And she's gonna like pocket it away. And she's gonna look over at Apollo.
He's
out. He's fine. He's chilling. She just kind of like centers herself, knowing that like, okay, she did one thing right, at least one thing is good. Apollo was asleep. Nothing is going wrong. And she's gonna go over to clothes, make sure that they're all, you know, fine and stuff, drying still. And she's gonna, because I imagine this has been a while, like a minute.
Yeah.
So she's gonna probably give Zophiel probably like an hour or two before she wakes him up for her to go to sleep.
Okay.
Where she's kind of just sitting and staring at the window.
Okay.
And she's not saying anything, and she's very still, but she's just stuck.
Valid. In that time until you go to sleep, you're kind of sitting in that stasis of just like unthinking almost. When you finally do lay down to sleep after switching off with Zophiel, your night is not easygoing. Falling asleep is already difficult enough, with your mind probably jumping to every conclusion under the book, rooting through every possible scenario, anxiously overthinking what tomorrow might bring. But much like Andromeda, sleep does eventually find you, if not merely for the sheer exhaustion you feel in your bones, as you lie within the comfort of a soft duvet and clean bed sheets.
She is gonna, right before like she goes to sleep fully, she is gonna tell Zophiel that she saw like a flash, but there's nothing more. And I think she's gonna ask like while she's falling asleep to like hold his hand.
He lets you. He stands kind of, or he sits kind of on the side of the bed, and he just kind of holds your hand there and waits.
And then she's gonna fall asleep. Sorry.
Valid. No, you're good. You're good. Give me the details. I like the details. When you do finally find your way into unconsciousness, it's not long before you're opening your eyes again. But this time, in a familiar room. The world around you is pitch black. An abyss of ink, no floor beneath your feet, no walls around you, only a mere wasteland, void of any color or any substance, as it had been the other 2 times you'd seen this. A voice sounds from behind you, and this time entirely different from the last 2 times that you'd found your mind here. You hear the sound of a single footstep. Do you turn?
Yes.
You turn, and in your dream it feels slow, agonizingly slow, before you come face to face with the being who practically molds into the background of the dark world surrounding you. Black hair hangs straight and down, dripping over his frail and thin body like that of falling thick ink. Through slender features, sharp and angular, you see the black that leaks from glowing crystallized purple eyes, and that oozes from pale colorless lips. And he stands now, no longer a hunched form of skin and bone in the corner of an inky abyss, but instead on his feet, dressed entirely in black robes and staring at you with a creased brow and a charcoal-stained visage. He is tall, towering over you by several inches, and you're tall as is.
Yeah, that's fucking tall.
Mm-hmm. But lacking slightly where his shoulders droop and his head hangs, as though it's far too heavy to hold up. And his mouth opens, and more ink spirals out, dripping off his chin like blood, before he meets your eye. And there is more emotion in his expression than you've ever seen from this being before. And he breathes, his body trembling, as he says softly, "I've been alone for so long." And his eyes close, and that purple glow fades a moment, as he says, "And yet not at all." And a hand lifts then, reaching slowly out towards you. And those purple, glassy eyes look at you once more, directly into you as though peering into your soul. And he says, "I'm trying. Find me and give me something to hold on to." Do you reach for his hand?
I think that she almost feels so, like, relief that it's an automatic. Like, as soon as she sees his hand going towards her, like, she grabs his.
Okay. And just as you do, his body begins to melt, dripping away into the empty black chasm around you. And when you look at your hand once more, it is stained with ink. And the darkness oozes into the crevice of your fingers, painting your fingers black. Before the dream fades into more darkness. He's still around. He's still around.
If she tries to call out, like, "Orion?"
There's nothing.
Give me an inky hand and then you don't even tell me your name.
I just got goop on my hand.
I just got goop on my hand.
Goop.
What the fuck is this? Bendy in the ink machine?
Yeah.
Look at a head ass.
With that.
Why?
With that. I move to you, Julian. Hi. All right. Julian.
Yes.
Oh, scared me, sorry. You are surely utterly disquieted by the day's events. You have been privy to a whirlwind of information, as you know, that you certainly hadn't expected. The name within Napoleon. One of the only constants you'd had in your short life of what you remember. And it's not even a constant. It's an illusion, a farce, a mask to hide the true name beneath. Surely your mind is a flurry of conflicted thoughts and feelings and emotions. What are you to believe now? And you lie with your eyes closed, but that's all you can really do as you try to sleep, as you know that there's a big journey tomorrow that you're all going to be trekking upon. But you remain in this state of nothingness, listening to the quiet around you so intently that it feels loud to your ears. And of course you have Silas, who had insisted that you sleep amongst him and Wesley. And Wesley is absolutely sprawled out across the sheets, like not a care in the world. A hand like over Silas's face, but Silas is zoinked out, dead asleep. And all you see when you close your eyes is darkness, and yet somehow that alone is so jarring that your limbs are shaking with restlessness, and your mind is scattering with unease. And after a while, after what feels like ages of simply that, exactly, you start to feel a different sort of unease. Footsteps. Or did you imagine them? They could have come from the hall, of course. But then you feel something unnerving. An eeriness, a non-physical weight that falls over the entirety of your being, like that of being watched. Do you open your own eyes to confirm if you are?
Yes.
Okay. When your eyes open, they flutter and blink away, a blurry image of the dimly lit room. A lantern sitting in the corner atop a small wooden desk. And sitting in the small ornate armchair tucked in the corner of the room, lantern light casting a warm glow across his elegant features, is Tobias. His short blonde hair is slicked back. Every time.
Why won't you come to my room at night?
Listen. No, you're good, you're good. I was saying, listen. You got the necklace, man. His short blonde hair is slicked back, though a few strands hang against his forehead with ease. And he wears his typical long cloak, but the hood is down, resting on his shoulder, and beneath it he wears more dark hues, a leather vest-like tunic and dark charcoal pants, as well as long laced-up black boots. And his eyes are trained directly on you, Julian. But they look soft, lacking their regular confidence and harsh judging glare, and they glow a faded, muted shade of pink. He looks different to you now. Perhaps the new information spirals through your mind, and that is the cause. But his entire expression, his features, look far more delicate, less pointed and angular and sharp, as though the gentle look in his eyes holds a sort of sincerity over the whole of his being. His hands are fiddling with something, and upon further inspection, it looks to be a dandelion. The stem is long and green, and the top sits wispy and sphere-like, and he tilts his head and speaks before you can. And he says, "What did you wish for?" And he looks at you, Julian, directly at you, and says, "The other day on the beach, what did you wish for?"
Comfort. To finally have something that I actually understand.
He smiles softly, and he looks down, and he takes a deep breath, and when he lets it out, it shakes a little bit, and he says, "How brutal it is that you do not remember me." And the words come out through kind of a bitter laugh, self-deprecating laugh, and his voice sounds softer and sadder and more far away as he says, "But I suppose if you did, you'd hate me more than you already do."
What?
And he looks down.
What you...
And he stands from the chair and says, "Even though I've done nothing wrong, nothing to deserve anything so strong as hate." And he snarls it out, quick and rumbling. and his expression flashes with rage for a moment. So extreme, going from like this softness to this aggression, before the same soft and gentle expression falls back over his features. And he frowns down at the ground for a moment, and he looks genuinely apologetic as he says, I'm sorry. His personality tends to bubble up at times. I try to push it aside, but it's hard when he's at the forefront. He looks at you again. And he's quiet a moment before he says, it is a cycle with me, it seems, being hated. It's only natural for you to hate me too.
No, I don't think I...
He takes a step closer to you. And he swallows. And it seems as though it's like he's swallowing the knot in his throat, like he is struggling a little bit. And he shakes his head and says, do you know what I would wish for? And he holds the flower in his hand, and he stares at it. And he's concentrating on the petals. And then he looks at you. And his eyes flash even brighter, a shade of pink, as he watches you more intently. And he sighs and says, I'd wish to have never brought you here all that time ago. And he crushes the dandelion in his hand and stares at it as the wisps fall to the ground below. And he says, who would have thought accomplishing the greater good would involve so much loss? And he turns back to you. He says with a smile, see you again soon, Jules. Before he turns and walks towards the door of the inn and vanishes into a faded warping of magic like that of a door.
Julian tries to chase him out. Chase after him.
If you chase after him, you collide with the bedroom door.
Up.
He walks through as though almost very much like there is a wall, like a wall of illusion magic that he is like vanishing through. And so if you do so, you kind of ram into the door. Silas kind of jerks up and looks around. You good? Do you have to pee?
Yeah. And he gets up and opens the door.
Valid.
Closes it behind him.
Unbeknownst to you, Julian, or not Julian, Silas just says, all right. He goes back to sleep.
This episode's so cinematic.
Oh, thank you.
God. I'm just like watching it.
Yeah.
God.
Hey, yo.
I'm gonna throw up.
When will it be my turn?
I'm gonna throw up.
I'm a throw up.
Wow.
Not to bamboozle you with that one.
Holy shit.
Julian sort of just whispers,
I am
shouts.
bamboozled.
Tobias. Rain, please.
There's nothing. You hear nothing. I imagine with this, you probably do not get a lot of sleep that night. With this in the forefront of your mind. But if there's nothing else with that, we'll move on until dawn. To dawn. Until dawn.
Until
dawn.
Until college.
Until dawn. Ha! My chest and my body is like.
Us so good. Oh,
Do we want to
damn.
take a little break?
We can't.
I
It's
don't
up to
remember
you
when our
guys.
last break was.
We can also break
that far away.
right
I'm gonna
before.
rewatch that scene over and over and
Yeah.
over again.
I
can
want to draw
also-
some of that too.
Please do.
Please.
We can also break right before the Capitol if you would like to.
Yeah, we can do that.
Because I imagine this next kind of bit will probably be like speed run a little bit until you get there.
Holy damn.
Yeah.
Sounds good, sounds good.
So I'll give you my little excerpt and then maybe we can pause right after if you guys are good with that.
Yeah.
It works.
Okay. So, I do want to say that Silas and Wesley approached the idea of staying at Ķīhorn. They don't need to do anything in the capital. They don't feel that they need to go there. Silas has Wesley at his side now. And they also feel as though it might be smart to have someone at the inn in case you guys do not return.
Are we leaving Apollo?
Yeah, what are we doing with that guy?
That is the other thing. Zophiel offers to remain there with Apollo. He expects all of them expect that like you guys will be returning to Hanburn after the capital visit.
Okay, but
so
we gotta return. So that's
yeah, it gives you that method of you have to.
Okay.
And so Zophiel states that he will remain there with Apollo, and Silas and Julian, or not Silas and Julian, Silas and Wesley as well. And so, to keep it quick, as you say goodbye this time, Arlo, your mother gives you that same consistent speech, telling you of how she's always known you to one day accomplish incredible things, and that she will always be a Ķīhorn, waiting for you to come home, no matter how long it takes you. She gives you a kiss on the forehead, goodbye, and Bruce hugs you tight to his chest. And Hazel wishes the rest of you luck as well, and hands you all a small handkerchief each, that are tied off in little bags containing what she deigns as goodies, that seem to entail some bread, fruit, and dried meat.
She packed us lunch.
She packed you lunches.
And
Lunchables!
requested birdseed instead for hers.
Sure.
If there is any birdseed.
That's cute.
Sure.
Cute.
I think really quick before, Arlo would say something like he would look at his mom and be like, yesterday, when I left, I really didn't want to go. And I was sure that I would never, ever want to go anywhere ever again. And obviously, I don't, I mean, Ķīhorn is my home, but I woke up today hearing what you said. Like, there is something for me out there, and there is something that I want to prove, and I want to protect my friends. So I think it feels right this time. So thank you.
And she smiles, and she runs her hand, like, over your face, kind of caresses your cheek, and she says, you're the bravest person I know. And your friends are lucky to have you.
Means a lot. You know a lot of people, so.
I do. But you're the most special.
And you too.
And she looks down a moment, and she says, I'm proud of you, and I know that you are going to help your friends because you are determined and strong, and you never give up. I've never known you to give up. So, keep your chin high.
I will. And, I think, especially with Julian, there's talk of, like, not knowing your past and feeling like there's unanswered questions. I just want you to know that no matter what we find out or if anything comes up, that you will always be my parents.
She looks at you and her eyes well up a little bit, and she nods and she says, and you will always be my son regardless.
Okay. And he's just like starts crying. He's like, I love you. And like hugs her.
And she gives you the biggest hug.
He shakes out of it.
And As you all kind of get ready to go, Silas does hug you before you leave, Julian. Unashamedly this time. He just does it. And he wraps his arms around you tight and grounding, and he whispers a sharp, "Be careful," in your ear. Before he nods at you and tries to school the worried expression on his face. And Wesley, of course, darts forward to hug you as well, Julian. And he wraps his arms kind of like around your hips, as he is on the shorter side, before pulling away and smiling a wide, reassuring smile at you. And Zophiel nods his good luck to all of you, stating that he eagerly awaits your return, and that should he not hear from you in more than 2 days, he will storm down to the capital and declare war upon it.
I love him. He's so funny.
Elfie comes with you. Mud comes with you. Arthros comes with you. And when you all move to leave, it is to the sight of Hazel, Bruce, Zophiel, Wesley, and Silas, all waving you off, bidding you a warm farewell, and each trying to hold back any expressions of worry for whatever fate awaits you all. With that, the trip to the capital isn't entirely unfamiliar. It involves moving up and trudging through the shift from sand to green grass, through the decrepit and crumbling broadlands once were. It is, of course, an empty and forsaken field of old lost crops and resources, and you walk through tall grass and meadows, flowers struggling to bloom in the dark black plague-like dust that rests over all of them. And it dims the entirety of the field's vibrancy. And as you pass the Broadlands village once more, as you push on forward, you take in the sight again of crumbled debris and a long forgotten town that no longer stands. The supply shop and small house that you'd stepped foot in when you first arrived here are no longer standing now, merely skeletal foundations of what they used to be. And the destruction is clear in the crumbling of brick and stone and the charcoal-like dust that lines the pathways. It is a melancholy sight to see, and each of your friends look on with saddened expressions. Arthros pained and trying to keep her eyes on the route forwards, and Mud watches with a sort of curiosity, yet a frown in place atop his features. And Elfie simply stares at the scene with a solemn gaze. You can see the capital on the horizon now. A strange-shaped cityscape clouded in mist, and you push on towards it. It isn't long after this that you find yourself nearing what you've always seen on the Australian map to be the bridge to the capital. Julian, as someone with so few memories, the fact of the matter is that you know clearly what it is you do remember. The bridge to the capital was always quite well endowed with security and control, royal guards who watched and eyed and clocked everyone who entered the capital's walls. They weren't too strict, per se, but they always inspected any wagons, on the lookout for suspicious contraband or fugitives. They were careful to only allow those with good intentions into the capital, as it was a place of so many travelers and newcomers and diversity, a hub destination for all the surrounding realms. Therefore, it is infinitely concerning to you, Julian, I'm sure, when you see that there are no guards manning the start of the Capital Bridge. As it comes into view for you all after so long a trip, it is glorious, tall and decadent, gold and white lining its body, and it stands as a staggering array of architecture that slopes over a long cerulean river, the same color as the Australian Sea. It is extensive, and across from it, past its length, is the capital. Tall, ethereal white buildings sit, still and unmoving, but ominous in their size and stature. From where you stand, you see the destruction. The buildings that surround the capital's main palace are decrepit and broken, much like Hanburn and the Broadlands. The white shade of architecture is stained by the inky virus crumbling down the sides of their foundation as they sit, nothing to do but unravel and wither away. The capital's main building, a golden white palace in the center of the city, can be seen, and its condition is sublime. entirely intact, standing out in deep contrast to the worn buildings surrounding it. Julian, from your time spent in the capital, you know this to be where the elders lived, and any other Ōstradelian high-ups, those who would oversee Ōstradel, who would dictate, not unfairly, but dictate nevertheless. It was always an imposing sight when you lived there, pushing past city dwellers and other inhabitants of the capital. So much commotion surrounding the building when it simply sits calm and peaceful and intimidating above the rest. You always knew royal guards to be surrounding the place, protecting it from harm. But you knew that people could request audiences with the elders there, that they could even find food and shelter within the palace if they were desperate enough and not carrying any weapons. And while it always sat high and mighty and much more extravagant than any of the other buildings, it wasn't all riches and wealth. They used such a place for good as well, such as aiding any travelers who had nowhere to go, or enforcing locking away any dangerous travelers in the dungeons below until they could be moved to a proper prison. In all, it is an eerie sight, an unsettling silhouette of a dystopian cityscape on the horizon, and you surely can't help but wonder what awaits you beyond the bridge. Without any guards to stop you, nor interrogate you, you're all free to cross the Capital Bridge. I assume you do. Okay. And as you step onto the bridge, it feels and sounds and looks like marble, spiraling and porcelain in appearance, as though you're all walking on mosaics. The floor shimmers as your weight pushes against it, iridescent in color, like magic beneath each careful step. And you can hear the water rushing beneath you as you push on, sliding up against the sharp, jagged rocks below. A vision for the bridge, very much the Rainbow Bridge from, like Thor. It gives me those vibes entirely. Like, very, like...
Mario Kart.
White and gold, and that, like, kind of glow, and when you step on it, like, kind of shimmers. And so... this is probably a good place for a break before we get into capital description and then wherever you guys choose to go from there. How long of a break would you like to take?
Do we need food, anything?
I just need sippies, and then I'm good, so I'm down for however long.
Maybe 10?
10?
10?
Yeah, I'm down for 10.
That sounds good.
10?
Yeah.
Cool. Oh yeah, it's 9:59, so perfect.
Oh, perfect.
So in 10 minutes. 10:10 for me, and
10:10.
7:10.
so on, so forth for you.
7:10.
Let's do it.
Was that description kind of painted a picture
Yeah.
a little bit?
Oh, it was perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was
Good
So I
description.
got
really
it.
good.
So I got it.
That's spooky.
Holy
I
shit.
hope you
In
like
the
it.
head.
Like as we go.
It's solidified.
Solidified.
I'm
All right.
assuming that's like the center of this like source of power because it's the most intact.
The palace.
Mm-hmm. No steps
Oh, that's
of
where
the
they
palace. Yeah.
All right. 10. Yes, the Bifrost.
Oh, God, I thought we were
Bifrost.
running on break.
The Bifrost. Yes.
Bye.
10 minutes.
The
I will
Bifrost,
see you
yeah.
guys at 10:10 or whatever 10.
Yeah.
Whatever time.
Get your snackies and your sippies
Swag.
and go do your pisses.
Oh yeah.
Oh, shit.
also throwing this out for chat, just so you guys know, I'm gonna keep this stream up when we finish streaming. I'm gonna keep it up so that we still have the chat saved and everything, but I am gonna upload the actual recording because my recording has the bits that like happened when the network cut out, and I know that there were people talking when that happened, and so like that's just like jump cutting it. So I will post this up and I will label the streams like no buffering, like straight recording or whatever, and then go from there. So just so you guys know, so if little moments are buffering, don't stress. I have the recording. Hopefully nothing fucks up with my recording and it does record everything because I can't trust shit anymore. So great. Okay. That's what I wanted to say. Also, Jazz made the TikTok sound of the "you came, you called" thing, and it was really, really good. But also, there's a notification on her phone because she screen recorded it, and it says, "and they were roommates," and it's great. Okay, diving back in. I had to share that. It's so good.
What can I say?
The coincidence. So, the capital. As you all descend the bridge, you find yourselves stepping forward into the streets of Ostradel's capital. The buildings are bold and looming and tall, but hardly intact. Walls are crumbling in the consistent spiraling of ash, clouding the air around you all and making breathing a bitter-tasting act. A wide stretch of cobblestone pathways lead forward past several buildings that you can assume were homes and storefronts and places of business and warmth and intrigue. And it leads to what looks like a large clearing ahead, a wide sphere-like open space of land covered in more stone and rubble. Julian, you of course recognize this stretch of buildings. One of them used to be the library that you frequented, a comforting space tucked above a small bakery that had always been welcoming and warm and inviting. But is entirely different now, a vision of empty shells of what used to be, and surely your heart might clench a bit at the sight. The capital had always been a place of solidarity, somewhere you knew, somewhere you could traverse comfortably. And now that's gone too. Shop signs and doors and windows are all shattered or snapped in half, broken in pieces, and crumbling to small piles of ash that line the ground. Just at the far end of the long cobblestone street. Sorry, I got distracted. Thank you for the banana, bub. I forgot to say thank you, and it distracted me because I looked at it. Anyways, so just at the far end of the long cobblestone street sits the grand palace of the capital. It is in perfect condition, unbroken, and seemingly not yet affected by the starvation of the rest of the city. It is grand and bright white, laced with embellishments of shimmering gold, and at its front sits a tall, shining gate of black and bronze. There are no people in view at the moment, and the city is eerily silent, a contrast so unsettling for you, Julian, and you as well, Wit, who have passed through, who always knew this to be a place of excitement and busybodies. As you all move forward, I assume, do you guys all move towards the direction of the palace? Towards, like, the clearing? It's kind of just like a line of buildings, and then there's this wide clearing, and then the palace directly ahead.
I think personally, Arya would, like, be walking pretty close to Julian, and I think Wit had told us at one point that they've been to the capital, or have they not?
Passed through, I think, right? Yeah.
Passed through?
Yeah.
She's gonna kind of look to them and just be like, you both of you have said that you've been to the capital before. Have you been inside the palace at all?
From my knowledge, I don't think either of you have.
Belle?
Is it usually this quiet and barren?
I have a question.
No.
All of us. We have questions.
I have a question.
What's our game plan? What is our goal?
We're just like overwhelmed.
Are we just
being
trying
like,
to get home?
Okay. So
Knowledge.
yes, knowledge, definitely, Andromeda.
That's what I thought.
I am looking for a rose-colored door.
Right.
What is going to be behind that door, I have no idea, but
But we should probably be there with you when you go through it.
that would be nice.
Probably.
I'm trying to ask for help.
So that door
Yes.
is inside there. And like he points up to the tall ass fucking building.
I'm
The
going
palace,
to
yeah.
assume, hopefully rose-colored door will still be rose-colored.
Is there any security around this palace? Like, is there anything that's set? Like,
We haven't seen anyone so far.
Nobody.
You know?
Typically, there would be.
I know. Kuro. Don't ask me their last name. Wait, I know their last name.
Fern.
Fern. I do know their last name. We're fine.
Kuro Fern.
I know Kuro Fern. I'm in with Kuro. He's mine.
I run with Kuro. He's my homie.
He's my best.
He's my buddy.
He's mine.
I
He's
guess-
my roommate.
He's my roommate.
Oh my god, they were
I guess we
roommates.
can't get arrested if no one's here. So,
Yeah, I feel like we'll be fine.
all right.
I think we should just
Trish
try
and
and
relieved at
keep
the
the
left
peace.
security.
And if we can get as much information on this place as possible, then take it.
Cool.
Maybe we can find out some information on how to eventually get back home.
Maybe here is the root of all of our problems.
If there's answers
Good job.
in
That was good. That was
Austria,
funny.
they'll be here.
I like
Very
that.
eerie
Good.
vibe.
Very optimistic.
We've got each other, so
That's right.
let's do it.
I'm not opposed
We have,
to
like, a
starting
buddy
with a building that's still intact.
That's true.
Sorry, my mom texted me.
Isha!
She said she's proud of me.
Ah.
You're the coolest kid.
She said,
Jesus
I hope
is
it's
based
going
on
well. Love you, darling.
That's so sweet.
So proud of you.
It's going.
My mom is Hazel.
No.
You're like,
Your
perfect.
mom is everything in the entire universe.
I love her a
We
lot.
love Lisa fan club.
Love her a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
So,
let's do it.
so as you all move forward, heading towards the wider clearing just before the Capitol Palace, as it is what you pass on your way there, you do see one of the more intriguing sights. You okay? Oh, I thought someone was
Fine.
choking for a second.
I took a sip. I took a sip of tea, and it did the thing where it like kind of rejects and like goes out your nose a little bit. And I
yeah,
started
valid.
choking. Just
I
a
started
little
making fun of her. Sorry.
Me too.
You're so valid. You're so valid for that.
Bullies.
In the middle of the city, as you all walk forward, sits a door-like frame, and it is elongated and nearly as tall as several of the buildings. It is merely the foundation of what was a frame to a doorway that no longer holds a door. It is clear what this used to be, a portal. Surrounding it, in a formation like that of a giant clock, spherical and expansive, are several other doorways, slightly smaller, and should you count each of them, you would find 9 doorways surrounding the large one in the center. You know 𝙍𝙗 to have been a hub destination for all of those that lived within the realms, and it is clear by the portal's skeletons around you that this is how it transpired. The way I picture it is very much like Hunger Games Catching Fire, which is so specific, but yes, but the clock that's in the games that like
Oh my god,
has-
yeah.
that's how I picture it.
Freaking hate that, but I love it. at
It's
the same time.
spooky. It's
Same.
spooky
It's
shit.
such a cool design.
It
such a cool
was.
design. So smart,
Catching
so
Fire
clever.
is the best of the movies. Thank you.
Delicious. Honestly.
So good.
good.
So good.
Yeah.
Julian, and probably you as well, Witch, in your travels, you remember how frantic the hustle bustle of this area always was. Newcomers and travelers always appeared through the large center doorway, others disappearing into the smaller ones. Royal guards would constantly surround the area, checking everyone who came and went for contraband and weapons that could be potentially destructive, whilst also welcoming those who were arriving with warm smiles and genuine care. It was always full of traffic and chaos and noise, but it was a sort of boisterous existence that felt comfortable. A state of being that spoke of excitement and change and newness. As you all approach the palace, walking past the empty shells of these portals that used to be, and the skeletons of these foundations of buildings, you approach the wide, tall gate. And you note no guards nor townsfolk are standing near them or around them. And for those of you who have been here to the capital, you knew that this gate was always guarded by presiding authorities, checking each town goer before allowing them into such a place of honor and higher class. It is an odd sight to see the gate slightly ajar. No lock in sight. And the door to the palace, or the doors to the palace, sit only a few feet away, awaiting any visitors. What do you all do? Are you pushing through that gate?
I walk right inside.
As you should.
That fucking gate has fucking troubled me for years. I hate locks, so
I hate locks.
Is very
It's
inviting.
open! Let's go!
It's open, let's go! I'm like beating it up, like, fuck you.
Fuck you!
Fuck you, lock. That's right.
The
It's
gate
only a matter of time.
squeaks on its hinges as you push it further open, and you walk into the opening, taking in the sight of the palace's front entrance. The doors are tall and a cream white, towering over all of you and bearing large, decadent handles. The area outside and on either side of the path leading up to the doors is a small garden. Grass that surely used to be vibrant and glowing sits dry and forgotten now, and the flowers that were once in full bloom and ethereal now hunch over against the ground below. You all walk through the large pillar doors. Well, you all walk through two large pillars at the entrance and approach the doors. Do you enter? Yeah? All right.
I think so, yes.
All
Walk
right.
right in like we own the place.
We walking in, boys.
Upon
A bunch of
walking
assholes.
within, the sight that greets you is maybe in some way a comfort, or perhaps not at all. You see several guards dressed in golden embellished metal armor, standing in a grand hallway. They have swords on their hips and warm smiles across their expressions. They are turned in each direction throughout a long corridor, and the corridor is lined with all kinds of diverse creatures, big and small. They look as though they are all in varying states of health and exhaustion and liveliness. They hold bags of things. Some hold their children, others hold each other's hands. And it is clear that whatever towns in Austragella had been lost, their inhabitants had sought refuge here. It is an odd sight to see so many people in states of dismay and upset in such a grandiose, glorious building. The corridor is lined with a velvet floor, a red carpet almost, climbing up and down the hall, whilst paintings and mirrors and golden lanterns line the walls. Decadent plants sit against corners, and several archways lead to other rooms around the space that surrounds you. The hall is rather quiet, for how many people take up space within it, but the metal attached to the guards as they move is louder than the groups of refugees. One of the royal guardsmen spots you entering and slowly, carefully strides over, and his expression remains warm and pleasant, and he eyes you all with a look of empathetic understanding. And he says, "Seeking safety within the palace?"
Yes.
Yes.
He smiles and gestures with a nod of his head, and he indicates towards the ground, and he says, "Weapons on the ground, please. We promise they'll be kept secure, but we try to keep the place violence-free. We've dealt with enough loss this year." The two giant axes. Arthros, like, begrudgingly just, like, takes her dagger and, like, drops it on the floor. Mud doesn't have any weapons, so he's just like...
Yeah, I'm good.
And Elfie has none.
Just these
either.
two guns.
Just these guns! Yeah!
Hey, yo!
Do the rest of you begrudgingly give up your weapons as well?
I have no weapons, so yes.
Yeah, sadly.
You
Just these
have-
guns.
You do have something.
Who are
You
you
have
talking
a sharp piece of glass in your bag.
to? Oh, fuck.
They can
It's a mirror.
It's a mirror. It's a literal mirror.
It's a mirror.
It is a sharp piece of glass from a mirror!
Yeah, compact.
It's not a weapon. It's literally just a bit of mirror.
Wasn't it?
You
You said
made
it
it
was.
up.
You said it was sharp enough to cut your hair, so it is a weapon.
Technically,
No,
it'll be sheared my
any
hair,
of
not
it.
cut. But
Yeah. It only...
okay, Arya will
They
like.
did say sheer.
It's not like it's
I did
pointed,
say
it's just-
You
sheer.
did say sheer. Thank you,
Damn.
Theo. Thank you.
I
Sorry.
did say sheer. I did
No,
say
thank
sheer.
you, thank you.
Oh.
Arya's just gonna. Oh! And she's gonna just take the little piece of broken mirror that's in her pocket and put it gently on the ground.
He smiles
What?
at you as you do so.
Sorry.
Seriously?
None of you question why she has that.
Wait, no, I missed it. What is it?
Who are you saying this is Theo or Arlo?
No, it's Theo. Sorry. Theo, sorry. You're right. That's not my
You're
fault.
I
good.
put it. No,
She
you're
put
right. I just
the-
wanted to make sure.
She put the piece of
I
mirror.
put the piece of mirror on the ground.
Oh,
Yeah.
sick.
Theron
Okay.
canonically says,
You-
seriously?
You got that?
It's sharp.
What?
It's not a
What's that?
weapon.
I could kill someone with it if I really wanted to.
Elfie
I
Elfie steps forward and says,
I-
yes, you could kill someone with that.
Yeah, but it's not a
Kill
traditional
Someone
weapon.
with a lot of things. Why do you have
You could
it?
kill them with a quill if you wanted to.
Well, yes.
Where did...
I suppose
I
you're
don't
right.
have a quill on me though.
Did
Arthur's-
It was
find-
sharp. He asked
Arthros
me
just
and
like
I told
nudges
mine.
you. Nudges you. She's like,
I'm just
Well-
confused. You're a very organized person. Why do you have a random piece of broken glass? It doesn't make sense.
Me?
We'll find you
Oh,
another mirror.
I lost my compact.
That's fair.
No. That does not make sense. You lost your compact.
I did.
What?
I did.
So you took a... You went and found a... Did you... What?
It was just a broken piece of mirror I found.
the guard just like
you-
clears his throat.
Sorry.
Theron reluctantly drops
He's
both of his
just watching this
daggers.
conversation. Valid. It seems as though
Julian,
like
drop that
yes.
knife there, yes.
Every
Valid.
fucking time they steal our weapons,
I-
and we never see them again. So safe keeping my.
Hey, you got them
No.
back from Devil's
I'll
Gate.
drop my question even though I know Arya's not telling me something.
But did Arya put her hair back up too?
It's in a braid.
Yeah, what does it look like?
It's in a braid, but can we notice that it's shorter?
Like shorter.
Not really. Her hair has
Not
been
really.
up. Cause the
Yeah,
black
it's
been in a
was-
bun.
the black was grown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like,
so we,
as
yeah.
her hair was growing
Yeah,
was when
that's
the
true.
black started.
Just looks
I
like
mean,
it hasn't
maybe.
been, I
Can we
guess.
see the black? Can we?
It's usually in a bun, so you usually can't.
Okay. Like,
Yeah.
because I
Tucked it,
drew
like,
it in the braid, but it wouldn't show up in the braid either, you don't think?
Well, she cut
Well,
it out.
she cut it
Cut
all
it
out
out.
now.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
She
Yeah.
like sheared until the black was gone in her hair.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So like
I'm
if you're
not-
looking closely, you could probably see it's like an inch shorter, and you could probably also see somebody really jacked your hair last time you got it touched up. Wow. Ooh.
All of
Maybe.
us should be more polite than that.
Yeah.
maybe don't fuck with your hair
You
like
do it
that, man.
yourself.
I don't know. All of
Um,
us have a big fucking mouth.
Okay, eventually
That's
Arya
true.
kind of is like,
That's true.
okay, I broke a Mia.
That's
What'd
bad
you say?
luck.
You broke the mirror?
I broke a Mia. Yeah,
That's all I wanted.
I know. I'm sorry I lied.
It's
What
okay.
mirror did you break?
The truth shortly after. You're doing great.
Just for fun?
No, not for fun. I just broke it.
That makes sense.
Sometimes you just break mirrors.
I
Yeah.
do. I'm
I
sorry.
think that is like 20 years of bad luck or something.
20 years of bad luck.
No, that's not true. That's a
I think it's
made-up-
only 7. Actually,
People just say stuff like that. They just say stuff.
It's one of
Oh,
the
it's
ghost
only
stories that Arlo told us the other
Oh,
night.
Yeah.
you're superstitious, Arya.
People also told me because I was dropped as a baby that I'd have silly little thoughts, but that's not true.
Oh, buff.
How would
It's
you
just
even
not-
remember if you were dropped as a
I
baby?
realized that that's why it came out so bad because as I was saying it, I was like, he doesn't
Who
know
told
this
you
about
this? You
himself.
don't remember
Someone
anything.
at some point insulted Arlo and said you were dropped on your head as a baby, even though he does not
Or
remember
you-
being a
he does
baby.
not at all.
Anyway,
Hey, it kind of works if someone told you that.
Ignore.
Oh my god.
Someone at
With
Ravenwood assumed.
I got too caught up.
with this, it does seem like the guard is just kind of like you can assume it's for safety, not like less in the way that like obviously he knows that you could probably find something else in the palace and kill someone with it, but more so just that they're trying not to bring as many weapons in here as they can because each of those
Valid.
people are probably going to have something.
Yeah, lower the risk, even
yeah.
if you can't like get rid of it entirely. Just
Exactly.
make it harder.
Just make it harder. So he watches as you all place your weapons down, and he kind of hovers a hand over them, and they vanish from view. And the guard merely smiles and nods his head and said, should you need to leave at any time and need them, just let one of the guards at the door know.
Thank you.
Would you like a place to stay?
Suck that up. That was great.
Yeah.
He nods and he indicates for you to follow.
Impressed.
Wow. Hey, wow.
Wow.
The guard
That
like
That's
waves
crazy.
for you to follow.
Arlo's looking under things.
Whoa. It's cool me. He waits for you to follow, and he leads you forwards, and he leads you down a corridor past other refugees, and the other refugees kind of glance at you briefly, but they don't really pay you much mind, just assuming that you're here for the same reasons they are. And he leads you on what feels like a maze of turns and never-ending hallways, and many of them look the same, with the same velvet carpet covering the floor for each of them. More paintings that you notice, and a lot of the paintings are of flowers. All sorts of different ones. Golden frames relaying a painted image of a flower. All sorts of kinds, all different ones you've probably never even seen before. And you've never seen the same one twice as you walk through these hallways. You see some landscapes, some elements of Oestradel on the walls, and there's even ornate, decadent vases that are scattered over each corner and lining the walls.
Is the guard still with us? Like the guard still leading us?
Yes, he's guiding you.
What's with all the flowers?
He looks and he says, I don't really know. They've just always been here. Guess someone liked painting flowers.
Can I roll to see if he's lying to me?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want me to roll?
2d6s.
Okay. Wait, that was a 4 total.
Seems like he's being honest.
Wow! Okay.
Okay. It is...
Which we can put another thing on the bingo, because I rolled a 1.
Oh, love that.
I rolled a 1 and a 3, so...
It is beautiful, to say the least. These halls and this palace, and it is a vision of elegance and luxury. And it's such a strange contrast from the destruction that you guys have been seeing the last day and a half, as well as the wood-clad taverns that you've been spending so much time in. And the guard finally stops in one of the hallways, and there's another royal guard waiting there, beside a simple white but ornate door that holds a bronze number 145 in the center of it. He hands the guard that had been leading you a small key, and the guard takes it, nods his head, and turns to face you all as the other guard leaves. And he extends it out to the group of you, just waiting for one of you to take it, and he says, for you. And he gives you the key. Which one of you takes it? Doesn't matter who.
Meh.
One of you takes it. And he says, a key to a room for you to share. There are several cots inside, but we have to be stingy with rooms, you see. We've been getting many stragglers and refugees, and while we have plenty of room, we also have many Ostradelians. And he looks you all over for a moment, and he smiles softly and says, have any of you been to the palace before? Wonderful. No. And he flicks his hand again, and before you all, a golden glowing map forms in the air, as though like a blueprint of the building. And it reveals this intricate layout of the palace. And he says, well, you're on the first floor right now, and just down this hall, and around once more, are the exit doors to the garden. Now, it isn't quite as glorious as it used to be, but it still makes for a good place for some fresh air. And
Mark that on the bingo.
Bingo!
Yeah!
Bingo!
Bringing the food in the
Thank you, I
week.
love you.
We only
Mark it
have
down.
2 more. We got
Hey,
How did they
yo!
know? How did they know there was a bingo board?
So close
Bingo
to
board.
blackout.
Must have had it up.
He then points back in the direction that you guys came, and he says, the kitchen is further in the core of the palace. We have some incredibly generous folk who are quite wonderful at cooking, helping to make meals for all the refugees here. We are limited on resources, so we do apologize for the lack of anything too exciting. And then he points up, And he says, just down at the other end of this hall is a staircase that leads up to the Grand Archive, as we call it. Feel free to wander in there should you like. Many fascinating things to read, and the elders are quite happy to let anyone borrow any of the books at their leisure. And he kind of like claps his hands together and he says, that's about as exciting as it gets, so please, make yourselves comfortable. Lady Aenir should be soon through. She's a very hands-on, noble woman, and she'll surely want to meet you. Lady Aenir, I-N-I-R. Before he can wave his hand to make the map vanish, would any of you like to roll for perception?
Yeah. What you want us to roll?
2d6s.
Yes. Yes, everybody roll. Everybody got to roll. We're so close to getting full blackout.
We're getting bingo.
We're getting bingo.
Everybody roll.
Woo! That's a 6 and a 5.
Take a map.
11.
Oh,
Perception.
it's 12.
Yes, King.
Hey, mark that a bingo. Mark that a bingo.
Yes, King.
Let's go.
Hey, yo.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah. And you rolled a d12. God damn.
2d6. That's fine.
You got the even luckier roll.
That's okay.
And even luckier.
I'm serious. It's 11.
I'm serious. These
got a
dice.
4.
It's the
You say
fish.
11.
Oh.
It's the fish.
You can't see that.
Andromeda, you're entranced by the glowing map.
I am just, everything is just so, there's a
Wow.
lot.
Was
I've
one of
never
the
been in a
plants-
palace.
Was
Big
one of
palace.
the plants Andromeda's
I got
tree?
8.
Is there any that would look like her trees?
Yeah.
2d6s. That's what I was
In
saying, Theo.
the, are you talking about the like paintings?
The
That's
plants
fine.
yeah,
It's
the
just
paintings.
flowers. You can keep it. Keep it.
You don't
well.
see
Just flowers?
There's
Take it to you.
landscapes and stuff, but you
You're
don't see
fine.
anything that looks like Andromeda's tree.
You don't have to. You don't have to do
anything
d6s.
going on.
It's fine. It's fine.
We got
You're
a
fine,
12
buddy.
from Arlo.
No, you have to just ignore. Yeah, sure.
Just
Yes,
roll
we
your
did.
d6
the-
twice. All right.
Oh,
Stupid.
I got an 11.
You're not.
Okay.
You're
11,
fine.
okay.
You're near
God.
the dice. It's okay.
you're amazing. You're doing great.
What do you get?
Theo, it's more impressive that you got it on a,
It's a 5.
on a 12.
Yeah.
Okay, and the next
That's
one.
a slay.
Stop falling off the desk. 2.
Okay,
So,
7.
7.
Okay.
Not bad.
Not bad.
That's not bad.
Well, I got 8, so if that gives us a
Okay.
Yeah.
I got
7,
an
8,
11.
and you got an
11.
11.
Oh, you got
yeah.
11.
That was a lot.
What about you, Julian?
No, 12 so far.
I got 2 ones.
Oh,
Guys.
But bingo.
okay.
He is not
You
perceiving.
are so distracted
Bingo.
from the night before that you don't even
That's fair.
No.
recognize.
Arya's just
Andromeda has her
attached
arm
to
around.
like- Yeah.
Andromeda has her arm
They're
like
just
around his
together.
like arm, and she's like pointing out the different things that she sees to him, so he's not looking at all.
Completely distracted.
He's just like,
Very distracted.
So then I would say that Wit, you notice some of these, but Arya, you notice all of them.
she's on guard right now. She's like, I'm perceiving everything.
Before he can wave his hand to make the map vanish, with quick eyes you manage to make out names of several areas in the palace he did not speak about.
Good.
They consist of the grand storage room and the nobility quarters on the second floor beside the
Problem.
library.
The grand storage room.
The grand
I
storage
know.
room.
What is
Over the
the-
grand
what is
storage
the-
room.
That was a great
I
one.
can't get over
Maybe
that.
you should go find out.
We're gonna.
Then there is the elders' quarters and a large room called the guild's core on
for
the,
the seniors.
3rd floor.
So we're going everywhere.
And
But yeah, can you write these down?
yeah, I'll send it to you. Uno momento. One moment. I'll put it in notes real quick.
Also, what does the guard look like? Is he?
He is a tall, burly man.
Oh,
He's
wow.
got like
Ugh.
a thick beard with brown hair, light brown hair, like chestnutty brown hair. Short brown hair, aggressive sideburns, an aggressive thick
Cute.
beard,
Cute.
and like greenish brown eyes. And he looks very much just like he's like a human, a magic human. He doesn't
A
look
human.
like anything too crazy. Very simple. Very much just going about his business. He looks shiny in all of his gold armor, though. And with a wide, toothy smile in place, he does look at you all, and he waves his hand again, and the map vanishes. And he then says, good day then, travelers.
Bye bye.
He looks at
Goodbye.
you.
Never mind. Bye.
Right. And then nods his head and walks diligently down the rest of the hall, disappearing behind a corner. I think I sent it to you. Yeah, I sent it to you. Okay. Couldn't remember if I hit send on the message. Yeah. I shall. Jamesy, I shall.
The guild school.
The guild school.
Caught my eye as well.
Does he close the door?
He has disappeared down the corridor.
Arya like looks down the corridor and then closes the door. I got the map. And she's gonna like grab out a piece of paper and she's gonna like write out, like draw out like a rough sketch of what the map looks like.
Valid. And you know the storage room and the nobility quarters to be next to the library, which he did point out, as well as the other two to be on the 3rd floor. And he did point out a garden to you, as well as a kitchen. And are you guys in the room? Just out of curiosity? Okay.
Yes.
You're in the room now. Okay.
He closed the door to the room.
Valid.
Like when she
Well,
was talking
technically
about.
we were in the hallway, but I'm assuming we went inside.
Just go in the room. Yeah, valid.
Yeah.
Inside, there are kind of a smattering of cots, and they are large enough to fit 2 people, other than just one. And there are about 5 within that are dressed with neat, deep ruby red sheets and golden pillows and ornate designs along those pillows. It's like set up for multiple people, like to be quick, but it's almost as though like even being quick is bougie too. There's another door that sits open and it reveals like a small offset bathroom that's got a golden and elegant bathtub in it. Yeah! Fuck yeah!
Let's go! Oh, this place is great. I'm a big fan
Bathtub?
of the palace.
Yeah. Let's go!
We've made it, boys.
We made it,
like
boys.
it.
Listen, I usually am like
is fine
to
living.
bougie things, and like Arthur's parents, like their place was like but like the palace, the way I picture it is like gorgeous, and I love it. I pictured it as like Versailles.
It's like old money rich.
Yeah.
That's
It's like
Old money.
it literally looks like Versailles to me, with like the long
Classic.
corridors and like
Ooh.
and the I love it. And you see that there are a few vases in this room as well, that kind of have flowers in them, but they are muted flowers, kind of hunched as though they don't have enough energy to live, essentially. And the room is very basic, very simple, but still in a way that speaks of elegance and wealth over that of a simple tavern and inn bedroom. And there is a window in your room as well that is tall and inviting, and you can just see a little bit of like a faded green that might suggest you have a direct view of the garden. From here, what do you all do?
I'm gonna walk over to each vase of flowers and like go,
Hello.
and then walk to the next one and go,
Hi.
and then walk to the next one. So and so, I'm greeting all the flowers.
You
in the
get
room.
no responses because you would, as the case is that these are Australian flowers, so you would understand their language, but you get no words.
They're
and
fucking
we
dead.
assume that they are deceased.
That's great. Oh, she's like, after like the 3rd base that she says hi to.
When there's no response.
She's gonna walk.
That
over
was,
to the
why
window
is that like
and press
such
her
a
face
sad
against it.
scene though?
It's sad.
You're right there, Andromeda.
They have corpses in this room.
She's gonna go
Oh.
press her face to the window to look out at the garden.
Oh my god.
Arlo's like,
She points at the
skeletons
vases.
in the closet.
Points at all the vases.
Yeah.
Well,
My mom would kill them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do I see anything out in the garden? Anything that catches my eye?
Do you look
At
out the
all?
window?
Yeah, I press my face against it. My breath like fogs up the
All
bar.
right.
I want to join you. What are you doing?
Andromeda, you see something very interesting in the garden. Uh-huh. The room you're in gives you a direct view of it, and it's not very grand. It's a simple array of grass and shrubbery and a few elegant benches. And you're sure that it was beautiful when 𝙁wasn't starving. but for now it is not the most grandiose of views. But what is interesting, however, is there is a grand willow tree that sits in the middle of it. And by the looks of it, the tree is very dead, hunched and coal-like in color, with long vines caressing the floor, very much in the way that you recognize to be the way dryads die in your grove, what their tree would look like.
Andromeda?
Her like breath fogged up the glass, but right before it like fogged up like a split second, she saw the tree, and then it like fogs up in front of her. She goes, and she like presses closer.
Are you okay?
What is it?
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Tree.
Tree?
More corpses.
A big one.
Wait, is that like...
Willow tree in the garden?
Oh, shoot.
What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean, Andromeda?
I mean, that's what dead dryad trees look like.
Oh, why is there one right there?
We should probably...
I don't know.
We should probably... Is there a person there? Is it just a tree? What?
It's just a tree, right? It's just hollowed out.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Just
a tree.
a dead tree.
If you were to go up and touch it, could you?
Oh my god, sorry.
We could try.
Yeah.
We could also ask if anyone knows.
I mean, there are the
Whose tree is that?
archives, which would probably have
Too.
information.
There might be a nice plaque, grave marker.
Do we want to start on the outside and then work our way up?
We could go to the garden and see, since I feel like that's on your mind now.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good way to...
Yep, that's right on my mind.
Well, on to the next thing.
Oh, might be a good time. I did have a nightmare last night, everyone.
Oh?
Which I remembered.
Okay.
Julian just in the corner like,
I had
I had a great night.
I lost something once.
I lost something once.
My night was totally normal.
My night was normal as hell.
My night was great.
Okay.
I had a dream that I was walking in my grove and all the trees were like dead, and the bodies of like my family and all the grove members were like sucked into the trees, and they're like morphed with them, and they're like trees, and they're like...
Is that a thing that happens when one dies?
No, they just kind of die, and the tree dies, and it's peaceful.
Why were they merged into the trees?
I don't know. And they were like, she knew all along, this is your fault. I'm assuming they are talking about me.
Who is talking about you?
Oh,
Voices?
The trees?
the
The dead corpses?
tree people,
Oh.
yes.
I think
My
that's
tree was good though,
That's
so
just your guilty conscience. Right?
Yeah, that feels very...
I mean,
you're
if
feeling
have the
guilt or...
sight,
I feel fine.
Oh.
not guilty?
Mud
I'm
just
okay.
goes, she's lying.
Tell the truth shortly after. Isn't
Shortly
that how it
after.
goes?
Tree.
Yeah.
I feel horrible, but maybe it is just my self-guilt manifesting into nightmares, and this isn't a prophetic dream.
Is there a way to tell the difference? Do you feel differently based on...
I usually don't feel them at all, so I don't have a frame of reference for what is real, what isn't.
Well, perhaps we should proceed as if it's real then, and avoid that future. If we can.
Good plan. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Good to keep it in mind.
As a whole, we operate well
Do
with
we want to?
vagueness.
Mm-hmm. Do we want to go check out the tree or not?
Let's check out the tree.
All right, let's go check it out. We'll work our way around, and then back up until something happens.
You said the exit was like down the hall, right?
Yes, there is a little. It's like right around the corner and down the hall. There's an exit towards the garden.
Okay. Then let's skedaddle.
Skedoodle.
Skedoodle.
Skedoodle. So, you find a large door that clearly leads out to the garden. It's got like a little engraved, like a little plaque almost that says in script like Grand Garden. And should you open the doors and walk out, you see the same sight that you saw from your window, but you see this willow tree in more of its glory now, as it looks larger from when it's directly in front of you. But not large enough that it's like Ambrose or anything of that nature, but large in the way that it looks like someone's willow tree, as someone in your family's would look, or yours would look. And it is gray and dead, essentially. And there's nothing surrounding it. There is no sort of plaque. There is no sort of stone or anything to indicate that there's anything off about this tree, other than it simply being a willow tree.
I walk forward and like press my hand to it.
When you do, you feel nothing. You just feel cold.
I'm gonna do Communion of Whispers.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's her prophetic dream, Ravenwood guide one.
Ooh.
Can I do that more than once per? Oh, it's been a day.
You took a long rest.
I don't know if there's a.
No, you're good. You're good
for that.
Is
that okay that I do it?
Yeah.
Is that
the way that I usually like to do it is it's like 2 spells. You guys can you roll normally, and then when you use it a 3rd time in the same day, it's like a disadvantage or whatever.
Disadvantage. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So.
Cute.
Go ham.
Go hamo. 2d6.
Yes.
Cool. Let's hope this isn't traumatic.
No trauma.
It's a 7. I think 7 is the threshold.
Let me look at your character sheet real quick.
I can't remember.
You're good, you're good. Where do I have you? Right here. Communion of Whispers. Oh, I don't have the description here, like a dumb.
Put it there.
I'm a silly. Hold on. I got it. Oh, I gotcha.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it. Okay.
Let's go.
On a 7 to 9, the vision is unclear. Okay. So its meaning is murky.
Okay.
But
vague.
It is not traumatizing. So there's that.
Nice. Let's go.
Okay, give me a second because I have to go in my lore again.
Crack that shit open. Crack it open. Crack it
I'm really
open.
curious right now if like I mean Andromeda couldn't tell whose tree it was, but I'm really curious if maybe it's like the tree connected to whatever, like, because I'm assuming it's a tree in the boiler room on Earth. I'm curious if it's like connected to that tree, and this one is dead, which is why it's like rotting on Ostrado, and then the one that's in the boiler room is the one that's alive.
Well. It's like that was the power source, and this one like finally died or whatever.
Because I think it's so odd that like the Grove is a place on Ostrado that like of course is like full of diversity and stuff, but it's such a tight-knit little community that it feels almost like it should be like Aviosis or like its own world, you know?
It is very separated and like
and so like it's a little quirky.
It's like the whole protection thing of like,
or somebody just died here. I don't know.
That's true. I mean, I guess we're gonna find out. But
yeah.
So
I like the power source idea or theory.
Bear with me to kind of describe this
Hello.
to you the right way. As you use this power, this ability, your head does as it usually does, and it jolts back quickly. And you are suddenly dragged into the view of someone. And in the same way that when you were seeing this vision between Tobias and Alder, you are seeing out of someone's eyes. And you do not know whose eyes you're looking out of. But they stand in a similar corridor to the one you walked through when you entered the capital. And so everything looks like how the palace looks. It is velvet red floors and white walls and gold trimmings. And as you look out the eyes of this person, you see a woman. And the person whose eyes you were looking out seems as though they're standing on almost a step, like something taller, so that they are looking down at this woman. And the woman... Oh, I hear myself echoing a little bit. I don't know. Is it just...
I don't hear you echoing.
It might be... Wait. Ah? Ah? I wasn't sure if it was yours, Haley, or not, but that's fine. So... The woman that you see is a dryad. And her hair is long and wavy, and it extends down into thick braids at her side. And it is almost identical in shade to your hair. Looks almost exactly the same. And she is wearing draped white dress that is so similar to the things you would wear in your grove. And her eyes are bright and gold. And she has this agonizing look of sadness and desperation in her features. And you do not hear whoever you are, whoever's eyes you're looking out of. You do not hear their voice, but you can assume that maybe they said something to the dryad that is before you. And the dryad stands there and swallows, and she looks down and she says, "I come seeking solace. The grove, they do not want me there. And I fear my life if I stay." And as she says this, the vision fades away.
What the fuck?
It's unclear. You rolled a 7.
Right. Fine.
And,
Roll it again.
and you feel your head and your neck snap back, and you're facing this dead willow tree again. By the way, this was something I wanted to express to you that I forgot to. When it comes to your visions, I'm trying to make every vision come out of the eyes of someone else.
I like
So
that.
even if it's a
I really
situation
like
where
that.
like you're overseeing something or seeing two people, it could be the eyes of a bird. It could be the eyes of an animal like in a tree watching.
Was I a little fly in the
No,
Vlad scene?
you were. In the Vlad scene. That's yeah. That one was I was conflicted on. I was like, either you were like one of the other skeletons in there, and you were through the eyes of the hollow skull. Yeah, that's where I was going with that one. Because you watched him fade away.
Just absolutely terrifying.
But you all see her head snap back as she comes out of this. Yeah.
I probably go quick to catch her.
Valid.
Yeah.
She's a little wobbly.
Like,
She kind of like gives Andromeda's neck like a massage.
Oh. Yeah. Right there.
There you go. You got it. Yeah.
was this one just as intense as last?
Yeah. How you feeling?
No, that gave me 0 information.
All right then.
Just a brain vacation then.
Yeah, I was looking through somebody's eyes, and they were up on a higher place, and I couldn't hear their voice. And there was a dryad woman there. Looked like a dryad, me. And she was saying that she was not wanted at the grove, and that she feared for her life, and that is why she came here.
Oh, and you didn't
That's
recognize
it. I didn't recognize her?
Yeah, you didn't recognize her?
Not
Nope.
at all.
Not at all. So,
Why do you think she would not be wanted?
don't know. Haven't heard of anyone leaving.
How peculiar.
That's odd.
How strange.
Yeah.
Now she's dead.
Strange.
Yeah, apparently.
I mean, she said she feared for her life. What if the grove killed her?
How does that work with trees?
Yeah,
Do
do you
they
kill the dryad and
move?
the tree dies, or do you kill the tree
Oh.
and the
Well-
dryad dies?
Well, how do you
I have a
move?
question.
Both?
How do you move?
If the
Both
tree is
ways.
found out, wait. If you do you power the trees or the because what if you power the
I think
trees?
it's a mutual connection.
But what if the trees are taking more than they should?
Ooh.
That's what I
Interesting.
mean.
Interesting.
Food for thought.
Like-
Mhm.
The trees feed off the life force.
I mean, we
That
still have
makes
this like, weird unanswered question about this stone lady that is some part of some ritualistic thing that the Grove does that
Yeah.
Andromeda has no idea about. So
I wonder where
obviously
her tree went.
Chat was saying plot twist, it's the Stone Lady's tree.
Yeah, I
Oh,
did think
shit,
about
yeah.
that when you said gray.
Mm.
It could be the Stone Lady's tree.
She was trying to get away.
I mean, if she was turned to
We didn't see her
stone,
tree.
then I guess her tree would definitely die, maybe.
that would mean she was the Stone Lady very recently.
So, how did the
Well,
How
we
do
don't know how
trees
recent
move?
this.
how did
vision
this
was.
tree get here?
That's
So,
true, I guess.
Does your tree just grow
Can
and die
you move
where
your
you
trees,
die?
or do you plant it and then it is there forever?
I think these are a lot of questions she doesn't have the answers to, and that's okay.
I mean, if you wanted to move your tree, could you?
I think we talked about that when they get like married, their trees like
Mhm.
move to their spot of the
Oh,
grove to
yeah,
start
they're
their
like-
own
Could you just
growth.
imagine?
Yeah.
You just
No,
walk
it's
in.
like magical. It's like
That was a terrifying image.
the way I see it is it's
The
more so
roots.
like it like begins to
Like a
sprout
ceremony of, like-
in that other
Yeah.
area, and the
Got
other
it.
one begins to kind of like rot
I love
away. Is how
So
I see
like
it.
like that.
when
What the
so like when you die, does your tree just die where it was, or does it die on top of you?
Ooh.
Well, I
Like,
think
does it
they-
grow where you
I
die?
guess it
and then
depends what you
die?
do with the body.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, what if you
Explain that.
spread it around?
Nope.
Yeah, what if you cut up the body?
Nope.
What if you cut up
What do
the
you
body
mean?
and
What
spread
do
it
you do with
around?
the body?
I'm
Cut
just
the
saying.
body and spread it around?
What would happen? Lots of little trees?
All the little saplings?
Do you want to find
And
out?
they all die.
Just like different branches?
It's actually Andromeda. Andromeda's the one dying.
Silas needs to leave. He's not here.
Want to find out?
Okay, cool. So
Interesting.
we haven't found out anything new, but we have felt more threats, and this time from trees, which I thought would never be on the roster of things that might be threats to us, but we are now.
I mean, they're already kind of sketchy.
So that's
It's
awesome.
not a stretch.
So
It's okay. We will figure this out bit by bit.
We should
Um,
definitely ask around and check the archives and see if there's any more information on that.
mhm.
I'm sure there will be.
Maybe there's a way that we
Maybe.
can see. Oh, never mind. Actually, never mind.
Valid.
No, say it.
It was me being dumb. I was like, oh, maybe they have like a list of people who come in and seek refuge, but then they didn't ask us. So like, obviously, no, they don't.
No,
Valid.
fair.
a
They did
valid-
not ask
that's
our
a valid
names.
Maybe it's a
concept.
magical list. A magical
A
list.
magical list.
Mm.
That's a magic scroll.
They know our name's magical. Don't trust that.
With this new knowledge and with you guys being out of the room, where do you go first or next or in general?
I forgot the map.
I'm following.
I mean, do we see any people in the garden? Is it,
I'm following the vibes. Yeah, is
yeah,
there
I'm
anyone
following
else?
my girls. My girls
There's
tell
no one.
me where to go. I go where the girls go.
Arthur's is like, I got you.
Cute.
I got you. Don't even worry about it.
Um,
I will tell you that these places that I have given you and listed for you, they are pretty accessible to get to.
Okay.
So
And we'll just start from the bottom, like of the bottom floor.
make your way up.
And make our way up.
Are we starting
unless...
in the grand storage room?
Yes.
All right.
That's my favorite one.
Grand storage room is
Genuinely,
your favorite
yeah,
one?
it's my
What is
favorite.
it?
Okay,
It's
then maybe we should
sneaky.
wait
What
for
is it?
last. Should we wait for last?
It's my favorite one that I've wrote. You can go in whatever order you want to.
Let's go from the top then. Let's let that be the last.
Oh, why?
Yeah.
Just
Okay,
'cause I'm
never
excited?
mind. It's the first. Never mind.
It's whatever you guys want to do, but
Bottom up.
it's just a cool.
Bottom up.
I'm just
Bottom
happy
up.
with how the
I'm
writing
cool
came
with
out for
whatever.
it. So
Bottom up. Bottom up.
I just got an email from UPS. They approved my claim. Yeah, my computer's been fixed.
Oh,
Let's go! Let's
Oh
go! As you deserve. You got
That's
Ravenwood
finally.
today. Your
I'm
computer
so
is being
glad.
fixed. Your headphones are here.
This has
Let's
been
go.
2 months.
Yeah.
2
Oh
months.
my God,
I'm so happy for you.
Oh my god. That's why I went.
Red Dead, Dinos, all the above. Let's go.
Oh,
Red
that's
Dead,
I always get good emails when we're doing Ravenwood.
Listen, it's just good luck.
It really is.
Good luck.
It's your Andromeda luck.
Thank God.
Even though
God.
her luck has not been great so far, but you know, it's fine.
No.
Anywho, where do you go first?
Storage room. Grand.
Grand. All right.
Grand.
So,
The grandest storage room. I just
Storage
imagine
room
it as like
ever.
a broom closet, but like slightly bigger and like gilded, like gold walls.
yeah,
But there's
basically,
just like
that's
mops and brooms in there.
basically, except not mops and brooms. I'll get to that. So,
It's like the treasury, but
basically, so I'm scrolling. Give me 1 second.
Oh.
We're getting into stuff now.
hello.
I'm feeling like
Expand on
Into
that.
the thick of it.
Into the thick of it, truly.
Wait, where are we going to first?
The grand
Grand
storage room.
storage room.
Oh, great. My favorite place.
Apparently buffs too.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. Let me just check my notes really quick, just to make sure
I like that.
I'm so nervous.
Me too.
Yes. Okay. I was just making sure. I had it written that the grand storage room and the nobility quarters and also the library were all on the same floor, because they are. Okay. So, in order to get to the grand storage room, you have to first go through the nobility rooms, or the hall of nobility. And the hallway looks much like all the others as you walk up this grand staircase and take to the archways that lead to these corridors. And the only thing different about this hall, and it is lined with doorways, door after door after door, all very similar to the ones that you had for your rooms as well. The only thing really different about these corridors than the ones that were on the first floor is the portraits lining the halls. Of what you can... Every day with the technology, I stray further from God. Anyways.
That's right. Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. So,
Amen.
don't remember what I was saying, but I will just restart. Essentially,
Nobility.
these corridors look exactly the same as the ones on the first floor, other than the fact that this one has portraits lining the halls of what you can assume to be some of the nobles that worked or perhaps still work amongst the leaders and the elders in this place. And the art shows creatures of all kinds, and below the portraits of them are names written in elegant brushstrokes to the side of the lifelike art. do you do anything with this information?
Yes.
I mean, can we read them
the
as we
answer is
walk?
yes.
And
We
see
look
if
at
we
'em.
recognize any images? Because
Absolutely.
if you saw the Dryad lady,
I plant
then
Yeah.
my peepers.
you'd probably recognize her
Is
if
there
you saw
any
it again.
names, any dates underneath of when
I
they
plant my
reigned?
peepers on it.
I am scanning every single
I'm
portrait
looking,
and
I'm
the names and
perceiving.
the dates and
There
any
are
information
no,
there is.
there's no dates, but there are names. The
Give me
names,
some
like I
names. Wait, hold
said,
on.
are at the bottom of the painting.
All right. Here we go.
Are you okay?
Me? I'm writing
Yeah.
names.
Oh, well, I was gonna give you several names that you recognize
Wait, as noble people?
Ooh.
as nobles. In
My
fact,
Targaryen up
like
there.
the
Wait,
Nexus
wait,
Targaryen
actually,
up there.
we
Like the
recognize the
family.
names, but not the
Sorry.
we recognize the names, but not the portrait.
Oh, no, just right. Just say, just speak.
some of these people you have
Yeah,
not
right.
yet seen what they look like.
You actually have to say it now, because I'm gonna throw up.
Say 'em. Give it, give it, give it, give it.
As you walk down the corridor together, the group of you, you read each painting's names that are portrayed at the bottom, and you continue and continue taking in these names, a lot of them just fanciful names that you don't mean anything to you. But then you stumble upon one that does. And there before you is a portrait of Ven Nexus. And I have...
No, you don't. No, you
I
don't.
have,
No, you don't. No, you
um,
don't.
I haven't drawn it, but I have a reference of
Oh, I was
exactly
gonna say, you said no new art.
what they look. Yeah, I didn't get to do any art for the session,
Oh,
but
that's so fair. You did give
Go.
us that.
but the
did
portraits that I found
Oh,
are
okay.
exactly how
Perfect. I don't care. Perfect.
I wanted them
Give
to
me.
look, so bear with me. I'm going to save it to my phone really quick so I can send it to you.
We're just big.
One day
We're
we'll
just
make
big.
them.
We're just big Jade art fans. We're buffing.
Yes, we are.
art
I'll
fans.
cry right
And
now. Shut the fuck
We just
up.
don't
Yeah.
our fault.
It makes me feel fine.
Yes.
It makes me so happy.
You
Um,
spoiled us too much. That's what happened.
Obviously,
spoiled.
the art
spoiled
is going to
that.
be different from the exact thing that I like.
Like how it looks.
Yeah, I'm
kind of.
describing,
Gives a
but
vibe.
this is
What
how
they look like, probably.
Oh god, I'm
they look
excited,
to me.
guys.
So
Oh, I'm so excited to see what they look like.
you see
Oh, mean at the mouth right now.
you see a very feminine figure, and she sits in what looks to be a throne of sorts. Not less a throne, more of a regal chair, as though this is where she sat when they painted her. And she has long, wavy hair that is white, and it twists in waves down her body. And she wears a dress that buttons all the way up to form a high collar. Her skin is pale, and her brows are pale as well, just as white as her hair, and her eyes shine in this white glow, and she looks like everything you imagine a changeling to look like in their full glory. I will send you the art that I have found that I like for her. This is what I was saying about how we're getting into it, because you don't know what these people look like.
I can't wait.
You don't know what these people look like.
I'm so
Where is it?
excited.
I'm sending it right now.
Where?
I will also send it to the live stream references for chat.
Emotional compensation.
Sending it.
Complication.
No
No.
breathing. I just sent it for you.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh my god. Ooh, I'm so frightened and I'm so into
This
it.
goes hard. This goes really hard, actually.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah,
it goes
I
hard.
love-
It fucks. It FUCKS's.
Whoa.
The faces behind her. Oh
Yeah, so they're not
Very.
actually obviously in the portrait, but the actual picture I was
got
like,
me, though.
oh yeah.
And it's gorgeous.
It's
It would be
so
cool, though.
good. Yeah.
Does she got the
I mean,
leaves
it
in
looks
it
like
too?
it's her
Does she
kiddo.
still have, like,
Beautiful.
No, it's just very much the dress, the face.
Regal-ity.
She probably is holding the weapon in her hands.
cool.
And
Oh,
she's got the
girl.
long
Oh,
hair.
wow.
Um,
Those are just her kids behind her.
What is staring? Absolutely, it's staring.
yeah, I imagine.
Yeah.
Ooh,
We got some changeling up in here.
just for flavor.
Give it.
Arya, you find the next one. and you look to see one of the portraits, and the name Orion Nexus sits at the bottom.
Okay.
The face in the painting is young. And if Orion really is the figure in your head, this is certainly a much younger version. He looks perhaps young enough to be your age, 18 or 19 perhaps, in whatever age equivalent that is for him. And the hair is cropped and short rather than long. Hold on, let me double check that, because I have a reference here and I don't know if it's the reference I ended up going with. Yes, okay. The hair is cropped and short rather than long, but the eyes still glow with that same purple hue. And it is rather eerie amongst sharp, angular features. And I will send the reference for you. This is a big moment. Listen, this is a big moment.
I'm like shaking right now.
I think we're getting it. I'm
I'm
shocked right
so
now.
excited.
Do you know how long I wanted you to see what these fucking people look
We're
like?
seeing these faces.
Look at this photograph. Every time I look at it, it makes me cry.
So this is what you see
Go
of
back and
Orion.
forth and back and
This
forth.
one fucked up family. I knew he was hot.
Oh my
I knew
god!
it.
He looks
This
like
is
a
goop
vampire.
Oh,
This is
he's
goop
handsome.
Goop juice?
This is goop juice.
This is
Oh, yeah.
grandpa in your head.
He
Maybe.
looks like goop juice.
He looks
Maybe.
like a Salvatore brother.
Yeah, he
You're
does
so
a little bit.
correct. You're so
Slay.
correct. You're so correct.
Just
Very
saying.
pretty.
He's goop
pretty.
juice.
He's goopy.
He's the third one.
He's
I will
goopy.
eventually draw them,
I
of
like
course,
that.
the way
I like
that
that
I
little eye.
picture
I like that
them.
little-
Yeah, valid.
Interesting.
Valid,
He's a
valid.
handsome boy.
Why do they have different
Handsome.
colored eyes?
Good question.
Well,
Well,
the
they're
kids
half
are half
changeling,
changeling,
right?
half
Yeah.
humans, so
Mhm.
like
That's
technically
fair.
they're not like your changeling, but also they can look like whatever they want to. So
That's just so true. Actually, you're right.
For
Maybe
more
purple's
flavor,
his color.
for
You know
more,
what?
more flavor,
Respect.
Julian,
Julian?
you're the one who,
You motherfucker!
who finds the next.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Rain, what does Rain look like?
What does
'Cause it's
little
not
rain,
Tobias.
rain go away? Come again another day. Look like.
Your eyes find the name Rain Nexus at the bottom of a portrait, Julian, and you take in the sight before you. And he looks younger than Orion here. Perhaps 16 or 17, maybe around there. And his eyes have that same pink, warm glow that you all recognize too well. And I will send a reference for you. I will draw him again the way that I picture him, but this is very much how his features look.
Young man.
Or not his features really, but elements of him.
Young man.
You see kind of hair to about here that is long and white. And his skin is pale, and in this picture, it's not really in the reference, but in the painting itself, he looks irritated, as though he is like got this slight note of annoyance in the twinge of his brow, as though posing for this painting was the most arduous and superfluous task that he's ever had to do. And I will send you the picture. Picture. I battled between so many photos for these, and that's why I want to draw them so that they actually look
Handsome boy.
how I want them to look.
Handsome boy.
Wow. This is insane.
Aw.
This is insanity.
Little angel guy.
I'm losing my mind right now.
He definitely didn't do anything wrong.
He's so soft.
Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong.
He's just a baby.
Why
He's
he look so
a
soft
baby.
though? Why he look like a baby?
If evil,
Are you
why
okay?
look like-
Why baby shaped?
If
If evil, why baby shaped?
if angel
Not
face,
wrong.
how rebellion.
How baby? How rebellion?
How do you
Oh,
think?
my sweet time guy?
I'd like to know how you guys are feeling in character in this moment.
We're just like,
Especially Arya and Julian at seeing these two.
I feel like Arya is kind of like stuck at the painting of Orion, like reading the name and it finally just like solidifying that it's him. And she like goes from like standing in front of the Orion portrait and like looks over at Julian, who's standing in front of the Rain portrait. Oof. And like is like looking at Rain's eyes and then like looks to Julian, and she kind of like takes a step back and walks next to Julian and just like puts her hand back on his shoulder like she did last night with the piano, and just takes another breath with him as she clenches and then unclenches as she releases her breath. You okay?
Yeah. He's Julian's just racking his brain, desperately trying to find something in his mind to make something click.
I will say there's nothing that clicks with this image of Rain. I will say as well that just beside these portraits, kind of between them, there is another that portrays Rain and Orion as children. If anything, but the words at the bottom are to go by that say Rain and Orion. Clearly. And their faces are so young, and it is surely interesting to see them this way. With everything that you guys know, you see them young, and you see this innocent twist in their eyes. And I do have references for little babies.
Gimme.
But I will say the pictures I have are like how they look. But in this portrait, they are standing beside one another. And Rain looks more like fearful here, and Orion looks a little bit more confident. And he's kind of looking at Rain slightly with a little smile on his face. And I will send you the small Orion. They look a little bit, they're not as young looking here as I would like them to be, but it's clear they are the older sibling. As well as the Rain one.
Oh, little baby.
Love them a lot. I'm gonna send it. Oh, comfort. The deep sigh.
Oh God. This is gonna
so seeing them as children is definitely probably puts a different twist on things a slight bit, to see them so young and innocent. And
do they look like Wesley's age?
I will say that Rain looks about like probably like 7 or 8 in the photo, and Orion looks about like 9 or 10.
Andromeda looks at like the little portrait of like baby them, and then looks up at the portrait of Rain, and flashes a vulgar gesture at it. Like a fucking
God damn. Hey yo.
That's so funny. Right. And Arya kind of like feels Julian's like silence and like that like pressure to try and find something in their mind that they can't find, and like steps away, and then kind of like takes a look at Ven, just looks at her for a minute. Do you think she had any idea of what could ever happen? The rapture and separation of our kids.
I think that anyone in a position like that probably thinks that they're untouchable. So no, probably not.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Their eyes are following me.
Wait, really?
If you move like that, it's like...
Well, Ben doesn't have pupils, but
It's a
alright.
painter's illusion.
Arya kind of like starts leaning like Andromeda, like trying to see if it's actually following. Like, what the hell is going on here?
I will say
I will
too.
say-
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. You go first.
I will say that Wit has like not stopped looking at like Ven's portrait. It's just been like very thoughtful, very like memorizing her features and
Yeah.
like comparing like the differences into like what he has seen and the differences that he sees in her, and like is just very focused on Ven's.
Ugh, I love. It's so cinematic.
I love him so much.
My
It's
God.
just so cool. It's so cool for him to like.
To
I don't know.
see
It's a very big
To
deal.
see
Yeah, it's very
changeling.
cool for him
Oh,
to
I
see
love
this.
him.
like a
Changeling.
noble woman who is
Like-
also outwardly a changeling too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just like a painting in a palace in like this
Mhm.
place that like. Yeah, it's just cool.
That's valid.
She never hid, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh. Ow. What the fuck?
I'm gonna
Sorry.
eat.
I will say
Going to
too
fuck you.
that for you, Arya, the purple of these eyes that you see when you look at Orion's portrait are so familiar in that way that it almost confirms that this being in your head has been him all along. And for you, Julian, seeing the pink of the eyes in Rain's portrait, they look so startlingly clear and similar to the ones that you've seen Tobias carry so often. And if you needed any more confirmation, this probably feels like it in this moment. But I will
So I'm
say
gonna
yes.
I'm gonna fill Mud in on who these people are.
That's so
'cause I don't
valid.
think
That's
he
just
knows
like
shit about this.
Elfie.
valid. Okay.
He's gonna have a lot of fucking calls.
She's gonna
Um,
tell him the whole shebang of
Valid.
everything and everything that we know.
I want to say also, to point out, with these portraits, all of these portraits along this wall, in between, like almost as if every other, there are more of these flower paintings all over the place, different flowers.
So weird. What is with the flowers?
Decoration choices.
Good question.
Ah,
Where do you all go from here?
is this the storage room?
No,
I
this
mean,
is
no,
you're
it's
just in
the
the
hallway
corridor.
leading up.
Okay,
I
this
was
is
gonna
the nobility.
continue
Yeah.
down
The
the
nobility
hallway.
wing.
Tub.
This is a bathtub.
This is a
Bathtub.
This is a bathtub. That's
We
like
probably continue
that's
after
Arlo
we're
if
done.
any women ever flirt.
That's so true.
Gotta do that TikTok
It's
sound.
alright.
I need a lifeguard at my beach. This isn't a beach. This is a bathtub. Yes. What do you guys do from here? Do you head towards the storage room, the library? Where do you go first?
The grand storage room.
Grand
Ah,
storage room.
Because it's right there, isn't it? Like,
It's
like,
very
really-
close. Yeah, it's like right around
Yeah.
the corner.
Might as well.
Let's
All
go
right.
take a peek.
Let's go.
Let's
take a
go.
peek. All right.
Like the logo.
I
Yeah.
I'm here for this storage room. I love it a lot. I don't know why. I just do.
I love
do.
storage
I
rooms.
love how much you love it.
I love it a lot.
I love a good storage room.
You know. So I have a reference for kind of what it looks like. Less books though. This reference is very much like a library image, but it is almost like this, except the shelves are full with just random objects. The room, once you push inside, and it's a very small door, there's nothing really like labeling it, other than the fact that it looks different to all of the other doors that are presumably bedroom doors, like in-room doors. Quarters, I should say. When you push it open and you walk inside, the room is full with things, and most seem pretty self-explanatory if the name's anything to go by. There's a few furniture chairs. There's boxes of sheets and clothing. There's piles of books, old tables and chairs, and what looks to be broken frames, picture frames, things of that nature. When you open the door, the room is stuffy. It is like, clearly people have not been in here for a while. Dust is polluting the air. Dust is polluting the air and entering your lungs as you walk in, and it paints your tongues bitter and your throat sore. And there's also like the beginning of spider webs lining some of the corners of the room. Don't worry, no crazy spiders. But it looks in shape as though it might have been a ballroom of some sort once. That has just been converted instead into a sort of dingy storage room of sorts. And I'm gonna send you like the vibes I have for it.
That's a big ass storage room.
Yeah, to show that it's like kind of like old, but
It is the grand storage room.
You got me
it's a
there.
grand one. It's a grand one.
Ballroom, the grand storage room. Wait, like spins Arthur's around.
Aww. She's just like
you.
romantic.
That's so cute.
Let
Dumb.
me send you this.
Dumb.
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 It's cute.
Whatever.
Dumb.
It's too pure.
Things I almost
Yeah.
remember.
Oh yeah.
Julian and Arlo.
Someone sings.
Oh,
Upon a December.
Arya's just playing it.
Oh.
But doing
Are
like
you
the
actually-
absolute version.
Dare you to play it. If you start playing it,
No, don't. I'll
Julian.
get copyrighted.
I would start dancing with Julian.
No, I think they mean like Arya start.
Oh, gotcha. I was like, no.
Oh yeah, no. Oh my god.
Get copyrighted.
Get copyrighted,
Just play
bitch.
some music instead of watching D&D. Playing D&D.
We just sit here listening to music.
Okay,
But it's
I
like a
am
little loop
sending
version
it
of
to you
it.
guys as the vibes. Oh, that'd be so cute. There's that for you.
Ooh.
Journey, fantasy ruined
that's
library.
beautiful.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
it's
You will
very
get it.
pretty.
We spent hours in here.
It's so pretty.
But yeah, it's not exactly like that, of course. It just looks very much like kind of a little bit decrepit in comparison to the other stuff in the other like halls and things like that in the palace. A lot more just kind of run down, as though no one really takes care of it, no one really goes within it. With this, sorry, getting all my things organized. It's a very dark room as well. The only real glow is from like small lanterns that are within. Do you all go exploring?
What was that?
Obviously,
Yes.
now we go exploring.
Yes, we go
Yeah,
exploring.
we're
What?
Yeah.
We're perusing this
Can you-
entire room.
We're scouring.
Can you roll for perception?
What do you want us
Yeah.
to roll?
Yeah.
2d6s?
2d6s.
I'll make sure I do that right.
Bears,
Are you guys all feeling
That's,
okay, by the way, too?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Do we
sweaty.
add anything to our perception?
You can add your, I think we did, like, wisdom whenever we did it.
Okay, that's a.
Ooh!
Where the heck my dice?
You
Is
did
it?
that?
Nine.
10.
Oh,
Let's
nice.
go, Theo.
I roll her.
Let's go, Theo.
Let's go to yo.
I
That's a
only got
9.
7.
Ooh. 7? Okay.
Cool.
I got a 10 too. Let's
A
go.
10?
Hey, yo, 10, 2 10.
Hey, who's in here? Who the hell's in here?
Who's
Get the fuck
in
out.
Hey, yo,
in
who
here.
in
I
there?
mean, somebody lit the lanterns.
We'll F you
What did you
up.
get, Jazz?
A 9.
9, okay.
The blink out.
Demison?
Sorry, I had to do math again in my head. I was like, in my head.
I felt that really hard.
I was like,
So valid. So valid.
Wait,
Demison, my
wait,
love.
can
What
we
did
get-
you get?
What am I rolling?
Oh, 2d6
2d6s.
For
for
perception.
perception.
and add your
Look at
wisdom.
your room.
What'd you get?
Did you just roll another one?
Double ones again.
Let's
My
go.
boy
Julian
not
is really
receiving.
fucking out of it. Julian
Listen,
is
It makes
like,
sense.
No sleep.
There's
Cut
so
him some
much,
slack.
yeah.
It makes
And
sense.
he just,
on.
and he just
Yeah, let them
rain.
re-roll. Let
He's just
them
he's
roll.
just replaying that memory of
That's valid.
him and Rain on the piano.
Oh.
He's just
Yeah.
playing over and over again.
I mean,
him
no
saying
wonder he
jewels.
doesn't have any memory of like Rain's real body because he's only ever been in Tobias and Julian's memory.
That's what it seems
He
like.
just keeps thinking about him saying Jules. He keeps thinking about
Oh,
That one.
the
hurts.
night or like last night.
Glad you like
the
that.
feeling of comfort
Fucking
and not
love.
knowing why.
You took my fucking nickname. I can't believe
You really?
Just let me call people Jules. It's the cutest nickname.
But you don't know he
No.
called him that, so you...
This is Boff's fuckboy episode.
It is.
They were like,
It's a little
he
bit.
was like, I'm gonna write this episode. Also, my dick is huge, and so I'm just gonna go for it. And then they just go, and you just went,
You're right.
and then you just like came in with this energy, which is probably why we all met you with like.
That
not-
you like banged this out in a night.
It's been
is
great.
Very impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been really
okay,
good.
but like the stuff. I can't. We're almost.
There's
You
more.
wrote this episode with a
But
vengeance,
wait,
okay?
there's more.
We're getting
Slay.
to like.
You wrote this episode with a vengeance.
We're getting to the bits
You're
I'm
the
like the
kid.
most excited about.
All right,
Oh,
let's go.
oh
Let's
my
go.
God.
Keep going. So we got a
Perception.
10.
10.
I got a 7
We got 2 10s, a 7, a 9, and a 2.
and a 2.
On a tool. Okay, I'm going to
RIP.
say, Arya, Andromeda, and Arlo, you all notice something, and you each individually
Damn it.
notice something different.
Let me notice.
Oh.
Cute of us, so cute.
Wait, you
We're
don't
like
notice
down
because
all the
Arthur keeps
pages.
twirling around and you're distracted by her fine ass.
Wait. Yes.
Go in the middle, D.
I'll take it.
No, you're center.
You in the middle.
D, you're center. Yeah.
That is not how it looks on my
happening
screen.
right
Y'all just look
Oh.
ridiculous.
Yeah, you guys are.
I draw it.
Yes.
So there are some items that
Perception
stick
powers.
out to you all individually.
Oh gosh.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Let me make sure I have my things all here. Okay. Andromeda,
Oh, great.
you notice something very interesting. On a particular pile of books, there are a few notebooks. Or so they look like. The books are simple, leather-bound, and plain on their exterior. But most intriguing is a small little lock on the sides where they open. They are not currently locked, but it poses the intention that you could lock them should you need to. And Andromeda, they are very similar in size, width, shape, texture to the book you've been given since you were born to place under your pillows each night before you go to sleep.
What?
Motherfucking phone right there.
I beeline it.
right now.
I beeline it for those books.
Go crazy.
Ah, go crazy. Ah, good stupid. Ah.
Yeah.
Do it.
Do you do anything with
Sure.
them?
Yeah, pick one up.
Doesn't do anything.
Turn it over.
You
Hold
can
it.
open it.
Dream
They're not
journal?
locked.
Oh,
Is it someone else's dream journal?
I open it.
When you open it, the pages are blank. It's just a bunch of blank pages.
I flip through it really quickly. It's all blank. Set it down. I pick up the next one. I flip through. Just all blank.
Yep.
Are all dryads given these books?
No.
What is it? What?
No, it's only Andromeda.
Just me.
Wait.
That you
You're
know
my
of,
growth.
at
I
least.
assume
That I
that
know
your
of.
book
Mhm.
And your
came from
grandma?
this
Okay.
location, though.
And
What
my
is it?
Andromeda? Yeah, what is it?
Only Sears, probably.
These are all the same as my dream book.
Oh.
They are blank.
Is that bad? Is that not
Wait.
normal?
Yeah.
Never knew where they came from.
Are
Where
they like
got it from.
magical? Are they connected to you?
I mean, it can read my dreams, so I'm assuming it's.
Are you able to? Have you ever seen another like it? Like anybody's?
No,
Okay.
just the one they gave me, and
Well, that's no
just
good.
gonna drop it on the ground.
Well, that's
and these
no
are just
good.
blank?
they're
Yeah.
all blank.
I mean, we could take one with
It's
us.
like we're in some sort of simulation. And they're just like controlling it. And they're just like throwing girls into trees and giving them books and then
Okay.
and
Okay.
then when that
okay,
one fails, they just go on to the
okay.
next one.
It's
What would-
okay, Arlo. I know.
This is all weird. Also,
It's a
weird.
lot of
Why did
questions.
Mud know who that Elfie was? That's weird. How does everyone know who that is?
Mud looks over and is like,
Mud's just like, What does this have to do with me? What?
No, okay, everything's fine. Okay,
It's weird.
Andromeda, maybe we should take one. It could be maybe if it's attached to you, maybe you just can't see other people's dreams. So maybe it is full, but you don't have the ability to look through it because it's not your dreams. Julian?
Interesting.
Or
Do you
maybe the
think
creator of
maybe
these
you
books is from the capital and your
Yes.
grove got it from here
From the capital.
for the specific purpose.
Yeah.
Meaning somebody here would know
ordered
what
it.
its use is.
Yeah. Julian, do you think you could take a look at it with your glasses, see if there's any magic attached to it yet?
What do you see with your magic eyes?
Yeah. Reaches into his bag, casts detect magic.
2d6s for me.
No twos, no twos, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies.
9.
Yeah.
It does not look as though there's any magic on them. They look like
Nice.
simply that. They just
Wait,
look
just go
identical
out.
to the ones that Andromeda has. The one that Andromeda has.
They're mundane items, they're not magical.
Oh, I can't hear you, bud.
I hit my microphone
Okay.
with my earbud on
Gotcha.
accident. It just
I was
went,
like,
is there anything weird about like the locks on them by any chance? No.
No.
Okay. Okay, then maybe they're just like Theron was saying. Maybe they're not. I almost called you bitch.
Theron.
Theron was saying. Maybe they're just not attached to anyone, and the maker was just here.
Or maybe
And-
they're not activated yet. They have to
Yeah,
be
exactly. So maybe it's not really a thing yet.
Arlo is so suspicious of everything.
Interesting.
I think we're being punked.
Like in a really bad way. Like
That's just D&D for
Really
you.
I
buddy.
feel
I'm
like
sorry
we're
to
like
say.
no, but doesn't
That's
it kind
just
of
D&D.
feel like we're just like little pieces on a giant chessboard and like
What?
and it's
Yeah.
like no matter what we do, even if we're playing the game, they're still gonna win.
Well, the only thing we can do is just keep playing, right? We don't have any chance of winning if we just give up.
Yeah, I guess, but I'm gonna be upset about it on the way.
Mud steps
As you
forward.
should.
Mud
As
steps
you
forwards
should.
and is like, "Oh, we be unpredictable." And he picks up one of the books and he just launches it across the room. Nothing happens. Absolutely nothing happens. And he stands there and he says,
That's the spirit mud.
"Worth a shot."
I miss Mud so much.
I also miss Mud.
What is
I'm just gonna go
Right.
and put the book in my bag.
I mean, you're not far off technically, because if nothing matters, then you know.
Okay,
Roll
we're not
fucking-
saying
Anarchy.
nothing matters. Right, we'll get to anarchy. Let's just keep looking for a minute.
I will say next, Arlo, you notice something across the room that looks to be like a small hilt of a dagger. It sits within a glass container. It seems like one of the little glass containers that you can like kind of lift up, you know, to like grab it out. And
display case?
yeah, like a display case, yeah. And it's a dark silver, and it's embellished with kind of a bronze decor and trim. But it's not, there's no blade. It's just the hilt.
That's odd. That's odd.
That's odd.
That's odd.
That's always pointing it in front of your face.
Well,
Just
I
in
don't
case.
need to be worried about that because it seems they forgot one of the most important parts.
Okay, but maybe they didn't.
Okay, it's magical and there's actually.
Yeah. No.
It's not gonna get me. It's okay.
You're gonna give me a heart attack, I swear to
Is there
God.
any magic on this thing?
I'm so stressed out.
Anyone,
Please.
if they want to meet
Is there any magic?
Is there any magic?
roll 2 more d6s for me.
me?
No, Julian.
Thank God. Oh my God.
Is it not so up?
I
was
guess
thinking they
we
never
said
took
we
it
did
down.
it in one thing, yeah. Okay, so if you lift your glasses on,
Yeah.
it
Don't take them off for this
looks-
whole room.
It is definitely glowing with a sort of magic. It's not quite clear what its purpose is, but it is definitely a magic item. For sure.
Cool.
Andromeda's standing from Arlo and is like, point it at me, Arlo.
No, don't point it at Andromeda, please.
Julian is going to.
I don't want it. I'm scared now.
Oh no. Don't point it at me, Arlo.
Yeah, I won't.
I looked at the face of God and said, oh, maybe not.
Never mind.
Julian clicks in the glasses again.
Okay.
As the rims sort of glow. And he's gonna use. I'm gonna use my enchanter thing to find out what the item does.
I was like, Julian is gonna be like a prime tool in this scene. I was waiting for it. Roll 2d6s for me, Julian.
Come on, Julian.
8.
Oh,
8. Okay.
Still good. Still good.
Yes. Why?
From what you can see, it looks as though what comes to your mind, because you rolled an 8, not too high, not too low.
Can I give them help?
You can, if you would like.
I will do my little ditty.
My
little ditty.
My little ditty do with my arcane art.
Do it.
So I can successfully aid. Alright, that was a 6.
Like Miguel.
10.
A 10.
I like to imagine that with how Julian sort of has a better understanding of music now, or at least more appreciation for it, it sort of soothes his mind.
That's so cute!
Yeah.
So you
Allows
added
him
2.
to focus better.
I love that.
Okay.
Not cute.
Okay,
10.
so 10. Okay.
Love.
So then, with a 10.
You're so cute. I love it.
Julian, when you look at the object, the use for the item becomes clear to you. And it reads as though it can lock people in a state of stasis.
Hold on.
In the means that if you were to stab someone with this, essentially, they would fall paralyzed in a way. And the only way to come out of it would be to remove the hilt.
So what is the item? Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. It's a literally just a hilt of a dagger. Like, there's no blade or anything. It's literally just the hilt of a dagger. And that's kind of the vibe that you get from it. That it can lock people in a, almost as if like a paralyzed state.
Oh, okay. So let's pretend that there is a blade on that. Cause no, actually.
No,
because if you were to stab someone with the blade that's supposed to be there, it would paralyze them.
Does it look like where the blade should be is like shimmering? Or is it like is it like there's a blade there if you actually stabbed someone with it? Or is it that like somebody's already been stabbed with it and that looks like pulled off?
It looks like that.
No, my
is like inching over and like just subtly, not so subtly, like grabbing for it.
It
like,
looks like
you're not jumping because you're fucking dragging
if you were
so hard.
If you were to push this against someone's skin,
it would pierce.
If you were to push this against someone's skin, it looks as though a blade would come out upon the pressure.
Okay. Ooh, got it.
Understood.
Ooh, like retractable blade.
Cool.
Or magical.
No, careful.
It's a mystery mouse tool we could use for later.
I don't trust Arlo with this.
I will not hesitate, bitch.
I will not hesitate.
That was at all of you. I will not hesitate, bitch.
I'm not doing shit.
It's mine.
Don't worry.
You could give it to Arthros. She's good with knives as well.
I might at some
You are
point.
not
Arthros looks at you and she's
much
just like,
I love you.
Find us keepers.
I think I'll actually give it to her.
Arlo folds
she
immediately.
takes it and she says, "Thank you."
They're literally just like
She puts it in
whacks
her
you on the
pocket.
back of the head. Dumbass.
They're besties. They gotta.
He folded
Arthros
immediately, and I respect him
looks
for
so
that.
like
Not even
content
fun.
about it. And she does like a playful little like pull on one of your like fin ears briefly before she like puts it in her bag.
Oh, very cute.
Love.
There are 2 more items that stand out to you guys. And who rolled the highest? It was Arlo and Andromeda, right? It was a 10 and a 10, right?
Yeah.
And then I got a 9. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Arya,
Gimme.
you notice that towards the back of the large room, there looks to be a picture frame.
Oh god, it's not more picture frames.
What you can see that is painted is the face of Ven Nexus. Now that you are aware of what she looks like.
What she looks like.
But just below, you see like kind of from here up that is painted, but just below from here, it is as though someone burned the rest of the painting.
Oh.
And it looks charred to a crisp, and everything looks eaten away, and the canvas is half empty. Just the sight of Ven Nexus's stoic expression.
And it's in the picture frame still?
Yep.
And the picture frame isn't...
The picture frame is like still, it's like charred at the bottom.
Okay, but it's not like...
The actual canvas is what's like kind of wrinkling up and curling up from like destruction, essentially.
Okay. Do we have any arsonists in the group?
I mean, who do we know that likes to burn things with purple fire specifically?
True. Yeah, but I mean, they haven't been on
and who
Ostrado.
may or may not have mommy issues.
That is fair. That is fair. Are you
definitely have
is
mommy
gonna grab the
issues.
little magic man. Hey, Julian.
Every time, Julian.
Edit like various things. Just look.
Julian's just like a little cat that's just
Okay,
there. That's just like being pointed in the direction of.
Let me try.
Like, look at this. Look at this.
It's like when you like race
okay,
for cats to
can
catch a
I-
bug. It's like.
Can I attempt
So much joy.
to let's try spirit tongue.
Ooh.
Can I attempt to look at this painting? I'm gonna pick it up. And I'm I have to roll. What do you want me to roll?
2d6s.
Okay, I'm doing the vibe check first. Oh, you two are the good children of the group. Okay. Close enough. Okay, 6 and 4. 10. So, okay. So
You can ask one question.
I can ask
about
one
it.
question.
If it is a grand history of the known world.
Okay.
So a grand history of Ostrado, essentially.
Of Ostradel.
Not the one question again.
Okay.
Don't overthink it.
You know?
I don't know if this
greatest-
would even apply much to this.
Yeah.
Our greatest
Well,
Well, because
VG
what
is
I'm
the
kind of curious about is if it looks more like magical fire or the destruction that Ostradel that wrought. Because I'm curious, because you were saying that it looks like it was like peeling and like in that way of like an old painting while also having that char. And I'm curious if it's more of like that, like where it's a more natural magical cause, or if it's more just like implicit magical fire burning it.
You could just ask what did the damage.
Yeah, what did the damage?
The only thing is that
if it was a grand history, then that would be known. But if,
Yeah.
if it doesn't come up with anything, then we'd know it was a personal thing.
True.
That's
rather
the
than-
point.
True.
Yeah.
Okay. Just gonna. Da-na-na. What did the damage? What did the damage? Bod, what did the damage?
You get no insight
God damn it.
into this.
Bod's
God damage.
Was personnel.
And so, yes,
Okay.
as James said, it can be assumed that maybe this was a personal act of destruction.
I could
Do it.
do it.
Do it.
Try it if you want. It's your second chance. Do you think
I
you're
have to
gonna
roll
want to use it one more
disadvantage, though,
time?
right?
It's the
Well,
third
No,
time.
for your
that
third
you-
one.
Disadvantage at the
Oh,
third.
third
Second
time?
is still fine.
Do it. You
Oh
got
shit!
this.
Can I
Then
do
just
it?
go crazy, go ham.
You can
Can
do
I?
it.
If you want.
I want to
If
do
you want.
communion whispers.
Roll with disadvantage.
Yeah.
I don't
Oh,
think I got
it's only the second one. You said
It's the third
you
one.
said the third.
one.
Oh,
This
it's a
is
new,
the
it's a
second
new
one
day.
today.
This is the
Yeah,
second
you're
one.
good. You're good.
Yeah.
It's a new day. Sorry.
Have a
Yeah.
long rest.
I'm
Yeah.
still. My brain was still in
It's a new
the.
day.
I'm not gonna fight you on it.
No,
if
you're
you wanna
good.
roll with
My brain was
disadvantage, I
still
will.
on. My brain was still on the fact that you use it in Cave of Whispers, and I was like, that was
Yeah.
today.
ADHD. I'm
Feels
so
like
ADHD
midday.
right now.
You're
for
so
real.
valid.
Yeah, it's, I think it's
I'm just sorry.
So
But it's funny though.
I'm
It was
so
so
A
funny.
9.
No, don't be sorry. I love
9.
it.
A 9.
Okay, and it was 7 to 9,
9.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 to 9.
Sorry, it's gonna be unclear.
Yeah.
God damn it. At least it's not traumatized.
Okay.
You
All right.
said at the same time.
Unclear.
Unclear.
Your head snaps back as you press a hand to this painting. And you are in someone else's eyes again. And you are looking forward towards a palace guard by the looks of it. He looks very normal. There's nothing really too wild that stands out about him. But you see a hand in the way that it looks like your hand as you're looking out of these eyes. And you see this hand outstretched, and you see it holding this picture frame with the painting within. But you do not see the painting. It is turned in such a way that you only see the back of it. And you're holding it out. And you hear a voice say, "Destroy it. No one can know." And it is a feminine voice. And you see the guard nod. And he takes the painting, and your head snaps back.
Mommy's not too proud of her sons.
I relay all that
Oh,
to the
you're
group.
so big brain
Valid.
for that. The bottom half is probably with their kids.
Kids, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
What the fuck?
What if there's a third child in that family portrait?
Wait, okay,
Yeah.
so it's...
because it's
can you
don't let
describe-
them know.
No one can
They
know.
can never know.
No one can know.
There's the
No.
other
Is
just
there-
their
And
last
there's
names.
the other two
like, everyone
kids that are
knows that.
fine.
Yeah.
Well, do you
Everybody
think that
knows
she was
that. But
trying
maybe
to
the third one?
escape? Do you think she was just trying to escape the first two because they were so bad, or do you think there's a secret third? Like, do you think there's another secret we don't know?
If the
about
ones
yet?
in the hall are still there, then I would assume she doesn't care that like those are on.
That's fair,
display.
actually. You're
Yeah.
actually right. That's a really good
There's
point.
gotta be
Yeah.
something else that she's trying to like.
There is
keep
another.
hidden. I feel like there's a third child.
A new hand touches the beacon.
When-
A new hand.
Go ahead, Dominic, you go first.
What can you describe the item again for me too?
Yeah, like
The-
flip the item.
What I was touching?
The painting?
With the yeah.
Yeah.
Is it
so
just like-
it's like a golden frame, and the bottom is kind of charred, and the rest of the canvas that's in the frame is kind of charred and like wrinkling upwards, as though just it was destroyed. The only part that is still painted that you can see is just like just above like the high collar of Ven's like dress and her face, and that's it.
Okay.
Is it the same dress as like the one in the other portrait?
No, it is not.
If we flip the portrait over, what does the backing look like? Is there any like writing,
There's
anything?
nothing. It's just
Is there a
plain.
spot where you can pop it open? I want to look at the back of the painting, the actual like
You can.
canvas of it. Okay, she's gonna
Valid.
put a needle in, but just
Valid. When you do so, it doesn't seem as though there's any writing anywhere. If there was, it's probably long destroyed by whatever destruction befell the painting.
Rude.
Does she look
Burning the bottom half was
particularly
enough.
younger? Like, does she look
Yeah,
particularly
does she
young?
look different from her
She
other portrait?
looks... You could say she maybe looks a few years younger,
Kids,
Um,
definitely
Interesting.
kids.
but
Def-
nothing
Third
else
child.
that stands out.
Is her husband? I mean, does she have
be
a
there.
husband that's just on the ground?
Yeah,
He's
should
just
be there.
He's on
flamboyant?
Earth.
You do not know
Right.
what...
Ooh, it
He
could be
looks
a
From where and below?
There's also
Uh,
the other
chest
inhabitant of
Got
Tobias.
chest down.
There'd be no
I mean,
man
We
in
don't
that.
know.
Below
portrait.
that is where one might hold like a newborn
A
baby,
child.
or, like, a
Because they're like
True.
Yeah.
here.
I guess also technically though it could be if there was another adult, it would be somebody sitting in a
Sitting
chair
down.
and her over the chair like this behind the chair.
Yeah.
like those
So there could be
That's
another
true.
adult.
old-fashioned paintings.
But it would be someone.
Interesting.
I mean, unless she had a.
like,
And maybe that person
Yeah,
was
with
like
a
a
fuel
fucking
man.
man.
Because you would know if it was like narrow enough, then it was. I don't know. Dimensions.
Maybe she has like 100 chickens and she just wants to.
That's it.
Maybe she's
How
wearing
did
a
you
really
know?
funny pair of
No one
shoes.
can know.
She's wearing big
How
clown
did you
shoes, and she didn't
know?
want anyone to see it.
Look at y'all, those chickens.
Look at all those
My
chickens.
little Julian.
Yeah.
And it's not magical, yeah?
It's not magical.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
What else do we
Do
see?
anything.
Yeah, there was
His
one more
dog-
thing you said.
Yes.
His dog just smell shit.
Just sniffer dog.
What? Oh, he can
I'm
fight.
not your
I'll
sniffer
do
dog.
anything.
He fights for you, but
That's sweet.
nothing for
I'm
you
not your
him to
sniffer
fight
dog.
right now. Not your sniffer dog, Anderson.
He
Um,
walks and like pisses on a table
Not
or
your
something.
sniffer dog. What you notice
I love humor.
last is Arlo and Andromeda. You notice it together because you rolled the highest.
Got this. Big eyes.
You see, kind of towards
Fish
the
eyes and
middle
bug
of
eyes.
the room.
Sometimes the smallest brain cell makes the biggest discovery.
Their like brain cells like hit each other and it
That's
causes like
it.
a spark.
It's a spark. The friction caused a spark.
That's right.
You notice a large, what looks to be mirror sitting towards the back of the room. Its frame is elegant and embellished with golden trim, and it does look as though it is caked in kind of like grime of like dust and age, as though it is quite old. You cannot see it in its full glory, as the reflective bit of the mirror is covered by a large cloth. Something
Ooh, I feel
like a
that
bed
might be-
sheet.
Whoa.
Something like a bed sheet.
Oh, hold on.
Hold on.
Hold your horses.
Hold your horses there.
Hell no, two blondes are here. We're pulling.
We
them down.
already took it down.
Hang on, I'm not done. There is
Go
a,
ahead.
there is
Sorry,
a,
sorry.
no, you're good, you're good. That's totally fine. There's just a very important note at the end.
good.
There is a bed sheet kind of draped over its entire form, covering the reflective bit of it. What you can see, however, is that there is a name engraved at the very bottom. It is scripted and neat, but it looks as though it was hand carved, not magically or professionally done. It is simply carved into a thick wooden frame of the mirror, and it reads Amara. Amara.
Mara.
The audacity for you to be using that name right now.
Oh, I know. Sorry. Not that Amara.
Do we
Did we
get
see
it?
an Amara in any of the portraits?
No, did not.
Okay.
Who the hell is
It's not-
Amara and why?
Amara means deathless or immortal.
Why is there
lovely.
mirror in here?
Magic?
Certainly does.
When you look at it, it is glowing with magic, for
Nice.
sure.
Don't move to that top just yet. I'll do
Let's
it.
not
Any
release the
bright ideas?
It is a golden magic.
Ooh.
Just so you know.
What have I known
Willow
golden
tree?
magic to mean?
From what you've seen, you have known it from pure magic. A lot of the time, natural magic. Basically, everything that Andromeda is and her entire home glows in this golden ass magic.
Gold.
Very much purity and nature kind of vibe is what I would say.
What do?
What do?
What do?
What do?
Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll.
Do it.
What do?
What do?
I just love that me and Theo were both like
10.
10.
Oh, let's go.
Send across the board.
Nice.
From what you see, it can be assumed that this item can reflect visions of the dead.
Oh,
Interesting.
What?
it
You got that?
reflects visions of the dead.
You just want to?
What?
What?
Does
Exactly
Julian
what
say that out loud?
I said. Yes. Yeah, he does.
Wit goes across the room and sits facing the door.
Oh.
He's gone.
Valid.
Fair.
Only, of course, if you look inside it.
Does that mean you get to access memories of those that have passed, or do you get to speak to those who have passed?
Do I know specific or just?
It doesn't really show specific, other than the fact that visions of the dead, which you could assume could imply just seeing them, not speaking with them.
Interesting.
More seeing, I believe.
Okay. Interesting.
How could we use that to?
Where's Arthros sitting?
Arthros is eyeing it.
Oh girl. Oh girl.
I'm gonna grip the sheet and rip it down.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
See if there's any spooky boys in this room with
I'm
us.
standing right there next to you, so I don't have a choice. I'm right there in front of you.
Hello.
I was like, then happens when there. What?
When there? What?
I need to know who's.
Oh my gosh.
I need to know who's looking in it.
Before
Me and fucking
Andromeda.
I'll look into it as well.
Okay.
To flavor this, before Andromeda
Wit
rips it
continues
down,
to look away.
she's gonna look at Arlo and be like,
You like ghost stories, don't you?
and she's gonna put down the sheet.
You are a little
Delivery.
bastard and I love you. I'm a
So it's Andromeda ripping the sheet off, correct?
Yeah, and she's looking
Who else
directly
is
into
Arya
it.
looking? Is
well,
Elfie
what
looking?
does it mean?
It's
What
gonna
does it
be
mean to
it's gonna
look
be
into it?
whoever looks
Is
into
Mud
it
looking?
first, whoever's eyes meet it first, and
Well, probably not me then.
Then I guess probably.
Probably Andromeda.
Following, you guys can look into it afterwards again.
After. Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
I mean, so Andromeda would probably see it first, right? If
Yep.
you ripped it off.
Andromeda, are you
Uh-oh.
looking in it?
Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
god.
Andromeda, the reflection before you in this, like, glowing... No, not even. As soon as you pull off the sheet and you look in the mirror, it is the most bizarre thing to not see yourself in the reflection when everything behind you is the same.
Vampire.
Yeah, right? Except there are people in the reflection. It's just not you, and it's not the rest of the party.
We're all vampires.
There are two very familiar faces.
Oh god, oh fuck. I'm gonna mute myself.
Oh no.
No.
Their long, tumbling hair is decadent and shimmering gold, one more bronze than the other, and their eyes are bright and aglow, and the vines in their hair spiral down around them, graceful and sophisticated as they have always been. And they stand beside one another with their arms interlocked gently and matching smiles on their faces. Your parents watch you with a similar looks of pride and dawning expressions of relief. Oh, are we all crying right now?
I'm actually crying.
I'm actually crying too.
She's gonna look at it and be like, Mother? Father?
They do not say anything, but they are smiling at you. And there's pride written in their features.
She's gonna put her hands to the...
No, but your trees are still.
Your mother specifically steps forward, and you see the long form of her white gown flowing behind her. She approaches as close as she can to the end of the mirror in the reflection, and she places her hand atop the glass.
Mom.
And she smiles at you.
But you're alive.
You see her frown, and she looks down and she shakes her head.
Say something.
you see her kind of like her mouth opens, but she cannot speak.
She like takes her hands back. No, it's lying. She's gonna turn and face the group. It's lying.
Are we here with her right now?
Yeah.
You can't see what she sees in the reflection. The reflection is empty to you guys as she is currently staring into it, but you just see Andromeda.
Put the sheet back. It's
What is it, Andromeda?
put it back. I don't want to know. Put it back.
Arya runs to put the sheet back over it.
Julian also moves over to...
My parents.
How is that possible?
Wait. You saw your parents in the mirror?
Julian, what does the mirror do again? What does it do?
Could it be a trick?
It's not a trick. Nothing about it indicates that it's a trick.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, Andromeda.
I grab Andromeda and I pull her in my arms, and I'm just holding her.
This is my fault. This is my fault.
No, Andromeda. How could any of this be your fault? It's not your fault.
The trees were still alive.
I don't know if maybe it has something to do with Alder.
I need to sit down.
Okay. Let's go find you somewhere to sit. And she's gonna, take Andromeda. I'm going to take Andromeda out for a little bit of fresh air. If anybody else needs us, we'll be outside. And she's gonna walk her out of the room.
Arlo's just gonna immediately eye Julian, just
She's just gonna be petting her.
looking for answers, just to be like, what just fucking happened?
It's okay.
I think Andromeda found out about her parents.
Did you not know that?
I'm sorry.
Is that an actual thing that...
I didn't
Oh
know.
my god.
I assumed you didn't know.
I had thought you know.
No response.
No.
God damn.
Oh shit.
I'm an orphan.
Yeah, what the heck?
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Is anyone else gonna look into it?
Everyone wanna take a look?
Everybody else want to take a look?
Yes.
Join the orphan team.
I'm gonna look to Julian. And I'm gonna say, the night that I came to talk to you, I wanted to check in on you, but I also wasn't being completely honest. I wanted to talk to you about how I was feeling about something that I was feeling really shameful about, and when I went to the Cave of Whispers, I almost made a really selfish decision, and I don't think anything would ever trump my want to help my friends, but I can't fight this desire, and I wanted to ask the lady, I wanted to ask the stone lady, how would I feel if I knew the contents of my past? That way I could kind of get an answer without having to know. because if it's bad, then I can just run away. But if it's good, then I can chase it. But I know that I have somewhere back home, so I know this is really hard for you, so I don't really know what to do with this, but I also kind of want to find answers. What do you want to do?
I think I intend to look as well.
I'm stressed out.
I saw you and D messaging. That's a nerve. I'm nervous now.
Oh, I was checking in.
Oh,
I know it was a big one.
I'm an orphan.
It was a big one. It was a big one.
Also, does Wit come out with Andromeda and Arya? Or does he stay in with Arthros?
I think he stayed in case Arthros needs anything.
Needs anything?
He's, like,
yeah, that's fair.
listening a little bit just to like keep tabs on things, but he's very much like
not looking,
not fucking with that.
Does Mud come out with me?
Oh right.
You're gonna look too.
Mud's looking at the mirror.
Oh shit.
Is Elfie looking at the mirror?
Mud's looking at the mirror? Oh,
fuck! I need to go back in for my girlfriend.
Elfie is also looking at the mirror.
Girlfriend!
I need to get my girlfriend, my princess girlfriend.
Wait. Okay, so do you have to take turns out of curiosity, like for it to work?
It's who looks in it
think so,
first. Yeah.
So Mud's in it right now.
They're not looking yet. They're waiting.
Okay.
I think it's still covered.
You're all
now.
just like around the mirror looking at it, I think.
Okay.
Instead of looking in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's going first?
Arlo probably takes his hand and like puts it on Julian's shoulder and kind of like very gently and nurturingly squeezes it, and kind of like you can see the emotion in his face, but he like smiles through it and like says, "Would it help if I go first?"
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Brothers.
I love them so much.
Look in the mirror.
They're gonna be brother-in-laws.
And so he turns around to go look, and I think the moment like he turns around, like all the fake comfort goes away.
That's
and
valid.
He probably, yeah. Go ahead, Bob.
No, you're good. Julian, do you pull the sheet off for Arlo before he turns?
He grabs onto it, sort of looks at him. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Can I tell if his shirt actually sure?
You can roll if you want to, unless it's very clear that he's not. It's up to you, Theo.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
You're sure? Actually sure?
Yeah, I'm actually sure.
Okay. Julian will pull it off.
Okay. Arlo, when you look in the mirror, you see what looks to be a young woman. She's ethereal looking, otherworldly even. She has long, tumbling hair that falls in waves, so white that it's almost blinding. And atop her forehead rests a golden starburst scar of sorts, directly in the center, directly here, that glows bright and warm as she stares at you. And her eyes are luminescent, clear blue, and her figure is slender and draped in white, a long flowing gown. And you see her giggle silently in the mirror. She looks young, perhaps only a few years younger than you. And she skips forward to the glass, and she beams at you, and she waves an enthusiastic hand. And you feel recognition dawn in your chest, blooming and warm and steady and bittersweet, as though you know who she is, but you cannot pinpoint anything about her whatsoever. But she looks at you and she simply smiles, and her face is alight. And she just looks positively joyful to see you as she stands there.
I think Arlo will probably kind of meet her energy and kind of like bring his hand up to the mirror to kind of almost like trace what he's seeing and be like, who are you? Like,
And
genuinely, like,
do you say it out loud? Who are you?
yeah, I go,
Okay.
who are you?
And you see her face drop a moment as you say this. And she like frowns. And
I'm sorry.
she moves to kind of mouth something. But you can't quite make out what she's saying. Before she kind of like pulls back and just kind of frowns as she watches you. And she goes like this, and she puts her hand on her heart before she puts it forward against the wall again of the mirror. And she smiles.
I'm sorry. I don't remember you, but I will.
And she nods back.
And then I just turn around. It's
Valid.
done.
Valid.
Holy shit.
Valid. And she vanishes from the reflection when you turn around. Are you crying? Oh, baby.
I need Vay to stop right now.
I'm just saying.
These are so good. Oh god. Keep going! Much drama!
You guys haven't.
Yes,
You guys have not
keep
gotten a
going.
lot of Arlo lore.
Arlo
so.
lore at all.
Arlo lore just
I like don't even know what to do with that.
I have.
Who is this?
I have the vibes of what she looks like.
Give
in reference.
Oh.
Give it.
And then like Arlo has like the sternum scar.
Yeah. No, literally.
They give their life for yours.
Oh, little baby unicorn.
They look like this, except they have that starburst scar on their forehead, and
I mean,
it's glowing.
unicorns are known for like healing capabilities.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
literally.
Whoa,
And
yeah.
Arlo has healing capabilities now.
She's gorgeous. She's literally gorgeous.
She literally reminds me of the last unicorn girl.
So
Lady
nice.
Mouth,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's where my mind went as well.
Oh my god! Is Arlo an actual unicorn?
Oh my god, he's a unicorn.
I mean, he's
Is he an actual unicorn?
now, maybe.
I
He's a
hope.
fishman unicorn.
Maybe that's
He's
why
got
he
no
doesn't know
fish-
how to like control his powers
He's got
because
no,
they're
he's got
relatively
no
new.
unicorn heart. He's
I'm too
crazy
busy trying to be a
unicorn.
fish when I should try to be a horse.
I was a horse all along.
Wait, fish horse.
I was a horse
I mean,
once.
Ada.
I was a horse
from
like
the
horses,
sea,
yeah.
so, like
It's very heavily
Yeah.
implied that I think Arlo is a fish with those ears.
Andro.
So you
Nah,
can keep that one in mind.
Andro. The horse is
The
here.
horse is here.
Insane.
Horse is here.
Thank you, Bob. That was so fun.
That was so
You're
good.
welcome.
You're
Oh my
welcome.
heart. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, here we go.
Listen, there's more. We just have to get to it, you
Here
know?
we go.
I have so much lore for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Julian, are you doing it?
Julian's gonna look to the others that are waiting. I need to think if anyone else wants to go first.
Elfie steps forward. And she says,
No, I wanted to be in here for this.
I know who I'm going to see, so if you want, I can go.
Didn't you come back in the room, are you?
Just leave
No, she
Andromeda.
didn't leave Andromeda.
No, that's okay.
Oh,
She didn't leave Andromeda. It's okay.
You better not leave her.
I'm
No.
not gonna leave her.
She's sitting on the floor like
Valid.
just like
Um,
scared.
That's like the worst news you can get.
Yes, she
Good
says
news.
that she looks at you, Julian, and she says that she knows who she's going to see, so if you would like, she can go first. She nods and says, okay. And I assume you probably like covered it again before,
Yeah,
like after
he
Arlo.
covers and uncovers it every single time.
She moves to stand like directly in front of it. Are you talking, Theo, to us?
You're
You're
muted.
muted.
I just got into
here
a little.
late.
I'm sitting at probably at Jillian's feet. Like after I get out, I just
Aw.
go and sit next to him and just kind of like wait
Valid.
out everybody
Kinda
with me.
sneeze.
Valid. She stands there like directly in front of the mirror, and she like kind of amps herself up. takes a deep breath, and she looks at you, Julian. She's like,
she's so diplomatic. I love her.
Pulls it off.
Okay. And you can almost see her expression of like this like confidence looking at it fall into like heartbreak. And almost immediately her eyes start to well up. And she like kind of smiles, a sad smile, and you hear her say, "Mother." And she swallows. And he's like, yeah.
Mr. Worldwide, been there, done that.
And she takes a step forward. And she kind of like puts her hands in front of her, and she like folds them like this in front of her, as though standing like proud for a moment, trying to like hold back her tears. Before you see her just nod and smile softly. And then she closes her eyes and she turns back to you, Julian, and she says, "Thank you."
Julian covers it back up.
And she immediately turns and heads towards the door that you guys walked out of, Arya and Andromeda.
All right, come here. I'm getting all the mommy issues, girlies.
She walks out.
Get your girly.
My lap.
She walks out and she looks at you guys.
Get
and
your girly.
You can see that her eyes are like red rimmed. Like she hasn't shed tears yet, but they are red rimmed. And she looks at you guys and she says,
Arya, like,
"Well, that was less fun than I was expecting."
oh. Arya like puts her hand out for her to come sit next to her.
She does so.
Yeah, come. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm just imagining like Andromeda's like laying her head in Arya's like thigh, and she's just petting her hair.
It's okay.
They both just go.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's going to be okay.
Muddy mud, 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 mud. Nickel,
Mud steps forward. And he kind of like looks at Arthros a moment. And Arthros looks at him and says, "It's up to you. I know who I'm going to see too." And Mud just kind of says, "I don't know who I'm going to see, so I think I would prefer you to go first." And Arthros just...
Hearing this, Wit's going to stand up and hover like...
Good boy. Good boy.
Behind Arthros, just in case.
I mean, he won't see anything, but that's good.
He won't.
Yeah.
She steps forward and she looks at you, Julian, and she says, "If you'd like, I'll go."
You ready?
"No, but it's fine. I can't feel any pain anyways."
Pain in my heart.
She waits.
She might not feel it, but I am.
She lifts
Julian
her chin
takes
tall.
it off.
And you see her shoulders fall, and a bright smile kind of takes up the entirety of her expression. Though there is kind of a guilty twinge in her brow as she stares at the mirror. And she, like, just watches for a moment before she says, softly, "I miss you." And she looks down a moment and, like, smiles again, and then, like, puts her hand to the reflection and nods her head for a moment and says, "You would like wit. It's very nice." And she takes a deep breath and says, "I saw the ocean. You should know. It's quite nice." And she's smiling now, like she looks almost at peace in a way. And whether that's just because she doesn't feel the pain of losing Sophia anymore, you're not sure. But after a moment, and after she nods and turns away, she looks at you, Julian, and she says, "Thank you for helping me with that."
Julian nods and covers it.
You better kiss your motherfucking boyfriend right now.
And she does turn.
Did take her hand like as soon as she was done.
Valid. She
And
turns
just, like,
to
squeeze
you,
it gently.
Wit, and she like straight right there, like plants a kiss on your lips.
I needed that.
And she just like pulls away and smiles at you.
I needed that.
And like squeezes your hand and then looks down and kind of heads towards the door to give Mud and Julian their privacy.
Guess you never really know what reaction people are gonna have when they get out of this.
Just
one person's like, my parents are dead, the next person's like, oh, like, what is happening?
I like to think that because she doesn't really feel the pain of it, she almost just feels like this like relief that Theron is there, that Wit is there and is physically there and is not gone. And I think that's kind of why she very much in that moment was just like,
I'm so glad she wished that away because she deserved to have peace.
I don't know if it was good, but
it's now she's just living with something
awful,
else.
I guess.
Yeah, at least she doesn't have that pain.
At least she got to see her again.
I know that we don't know this in character, but is the person in the mirror also allowed to see other people in the room, or is it only a one-on-one connection? Because I'm so curious to know if Sophia saw Wit, like, and like smiled,
like standing.
I'm so curious. I'm endlessly curious.
She could see people in the background.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
They can
then
see
she could
stuff
see
in the
how
background.
Wit loved
She saw Theron, but she didn't see
Theron.
My parents saw all
Even better.
different.
Theron, little dragonborn. I love
That's
it.
so cute.
That's so
Dragonborn
cute.
boy. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, that was good.
Did Arthros go outside of the room, or is she still inside?
She moved to walk outside of the room.
Okay, then Wit follows her.
Okay.
Like,
Arya's gonna kind of like look at the girls and just be like, Wit, Arthros, do you mind sitting with them for a minute?
Arthros nods.
Okay. And Arya's gonna kind of like lean down and like plant a kiss on Andromeda's head and just like push her like side bangs back. Just be like, I'll only be a minute. And then she's gonna kind of like pet, like not even pet, she's gonna kind of like pat Elfie's head because she doesn't want to accidentally like push it.
Yeah.
So she's gonna kind of just like pet it and then like squeeze her shoulder as she like slinks back and gets up and walks into the room.
Wit's
Just like
gonna
closes the
tell you good luck
door.
as you pass.
Thanks. She's gonna close the door and be like, waves at Arlo.
You going for your round?
I don't even know.
Come on in and think about it.
Right. She's gonna walk over beside Julian and Arlo and just kind of look at Mud.
Mud looks at all of you.
You okay, bud?
And swallows nervously for a moment. Before he clears his throat and looks at you and says, am I next then? By default.
Unless you want me to go again.
Sorry, that wasn't funny. I'm sorry, that was not
kind
funny.
of funny.
Thank you for laughing.
It was funny. It was funny.
Mud just frowns
Take
and
your time.
swallows and says, this is a bad idea.
It's okay.
And he
You
moves.
can go give Andromeda a hug. I think that she would enjoy that after.
Right.
Yeah.
He moves to stand in the middle of the mirror, and then he looks at you, Julian. Takes a deep breath and says, all right, just get it over with. When he looks up into the mirror, his jaw drops in the way that he like kind of lurches back a bit, like moves slowly, like, and like frowns at the mirror, and he like his eyes dart over it in its entirety in the reflection, and he swallows a moment and shakes his head and he says, no, that's not possible. And you can see his chest is like beginning to race, like heave. And he takes a deep breath and then he like looks at you, Julian, and he says, cover it.
Julian covers immediately.
And his jaw clenches, and he looks at all of you for a moment, and there's just, like, panic in his eyes. Before he turns, and he beelines out of this room. He is sprinting, and he collides with the door, like, bangs it open, and when he gets out in the hall, he doesn't even look at any of you out there. He just walks, unknowing, probably unseeing, just as though he needs to get out. He needs to go. He needs to go. And he disappears around the corner of the corridor. Andromeda, you probably see him. Elfie probably sees him. Arthros and Wit. And it is simply Arya, Julian, and Arlo left in the room with the mirror.
I'm not sure if that helped you guys decide.
Yeah.
But I will be here to watch to see what happens unless you want to be alone.
Arya kind of looks at Julian. I don't think I want to be alone. Not anymore. And she's gonna walk up to the mirror, and she's just gonna push the cloth up.
Valid. Arya, whether it's with relief in a way or purely just resignation, you see Beacon looking back at you. And she's smiling, and her smile is confident. There's a smirk on her features. And she kind of crosses her arms over her chest, and she looks at you for a moment before she goes.
Arya is just beet red now.
Arlo's been like trying not to look at people while they go through this, but he can't help because of this reaction. So he's just like peering behind Julian's pant leg.
No.
Riz from beyond the grave.
Yeah, literally.
Literally.
She's never going to let Arya relax.
No.
She's going to continue making her heart race for the end of eternity.
She wouldn't be her without it, though.
Arya's just gonna kind of like, of course it was you. And she's gonna kind of like put her hand up onto the glass.
And she...
I'm sorry,
Go ahead, sorry.
I didn't... No, it's okay. I'm sorry I didn't give you another chance.
And you see her, like, shrug a shoulder, kind of just like... And then she steps forward towards you, and she puts her hand up on the mirror where yours is. And she kind of takes a deep breath, and you do see her face, like, the confidence slip a little bit. And she looks down with sad eyes for a moment before she just kind of smiles, like a tearful smile at you.
Arya's just gonna like press her lips to the glass of like where her forehead would be.
Oh. And Beacon goes like this. And she's tempted to go, but she doesn't.
She's like, I can imagine her like moving her head up right as Arya's like pulling away. An instant. Oh.
She just kind of shrugs.
I feel like I barely knew you, but I really miss you.
She kind of looks down a moment and then smiles at you. And she goes...
Cool.
Cool. Not the tears, suck them back in.
Oh, get back in their chair! Arya kind of is just like...
Don't actually cry if you want to. That was a joke.
No, you're here. Arya's like... I think it's your turn to walk away.
And she nods for a moment. Kind of goes like this. And that way it's like, it's been a real slice kind of thing. And she just kind of like turns and she walks to the side, following the reflection as though someone just walking out of the bounds of the mirror. And you just see the background and she is gone.
And she covers the mirror again.
Arlo pokes up as if to see if she's okay.
It was Beacon.
Oh.
Yeah. She's good.
She looked really happy, and she's still Bacon. So you have nothing to worry about there.
Good.
And Arya's gonna kind of like get down onto her knees in front of Arlo and just like
Are you okay?
grab his face.
Aww.
I'm also playing 4th of July by Stefan Stevens
No!
instrumental album. In the background, so
Like, let's just make it worse. Why don't we?
when I feel angst, I like to feel it fully.
You're so valid.
I like to.
It's
You're so valid.
a full
And
sensation,
please
I
know,
love.
please know me asking is not in like a way of like, why are you crying? It's literally just like being like,
you're
I
right.
don't think anyone would ever assume that of you.
making sure that you're
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Please cry away. It is okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Arya's gonna lean forward and take Arlo's face in her hands.
Mhm.
And just like look at him in the eyes. Just be like, I love you so much. And she's gonna like press her lips atop his forehead and give him the same kiss.
And he's gonna like, before she can even back up and see his like crying face, slip his face by around her and then around like into the side.
Wow, we're hugging now.
I'm not kissing Arya. No. I'm just going in. Like, you know, like when a kid doesn't like want to see.
Oh, we're hugging.
Crying, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, literally. I knew exactly. It's just because Arya's always like, ooh, hugs.
Yeah.
Wow, hugging, good. Wow, very nice. And she's kind of like, I feel like her arms are like underneath his arms, that like they're like hugging her shoulders, and she's just like tapping his.
Yes,
Like,
yes.
oh, very nice. Good job. You're very good friend, and you're very sweet, and I love you so much. Yes. I love you too. Everything is okay. We're gonna be okay. Everything's good. She's gonna kind of like do the rubby thing that like you're trying to like heat them up. You're like, ooh, yes.
Oh,
I imagine you guys
Woo.
like pulling away out of this hug and then just both looking at Julia.
Yeah.
Your turn.
Do you want to have friends or be alone?
Last but certainly not least.
You look at Julian, and throughout this entire time, he's just sort of been pondering to himself.
Right.
Looking at him right now, he has a sort of knowing, horrified expression on his face. I had so much curiosity at first. But I'm thinking I remembered a dream I had, or maybe it was a memory. I think I know what I'm going to see.
Are you ready to face it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't know until you're doing it.
Julian slowly takes a step forward and stands a bit of a ways from the mirror, sort of facing away from it first. And take off the covering.
Are you sure?
Oh, team effort. I will say before I read it,
good.
I was.
Good.
Julian's like clenching his fist and shaking as he's trying to get himself to turn around to look at the mirror.
Valid. Lennon in chat said, if there's an average-sized mouse in that mirror, I'll actually sob.
No.
Don't say that. Don't say that right now. I was
Not
sarcastic
allowed.
tonight
You
about
feel like
stupid
that's like
comments.
Wesley would have said. Wesley would have said.
Yeah.
Wesley would have
This little mouse caretaker got killed.
yoinked.
Jesus.
Julian. What you see in the mirror, maybe it's what you expected, maybe it's not at all what you expected, but you see a group of 3 individuals. There's a woman with dark hair, curled, and drawn up into an elegant bun. Her features are smooth and soft and so very feminine, and her eyes glow a crystal clear blue, brightening as she looks at you, a smile pulling at her lips. Beside her is a rather large man with aggressively dark sideburns and hair coiffed upward and complete with a sharp mustache and beard. And he watches you with a stern look in his brown eyes, his expression dark and almost judging as he looks at you. Between them, with the woman's hand on her shoulder, is a small girl, around presumably 10 years old. She has a fair complexion and warm, rosy cheeks, and her eyes are charcoal in shade, giving her an otherworldly look about her. But she stares at you, Julian, smiling wide and toothy, before she takes a few steps forward towards the glass of the mirror and places her hand against it, watching you and beaming at you almost expectantly.
First, there was a sort of sigh of relief of not seeing what he thought he was going to see.
Mm-hmm.
Then a sort of growing ache and further confusion.
And I will say, when you look at them, you feel this pull in your heart, a clenching in your heart that you know you knew them. You don't know how, you just know you knew them. And yet their faces are like strangers to you as they watch you. But the little girl smiles at you as though you are her entire world.
Julian slowly takes steps towards the mirror and kneels down to get eye level with the girl and places his hand on hers on the reflection.
And she looks at where your hands are joined and then grins even wider and looks at you. And you see her lips move. And these words feel pretty they stand out to you. And it seems as though she is mouthing the words, "I love you," with a little smile.
Julian mouths it back.
And she just nods. And the older woman behind her, you see a tear fall and roll down her cheek before she kind of puts a hand on the small girl's shoulder and pulls her back slightly.
Julian's heart sinks.
And the little girl kind of looks up and then looks back at you and just continues to smile. Not a care in the world. She's just staring directly at you.
Julian just sits there and keeps staring.
Valid. And as you continue to stare, eventually the two tall figures in the back kind of look at you and then look back down at this young girl, and then they seem to walk off, stepping back and behind into the outer bounds of the mirror, and they are no longer in the reflection. But the little girl remains, and she quickly kind of sits down on the ground and she folds her legs like crisscross applesauce and then just like looks at you. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I need a cigarette after this.
I also need a cigarette after this. Me and Dee do not smoke.
No.
Don't. It's really an expression.
I don't, but I'm gonna start because of this.
I think I might pick it up though.
And you haven't even seen who's in the debt. Who's in the view.
Julian.
And I'm not going to.
As you should. As you fucking should.
Oh.
Your character's got enough trauma.
Yes.
Because of this sort of pull, Julian allows himself to take a breath, to relax himself, and he matches her posture and sits crisscross applesauce and smiles at her.
And she just sits there in that very childlike way where she's just kind of like swaying a little bit and just like watching you, like kind of like taking things in the background, but just continues to kind of like look at you.
Julian's gonna start to playfully mimic them and do the exact same things that they're doing. Look at where they're looking.
She
in sort of a
notices.
playfully mocking way.
She notices,
Until
and
they
she like
notice.
freezes for a moment. And
Julian freezes.
Haley? Oh, she probably has people.
She'll be back.
She notices, and she like looks at you, and you like see her giggle. You don't hear it, but you see her giggle. And then you see her head kind of turn as though someone's called her. And she looks around, and then she looks back at you. And she just kind of smiles, and then goes and waves at you.
Julian waves back.
And she slowly gets to her feet, and she's wearing like a cute little like dress, very like Victorian style little dress. And she like gets to her feet, and she looks at you once more, smiles wide, and then she goes running in the direction of wherever she was called. And the mirror is entirely blank again.
Julian sort of laughs to himself, and his smile drops after she disappears from the mirror.
Was it who you thought it'd be?
No, it wasn't.
Was it a stranger?
No, they didn't feel like strangers.
Yeah. They.
Yeah, there's multiple. Oh, one?
We're non-binary.
Yeah, got the vibes. Let's
I
go.
didn't say that was not canonical. It was Theo moment.
Well, they also said strangers, so
That's true.
yeah, you're good.
Two adults. One a man, one a woman. One little girl. Looked around 10 years old.
Oh.
They all felt familiar.
To throw out more sadness into the air also.
Thanks.
These are essentially like displaying how old they would have
They
been
were
when
when
they
they died.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, just
Just out there. Well, maybe one day they won't be. Maybe one day you'll find the memory and then you'll keep them alive in that way.
Yeah, that was good.
Wow.
I know. I'm like,
Yo. I want to smash this mirror
Yikes.
more than I've wanted to
I want to smash it.
ever.
who the hell is?
Smash
What is the
anything.
name on the mirror again?
Amara.
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 Who is Amara, and why did she want to talk to dead people so fucking bad?
Here's the
That was
question.
so painful.
Yeah,
Why
who
would she-
is?
It's just you three in the room. Do you do anything with this mirror?
I want to look behind it because I know the Bloody Mary myth, and we gotta check this bitch.
Valid.
We gotta check this mirror.
Nothing stands
Got it.
out behind it, I will say. The only thing that gives it any sort of characteristic is that name that is almost hand etched into the frame.
Arya's gonna like get closer to the mirror. Amara?
Nothing seems to happen.
Say it 3 times.
I am not doing that.
Heyo, is this
I may not know a lot
Bloody
about
Mary
your eyes out.
episode?
I'm too superstitious for that shit.
I am not doing that. Kidding me. Right. Well, Amara is. She's gonna like file through her things. Have I ever heard the name Amara? Do I know what this would mean in any other context?
Nothing.
Is there anything else we can do?
I want to know other than break this mirror. Oh, fuck this mirror, man! But I kind of like it. I kind of like her.
I mean, definitely recover it so another person's not like shocked.
Yeah.
Accidentally sees
Against their
their person.
consent. I'm thinking too.
Arya's gonna cover the mirror
You
again,
could leave a note on it. Like, hey, just a heads up.
and then
This
she's just
mirror's
gonna like
fucked up.
lift up
Oh,
the
look.
very bottom of it and just whisper, Amara.
Nothing happens. You said something
Do
very,
you think-
very
do we
intriguing
want
a
to-
second ago, but
What?
Putting a note on it?
nothing. No, nothing.
What?
No,
What
no,
did you
no,
say?
I already said it.
Someone
wait,
rewind
wait.
stream. What did Jay just say?
What were,
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and stream. I was literally about to.
what were you about to say, Thea?
What were you about to say, Theo? Say it.
Theo.
Bro, oh shit, my blank brain.
Sorry,
okay,
I
we were
interrupted
talking-
you. I'm sorry.
Good. I was gonna say. Oh, I was gonna ask if we, if we need it for any reason, or if we needed to break it and have a piece of it.
Can I have a piece of your mirror? We can. We can. I mean, I've
Like,
already
yeah,
broken
for
one
Arya
mirror
breaking the
today.
mirrors.
That's what
I
I'm
may as
saying.
well do it
Arya's on a
again.
roll.
There are
Okay.
2 intriguing things I think you could do with this mirror.
Did I name one of them?
One of them? Do we got one?
Give me that.
Yes. And
Ah!
the other one
Is unknown.
is Julian.
You could hold
centered.
Napoleon up to the mirror.
Oh my god.
Ooh. It's
my
like holding
God.
your cat up to a mirror. You're like, this is cute.
What do you
What do you
get that
see?
book- You get that book out. Get that book out. Get that book
Based on
Julian
our
has
interaction,
some
that's
kind of
not what-
epiphany.
out. Hey, hey,
Whoa.
get the book out.
A
Hey,
voice
no.
enters your head.
No,
from
Witness
God,
is like, has
presumably.
Napoleon done it
God.
yet?
Julian reaches into his book bag and takes out a book.
Or you could.
Yeah.
Did you already check it with your glasses?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, yes.
Oh, because that's.
They did.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot.
Just tells us that's
You're good,
magic.
you're
I forgot.
I forgot.
I forgot.
I will say, if you hold Napoleon up, and his little skull appears with the hollowed out eyes, he turns towards the mirror, and then for a
What do you
moment,
see, Napoleon?
he turns back to you, and you hear the little crackling as he frowns, and he says, I do not see anything. Am I supposed to?
I don't know.
Oh. I'm sorry.
What would happen if you tried writing Amara into the book? Have you ever tried to write a spell that you don't know into Napoleon?
I don't know how I'd write a spell I don't know.
Fair. I mean, I just didn't know, like if you've written like spell words or like just like any other notes or anything into.
I will say, Julian already has some interesting spells that could perhaps affect the situation. And Theo also said something that could affect the situation.
Magic missile.
Theo, what did you say?
The breaking the mirror part. That part.
Can I cast telepathy on the music mirror?
Or the, like, should we take a shard part? 'Cause Theo
Wait,
did say that,
what
right?
if we break the mirror, and what if there's a soul inside of the mirror?
Amara's
What if
soul?
Amara's
Are you
in the
literally
mirror?
gonna let Amara out of this mirror?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Why was she in the mirror?
Oh, bro.
That would be
the name Amara.
What are we going with here?
I think we
Does
should
casting-
we can do that second.
Real quick,
we can
does
do that.
we'll do
casting
that second.
telepathy
We'll do
do
that
anything?
Let me look.
I think we should get.
I'm gonna say no.
Just keep saying the
Okay.
spells until
Only
they say.
because
When they
it's
stop
specific
saying, let me
to a
look.
person, not an object. Even
The
if
only
they're
one left that I can think of is Dispel Magic.
They looked. Do
You
it.
see how that's a different response right there?
It's not.
A different response there.
That's not different response.
Expressions.
No.
Interesting
No,
reaction.
let's not get
interesting reaction.
I put on my glasses.
My glasses, my glasses.
Uh-oh, he's putting on the glasses, boys.
Ooh,
Very nice.
put the glasses in sport mode.
Would you like to do that, Julian? And also, are the rest of you still
does
outside
spell
of the
do?
hall? I
Yeah,
assume
and
so.
Andromeda's fucking destitute right now.
You're so valid.
Arya's
I
gonna grab as
dispel it?
soon as they're done with this. Arya's gonna grab Andromeda and Wit to break the mirror, because Mud is fuck all.
Okay. Do you want
Take some
Julian?
anger out on
Do I-
them. Yes.
do I
No.
shrunk
We're
the
doing
magic?
that second. We're doing that
We're not
second.
going
Yes.
back in that room.
Try to dispel magic.
I shall attempt to dispel the magic.
All right, cool. Roll 2d6s.
I just want
11.
her to get some.
Ooh,
damn.
wow.
Wait, so dispel magic, does that get rid of something's magic?
Or does it,
Which is
like,
probably the
strip
same
it of,
thing
like,
turns
the
off
illusion
radiating
or something?
mirror. It's a spell. It's a spell. I swear to God.
What did
it's a
you just
spell.
say? What did you just say, Theo?
I said if that's why the two intriguing options are fun, because if you break a mirror or you undo a curse or like you spell, it's both the same thing.
Interesting.
That's a yes.
You got.
Or
You said juicy
if we
brain.
break the mirror, you might kill the person. So definitely do your spell thing first.
True. Dispel. The immortal.
So, how does it look when you do it, Julian?
Julian takes out a piece of paper from his journal.
Okay.
And holds it up in front of him so that it's covering the mirror in its entirety from his perspective.
Okay.
And takes out the lighter from his bag and burns the paper.
Okay.
And that's how he casts the spell magic.
Okay. With this, you see the mirror almost crack slightly at the edges within the frame. I have a question. Is the sheet covering it, or is it still removed after showing Napoleon the mirror?
Removed.
Okay.
I think it's still removed.
You see someone in the reflection. And they look
Just me?
a suspiciously lot like Andromeda.
What if we don't?
She has this long, glowing golden hair with vines throughout and leaves that could certainly suggest that she might be a willow tree dryad. And She looks at you a moment, and her head turns, and her golden eyes watch you. And she takes a steadying breath, and then she goes like this, puts both her hands over her heart, and she mouths the words, "Thank you," to you. Before you see her turn, and the low cut of her dress reveals a willow tree birthmark going up her back. And she walks away and walks out of the bounds of the mirror. And as she does, as soon as she vanishes from the reflection, the glass cracks and shatters.
I fucking hate
Cinematic.
Did all three of us see this?
Yeah,
All
did
three
we all
of you
see
saw
it?
See all?
All three of you
Okay.
saw it. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Maybe this is the fate I'm bound to.
I wish
Lots
we
of
could.
No, I
fates.
think that the Australian government just fucking hates the women that are dryads, and you're fucking wrong, is what I think. They keep putting them in
I
these
think
horrible
your elders
positions.
just want to use whatever
Yeah,
powers
whatever powers
come
the women
about
have.
from.
I wonder if the frame is made from her tree.
Horrible. Oh, that's
I have a question. Was
It is
it
wood.
disgusting. I love it.
sneaky of you when you were Mud earlier and you were like, oh, another A name, to then sneak it in as a hint for this?
Amara, I fucking
No, bitch.
It
Knew
literally
I
was.
knew
I'm
it.
so glad you picked up on that.
I knew it. I knew that was a fucking like a reference to something coming on. I was scared. That's awesome.
Thank you so much. Yes.
I'm in pain. That was good.
Thank
That was
you.
good.
Oi.
That's
Thank you. How are we all feeling?
Then the stone lady.
Good.
I'm
is
tongue
gonna
tied.
start with an A.
Cool.
I'm feeling
We've
good.
gotten through
Wonder what
like
her
the
name is.
biggest part that I had written in my notes, so
Slay.
just so you guys know.
Well, there's your plot twist, D. After last episode, when you really wanted to go to the Capitol, I hope you're happy.
I mean, that should have.
After a world of trauma, of course, I do have to ask where you plan on going next.
To the next world.
Andromeda's
Dun, dun,
sitting
dun,
on the
dun.
floor. She's just
Somewhere
staring at the floor.
Considerably less.
Still looking
Less
for that
mirror
door.
with dead people in it. I think it's a good idea. So we're going to, what is it called?
The library?
Bob?
The archive?
Someone's gonna have to pick Andromeda up because she's not moving right now.
Arya will
Oh,
pick
so
Andromeda up.
Also, Mud is off. Who knows where? We should go find
Arya
him.
will
Oh,
pick
it's not
Andromeda
here.
up.
Shit.
Come
I
here.
like to say that the moment she like touched her, she looks up at Arya, and there's just like this grief, like desolate look on her face, and then it's like something shatters,
Mm.
and she just it's like her face contorts from like a
Oh. Yeah.
Where are we going next?
Okay, I don't like that face on you.
What do you mean?
Okay. After
Okay.
this, all of us.
Come here, come here.
There
I'm
we
just we're going to see that mental health check. We're gonna go to the library now, I think, everyone.
No,
On to the
no,
next- on to the
no.
next.
I'm okay. I've seen illusions before. I knew. It's fake.
Aw.
First
Let's
stage
keep going.
denial.
Let's go to library. Library sounds good.
Library time! Let's go read some books! Othros! Book time! Woo-hoo!
Arthur's just like,
Books. Hopefully not scary books. Let's go.
let's do it.
Go!
I like reading.
All right.
Arya
So
helps
then-
Elfie off the floor, but does not let go of her hand.
Valid. She squeezes your hand and continues holding it. Very gladly. So with that, sorry, my thing saying music. Sorry about that. Jump scare.
Ow! I'm scared.
My computer made noise, and it probably chat would have heard it in the stream. So the next large area that you come upon after walking through more of the nobility corridor is a door that leads to a large and imposing room that stands tall. There's a long doorknob atop the door that leads to it, and it is decadent and ornate. And when you push through it, you see a very tall room. The archival room, as it is called, whereas it is more so just a library of sorts, is gigantic. It is a room full of bookshelves of all sizes and nature, and the floors are polished wood, shimmering and elegant. Long windows sit at the very top, tall and out of reach, and sunlight streams in throughout the extensive room. Julian, this is nothing like the small library that was open to the public just outside the palace and within the city. This is a haven of books, a grander library than any of you have ever seen. The air is slightly stuffy within, as though dusty, and by the looks of it, many of the shelves are coated in a slight layer of dust, clearly unused in some time. There's a few small oak desks that are spread throughout the room, lining the spaces with places to read or study or simply exist. And there is little to no people in the room aside from one or two. A smaller creature sitting in a small armchair towards the middle of the room with his nose in a book. And a tall, elf-like man extending an arm outwards as he places a few books back in their spots on the shelves, occasionally adjusting his glasses and pushing them up with his finger. I have a little reference for you of kind of like the vibes of the library. I will send it. There's the vibes.
The vibes.
The vibes.
Ooh, pretty.
Pretty.
Oh my god, that's
Oh my
fun.
god.
I'm gonna get
Wow.
so much knowledge from this thing now.
I live here
knowledge.
now.
Knowledge.
I live here now. Actually, if
I
you zoom
live
in,
here
you
now.
can see Vay at the very
Yeah,
bottom of
Vay's
that
just
little-
chilling.
in a little scope,
Ooh.
little
That's
scribe
me.
outfit.
Just,
That's where
just
I
chilling.
am.
Just reading.
That's the ideal.
Is that the guy for Game of Thrones?
I don't know.
This is the.
Is
This
it?
is the whoever it's called. Not the Sept. It's the where
I
the,
can just
Aw.
tell by his
library
tiny little
guys,
face that it's that guy.
That's cool.
where the maesters live.
He just has
It's
a-
pretty.
That was impressive. I can't
Interesting.
even see shit.
No, I can't either. So, walking in, what is your plan? Traumatized gang of individuals.
Andromeda puts her hands on her hips, like looks around, it's like, reading. I like reading. And she's gonna start just
Valid. Arthros is
walking
like,
on in.
Arthros is literally like,
She's Belle for real.
Oh,
yeah, for real. She is staring around like,
It's literally just holding her hand, like staring at her and like smiling at her, like awe of like looking around. This is what she
for
deserves.
real. Truly, she needs a bookshelf. Oh!
Mark it down on bingo! It's bingo! It's bingo! It's bingo! Mark that down! Somebody left the call! Mark it!
Someone left the call.
Bingo.
It's bingo! It's bingo! Hello, Theo, come back.
Theo, come back.
Theo, come back! Hi!
You
Are you
come
okay?
back.
Oh my god, yeah, let's go.
Theo, come back.
I can't hear
Theo,
you.
come back.
Oh, you're good, you're good.
Connection got fucked.
Oh, you're good, you're
And
good.
now everyone's in a different spot.
Nah,
Oh,
only
shit.
only
So
you
sorry.
and Andromeda. You're fine. It only moved
Arlo
you.
is Andromeda.
Okay, cool.
Andromeda is Arlo.
No, put me back in my
That's
box.
true.
You're back now.
Dee used to be here, but now Dee's there, and now Jazz is there.
Ayo.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi,
Theo's
Dee.
next to me.
Um,
I love you.
I love you.
Yeah, only one more bingo slot left, and I'm not sure what it is, but
What? I have all of them.
what?
really,
I got auto bingos.
you
Oh,
got
yo.
blackout?
I got blackout. I am
Oh.
fully covered.
Let's go.
Which one did we roll? All someone rolled.
Yeah, we all
wait.
rolled 2d6s. And,
Perception, yeah.
Oh my god.
and it's over 8 hours for stream now.
Yo.
So,
Oh hell yeah, good for us.
We've been playing for officially about eight hours.
okay.
Hell yeah.
It
We're
says 9.
that
Yeah, it says
Hell
9
yeah.
and 14 minutes on mine.
Yeah, but I just
Yeah.
mean like an hour of that was probably us starting and then the breaks and things like
Fair.
that.
Breaks.
Yeah, I always try to
So
factor that in a
fair,
little
so
bit.
fair. We all needed a little bit of library time. This is gonna take forever. I'm so
It's
excited.
not. I swear, it's not. It's not.
I love books. I love books.
Why is my network so shitty?
It doesn't.
Come back.
You're beautiful. What the fuck?
Help.
You
guys keep disappearing.
What?
Oh.
Can you hear us?
Oh, you're back. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What do you do?
Did Mud disappear? Did
Yep.
he just keep going?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
He's gone.
Awesome.
Yeah.
My boy
That
sped
man.
off.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted.
I really hope he didn't see Santa.
I'm gonna start
really
flipping
hope.
tables if he saw his brother.
That's what I was hoping as well. Is like Dirt is fine to be dead, but his reaction
Does not mean that
implies stand.
maybe it was his mom.
Who knows?
Anyway, okay. Arya's
As
gonna
if
look
you
for, like,
don't know.
a-
Don't say that.
They're talking to you, bub.
Me?
Yeah, that was,
Wait,
that was
you?
Oh! Don't worry
Yes,
about
Who
it.
GM.
knows? As if you don't.
Mr.
Library.
Gamekeeper.
Yes.
Arya's gonna look for a system of organization.
There does not seem to be one at all.
Oh fuck.
Awesome.
This
Arya's going to look for a
Fun.
magical source of finding books. Like if I
There-
need to find a book.
There
What
is
find?
the elf that is currently placing books on the shelves does seem as though he might know a thing or two.
He looks like a librarian.
Hello.
He literally looks like Milo Thatch if Milo Thatch was an elf.
Wow.
That's so cute.
Yeah,
What a handsome little lad.
a handsome little lad.
Arya's gonna walk up to him.
Handsome little lad.
Okay.
Andromeda's following Arya.
Smashed.
Smash. Smash.
Smash.
Smash.
He looks at you and he goes, oh, hi, what can I do for you?
Hello. Hi. I'm sorry. This is quite overwhelming, and we were just curious on.
Yes, it's big.
Very big. Where would one start if one has never been in this library before?
Well, it depends what you're looking for, because we have, like, genres of all kinds. We have, romance, mystery, you know, fuchsia,
Historical?
sci-fi. Then we have the darker corner, more mature books. If you're into that, that's fine. Just don't read them around me.
Fair.
Smut.
Yeah,
History?
yeah, that's what he was implying.
Is there a historical section? Any information on that?
Oh, yeah, like, how historical are you looking?
Ooh, let's say as far back as we can go.
Mm-hmm. Right, that's gonna be a dusty one, but I will take you there.
I'm a big history nerd, thank you.
He kind of just smiles and he leads
I've
you
got good
guys.
lungs. A little bit of dust more time.
He leads you guys over to a corner of the library where there is like two much smaller bookshelves, very just like basic bookshelves that you would have, like literally the ones like behind me, except this one's like broken.
Except not broken.
Not broken. The very basic like small ones. Much frailer looking than the others. The others are all large and towering over, and you'd need a ladder to get to the top, but these are just basic small bookshelves. And he kind of like gestures towards them, and the whole area is quite kind of hidden and out of the way. It's not really a part of the Grand Library. It's kind of just like pushed towards like a corner. And this array of books is lined with a bunch of smaller shelving units, and the novels that are on them are easily reachable, and also caked in dust. And he kind of just like points and he goes, this is about it. Not that many, unfortunately, but hope you found what you're looking for. Not many people read these because they're kind of boring. But
What is your name?
oh, Percy.
That was a direct attack.
It was.
It was.
Right.
I also just love that name. I was like,
It's such a good fucking name.
he's giving Percy vibes.
Anybody else looking for any books before Percy is back to work?
Pushes his glasses up
Got
again.
anything on fish?
Ooh, how to prepare them, or how to fish?
Actually, never mind.
Right.
I'm good. I don't read very often.
I know a lot of these books like back of my hand. Is that any information you're looking for directly?
Any books on the realms?
He thinks for a moment, and he looks and he says, Yeah, I mean, there's some with, like, some information, but not all that documented. We have the names of the realms and kind of what they're like, but that's about it.
We'll take some of those.
All right. And he, like, turns to the bookshelf and he, like, pulls one off and, like, dust smoke just comes off of it. And he goes, like, like, to you. He's like, anything else?
Anything
Any
about...
Earth books?
What?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Earth books.
Like, the dirt outside, or...
Never mind.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we do a perception check to see if he knows what Earth is?
Sure.
Cool.
Insight.
Insight check. Sorry.
Insight check.
Inside.
Oh, that is a 9.
Slow.
He does not seem to know what you're talking about.
Cool.
Yeah.
That feeling. Had a vibe.
Andromeda, were you gonna ask something?
Anything about Dryad communities of Austradel?
We have, oh god, my brain is escaping it. The book, Austradel and Its Territories, the book that you saw in that little house in Broadlands. He says, we have that one. Talks about, like, some areas around here, but we don't know about too many, Dryad communities.
Cute.
Any books about the capital?
He, like, frowns and looks at all of you, and he's like, you all seem to be really looking for history, and I don't know if they told you, but this is mostly fiction.
They didn't. The answer is they
didn't.
Also,
Where would
Entire
we
library is
find
just fiction.
more history?
yeah.
They're the archives.
We are
he
so very
blinks,
curious.
and he just says, yeah, not sure why they're called the archives. We haven't been in an archival system for a very long time. And then he reaches to the bookshelf again and
I have a
pulls...
question.
Yeah.
Let's call him Oliver. Percy.
For college.
Porto College?
For two college.
College?
College.
Is it Shango?
Let me stop you there. You said it used to be a archive system?
That's what I'm told.
Like, with history books and stuff?
Yeah.
And what happened to that place?
Yeah, when did it change?
Nobody read them.
Yeah.
So what did
Is
they
that
do with all
actually
the
true?
books?
Is that just you having
He
your
strikes,
own
he's like,
personal spin on
beats me. I've only been working here a couple of years.
it? Okay.
But I do have this one. He pulls the book off the shelf and he kind of holds it out to you. And it says, In Austradel's Honor, version 1.
Interesting.
And he holds it to you and he says, there's some basic Austradel information here. Maybe it'll help you.
We'll take it.
He hands it to you.
Where would we go to find more historical accounts?
Beats me.
Andromeda starts slipping a little dirt out of her pocket and holding it to him.
As if he doesn't have enough dust.
He looks and he's like, please don't dirty the books.
It's magic dirt.
What's it back? Not magic dirt.
It's magic dirt.
Anything
Comes
else?
in shortly after.
She slips the dirt back in her pocket.
Fine, if you don't want it.
Anything about Rain Nexus?
Or Ven Nexus. Royalty. Or not royalty, but
Or the Nexus
Nobility.
family in general?
nobility. Thank you.
He thinks for a moment and he points at In Australia's Honor, the book that you have now, and he says, definitely in there.
Cute.
Got any bardic lore book?
He frowns at you and he's like, did you not hear anything I said? This is mostly fiction.
Yeah.
Ever heard of Sarah Shepherd?
What?
Who?
No, never mind.
Mive has never heard of that. What? What
Is that an
happening
author
right
you
now?
like?
That's the author of Twilight, right?
No,
No,
that's
that's
Stephanie
Myers.
Myers.
Stephanie
Did I
Myers.
just pull a
Myers.
complete name out of my asshole?
Yeah!
Let's see. Sarah
I thought you were just
Shepherd.
I literally thought you were just
Sarah
Myers.
I thought
Sarah
you were
Shepherd.
literally just pulling one out of your asshole.
Stephanie Myers.
I thought it was some random.
Sarah Shepherd is an American author. She's known for bestselling Pretty Little Liars.
Oh,
Close.
Line game.
Silly goose.
that tracks. That tracks.
Silly.
That's cute though.
Honestly,
I'm there
At least you
now.
remembered
I
it.
love that you had that random fact in your brain somewhere, though.
That's good.
I didn't even know I had it.
Exactly. It
Hilarious.
works like that
I didn't even know it
sometimes.
was a book series.
Oh.
Me neither.
Does there happen to be more volumes of this book?
Oh, not that I
You
know.
can
Of.
just say volume 1.
I just wrote the one.
Mm.
I think they planned on writing the next, but we don't carry it.
Do you know of any people who are also history buffs that might know more information?
No.
Is he being truthful?
Are the elders still
Or is
here?
he being a prick just to be a prick?
He
I
genuinely
think we're
does not
literally
know.
just talking to the intern at this library.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like.
Pushes his glasses up.
They're the
Percy?
assistant librarian.
Yeah.
Are the elders still here in this building?
We haven't really seen them. We assume that they all got when, the things happened. That's what happened to the main librarian, so.
Cool.
Hmm.
Who's the main librarian?
Oh, I didn't know his name.
Oh,
I didn't see him much.
good working environment.
You've been working here a few years. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, we was always spending time in his office, and we didn't really interact.
Ooh, where's his office at?
Oh, I don't know.
Yes.
I'm really. Oh.
I guess that's why they don't know their name.
Thank you, Percy.
No, genuinely,
nice.
no, genuinely. I tried to find it a couple times. I could not find it.
I mean, this place is a little bit maze-like, so maybe that makes sense.
Secret
Or maybe it's
are they?
hidden. Secret.
Secret tunnel. Secret
Beats
tunnel.
me.
Secret tunnel.
Anything else I
Secret
can
Have
do?
you
office.
your conspiracy theories about what's going on, Percy?
Actually,
Have you
yeah, I
done
do. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, what's up? What do you think?
Go.
Here's what I think.
He's about to throw out some tinfoil hat shit, isn't
I'm
he?
so excited.
The 5G waves.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think? Talk me through it.
Before this weird portal implosion, right?
Yeah.
I went to one of the stores here in the capital.
Oh, wow.
So, what'd you get?
Since my time in going to this store, we have
Okay.
never once run out of soup. But the day before
Now.
the portals
It's like a
exploded,
problem I need solved.
they ran out of soup. And I thought it's strange. I thought it's strange.
Now.
Okay.
Yes,
What's the name of this store?
Bugsby's.
And what kind of
Bugsby's.
soup?
All soup.
All soup.
All soup.
All the soup was gone.
Like the ingredients, the base, what?
No,
what's...
like the cans of soup. They were gone.
Even tomato. Even tomato soup.
Even tomato. That's what I'm
Wait,
saying.
wait.
Weird.
That's
Wait.
weird.
Did
Weird.
someone
Did they just not make?
I don't know if
soup
I
like
believe
that?
you.
the soup raptured to the place where everyone went? Is your
No,
theory?
I think the owners knew what was going to
Oh
happen.
my god, he's
So they
a
didn't bother
pandemicer.
I think they
believes
knew
the
what was going to
pandemic,
happen, and they
essentially.
took all the soup and they hid it because they knew that this was going to happen. They knew that Austria was going to die, and so now all our resources are gone, and we could have cans of soup, but they have it in their grasp.
Oh my god, I think he's onto something. We should go find those people and ask them.
Solid lead.
Ever since that
Very
day,
good.
all I say is, "May Bugsby's rot in hell."
Oh, wow.
In the fires of aviosis.
I feel like you really needed to let that out.
Arthur's like slaps you on the shoulder, Andromeda, and goes like, "Yeah,
Yeah, you got it, man. Yeah.
I picked that up from you.
I'm so proud of you." By the grove.
Babies.
Oh,
Bye.
By the
Favorite
grove.
moment. Favorite moment.
So cute.
Percy,
yeah.
what's your favorite book?
mm-hmm.
I'll show you if you like. He walks over
Okay.
to one of the really tall bookshelves, and it's on like one of the like fourth shelves, and he just like grabs it as though he knew it was like exactly there, and he hands it over to you. And it's
Oh, no.
it is called Conspiracies in the Food Industry.
Oh, my God.
God. Delightful.
He holds it. He's like, "There's nothing about soup in here, but I am working on my own."
Can't wait to read it.
Your own book.
Yeah, I'm gonna publish it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's
Percy
impressive.
Hawker, conspiracy extraordinaire.
Percy.
When I buy your book, can you sign it for me?
Of course.
We're literally interacting with this world's version of a pandemic conspiracy theorist.
I
He
can't.
is an entrepreneur.
I can't
He's
do
nothing
this.
if not entertaining.
Arya's gonna take the stack of books that they've been collecting and just be like, nice. And leave.
Nice. Nice.
Nice.
I can't say nice meeting you because it wasn't.
He like looks at you and he's like,
Nice.
I'll leave you all over here by the dusty bookshelves and I will see you around. Let me know if you have any questions. And he starts to walk away.
Conspiracy Percy.
It's Conspiracy Percy. Conspira Percy.
Percy. The
Oh,
food
Percy.
industry. The food industry.
Asphodel food industry.
Wow.
I've heard
that's
that one.
That's a new one for me.
At least he's not a flat
I'm going to be
Ostrodeller.
reading that.
A flat
You
Ostrodeller.
know, it is
A
Round
Ostrodeller.
As far as we know, it is actually flat.
Y'all don't know.
At least it's not around. Yep.
Could
All right. Let's
be.
do. Okay.
Is
let's.
that a thing that no one actually knows? Whether or not Ostrodeller is flat or
That's
not?
a
Gone
good
to
question.
space?
That's a
Do you
good
know?
question.
Have we gone to space?
That's a good question.
Oh,
You
God.
don't need to
It's
go
not
to
like
space
space.
to know whether or not
I like
the planet you're on
the
is
moon.
flat.
Have you seen
Yes,
the
you
moon?
do.
Have you seen
yes,
the moon?
you do, James.
Use your eyeballs.
I do not want to
I
encourage
love
this
space.
kind of.
Flat Ostrodeller.
I do not endorse this.
Um,
James is a person of science.
I assume you're all standing by this bookshelf still.
That's so funny.
Do you? I'm so glad. Do you open any of the books and look inside?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
She blows the dust for dramatic
I
effect.
assume they find a table and slam the
Andromeda's
books
standing
down
on the
and
other side.
get
And
to
we're
it.
Bless ya.
Her mouth was open.
That's the question. That is the question. Do you stay by this bookshelf or do you move to find a table? I'm just curious. Before I ask a
I mean,
question.
first now I'll find a table, but
Down and like lay everything out, right?
Get
yeah.
relaxed.
Then I will say
We're in for the
roll
long haul.
a perception check, all of you.
All of us.
Woohoo! 2d6s?
A 6 and a 5. That's a 11.
Wowie.
Yeah.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
That is 13.
Bourbon.
Whoa.
12!
Hey yo!
Let's go!
7.
I still got a 12.
proceeding.
What do you add?
Wisdom?
Oh, for percent.
I do it like
it's
that.
wisdom. Wisdom
Oh,
0.
11.
Okay.
10, 1.
I don't know which one it is for you guys.
Julian, Wit / Third, and Arya. You notice something very interesting about this bookshelf.
Ooh.
And it's probably when you look down at the books that you have that you notice something intriguing at the foot of this particular shelf of books. Scuff marks.
Secret
There is
Secret,
there is
secret,
damage
secret.
to the polished wood floor below and directly beside the corner of the bookshelf. What do you do?
Can I look around and see if anybody's like looking towards us or if everybody's
There's
like,
no
minding
one.
their
This
business?
little bookshelf is like so tucked away in the corner because no one goes here and no one looks at these books that
Alright.
no one will see you. And there's only like 2 people in the bookstore.
How
In
did
Are
we?
these the smart
library.
books?
I'm sorry. The fact that we found this bookshelf is insane. The fact that I
We were looking for history.
asked for the
Yeah, we were
theory and then they asked what the favorite book was. Let us hear is so random.
Wait, is it a favorite book?
That didn't lead
Oh,
us
it's the
there. He was
favorite
already
book?
taking us
No,
to
it's
No,
the,
it was the
um,
historical
it's
section.
the history
historical section.
bookshelf.
Yeah, it was a
No,
history.
no, remember he
Oh.
took us to the
Section.
shelf with his favorite book.
He
Is that
went
not
he
the
like
one?
he like
He
went
went- he
over
brought
the
it
shelf
back.
and like
Back.
brought it back
Oh,
to you.
I thought that was the shelf, and I
That
was
would
like, how
be
are the odds?
Hilarious.
wild and beautiful.
That would have been
Now
funny.
his
I would not be surprised they wouldn't notice that.
his fancy book
Considering everything else they believe.
his fancy
Yeah.
book was on one of the really tall bookshelves that probably is not very easy to move.
Yeah.
Yeah, the history one is small and easy to move.
Yeah.
I'm going to drag it against the
Yeah, let's
group.
drag it.
It moves
As-
easily.
That shit.
It moves easily. And a couple
Moves
books
easily.
kind of
Why?
like fall to the side.
I'll hold them like steady.
Dust is like
No,
billowing out.
no.
Uh,
No.
and
Just like covering.
you move it, and with a loud growl, it scrapes against the wood as you're moving it.
Andromeda's
on the other
like
side?
yelling over the sound of the growling to like hide the noise.
As if they could tell.
Just coughing.
Dude, somebody sneeze really loudly.
On the other side is just wall.
What?
Oh.
That's fake. No.
Oh,
Do it
no.
again. My magic man.
Magic thing.
Clickety clack, clickety clack, 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 click clack. Disadvantage, right?
Roll the 2d6.
What is Wit doing? What is Wit doing? What is Wit doing?
Disadvantage, right? Because this is the
Expert.
Is it the third time?
Wait.
third time.
What?
With disadvantage.
Did
Then,
Wit
yeah.
say he was gonna do something?
Wait, what is Julian doing?
Detect magic.
Oh, okay. We'll do that.
Detect that magic man.
10.
Ooh.
What do you say, Magic Man?
God damn.
Hana. Hana.
Your rolls today
Seriously.
I rolled a 6, a
They
5,
were
and a 3.
lower than
on
really high.
point.
Slay.
So,
Disgusting. I love
Ooh.
the wall when you look at it is glowing with illusion magic.
God damn it. Fair enough.
Walk through it.
Julian walks right towards the wall.
Valid.
Oh, wait, no. Julian's like,
That's not me.
remember that time when I ran right into that wall thinking back in Cardinal Alley? Yeah, I'm going to do that again. And he runs towards the brick wall.
When I was writing this, I literally thought about that scene where you guys kept colliding with the wall. It was you and Arlo just kept like, bah! Bah!
I'm your brother, so I'm going in after him.
Oh my
Valid.
We running.
The rest of you that
Yep, Julian.
see them go through, they vanish
They go through?
through the wall.
They vanish.
Let's go.
Then
Alright, let's go.
I'll follow.
And
follow.
Andromeda whispers under her breath as she jogs and she's like,
See, it's an illusion.
and goes in through the wall.
Oh no.
He's so cute.
The pain.
She'll
of
get
that.
there. She'll get to the next stage eventually.
Denial.
Let's hope she doesn't.
Anger.
Let's hope she
Let's
doesn't.
hope he doesn't.
Denial,
Well,
anger.
I don't know if
Anger
it's
is what you-
good
Anger
to...
is next. Anger is next.
Theo, you really went from like aw to oh.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I was like, oh, she's breaking the fourth wall, and I was like, no, that's not what she's doing.
No, that's not what she's doing.
She's going.
My girl
Um,
is in
Arya
denial.
takes Elfie's hand and runs it through.
Valid.
through
Arthros
the
enters
thing.
with you. Wit. Yeah, and it's just Arthros and Elfie right now. That's not there.
We got them women's. Let's go.
Got the
Let's
women.
go. Let's go. Let's go. We got the murder girlfriends.
As you guys walk in, it is to the sight of a small, dark room. And it looks like that of a secluded study. Within... I'm so excited. I'm so excited about this part. Sorry. I'm so
The
excited.
librarian's office said.
The office.
The
Wait.
office!
Ahi!
Wait, Theo? Theo?
Yeah.
Hi. What's up?
Sorry,
Are
my
you
computer's doing this thing where it will freeze, and
Oh.
then your voice, your words
no.
won't match your mouths.
Oh, are we back?
What do
So
you
that was
mean?
very confusing.
What
Is
do you
it
mean?
not
Wait,
Earth
someone
Watch
just
We're
tried
not
to
doing
say
it.
something.
house right now?
Oh no!
Right.
One. I don't know who it is.
Okay, I'm muting.
Are we normal?
Okay, yeah, you're normal. Go ahead.
Okay, cool.
Thanks. I
Cool,
just
cool,
wanted to
cool.
be here.
Oh, you're
Sorry,
so valid.
Theo.
You're so valid.
I
Theo.
love you.
I'm very excited about this part, so
Let's go. Let's go.
we
Let's
want
go.
you
Let's
here.
go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
So, within the study sits a desk and an ornate chair clad with a velvet shade of ruby red as a cushion, and its wood is dark oak and polished and expensive. And there is a thick layer of more dust over all of the present furniture. But most intriguingly is the papers that are scattered across the desk. Beside an unlit, old, and decrepit candle, cream-colored wax melting into the wood beneath it, rests a pile of small, folded papers and empty, torn envelopes, of which you can assume to be letters. Surrounding the desk and covering the floor are numerous bits of what look like burned paper, tattered and charred. They coat the floor in ash and black, ink-smeared pages, dirtying the room even further. And aside from a few empty bookshelves, more unlit candles sitting atop them with wax melting down the wood shelvings, the room is mostly bare. Simply a small chamber layered in dust, ash, and scattered letters. What do you all do? monsieur.
All the letters hold the the evidence for the conspiracy theory that like the soup was like hidden.
It confirms it.
It's the soup.
Oh, it's pretty dark in here right now.
Yes,
That was
it
a plot
is
twist.
pretty
Jared
dark.
was
That was
talking
the plot
about.
twist.
Yeah, that was it.
It's all
soup.
soup. It's all soup.
It's all soup. That's actually the end
I
of
love soup.
Ravenwood.
Oops, all soup.
I
All
love
soup.
soup so much.
Is it just? Is there like? Do you say there's several letters?
Yes, there are several letters
room.
scattered on the desk, even a little collection of papers. And on the floor, there's more of exactly that, but they look as though they've been destroyed, essentially.
Julian, do you have a light so we can see a little bit or read?
Takes
Doesn't he
out a
have, like, a-
lighter.
like a
Doesn't do
lighter?
anything. You see nothing, barely anything more, because it's a lighter.
It's just a lighter.
There does.
It's a little bit more.
I
though.
will
Like
say
candles around?
there are
There's
candles.
candles.
There's candles.
There you go. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Like the candles.
Let them
Like
come
those
to
Dim
life.
ladies.
lights the candles.
It gives for a little bit of a warm glow in the room, enough that you can at least make out any words if you were to look at these letters. I assume
Yes.
you do.
I'm gonna
so.
read every single one.
We're gonna read every single one.
Bear with me.
Give
then,
it to us.
Okay.
Oh wait,
right,
hold
here
on.
we
No, Julian's gonna be cool. He doesn't take out the lighter. He snaps.
It's already canon. You already said you did it.
He's gonna snap his fingers and is gonna light all.
Oh
the
my
candles
God.
Using prestidigitation.
You're so cool.
Even
Prestidigitation.
better.
You're so cool.
Oh, you're
I
so
love you.
cool
It's
for real.
prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation.
For real.
You're so cool for real, bestie.
My God.
He's
That's
our
so
magic
cool.
man.
Magic man.
Magic man.
With the magic
So-
hand.
With the magic hands.
Whew.
And the magic hand.
Bear with me, okay? Because this is gonna be, and I will send you all of these after the fact, okay?
Buckle up, kiddos.
Okay, now you're good again.
I assume. Oh, sorry. Just yell if
No,
we
you're good.
yell me. Tell me to stop.
Oh, I
if
also
it
have a
fucks
light
up.
spell. Dumb, stupid.
No,
Dumb,
you're so
Ethan.
cool.
Dumb.
No, you're so cool.
No,
No,
It'd be like that
no,
sometimes.
no,
I thought you
no,
did
no.
that, Chloe.
You're cool,
He
dumb,
casts
and cool.
light.
Nice. I love that.
I mean, I like the
Um,
Candles
prestidigitation
are
with the-
cooler.
Yeah, it's like a.
I like that. Giving
does-
some
He does both.
Tobias.
Yeah,
he
giving
does
some
both, he
Tobias
does
energy there.
A little bit,
Um,
like a little word.
Both is good.
So I will
As you
send. I will
That's
send
Tobias
all of
energy.
these to you guys.
Tobias energy.
After the fact, after I read them. But bear with me. Let me know if you need me to slow down or stop or anything. Okay. I'm sorry. Hopefully it's not too boring to just listen to me.
You're good.
Tell us the story.
Good.
I assume you are kind of like holding the papers that are on the desk, and you're all kind of like in a circle around them.
One
kind of
person
thing?
read.
Arthur.
Arthros, read.
Arthur's reads. Oh my god.
Yes, she likes to read.
Do you want me to read it in her voice or just read it?
Yes.
I love her voice, but also you can just read it if you want.
I'll just
to.
read
Don't
it. But Arthur's is reading
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to make sure it's clear and understood to you guys.
Fair.
The first letter is written in a scratchy, somewhat messy handwriting. There's ink smeared in one of the corners, and amongst some of the written letters, letters as in like the written, what was the words. It almost looks rushed, but more concerning is the red stain smearing the aged paper. It is dry, faded, and far too old to truly identify, but you could certainly assume just what a red stain would be. It reads, Elder Lucius, I write to you from a small tavern in Frost. My quest thus far has been fruitless. When it comes to the whereabouts of Ven Nexus, I have come up empty. But I have a place in mind to try. Not far from here sits a cave that is said to hold wondrous power. I will brave it. If I can conquer the Redlands, I can handle this. Please do not worry for me. Please know, while it is under your direct command that I seek these answers out, I find myself drawn to seeking the truth as well. If it is true that he has returned, unannounced, we must be heedful. It is concerning to think he is back within the 10 realms and has yet to show himself. If anything, it is certainly out of character from what I've been told of his personality. I understand I must keep the reason for my quest secret for now, as to not alarm the other elders, and I am doing so diligently. However, know that I will stop at nothing for answers. You have entrusted me with the information of the 11th, and knowing what I do, this is of utmost importance. Thank you for your courage, Vlad Ravenwood.
We knew it!
Haley was like, fucking do it.
We got it.
Yep.
I'm so proud of these letters. I worked so hard on them. Okay.
That's what they were there to ask for about the 11th realm.
Well, that bitch failed.
Or
because he
where
couldn't
Ven
say he was
Nexus is,
scared of
because they were looking for
anything.
Ven specifically.
That was so embarrassing.
So
What an
Ben
embarrassing
went
way to die
missing.
for
That's so embarrassing.
I
What was the line
imagine-
about the 11th realm? Are you sending me?
It's like,
it was,
if I
yes,
could
I will send
conquer
it.
the Redlands, I can conquer this. But he failed on like what your fear is or something, just dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's toxic masculinity.
dumb.
He's
Yeah.
like, I could.
He is
He
canonical.
does-
He
But
was
also,
He
Ben
did
went
anything.
missing at some point.
He
Or
was
she
canonically
went, like,
a toxic masculinity.
rogue.
Yuck.
Canonically.
Interesting.
Yes.
I will
that
send.
guy.
Yes, I will send the letter as soon as I finish
Icky
the other
man.
letters, so you guys have all of them.
Can I have a bathroom break real fast?
Yeah,
Yeah, what would be?
I will actually grab a drink while you're doing that.
Boy.
Do it. I might get more
Good idea.
water.
Yeah, we need to get you hydrated.
Do you want to do like a
10?
5 minute break? 10 minute break?
5 or 10? Like,
Let's
let's
do
do 10.
10.
Okay.
10.
10 minute break. Okay, I'll see you at
2.
05.
05.
Yes.
05.
Are you guys
Oh,
doing
wow.
okay? Are you guys doing okay, by the way? I know
Just threatening.
I'm vibing.
No,
It
we
does
are
feel
good.
good.
I'm angsty,
Dude,
but I'm vibing.
I'm vibing.
doing okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm feeling good.
I'm doing great.
Yeah, good.
I just got a
Cool.
pee. That's really it.
That's
good.
That's really it. Me too.
That's really it.
Yeah, he's got
I
pee.
also have to
Yeah.
pee and also need, and we ended right before my
water.
favorite letter, so that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Fun.
perfect.
Good suspense.
Okay.
Okay,
10 minutes,
okay,
10
let's go
minute
pee,
break.
pee, pee, pee,
05.
pee, pee, pee.
I'll see you guys soon.
Bye.
Chat.
Ah,
Intermission. Oh.
It's just
Hi,
told.
Amara didn't
we're
look
live
that
again.
old.
Sorry.
Hello.
I went live because we were theorizing, and I was like, I want to be able to watch that back later.
Yeah, that's fair. You sneaky bastard.
You're so cute.
And also, the elders can just edit whatever they want.
whenever they want, because it's all oral.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like what I'm going back and forth on is my opinion on whether or not the grove and the trees have good intentions or not. I feel like I keep being like, okay, well then why would they like
I don't think
choose, like why would they choose somebody and randomly give them a birthmark? Because if it's not like it's like that's just and then but like is it to do that, which is kind of fucked up? But I guess every spirituality is like you must have a sacrifice. But it's like
Yeah, I feel like their whole society is built around like using these powers for their own personal like fulfillment and like continuation.
You know
I
what's
would also
crazy?
love it if it was
Only
all the
power.
women. Yes.
God, that's so fucking like
if-
generational trauma.
The reason why they're so secret is because they pawn these women off to
Yeah.
still maintain their close
Power.
Like their
Close
little
community.
communities.
And these are just like sacrificial lambs that have to go and give
do
their
these
powers
things.
to.
I guess that makes
something.
sense, especially with how like perfect and protected like the grove,
The grove is,
You
yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
do we
literally.
think that Amara's the one who has like the tree that's dead in like the garden, or is it a different one?
I think it's that one personally, but
Well,
Yeah,
they
we
looked
can
like
check
Andromeda,
In a
didn't
mirror,
they?
and she could be dead. Yeah. Well, I mean, as far as any
Was the-
dryad looks like Andromeda.
Yeah.
Is it
Or, like,
possible
as
that
in
the
like the
grove,
Like a
same
willow
type of
tree.
dryad.
is
Yeah,
it
willow.
possible that
Yeah,
the
willow
capital
tree.
was built on top of an old grove with bad history?
Oh
That's
shit!
interesting.
Ooh.
That's an interesting theory.
As
And
like
that-
a power spot.
That like that tree was their old like Ambrose?
Man,
And
I don't think it's big
Mm.
enough to be Ambrose.
Well, it might have like
It's dead.
died.
died down,
dead.
just grow as big. Like
I
it
will-
was built for civilization, you know what I mean?
I will say, to tell you this out of character, but you guys won't know this in character.
Swag.
The dryad, the willow tree dryad you saw in the mirror when you released her, was the same one that Andromeda had in her vision.
And they're in the
From
the vision when I was
garden.
from the vision of the tree. Yeah.
Okay.
Looked exactly the
because
same.
you would recognize. Well,
Yes.
I mean,
But she didn't-
Andromeda
she didn't
wasn't
see
there.
her.
Andromeda
I
didn't see her. Yeah.
I didn't look in the
Yeah.
mirror.
Yeah, but if you
Interesting.
I don't
described her, I could imagine Andromeda being like, "That sounds." Like
I don't
her."
even
Because
think
she's like the
Chris
pigtails.
told me
and,
the.
like,
No,
No.
Okay, so question.
Really,
Here's
just
what I'm
don't
thinking. I'm thinking. Here's a theory. Originally, the Grove was in power, and somebody who has an eviler intention came and was like, "I'm going to take advantage of this. Fuck yeah!" And somebody within the Grove bended and was like, "Okay, we're going to like work with you. We're going to figure something out here since like you're trying to take over. I got to protect my people." Whatever. So I'm thinking because like it's so weird to have these fucking books, and I guess I think I like the theory of like we can't see what's written because it's not ours. So I'd like to check with Andromeda's. I feel like it just feels so like set up and simulated, which I would go back to the capital being built on top of this old place because like
The only thing with that is like in Andromeda's
that-
vision, like Amara ran from the grove because she feared for her life. So she came to the capital as like a safe haven.
maybe she didn't.
against-
Maybe she didn't know the capitals. She was running right into the arms of the enemy.
I mean that is possible.
The ones that's influencing the grove to
That's where, because I feel like people wouldn't know that they
It's like
Grove and the capital have
they,
to work
like-
together
Like it's
or something
orchestrated
higher up. It's
because they
secret.
like
It's also important to remember
drive
too
them out
that
to
Ostradel isn't
what-
a hub for
They're-
magic. Ostradel is using some place else's magic to continue living. So
Yep.
the 11th
that's also an
realm,
aspect of it.
apparently.
Oy, okay, cool.
Crazy.
all right.
Hopefully we're about to learn about the 11th realm
Let's get into it.
and these letters.
Okay.
You've got another letter to read.
Yes.
I'm so
Again,
excited.
bear with me. I'm sorry.
This is fun.
I'm glad. I'm glad. So, and the next letter, the words are neat and elegant, and they're written with a sort of steady confidence, unlike the scratchy handwriting of the previous. And this letter doesn't seem as aged as the one you read just before. It seems less damaged, less faded. And it reads, Elders, I write to inform you that I will be returning to Ostrudel, however, not under the same circumstances as once before. In my time away, I have met many people. By visiting the other realms, I was reminded of my prime in life. Trips to see my father, my mother alongside me, and my little brother too. As many of you know, losing them both has taken a toll. I know that I am quite useful to you, given my abilities, but I cannot continue down this path. I know you've all expected this of me. I know that after everything, after everyone in my family stepped away, it is surely simply fate that I step down as well. I am truly sorry for confirming your doubts, for becoming the disappointment you all expected me to be. But I want to start living rather than just existing. I am sure there will come a time in my immortal life where I can no longer live and must simply exist, but that time is not now. I have met someone. She is nothing like anything or anyone I've ever met before. She is from Roth, R-O-T-H, but her life there is cruel. She's running away with me, and in turn I am running away with her. I want nothing more in this universe than to be by her side for the rest of eternity, but if all I get is this lifetime, then so be it. Understand that for once in my long life, I am finally making a decision for me. I am tired of carrying everything on my shoulders and working amongst you all, nobility or not. It only adds to the weight. Thank you for understanding. I'd like to think that if my mother was around, she'd be proud of my decision. My father would commend my choice in the person that now holds my heart, and my brother, well, he would be skeptical, but I think he'd be proud too. I will return to fetch my things from my quarters. Whatever I do not need, I will place in the storage chambers for you to do with what you will. I ask that you do not speak to me of this matter, and merely accept this letter as the conclusion to my story, as you know it. With hope that you will truly sympathize with me, as I have so often done for all of you, O.N. I was so happy with that line. With hope that you would truly empathize with me, as I have so often done with you. Listen. Sorry.
I take it they didn't take his resignation that well.
I think when he came back to, like, pack up his room, which he shouldn't have said that, they probably snatched him. Stuck him somewhere.
Oh.
Well, no. Well, maybe.
You said Roth?
Roth, R-O-O-T-H.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck is Roth?
I know, I have
like,
no idea.
girl
Is Roth one of the realms?
Yeah, it's another
Is Roth a
realm.
realm? Okay.
Roth is one of the 9 realms.
Crazy.
Ostrudel and the 9 realms.
Do we know what Roth is? Like vibe-wise?
Like the vibe of it? Oh, we have the book. We could probably read through and see.
Yes.
Yeah, we got the histories of, like, the
I
realms.
will tell
that.
you that Roth is very run down and very much a Feywild of sorts. It is very
That's concerning.
Yes.
That is very concerning.
Very much like not much like dictation, not much like control or hierarchy, very much just like balls to the wall, like
Is it kind of
chaos.
like the vibe of Ella Enchanted, that one fairy godmother that fucked
Yeah.
her up and then fucking drank
Honestly.
everywhere and just kept going crazy? Yeah. Okay,
It's
cool.
very much just like
I love that.
Let's
That
go
was
there.
your thing. Like, yeah, that.
She really, when I was a kid, I was like
Ella Enchanted.
stressed out, man.
So true, bestie. Me too.
Come back, girl.
that is what you would find in that book,
Lucinda.
of course. I will say that because you have that book, for next session, I will prep like an excerpt for each of the realms for you, because you have that book in your possession.
Thank you.
Yeah, because I imagine you'll keep that with you for a while. There's another letter that follows this one. And it seems to be the oldest of all of them. It is stained a bit with age and more delicate in your hands, the paper thinner and the ink more smeared. And it reads, very short and simple. There's not much to this one. There's not much on the page. It simply says, Ven, I write to confirm the state of your request. All is well. There is nothing to note. No visitors. Which I assume is still your request? Question mark. Thank you. And then it is signed OOTR11. Mm-hmm. You're muted, but I just hear you in the background. OOTR11.
Wait, is there any dashes or is it just OOTL11?
It is like OOTR11, but it's like it is like written as though it's an acronym for something. There is dots between the words.
There's gonna be like something of the like 11th realm.
Ostradel.
No. Order of the Realm 11.
Realm 11. I like that.
Order of the Realm 11. I don't know.
That's what that one looks like, just so you guys have it. But I'll send the other ones after.
Yes. Ocarina of Time Randomizer.
Yes.
Organization for Oncology and Translation Research.
Wow.
Somebody.
Oops, train's real.
Beautiful. Somebody what? What were we gonna say?
Organics of the Road.
Hey, yeah.
Because there's got to be somebody that's like guarding the 11th realm from like visitors, which would make sense, given what we know, like that it's cut off, and also considering there's like a comma, there could be an order of the realm for each realm, and then they specify that it's the 11th. So there's like an order of the realm 9th, and then order of the realms like 6th, and so on and so forth.
Look at you out here with your juicy brain.
You're so smart.
Pretty good to me.
God,
or
so
it could
smart.
be on orbit test report.
You're so right. Let's go with that one.
I think that sounds more
so
accurate.
right.
Cheers to that.
All right,
I'm
there's
silly goosey.
Owner,
Disregard.
occupier, tax rates.
ooh.
Oh,
tax
tax rates.
Allow
Do your
That
taxes.
makes sense.
I guess.
There is one more letter.
Tax evasion.
Give it.
And the handwriting in this one is very neat, printed very clearly. But the ink is dark, as though whoever was writing it was pressing down perhaps harder than they needed to. It reads, Elder Numir, there is something of grave importance we need to discuss. I met a woman in the capital square today. I was doing the usual routine, spectating those entering Ostradel from other realms, when I saw her, preparing to enter through one of the portals. She looked unwell, worried and frail. There was a bit of blood beneath her nose. I noticed it when she turned my way. My motherly instinct kicked in, of course, you know me, so I approached her and asked her name. She introduced herself as Aurora Chrysocoma. I asked her if she was all right. She told me she'd overheard her own family's plans for her and had fled her home in fear for her life. I felt awful for her, so I reached out to comfort her. I told her she could stay here within the capital, but she said she couldn't, that she wouldn't. And when I asked why, she told me in these exact words, because Ostradel is going to die and I will not be here when it does. Nikolaus, what if this fragile creature speaks truth? Is it not my job to listen and seek help as an elder of Ostradel myself? I tell only you this, as you have so often been my confidant. What if history is beginning to repeat itself? What do we do then? What if it threatens the state of, well, as I said, we must discuss further in person. Find me when you are ready. Elder Aenir.
Aenir, what was that from?
That was from earlier. That she wanted to. She would want to see us all.
Lady Aenir. She's the. Yes. Okay. So she's still here.
Oh my god.
So Lady Aenir is still.
A name theory rings true. A name theory rings
Also,
true.
Aenir, I think it's I. I think it's an I. But Aurora.
Do we think Aurora is the stone
Have you
lady?
heard about any Auroras?
Do I know
Oh my
about
God.
an Aurora?
No.
Also, yes, Chrysocoma named Aurora. Let's fucking go,
That's
bitch.
really
you won.
cute.
That was a W.
I love that.
That was
that's
a
opening.
win for the Chrysocoma.
So we have
line.
Amara, we have Aurora,
Andromeda.
Andromeda.
Yeah.
And she was going to another realm?
Mm-hmm.
Like
She was going to a different realm.
She was fleeing
She was
Ostradel.
the fuck out.
Yeah.
She's trying
Good
to get
for
out.
Good for her.
Good for her, girlie. Good for her.
Good for her.
Hope
Can
she
we go
made
talk
it.
to this? Can we go talk to this lady in here? Can we go talk to
I think that we should try and find as much more information as possible, and
set
then
this.
definitely try and get
We
to
should
it. Because I
also
think
find the
one of the
gloves.
last rooms that we were gonna go into was the
I will say you also have not found the rose-colored door.
No, we haven't.
We need to find that.
There's still the
One
elders' quarters.
One thing at a time.
There's still the elders'
Sorry,
quarters.
sorry.
No, I was kidding.
If anything,
Sorry.
we'll probably find some information on her in there,
I mean,
and then
Orion
the guild's
said,
core.
Orion
Yeah.
said that he was going back to his room to like gather his things. What if his room is the rose-colored door and we could like find him there? Like he was trapped in there for.
Well, we gotta look for the rose-colored door no matter what. So
Yeah.
we're gonna find out when we get
I mean,
there.
if they laid a trap in his room, knowing that they was gonna go there, that would make sense.
We get there when we get there.
Get there when we get
No,
Get
you
there
mean
when we get there. What's
No,
up?
you're perfect. You're
What's up?
perfect.
What's up?
They was like, and I was like, no, I'm not attack you.
No.
I not attack you.
Oh, I was like, what happened? What happened?
What happened? What happened?
I have to give you one. Is
I'm
that
trying
all?
to use Shira to create a theory
Yes!
working backwards
Yes!
about Andromeda being Adora
Like a
and
She-Ra.
Mara being,
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
me
Amara
too.
being, yeah.
What?
And I'm
Yeah.
trying to
Oh,
remember because like, it
This
was
is
the
problem,
first
though. Boff has
one.
never watched She-Ra. Boff
No.
has never watched it. So there's no
That changed my
correlation.
life. You should definitely read it.
I have never
That
watched
changed
it.
my life. Life changing.
It is. Okay. Yeah, lady.
Which makes it more fun to theorize with it because they don't even know what happened.
What? They don't even know.
There.
Yeah, I don't
Same
know.
with Harry Potter, though. They don't know anything about Harry Potter either.
No. Now you have all of the letters.
Now
No,
you,
yeah, as we
now
shouldn't.
you don't need to know. Whatever.
There is also a collection
But it
of
makes it even
papers.
better.
Whatever.
As we shouldn't.
There
Okay,
is
so-
also a collection of papers
Actually,
beneath the
theories.
letters.
We're taking the papers.
There is more.
And
What
I
what
thought
the
I
pa- what the what
Here's
the papers?
the
What the
letter.
papers?
We're taking the
paper
dump.
What's that paper
Oh,
say?
I'm scraping
reading.
every letter,
What does that paper say?
every word.
I'm reading.
The last papers that you hold are old and tattered, and they are faded a strange beige, ink and age showing in the texture atop it. The corners are frayed and torn, and they sit in such a poor shape that the words on them are incredibly difficult to read. There's crease lines running through them, white and stark, smearing the ink of the words further, and they are joined together through a piece of leather string, keeping the paper intact, like that of a makeshift book. On the front of the first page reads, "In Ostradel's honor, version 0.
We take her.
Would you like to read what's written
Secret
on there?
volume.
There's only
Yes.
Give it to us.
there's only like 2 pages with this
This is
front
version
page.
0.
Gib.
Oh my gosh.
Um,
Before the publishing. Before the editor. Exciting.
Version 0.
Oh wow.
We gotta like, I'm gonna like edit it and like check for like spelling errors and then like mark it in red pen and then be like, all right.
I fucking love
Print it.
you, and I love you, and I love you.
Okay, are you ready? Because this is a whooper.
A whopper!
Whopper. Whopper?
This is the
Whopper, junior, double, triple,
This is
whoppers,
the big
like
lore
a
drop, I think.
perfect jumpers. Okay,
Oh my god.
of the
Oh my
session.
god.
Are you okay?
No!
I love you so much, Theo.
I don't regulate myself.
Valid.
I don't know how to regulate.
You're valid.
I'm having a regulation
I felt that.
error.
I felt that. Okay, you ready? Centuries ago, Ostradel and the 9 realms discovered that the power that gave life to their world was beginning to dissolve as time went on. They would need a new power source, a stronger magic that could continue to feed their world and help it to grow. In their search, experimenting with all sorts of portal and travel magic, they discovered a place called Earth. The realm of Earth held tight to a power so pure it was incomprehensible. Creatures of light, untouched by darkness itself, wandered the land in various forms. They were called the Guardians, beings that roamed Earth long before humans themselves did. Beings that wandered in the form of ancient beasts, watching over all that rose from the ground of the realm around them, each with an ability that preceded most magic. The connection to Earth helped to fuel Ostradel, its source growing so full with pure magic that Ostradel and all others connected, all other realms, prospered, without the fear of withering away. It was the answer to all the elders of the capital's worries. 𝙍𝙗 had begun to show signs of decimation, and now was cured once more. However, with the invitation extended to newcomers, of those that traveled over also came those of unruly or aggressive nature, as well as those of which seek out whatever their curiosity beckons them toward. Of many things discovered by untamed humans came the... and there's a cutoff. The text here is crossed out. Whether it was burned, charred, smeared with tar or dark ink, it is unclear, but it is entirely unreadable. However, there is a note that you can make out beside it, in an elegant scrawl on the paper beside the notes. And the lines of text read, "Should you share this information with the public, or anyone for that matter, you will find yourself in a fate far worse than the Devil's Gate could induce." There is no more text on this page after this. But there is another page afterwards that reads, "Tragedy," as the title. The title of that page as well was The Guardian Era, by the way, for that one. The next page reads, brief and short. The event was quickly turning to the possibility of further bloodshed and aimless chaos. Therefore, the elders, without announcement nor word at all, disconnected the travel between Earth and 𝙍𝙗's realms. With the closing of the pathway between realms, any 𝙍𝙗lians that were left behind on Earth, whether visiting or exploring, were just that, left. Many were lost that day, families split apart. 𝙍𝙗 even lost that of 𝑟ain_nexus, a young noble from the 𝙍𝙗lian palace, and son of the infamous 𝑣ed_nexus. And that is all that it says on the paper.
Okay. Arlo didn't show up on the scanner at the Underground Tavern because Arlo is from original Earth, is my theory.
That is a very good theory. Like,
He's
he's a guardian.
And if that's the case, why the hell did Arlo shoot an 𝙍𝙗 randomly, like how many years? Like 2 to 4 years
like
before.
Superman.
She's like Superman.
He's like,
before the rapture, before anything even happened. Like,
Yeah.
not before anything happened. Lots of
Yeah.
stuff fucking happened, but. Like, if that's the case, why would Original Earth do something that makes contact? And maybe is when that happened, when the rapture, like, when all of this started going down, like, maybe that's where that realm was like, fuck you, and started making choices. Or our 𝙍𝙗 was like, fuck you, and started making choices that made that happen?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
Whoa!
Beggar!
I feel that. I feel
An
that.
ancient man.
Secret.
Tunnel.
Off not saying a fucking word, not even looking at the screen. That really makes me feel some type of way, but like not negatively, positively, but the negatively.
Don't feel negative. No, you're doing great. You're fucking awesome.
This is all that remains in this room.
Oh my god.
Awesome. Any other secret bookshelves
Either notes.
to move?
Nothing more.
We are taking every single one of these bitches.
There's a desk, right?
Yeah.
Any drawers?
There's drawers, yeah.
Can I open them?
They're all empty.
Great. Can I sniff the wood, see what kind of wood it is?
Oh, get into
Sure.
it.
Just smells like oak wood. Very old, though.
Generic.
Mm-hmm. Generic. Quite.
Classic.
Classic. Classic choice.
Before you guys go and dive into theories, just because I know how much you guys like to theorize.
I'm rereading it again.
You're valid.
I'm just thinking.
What is your next step in this moment?
Red room.
What room?
Red room.
Red room. Red room.
Red room. Oh, the rose-colored door.
The labor spot.
Yes.
You're the fun.
Yeah, probably. Well, if we can find, because what my whole thing was that I was looking for the rose-colored door while we're doing these and going through each room,
Mm-hmm.
and we haven't seen a rose-colored door yet.
Nope.
Devil's Gate is from Aviosis, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
The prison.
So we can assume the elegant scrawl is Tobias/Rain/whoever else is inhabiting that body.
Mm.
Did it look
would
like
Julian
his
recognize
writing?
his-
Oh yeah, smart.
Oh, no, you did not recognize that writing.
Okay, so
Okay.
But cleans that up.
But Devil's Gate. That's
But Devil's
telling.
Gate, that means somebody had at least had given or
Power.
had
was
acknowledgement that
Leviosa.
Tobias would eventually have that.
Arthurus doesn't recognize the handwriting at all?
Nope.
Okay.
Good to know.
Fair enough.
Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, so we have to go to the Elder's quarters and the Guild's core. Those are the last two actual rooms that we've been given, but we have to look for the red rose door.
All you have seen in the nobility, like the halls, has been basic doors, white like the ones that were on the floor beneath, as well as the portraits of the nobility and the portraits of flowers.
If we look through the... Okay, don't do that. If we are looking at the doors, can I ask Julian to see if there's any doors that are magically...
Illusion magic.
Illusioned to be red... Because this is the nobility hall. If
I assume you guys have booked it from the library and gone in there, and you're just in the nobility halls again.
I'm assuming if we've gone, I mean, we've gotten everything that I think we can from the freaking library at this point.
We took all the books as well. That seems relevant.
Fuck you, Percy. We're taking your books.
Percy said that people
It's
are
not like
welcome
he
to
cares.
take them, and nobody reads history
So the
anyway,
elders
so they're not gonna miss it.
are cool with you guys reading them.
Cool.
Okay.
They just want us to fill our heads with fiction and smut.
Yes, they do.
And propaganda, because we all know what actually happened was soup.
Soup.
Listen, I love soup.
Soup is what happened.
Soup is black.
So what are you doing in the hall?
I was gonna ask,
Julian can scan it.
Julian, can you scan with your glasses and see if any of these doors are illusioned to not be a rose color? I just have a feeling that it's gonna be in this hall.
Takes a little peek around. Do it.
A little peek.
Any doors?
This hall does not have anything strange.
No magic?
Not this hall.
Is he feeling a pull? A pull to magic? A little glimmer down a hallway?
To also put in context, there's kind of like 4 corridors in a sort. I imagine it goes in kind of like a square, right? So there are...
Check all the halls then.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna wander through the halls looking for some magic doors.
A little wraparound.
We're gonna do a little wraparound. We're gonna go down the halls. Is there any magically inclined hallways, corridors?
Yeah.
Julian, can you roll 2d6s for me?
Secret tunnels.
Can I give him the help action because I asked him?
Sure. They have to roll with disadvantage as well, so.
Oh, well, I got a 10, so that's a 2.
Okay.
Can I help by giving Julian a little
A
smile?
little kiss.
No.
Oh.
Smooch.
And a little kiss.
Give it a little kiss. Andromeda kisses are a known healer, so you know
They're like a +1.
11.
it's a +1.
Ooh.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
They.
As
come
you
on.
round the corner into one of the corridors, there is something that stands out, but it is not on one of the doors.
Oh.
What is it?
There is a glow coming from one of the picture frames.
We look at it. Which picture frame?
Which one?
Is the portrait of a rose.
Yeah, let's go. Rose colored.
Rose-colored door. That's so cool.
It's a literal rose.
It's a little rose. It's a little rose. It's a little rose. That's actually really cool. That's really fucking cool. That's really fucking cool. That's actually so cool. Okay.
Thank you.
This one?
And it is glowing
Yeah.
with illusion magic.
Okay.
Rose-colored door.
Arya kind of like touches it to see if she can like find it. Like it's a small portrait, right?
It is a small portrait, but there is illusion magic.
Okay. Do we know how to? You can dispel, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to dispel it?
Can you
I don't know
Yeah,
if we should.
I don't
Then
know
we
if
can't
we
open it.
should.
Like
Arlo walks
paint
through
and
it.
Feel around it.
I don't know. You can. Can you put your hand through it?
It's Mario 64 jumps into paintings.
I'm thinking it's like a turn.
How hard? How hard do you push through this?
I feel like it might be a doorknob, like you just reach
Yeah,
through
like
and,
a-
How hard
or
do you push
something.
through this?
Don't answer that
just
question.
Feel around. Just feel around and like, what do we feel when we touch it?
Around. Okay.
Is there any thorns?
No, but in the area where you think a doorknob might be, there does feel like there is one.
Fucking called it.
Slay.
Called it.
You guys enter.
Arya turns it. Yep.
Okay. And when it opens, you see it open like a regular door, except it seems like it is part of a wall just opening like a door, and the framed rose on it moves with the door as well, as though it's been there all along, but the handle has just been invisible, essentially.
Andromeda whispers under her breath as this happens. She's like,
See, it's illusions.
This poor girl.
To be fair, this is a palace full of illusions. Listen.
It was a simple illusion. Sorry.
I mean, I wouldn't exactly trust a magic mirror either, so.
No, fair, yeah.
Well, it was an illusion magic.
Guys.
I trust that girl, though.
Okay.
Buckle
so Arya
in.
opens the door.
The
Buckle in, bitches.
The door is open.
Wait, I'm in, buckled in. Oh, fuck, okay.
We're buckled.
I'm gonna explain what the room looks like to give you a vibe of the room before I get into the big stuff. As you walk in, you see a small quarters that looks decadent and ornate, and I have a reference that I will send you, but there seems to be... It's like a single bed, but rather large, very, what's the word? Elegant. It sort of has like, yes, grandiose. It sort of has like canopies going along it with ornate swirls and things of that nature, very like Victorian style. And the room is a shade of this like lilac color. There's beige walls mixing with like a dark purple, and small dressers and desks and a little like side table that are all in white polished, and the room itself is covered in a layer of dust, as a lot of the places you've been today have been. And throughout the room there are vases that are filled with roses, but the roses are long dead. The petals are basically smattering so much of the floor, smattering the desk where they sit in the vase. Just an eerie array of dry petals that look crumbled and broken and torn. Let me send you the reference that I kind of, the way that I picture it, I suppose. Really quickly. My heart is racing. The fuck?
We'll be there with you soon once we know what it is.
Thanks.
We're so fucking terrified. Okay.
That's very much the vibe of
that's
it.
terrifying. I love it.
you.
I want a room like that. That's cool.
Oh my god, that's actually very
small.
scary.
It's nice, but
It's
it's
very
Right?
scary.
It's a
but
little
I like the
eerie.
bed. I
Mhm.
like
You
the
like
bed.
that's
but
genuinely
scary.
so ominous and like
It looks like a deathbed.
frightening.
Good.
It literally
Like
looks like a deathbed. Literally.
It looks like a very
Oh,
fancy, like,
slay.
prison room.
Oh my god.
I never trust beds that have like the canopy things that fully can close.
Yeah.
So it's like, why the fuck do you need to
It's
close that
spooky.
bitch
What's
in?
in there? What are you
What's in
doing?
there? Huh?
It is
I mean,
in
I
fact
mean,
spooky.
It
Because it
keeps
would
the
kinda
light
be
out.
kinda
What
cozy.
activities?
I like a little
in
bit
there.
It is
cozy.
kind of, it's like a little home.
No, it's adorably cozy. I love it. But also, what kind of monster are you hiding behind it?
The main aspect of this room that
We're about
stands
to
out
find
to
out.
you
Yeah.
is the figure lying on the bed.
Good.
Oh. Oh shit.
Awesome. Oh,
dry
I'm having a great time.
You notice sharp features, angular and pointed, and you see hair that is long and black and straight as it lays against the cot. And it pools around him so similarly to ink that for you, Arya, you know immediately what you're looking at.
Oh, I know.
And he doesn't look as he's looked in your thoughts, as he looked in your mind. He looks normal. He looks still ethereal, but lying there without ink dripping from his eyes or his mouth. He simply lies there. And his hair pulls out around him, and his arms are lying still at his sides. And his eyes are shut. And you can see that there's the hilt of a dagger in his chest.
Ah.
Much like the
He's paralyzed.
dagger
He's paralyzed.
in
Okay.
the storage room.
Paralysis dagger.
Okay.
Gross.
So we
Take it out,
and we just have to
he
take it
can
out.
move again.
Take it out.
Yeah.
You just have to take it out.
But
Oh,
Is the door closed behind us?
we're closed the
Yes.
door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Well, I don't like
The
it.
answer is
Fair
yes.
enough.
Okay. So, okay, that's the dagger.
The body.
I know. Okay.
I will also say that the way he looks, his skin is very pale, and there are sort of like kind of dark bags beneath his eyes, but he does not look. He looks maybe like the portrait in the hall. He looks maybe 7 to 8 years older than that version.
Has he been? No, because his hair is longer though. Well, 7, 8 years longer. Okay, we're not gonna think about that right now. Okay, the dagger. We were just supposed to pull it out, right, Julian? And not supposed to wake them up.
Right?
Sorry, I'm also
Jade.
just checking. Julian would know.
What you knew about it
My
is that
brain-
it paralyzes people and puts them in a
put it in.
stasis.
Okay, wait. The only
That's what the
thing
object
that we have to be
does.
concerned about is if something was wrong with him and somebody was trying to find a cure, if we took it out, he could die.
True. That's fair. That's so fair.
Or if someone's trying to imprison him, he could let us know.
Okay.
I have a solution.
Well,
What is
he
the
asked you
solution?
to give him something to hold on to, whatever that
I
means.
don't want to
Yeah.
break that connection. No, but we have to.
Oh, you want to do telepathy on him? Hold on. Let me try first.
What about the thing you do with my
let him
brother?
hear-
Try first. Try talking to him first.
Oh yeah, I guess I could also just try
Or
and do
try
that.
like holding his hand or something. Or,
Yeah.
Like, just like
Yeah. Okay. Arya's first.
give him
gonna,
something
like,
to hold on to.
Yeah. I'm gonna give him something to hold on to. All right.
That's good. That's
Arya's
good.
just gonna, yeah, that's good.
That's good. That's a start. What?
Arya's gonna walk
That
out.
was such a feeling of like Family Feud where it's like, yeah,
Yeah, that's good. That's good. It's up there. It's up there. It's up there.
So funny.
Survey says.
Wait.
That was one of the
Wait.
Do it.
Give me a second. Hold on. I gotta make sure this is gonna work though. Okay, hold on.
It's
hold
up
on,
there.
Hold on.
It's
Hold
up
on.
there.
Hold on.
Are we all
Hold on.
like
Hold on.
assuming
Hold on.
that this is the guy that Arya told us about outside of the Cave of
Yes.
Whispers?
It's
Yes.
up there. It's up
Yes.
there.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
Survey.
it's about
Okay,
Ryan,
is
it's
it
like
up there?
so
It's
is
up
it
there.
Is it up there?
Did it not hear? Did
So
you not
quiet.
Hear it?
No,
I
we're all.
turned it. It's so loud.
Survey
on my phone.
says.
Survey says.
Oh, I heard it. IRL.
Hold on.
It was like
Nice, Kate.
it was
Hold on.
through my.
Yeah.
What are they trying to play?
Survey
That's
says.
it.
Noise.
That was better. That was better.
I
It's
could
still
hear it.
so quiet, but it was still so
It's
good.
so quiet, but I could
Grab
hear it.
that man's hand.
Uh,
Hold on. Hold
on
on.
the
Hold on.
board.
Okay. Arya's gonna. Okay. Arya is going to slowly walk up and just kind of like look down at him because this is the first time that she's actually seeing him in real life, and this is a really fucking weird experience. She has no idea what the fuck is about to happen and what is going to do now that she's actually in his presence, but she's just trying to think about what Zophiel told her and the confidence and like calm relaxation and like trust that Zophiel had in her in making this decision. And she's going to like lean down and just put her hand like right atop of his so she can see, like hold onto his hand while feeling for a pulse.
You feel a pulse. There is a
Okay.
pulse there.
That's good.
And as you touch his hand,
Mm-hmm. When she feels the pulse, she'll probably like slide it
to like actually properly hold his hand.
You hear this sort of disembodied voice.
God, I hope not.
And it's only you who hears it.
Okay.
And it's still weak.
This is so weird. Okay.
But you simply hear, you found me. And it sort of echoes in your head like that of a disembodied voice. He's not speaking. From what you see, his lips are not moving, but you hear it at the back of your mind as though it is echoing through you.
Arya's gonna think in her head, how do I help you?
You hear him say, "This is what I needed to speak with you. Do not pull out the dagger.
Noted.
Unless you plan on putting it back."
No, I don't. I don't.
You misunderstand. It needs to stay there. I will not wake. I will not wake if the dagger is removed.
Okay. Well, what will happen?
If it is removed?
Yes.
I will lie here, unmoving, until I rot away. It is good to speak with you.
I'm glad. So you are Orion?
Yes.
Right. I'm sorry if this is kind of an invasive question, but do you know who put it in your chest? Like, was that a purposeful thing, or was that something not chosen?
I know very well who put this in my chest.
Okay.
And I'm sure you do as well.
Arya thinks. She's like, do I know? Shut the fuck up. She's talking right now. She's getting there. Maybe she does, but it's in the back of her head because it's all of you screaming.
You hear
at
this.
Arya.
You hear this soft, hushed echo come through that sounds as though he is kind of sighing in resignation.
Sorry.
Before he says,
I don't mean to waste your time.
You are not wasting anything. I have been waiting for years for this moment.
Years?
Years.
Like how many?
Little over 18.
Oh, shit! Orion.
He does not respond. He just
Orion.
kind of waits.
I don't...
It was my brother.
Okay. Why would he do something like this?
To punish me.
For what?
For everything. He thought what better way for me to live and witness you grow without me by your side.
Oh my god. Arya, like, I have a feeling that, like, he can feel when her heart drops. And she realizes. Orion.
There is no response.
How do you know me?
You hear him say back very softly, I feel as though I don't know you, but I knew your mother, and so I know. I feel as though I can garner who you are based on that alone.
Well, if that's the way that you're judging me right now, I can only hope that you eventually get to actually know me for me.
I would like nothing more, Arya.
And I think everybody sees that, like, Arya is, like...
Yeah, they cannot hear this conversation,
weeping.
but they can, they see you
and
talking.
She, like, drops to her knees at his bedside. All this time you've been here.
You get no response. Just silence.
Please let me help you. I can't lose you too. Please let me help you.
The response is only, you are helping me so much by being here.
That's not enough. That's not enough for me, please.
Well, then you must stop my brother.
What is he doing with Tobias? Who is Tobias?
His voice kind of creaks in a bit of, like, confusion almost.
Okay.
And you hear him say, Tobias is no one, simply a face. Perhaps I suppose he was someone once, but not anymore, not when my brother has his hands on him.
Was that you who came into my room? Or was it Rain?
I was able to get just enough control of him in that moment to visit you. I had to confirm that what I was seeing was really you. Watching on as a onlooker and not interacting was awful. Worse a fate than death.
How do I stop Rain? Tell me how and I'll do it.
I don't know. There's only so much he allows me to be privy to, and most of the time it is merely to use what I am capable of.
Capable of empathy-wise? Connecting with people? Is that what you mean?
My brother, he has a knack for splicing souls. To
How
a
so?
destructive degree. Enough that he can pull them apart, that he can dissect them. To take the parts that he wants to use when he wants, and to restore the others when he needs them and when he doesn't. If you remove the dagger, I will lay here. And I will not move, because I cannot. Because I am not really here. You're good.
Jazz brain is trying to catch up.
You're valid.
Is he implying that Rain has also spliced him? Cool. Got it. I won't remove the dagger. I won't. Yeah. Can you reassemble a soul after it's been dissected?
I never learned.
Right.
It was not something I dabbled in. My brother learned it on his own. Are you okay, Haley? What was that?
Are you okay? What's going on?
I'm mouthing. I'm like, can you ask about me?
I'll ask about.
Ray's kind of stalking me, so I kind of need to know.
Okay.
The whole party like, ask about me.
Arya's just sobbing on the floor, and they're all like.
I will say.
Gods, no.
No, I know.
In this save,
I know.
in this moment while you are talking and while you are holding his hand, very, very slowly,
oh no,
your hair ends. There's a darkness that is climbing up them.
Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Okay, that's fine.
You're good. You're good.
Fine. We're gonna
do
that.
very, very slow to the point that it's not.
Bad job.
Huh?
Arya?
Just a quick side thing. The glasses, I see the shadow thing again that I did on the train, right?
Ooh, good question.
Tis the question.
Tis the question of the season.
You see a shadow like around her head.
Good query.
Almost as though there's like this darkness resting over her, but nothing directly to insinuate that there's like a being or anything like that standing there. Anyways.
So, if you've been able to sometimes, the small doses access passage through Tobias's eyes, what other things have you seen? Anything? My friends and I have so many questions, endless questions, and...
I understand that, but he is clever, you understand. When he has no need for me, he does away with me. And when there are things that I should not be privy to, he is sure to make sure that I am not privy to them.
Fair.
As far as Tobias, you keep saying Tobias. The name means nothing. And it is not Tobias's eyes, they are Rain's eyes. Souls can add personality, but it is not Tobias. It has always been Rain.
Right. Okay. Always been Rain. Sorry, that's a bit, we've only just kind of realized that. This is a bit of a big change in Rain. Okay,
I'm sorry to overwhelm you.
No. This is the best kind of overwhelming I could have ever experienced. I have a dad, and it's more than I could have ever asked for.
You feel this, like, warmth overtake your mind as you say that. And you hear, like, his sigh echo in your head as he says, it is a wonder to hear you say that to me. You must know that that is everything that I ever wanted. And I do not know what you have been led to believe, but please know that I did not run out on you. I wouldn't have dreamt of it.
It wasn't like that exactly. It was just lonely, I guess.
You hear him say, softly, front pocket of my vest.
Front pocket? Okay. She kind of like awkwardly puts her other hand and she's like,
valid.
Slides her hand into the front pocket.
You feel a slip of paper in there, folded up, beige and seemingly in good condition if it stayed in this place for all this time. And the note reads, when you open it, I assume you open it.
Yeah.
The note reads, Orion, I love you. Safe travels, darling. I will see you soon. X, signed, Talia.
What a good name. Good job.
And you hear him in your mind once more as it echoes through, and he says,
Oh.
I'm sure she hates me for not showing up.
To be honest, I think it was never hatred. Mother's always been just bitter.
That is not how she was when I knew her. Good Theo, what was that?
It's his lighting. His lighting keeps
I thought Theo was
dying
like,
on him.
I only have one wire for 2 lights, so I go between them. But
Valid.
Yeah.
it has to flash.
It's
with
kind of
red,
iconic.
Every time that
It's
it dies.
iconic.
Yeah,
It's iconic.
freaking. Oh!
It's okay. She's just gonna be like, well, I could only hope that one day I find her again. And we can save you. I'd like to see some joy on my mother's face.
You should know that, all things considered, if you cannot, that I do not hold it against you. This is the moment that I have been lying here for so long, waiting for. And now you know. I am sorry for reaching out so ominously.
I mean, valid. It was a little bit spooky.
I don't have much of a choice in the way that...
Yeah, that's fair. I guess. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, the whole hair thing was a little bit of a shock, but...
Hair thing?
When you started reaching out, my hair started turning black.
It was not my doing.
Oh. Got any theories? Because it's... And she's gonna kind of look down at her hair and be like, it's doing it again right now. I can feel it a little bit.
You just kind of hear him say, well, you are a mix of many things.
Oh, gods, yeah, I am a mix of many things. I just realized. Wait. Okay.
How much of a changeling, I'm not sure, but at least partly.
Oh, hey.
Even more jarring, which I think you have not thought of too intently, is that my brother Rain is also your uncle.
Oh god, don't bring that up! No! And she actually makes those noises out loud. So everybody just hears her go, oh, don't bring that up! Oh no!
And we're just like, what in the world?
Okay. So wait, hold on. I have a lot of questions, even more questions now, which is I didn't think could happen, but it is. So Rain, did you know about Rain's possible partner at one point in time? Alder, Chrysocoma, Willow. Did you hear about that?
I was not part of that.
Good. Honestly, you probably didn't want to be.
My brother does not love.
Well, he did at one point because he wrote a whole letter, and now Alder is in a tree, so... But he seemed very, very not Rain-like. But he said things about seeing his true self and a lot of more lovey-dovey stuff. I don't know. I'm not really attuned to it, but it's fine.
Then it is not real. It is a part of his plan. You cannot believe anything he does. He will use anything as a weapon. And
but that makes sense.
Love is even more powerful. Why do you think I've ended up here? He thought it would be funny if I saw my daughter grow up before my eyes. But not my eyes.
Who's... You said you saw me grow up.
At times.
Who else's eyes did you look through? 'Cause it was only ever me and Mum.
You have to understand that I reached out in any ways that I could as only an onlooker. I never manipulated, I never controlled. I only jumped around with the little power I had. Even if I had wanted to, I wouldn't have been able to control anyone.
Okay.
There were times. But you mustn't think that it was of any ill will. It was purely out of desperation to know that you were okay.
No, I get it. I understand. Of course, I would have been glad to know you were there, but I understand. You're here now.
If there was a way for me to tell you, I would have.
I know. But you're here now, so that's all I need.
By now, my brother surely knows that you have found me, and I think it prudent for you to move on quickly.
I don't know if I can leave you again.
Well, unfortunately, there is no easy way of taking me with you. And you hear him kind of laugh a little bit around that. But he says nothing more. The ideal way is that when you can, to return my soul to me. And when you do, I will not leave your side, Arya. Even if you ask me to go.
I won't. You'll try and keep in touch, right? You're not just gonna leave me by myself?
When I can, I will. I will.
Okay. Is there anything I can do to help you other than the whole... Maybe my mom's note, or my hair, or any connection? How does it...
I think my only request is that if you see her again, you tell her that I am sorry, and that I never meant to abandon her.
You're gonna do it yourself.
It's a funny thought.
I don't think it's that funny. I'm gonna make it happen. Listen, I just realized
My dad. God, I'm so naughty. This is disgusting. I'm so sorry. I just realized a lot of things. Okay, so soul magic. I'm gonna have to learn a lot about that very quickly. Oh, I have a thought. Andromeda. Andromeda has a necklace with soul. Would that be of any help? We don't know who soul is, but we're kind of thinking it's Rain's. Maybe from the splicing. How many pieces of soul can you split up? Is there an infinite amount?
There is a ungodly amount, but the more you do it, the more extreme the more extreme the consequence is.
To the person or to the soul?
To the one doing it.
Oh. It's probably why Rain is a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Did you make him laugh? Did you make him laugh?
He chuckles. He chuckles.
Yeah, that's a pop culture reference right there.
Yeah, pop culture reference.
He chuckles, not really knowing what that meant, but agreeing. And you kind of just hear him say, "My brother is falling apart, and I hate it for him. I fear that he's been too negatively influenced in his very long life.
Right.
I do not want him to die, Arya, but I do not see how he could live."
Well,
You should also know that your friends are staring at you very strangely.
wait, how can you see them?
I'm in your head.
It's been
I am
literally
here.
looking at the ceiling, at the wall,
Arya-
like, oh.
Arya looks
this-
over
this-
and
this is
she's
a very
like,
nice.
Drummer's like,
right.
He can feel the eyes on you, essentially.
Yeah. Arya's like, yeah, they do that a lot. It's okay.
Arya,
Andromeda?
she's gonna pick up a little pebble from the ground and flick it at her.
Andromeda, I'm okay. I'm awake.
Where's a pebble coming from? It's a fancy room.
There's a
What do you-
pebble.
There's a
There's a
pebble.
There's not a pebble.
It's in my
Wait.
shoe.
You could take
It's
you could take a rose petal.
Is it in her shoe?
You could flick a rose petal.
It was
at
in her
I
shoe.
flick a rose.
It was in her shoe.
Okay, there you go.
I don't
Carla?
wear shoes.
She
It
don't
was
wear
in
shoes.
someone else's shoe.
It's not a bad question. You guys
You're
are
right.
just pulling pebbles out of the thin air.
Everyone's a critic.
Everyone's a critic.
Just throw dirt or something. You have that at least. Just shh.
What were you gonna say, Thea?
Yeah.
I was gonna ask a question I already knew the answer to, so.
Oh, okay.
Ask it. What was
You're so
the
valid for
answer?
that.
We don't know
Give me a
it.
second,
Ask
I'll
it
get it
anyways.
You got it.
Oh, it's gone.
It's respawn.
It's respawning. Hold on.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask Arya. I was gonna make a joke about being like, "That's not a dead guy, right?" But we know he's not dead, so.
There you go.
See, sometimes I think before I speak, and I did that earlier.
No, you're so smart. I
You're
love you.
valid for that.
You're so smart.
You're valid.
Thanks.
I love you.
Thanks.
Arya's gonna kind of look at the rose petal just falling in front of her and just be like,
Oh.
nice.
you okay?
This is Orion.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi, Orion.
Orion is apparently my father.
Hello, Arya's father.
Dad, wait,
What?
do you prefer dad, father, papa? I've never had.
There is like
Does that mean you're royalty?
Oh God, don't say that to me. I don't want
You
to.
are
princess?
not
Princess?
not royal.
Arya's the
Not
princess.
Shut up!
He wasn't
Shut
royal.
up.
What do
He
you
was
mean by that? Is
nobility.
gee wow? Is that gee whiz? Sorry.
Gee
Wait, do
whiz.
you have one second. My words are escaping me. A preference.
I am comfortable with whatever you would like to call me. It is simply nice to be acknowledged as what I've always wanted to be.
If you keep talking like that, I'm gonna keep crying. So, okay. So
he seems like a very loving father.
He's a very, very sweet, albeit a little melancholy.
So that would make you.
Let's not think about titles right now. Most important thing is we can't take the diary out. Second most important thing is and she's gonna mouth the word. Is my uncle apparently, which is even worse.
My brother got with your uncle. Oh.
Okay. Also, important thing. Okay.
I don't want to think about it.
Laughing. Like, he starts fucking cracking up. He's like,
Another really important thing
can't fucking believe it.
Another really important thing is that apparently he knows how to split souls, and that's what he's been doing this whole time. Apparently, he split my father's soul here, so he could use some of his empathy powers. But apparently, every time that he splits souls, he loses it a little bit more. He gets weaker. And I didn't ask. And she looks back down at Orion. Do you know why he's doing all the things he's doing? Does he have a reason that you know of, other than power?
Or how it started?
Or how it started? That's an even better question. Wit is so smart. That's Wit, by the way. I mean, Theron. Theron is her name. I'm so sorry.
Oh god, oh god.
They're a person of many names. They like names. God. Names are good.
Nickname.
Theron. And she's just gonna look at Theron and just go.
Wit's gonna look around the room and like just acknowledge everybody here that like doesn't know. He's going to change into Wit and be like, Arya,
I'm so sorry. I'm so silly.
Are you a changeling?
I apparently
Arya would be 1/4 changeling.
Do it. Do it. Change into a bird.
I don't know how.
Wait.
Sorry, that actually was the first thing that I thought of because I saw one.
Honestly, no. It's canonical. It's canonical. You saw it. It worked. No, it worked. It worked.
There's a bird on my shoulder.
You look at Notos and you turn into a bird. And Arya's just like.
Arlo, that's not how it works. But Wit is smiling. He's like grinning.
Cool. Oh my god. Okay, I'm listening. I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm relaxed. Everything's good.
Yeah.
I'm not chilling. I'm very much freaking out. I'm very scared. What is happening? I don't know
freaking out too.
Oh,
What do we do?
I don't know what we're doing. Okay, we have to stop. We have to stop praying. That's what we have to do. And apparently we have to. Because...
Wait. Get information.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Information. It's my father. And she's just holding on to Orion's hand, like viciously, like shaking it.
This is so fucking funny. Okay.
It's fine. He's fine. He's very good. He's good. Yes. Wait. What do you want me to call you?
Well, I'm Wit now, so just Wit is fine.
I know that's your name. You're so cool.
He is pointedly ignoring anyone that doesn't know and like is reacting like he doesn't.
I think it's just Elfie right now.
It's just Elfie.
Yeah.
Smut's not here.
Well,
yeah.
Okay.
Elfie's just like.
Bye.
That's not right.
Like a fly lands on her forehead and flies away.
This episode.
I'm obsessed with this. Sorry.
Like,
yes. Wait.
Does he know where Ven is?
Good question. Do you know where Ven is? Do you know? Wait, Ven is my grandmother. I have a grandmother. Wait.
He just responds with no, I do not know where my mother is.
When Rain got stuck on Earth, I read somewhere that she was very broken up about it, right? I mean, of course. But what was it that made her go missing?
I don't know. She just was gone. Some of the other nobles said that she left. They saw her leave. Others say that it was my brother from the grave and he took her away and hid her somewhere, but he wouldn't do that to her. He loved her very much, and she loved him very much. She loved both of us very much.
That's good. She relays this all.
Valid.
About the what? The portrait. Oh, right. There was a burnt portrait. In the grand storage room. And I don't know if they recently revised that name, but it was a little silly. But anyway, in the grand storage room, there was a portrait.
When I was here, we never had a grand storage room.
Well, it's apparently a grand storage room now. Was it a ballroom? The old ballroom?
Yes.
Grand ballroom? That is now apparently the grand storage room.
Why would they name it that?
That's a great question, and I have no answers. They don't have balls anymore.
This is so funny.
They just throw stuff
I
in
love
there.
Orion very much.
I also love Orion very much.
It's the perfect mixture of emotional and fun. Good, it's so good.
Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine.
I might,
right, the portrait.
before you continue, I might stop our stream here just in case. Because last time it stopped at like 11:50.
Oh right, yeah.
And I don't want it to accidentally cut
Stop
it
it,
short.
stop it.
That's insane.
I have the ending for the episode like ready. I'm just waiting for this
I'm sorry.
conversation.
I will.
No,
Everybody
this is
ask
a big
questions.
moment. Don't be
Don't
sorry.
Don't apologize.
Everybody
Stop.
ask
No,
questions.
no, stop.
Wow, really fucking big.
Really quick though.
This right now.
Really quick though. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna end this and then just create a
You
new
have a
thing.
dad.
So
No,
chat,
I have a fucking dad.
really
Ted.
quick.
This is crazy.
I'm ending this episode.
My
here.
dad is
Chat for
fucking
now.
Orion.
Ending this here. I'm going to start
Your
a new
dad
one.
isn't fucking Orion. Your dad
No,
is.
your mom was fucking
No,
good.
Pop
Orion.
in.
Oh,
Orion
good for
fucked you
her.
up.
Good for
Wait.
her.
Okay.
Orion. Wait. Yes.
I'm ending this really quick.
Go do
Wait,
it.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Wait.
Wait, Haley's gotta finish it.
Hold on.
Finish your bit.
No, wait.
Okay. Hold the bit.
Wait until it
Hold
comes.
the bit.
Wait until it's live again. Hold on.
Okay. Hold
Okay.
the bit. Hold the bit. Dirty bit.
Ending
Boom, boom.
stream.